Yi Tian never imagined that as an ordinary high school student, he would be transported to a parallel world where everyone is a beast tamer. In this world, powerful beast tamers command respect, fame, and wealth. Surprisingly, Yi Tian discovers he possesses a simplified beast taming system. However, the system is only active for 1 hour, and Yi Tian must form a beast contract within this limited time, or the system will deactivate automatically. Penniless, Yi Tian can't afford to buy a beast. His only hope lies in the government's subsidy for a beginner beast tamer's first beast. Unfortunately, Yi Tian's talent for beast taming is quite poor, limiting his choice to a creature known as the Stone Monkey. Although the Stone Monkey lacks combat abilities, once it evolves into the Stone Monkey King, it gains the skill to brew monkey wine, which can be sold for money. Yi Tian resolves that even the weakest beast can be nurtured into greatness with the help of the Simplified Beast Taming System, leading him to the pinnacle of success. As time ticks away, the countdown pressure urges Yi Tian to hasten his steps. He searches the Stone Monkey breeding base for a suitable companion. While other monkeys are busy gathering fruits and flowers in preparation for awakening their brewing skills, one little monkey stands apart, amusing itself with a small stick. Several students come to choose their beasts, but they all shake their heads and leave after noticing the peculiar little monkey. The monkey, in turn, shows a rebellious expression, as if silently shouting, "So what if no beast tamer wants me? I don't need you either." In a critical moment, a boy with delicate features suddenly runs over and exclaims, "Is it you, monkey bro?" The little monkey, unimpressed, turns away, unwilling to engage with the strange human. Seeing the opportunity, Yi Tian steps forward, extends his hand sincerely, and says, "Let me introduce myself."
Yi Tian.
"Little monkey, I've chosen you. Be my beast." The little monkey is stunned, looking back at Yi Tian in disbelief. A wave of unprecedented acceptance and need surges through its heart. In a daze, it subconsciously forms a contract with Yi Tian, naming the monkey Deshang. Yi Tian places his hopes on this seemingly ordinary stone monkey, believing it will one day become the Stone Monkey King. The moment the contract is sealed, a mechanical voice echoes in Yi Tian's mind, "Congratulations, host, for contracting a beast and activating the Simplified Beast Taming System. The system's data panel is now open. Please explore other system functions on your own." Yi Tian tentatively inquires about the system's specific functions, but receives no response. It seems this mysterious system will require gradual exploration. Yi Tian soon discovers the true value of the Simplified Beast Taming System. It can significantly simplify the complex training processes for beasts, though the cost of simplification is dragon coins. Gritting his teeth, Yi Tian spends all his savings in one go, successfully simplifying Deshang's training method from the spirit absorption breathing technique to simply drinking wine. Deshang immediately feels an overwhelming thirst and, through their telepathic bond, conveys to Yi Tian, thirsty, need wine. Although Yi Tian was amazed by the system's magic, he couldn't wait to have the great sage try this new cultivation method immediately. He pulled out his last 100 yuan and bought the cheapest bottle of monkey wine at the breeding base's entrance. With a pop, the bottle cap came off, releasing a warm, fragrant aroma. Yi Tian handed the bottle to the great sage. The great sage immediately grabbed the bottle, took 2 big gulps of the wine, and within 5 seconds, his body started to sway. Seeing this, Yi Tian quickly snatched the bottle back from his hand and capped it. He thought to himself that if the great sage drank any more, he would probably be knocked out. Then came the moment to test the Simplified Beast Taming System. When Yi Tian checked the great sage's data panel, he was stunned and couldn't react for a long time. In just those 2 sips, the great sage's level had jumped from 10 of the juvenile stage to 30. At this rate, if he finished the whole bottle, he might break through to the bronze level. Just as Yi Tian was feeling thrilled about the great sage's incredible progress, he felt a heavy pat on his shoulder. He turned around to see his classmate Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang said, "Yi Tian, stop grinning like an idiot. Is contracting a stone monkey really that exciting? The team leader wants us to gather at the gate." Yi Tian nodded and followed Zhao Liang to the entrance of the stone monkey breeding base. By then, all the students who had completed their contracts had gathered, waiting for the next instructions from their team leader, Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng cleared his throat and addressed the somewhat despondent-looking students. "Congratulations, everyone. From today, you are officially beast tamers. Over the next month, the school will grant you free time to train your beasts diligently. As soon as your beast breaks through to the bronze level, you must report to the school immediately. A teacher on duty will record the breakthrough times daily, and the top 100 will receive generous rewards." At the mention of rewards, many students looked up with hopeful eyes, but soon they lowered their heads again, looking even more dejected than before. Yi Tian boarded the bus back home and felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. He couldn't resist taking a look. It was a notification from the class group chat. Today's conversation was particularly lively, with messages popping up one after another. Curiosity got the better of Yi Tian, and he opened the chat history. The school had just announced the reward policy for those who break through to the bronze level and rank in the top 100. As Yi Tian carefully read through the reward details, he couldn't help but gasp. The rewards were divided into 2 tiers. Students ranked 11th to 100th would each receive a 100-gram spirit stone worth over 10,000 long coins. But for the top 10 students, the rewards were unbelievably lavish. The student ranked first would receive not only 1,100 grams of spirit stones, but also a precious set of evolution path diagrams and materials. Yi Tian felt a surge of excitement and desire in his heart. Wasn't this tempting him to go all out for the top spot? Yi Tian looked at the already slumbering Deshang on his shoulder, feeling an inexplicable pressure. Though Deshang's progress was astonishing, Yi Tian knew well that he wasn't without competitors. According to discussions in the class group chat, many students had contracted beasts that were nearly at the bronze level from the start. These individuals were mostly exceptionally talented and came from prestigious families. With the aid of external resources, their beasts could break through to bronze at any moment. Yi Tian resolved to find a way to help Deshang break through quickly. He couldn't afford to fall behind. An idea struck him, shortening Deshang's drunken state. After all, alcohol tolerance couldn't be improved in a short time. Yi Tian immediately pulled out his phone to search for solutions and quickly found an answer. Sobering soup could help both people and beasts quickly recover from drunkenness. Despite other available methods, sobering soup was undoubtedly the fastest option. However, when Yi Tian saw the price, 300 long coins per portion, felt a wave of discouragement. For him, it was a significant amount of money. Nonetheless, Yi Tian quickly made a decision. He decided to borrow money from his sister, Yi Ying. Given Deshang's breakthrough speed, even if he couldn't get first place, the chances of securing second or third were quite high. However, the reward gap between first and second place was enormous, with a difference of 260,000 long coins just in spirit stones, not to mention the precious evolution path diagrams and materials. Yi Tian thought to himself, if I don't take this risk, I won't be content. Xiao Tian, have you completed the beast contract? Come home soon. I've prepared a feast for you. Yi Ying's gentle and pleasant voice came through the phone. Yi Tian replied, Sis, can you lend me some money? I need it urgently, and I'll pay you back tomorrow. 1,000 coins will be enough. Yi Ying readily agreed and insisted that he didn't need to pay her back. Warmth surged in Yi Tian's heart. He knew that Yi Ying's income wasn't high, and having 2,000 coins left after essential expenses each month was already good for her. After hanging up, Yi Tian immediately went to the supermarket to buy sobering soup and monkey wine, spending all of the 1,000 coins Yi Ying had just transferred to him. He estimated that the current bottle of monkey wine might not be enough for Deshang to break through to bronze. In the following hours, Yi Tian continuously fed Deshang wine and soup. Although the improvement pace slowed, by 8 p.m., he successfully nurtured Deshang to the maximum level of the juvenile stage. A dazzling white light enveloped Deshang's body, and when the light dissipated, Deshang had officially broken through and become a bronze-level stone monkey. At the same time, Deshang learned a bronze-level skill called drunken. Yi Tian focused on the skill description and quickly understood its effect. When Deshang was in a drunken state, he could gain a slight speed boost. In other words, a drunken Deshang would not become sluggish but rather more agile and nimble. Yi Tian was astonished to discover the incredible changes in Deshang after it broke through the bronze level. In just a few short hours, Deshang's size had increased by nearly half, growing from the length of half a forearm to 2/3 of a forearm. Not only that, its yellow fur had become denser and glossier, making the whole monkey look vibrant and full of life. With a contented howl, Deshang stretched lazily, looking utterly satisfied. However, the most surprising event for Yi Tian was yet to come. At the exact moment Deshang broke through, a warm surge of energy erupted from within Yi Tian's body, filling every part of him. He could clearly feel his bones cracking and shifting, as if undergoing a transformation. When the warmth finally subsided, Yi Tian instinctively clenched his fists and immediately noticed a significant increase in his strength. To test this, he tried lifting his beta bed that usually required both him and Yi Ying to move, only to find he could now effortlessly lift it with one hand. Additionally, Yi Tian felt remarkably healthy, with even the lingering effects of a cold from a few days ago completely gone. Overjoyed, Yi Tian realized that all this was thanks to the feedback energy from Deshang's breakthrough. It was said that when a beast breaks through a major realm, it can transfer some of its newfound power back to its beastmaster, helping them become stronger. No wonder high-level beastmasters were known for their extraordinary abilities and long lifespans. They had all benefited from their beast's feedback energy. I must be the first student in this cohort to raise a beast to the bronze level, Yi Tian excitedly murmured to himself. He calculated that it had been less than 5 hours since he contracted Deshang. If it weren't for the school being closed at this hour, he would have rushed to report his achievement immediately. That night, Yi Tian lay in bed holding Deshang and quickly fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he became a top-tier beastmaster, admired by all, and Dasheng transformed into the legendary Yi Tian, capable of piercing the heavens with a single strike. The next morning, fearing he might miss the school's opening hours, Yi Tian woke up extra early. To his surprise, Yi was already up and had thoughtfully prepared a sumptuous breakfast for him. As he looked at the delicious spread on the table, a warm feeling surged in Yi Tian's heart. Yi had always taken meticulous care of him, making him feel the warmth of home. After breakfast, Yi Tian eagerly set out, promising Yi before he left, "Sis, Dasheng has broken through to the bronze level. I'm heading to school to report my achievement and claim my reward. Once I get the money, I'll treat you to a big meal and repay the 1,000 yuan you lent me tenfold." Yi smiled as she watched Yi Tian leave, but once he was out of sight, her expression darkened. "Oh no, Yi Tian's situation might be worse than I thought. What is he up to today? Please, don't let anything happen to him. I need to contact a psychologist immediately." With a heavy heart, Yi tidied up and hurried off to work. Meanwhile, in the office of Shanwu No. 2 Middle School, two on-duty teachers were leaning over the desk, chatting idly out of boredom. "The school leadership is really pushing us to the limit. We've just finished guiding a batch of students through their contracts. Can't they give us a break? Having us on duty from day one is just ridiculous. Everyone knows that on the first day, no student could possibly have trained their beast to the bronze level." Exactly. Based on past experience, the earliest any student comes to register is on the third day. Assigning duty for the first 2 days is a complete waste of time. The two teachers complained back and forth, gradually shifting the conversation to which student they thought had the most potential. "That's a no-brainer. It's got to be Song Qinghang," they said in unison, then smiled at each other, pleased with their mutual understanding. Rumor has it that the kid struck gold by contracting a fully matured moonlight cat. His future is limitless, not to mention his prominent family background, which provides him with significant resources for his training. "I bet he'll be here to register his bronze breakthrough in less than 2 days." One of the teachers lowered his voice mysteriously, looking around to make sure no one was listening before continuing cautiously. "I heard the school increased the rewards significantly this time because of the Song family sponsorship. The first place reward this time is practically tailored for Song Qinghang." The other teacher widened his eyes in surprise, then sighed. "Well, the Song family certainly has the clout and resources." Just as they were engrossed in their conversation, a rapid knocking sound came from the door. They exchanged puzzled glances and looked in the direction of the sound.
"Come in."
With the permission granted, Yi Tian pushed the door open. A lively little monkey perched on his shoulder.
Yi Tian.
Teacher Lu Zhang recognized the visitor and was somewhat surprised. "What brings you to school today?" He hadn't even considered the possibility that Yi Tian was there to register a bronze breakthrough, assuming it was something else entirely. Yi Tian coughed awkwardly and explained, "Cough, cough. Teacher Lu, to be honest, I'm here to register. My beast has already reached the bronze level." "What?" Lu Zheng's eyebrows shot up, and after a brief moment of shock, he instinctively became skeptical. "Yi Tian, don't joke with your teacher." Yi Tian spread his hands helplessly. "Teacher Lu, I'm not joking." Lu Zheng sighed. Speaking earnestly, "Yi Tian, let me tell you, a beast breaking through to the bronze level is no small matter. There will be some special phenomena. Are you sure you really saw them? Are you referring to the white light? If so, then yes, my beast did witness it last night."
Yi Tian answered firmly.
Lu Zheng scrutinized the monkey on Yi Tian's shoulder, feeling a sense of disbelief. Even though his rational mind told him it was impossible, seeing Yi Tian's serious expression left him no choice but to fulfill his duty as a teacher and verify the claim himself. Lu Zheng picked up a beast-level detector from the desk and scanned the monkey from head to toe. As the results appeared on the screen, everyone present was stunned it was indeed at the bronze level. The two teachers exchanged looks, utterly speechless. Who could have imagined that a mere stone monkey would manage to break through 3 minor levels and a major level in such a short time? If not witnessed firsthand, who would believe such an extraordinary feat? Historically, no stone monkey in the school has ever broken through the bronze level first. It's nearly impossible for them to even make it into the top 50. Meanwhile, the top students, even those with rare juvenile perfect beasts, are still diligently training. But then there's Yi Tian, out of nowhere, accomplishing what seems impossible in such a brief period. The two teachers were filled with shock and confusion. Lu Zhang couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and blurted out, "Yi Tian, how on earth did you do it?" He immediately regretted his words, realizing it was inappropriate to probe into someone's training secrets so abruptly. But he was too astonished by the unbelievable reality before him to worry about that now. Yi Tian scratched his head sheepishly and replied with a simple, "Honest look, honestly teacher, I'm not really sure. After receiving the training method yesterday, I just had Dasheng start practicing. Maybe it has a natural talent, so it progressed really fast." Of course, Yi Tian couldn't reveal the simplification of the beast system, so he feigned ignorance and attributed everything to Dasheng's extraordinary talent. Hearing this, The expressions of the two teachers twisted slightly. Internally, they both thought simultaneously. And you call that a bit fast? This is practically a cheat-level speed. Yi Tian not only set a new record for the highest ranking of the stone monkey, but also left everyone present in utter shock. This day was destined to be recorded in history, as he achieved the fastest evolution of the stone monkey ever. Such an astounding accomplishment shook the very foundations of the two teachers' worldviews. Years of knowledge and experience were overturned in that moment. They stood there, dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Mr. Liu, can you help me with the registration? Yi Tian couldn't help but remind them, breaking the silence. Lu Jing finally snapped out of his daze and quickly responded, "Oh, yes, of course. I'll get right on it. By the way, according to the school documents, there's a reward for the fastest beast breakthrough. When can I expect to receive it?" Yi Tian asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He was more interested in the tangible reward than the ranking itself. Lu Zheng showed a slightly odd expression and slowly said, "You are indeed the first. However, the reward might take a day or two. I need to report your beast species and prepare the necessary evolution paths and materials. Once everything is ready, I'll call you to come and collect it." Yi Tian nodded in understanding, thanked him, and left. The two teachers watched him go before excitedly starting their discussion again. "Oh my God, this is unprecedented," one teacher exclaimed. "Good thing I managed to hold back and didn't shout out loud, or I would have lost my composure." "Me too. It's just unbelievable." Lu Zheng proudly puffed out his chest. "No wonder, he's my student." The other teacher rolled his eyes. "Come on, you're just a regular subject teacher. What does it have to do with you?" Despite his words, he couldn't help but feel envious. Regardless of Yi Tian's future achievements, the miracle he created today would forever be etched in the school's history, admired by future generations. "Old Lu, are we dreaming? This is just too outrageous," he sighed, his face full of disbelief. "Dreaming? Ha! No way two people could have the same dream at the same time," Lu Zheng scoffed, then pondered. "I have a bold guess. Maybe Yi Tian's stone monkey is a mutant. How else can we explain such an abnormal cultivation speed?" The other teacher frowned in thought. "Makes sense. Mutant beasts are extremely rare, but they can indeed lead to such extraordinary results. Yi Tian's stone monkey is probably evolving in the direction of speed. This kid is truly chosen by destiny. The pity is that no matter how a stone monkey mutates, its potential is still limited. Even if it evolves into a stone monkey king, it can only break through to the silver rank at best. What a waste of such talent." They sighed in unison. Suddenly, Lu Zheng slapped his forehead. "The principal instructed us to notify him immediately if any student came for registration first." He quickly dialed the principal's number. The call was answered almost immediately. "Hello? This is Zhou Tiangang." The voice was deep, old, yet authoritative. "Principal, this is Lu Zheng," he responded respectfully. "What's the matter?" Zhou Tiangang asked suspiciously. Lu Zheng reported Yi Tian's situation truthfully. After a brief silence, Lu Zheng called out, "Principal?" "I understand," Zhou Tiangang replied curtly, then hung up. He, too, couldn't hide his shock. As the principal, his experience far surpassed that of ordinary teachers. Yi Tian's performance reminded him of a rare type of talent, someone born with a unique gift for taming beasts. Such prodigies are even rarer than mutated beasts. Excitement flickered in Zhou Tiangang's eyes as his mind raced. He leaned towards believing in Yi Tian's innate abilities rather than a mutation in the stone monkey. After all, the lower the rank of the beast, the harder it is to produce a powerful mutation. A bottom-tier creature like the stone monkey had never been heard of before. "Dad, what are you daydreaming about?" A clear, melodious female voice snapped Zhou Tiangang out of his thoughts. It was his daughter, Zhou Qiong, who had recently graduated from the Beast Taming Academy and now worked under him as a teacher. After listening to her father's account, Zhou Qiong was equally astonished. But she quickly raised a question. "Dad, should we give the first-place reward to Yi Tian? That prize was specifically prepared by the Song family for Song Qinghang. Is that even a question?" Zhou Tiangang glared at his daughter. "The documents have already been issued. As the principal, I can't go back on my word. The Song family's misjudgment is their problem, not ours. Besides, evolving the stone monkey only costs 250,000, while the moonlight cat requires 2 million. We're making a huge profit here." Zhou Qiong nodded in agreement. The father-daughter duo then continued discussing Yi Tian's unique talent. "If what you say is true, having Yi Tian bond with a stone monkey is a waste of his potential," Zhou Qiong lamented. "Not necessarily," Zhou Tiangang shook his head. "As long as the stone monkey evolves into a king and breaks through to the silver level, Yi Tian can create a space for taming beasts and then bond with more promising creatures. His future is still very bright." Stroking his beard, Zhou Tiangang squinted his eyes. "When Yi Tian comes to claim his reward, send him straight to my office." This is an opportunity we can't miss. This extraordinary talent must be nurtured properly. Determined and eager, Zhou Tiangang was already planning Yi Tian's future before even meeting him. The resolve in the principal's office marked the beginning of a legend. Just wait and see. The Beast Taming Academy was about to undergo a transformation. Yi Tian left the school in high spirits. Overnight, Deshang had reached the bronze level, like a dark horse, which both surprised and delighted him. We're going to be rich soon. Yi Tian turned to Deshang perched on his shoulder and said excitedly, do you know that? Oh woo. Deshang tilted his head in confusion. What does getting rich mean? Can I drink it? Yi Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation. While Deshang's abilities had advanced rapidly, his intelligence hadn't quite caught up. Yi Tian patiently explained, getting rich means having a lot of money. With money, I can buy you good wine. At the mention of good wine, Deshang immediately started dancing around excitedly, howling with joy. Besides rewarding Deshang, Yi Tian also planned to convert the 1,100 grams of spirit stones from his reward into cash. Spirit stones might be valuable to others, but to Yi Tian and Deshang, they were just useless rocks. Deshang didn't need to cultivate, making the spirit stones utterly pointless. Yi Tian figured he might as well sell them early to avoid them gathering dust. While official stores did buy spirit stones, their prices were ridiculously low. He needed to find a buyer willing to pay more. Just as he was about to cross the street, someone called out to him.
Yi Tian.
He looked closely and saw it was his classmate Zhao Yang. This guy's online name was Don't Love Me If You Don't Care, and just yesterday, he had mentioned in the class chat that he had also bonded with a stone monkey. Seeing Yi Tian coming out of the school, Zhao Yang couldn't help but look suspicious. What are you doing at school? He asked, then added with a smirk. Don't tell me you're here to register your beast's breakthrough to bronze? Faced with Zhao Yang's teasing, Yi Tian nodded openly. After all, the reward list would be announced in a month, and there was no hiding it. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yang burst into laughter. I was just joking, but you actually nodded. A stone monkey breaking through to bronze in one day? That's a fairy tale. Zhao Yang didn't believe it at all. He had seen Yi Tian's rebellious stone monkey just yesterday, and it was even given alcohol right away, expecting it to train was nothing short of a fantasy. Yi Tian could only smile wryly at Zhao Yang's skepticism. These days, telling the truth not only failed to convince anyone, but also made you look like a fool. He couldn't be bothered to explain. Believe it or not. The two started lamenting over their stone monkeys. Zhao Yang complained. My monkey came home last night demanding wine. It refused to learn any techniques without it. After finally getting it drunk, it just fell asleep and couldn't train at all. It's been more than half a day, and it hasn't even started. At this rate, breaking through to bronze will take 3 to 5 months, if not longer. Yi Tian nodded in agreement, sharing Zhao Yang's frustration. Exactly. My monkey was also dead drunk last night and didn't learn a thing. We're in the same boat. Hearing this, Zhao Yang looked at Yi Tian with a bit more sympathy. Your monkey must be even harder to deal with than mine. Misery loves company. Yi Tian smiled without saying anything, thinking to himself, just don't know whose monkey is really harder to handle. After chatting for a bit, Yi Tian excused himself, saying he had something to do. Zhao Yang watched him leave, feeling that something was off. Strange. Why does Yi Tian's stone monkey look bigger than mine? Zhao Yang rubbed his eyes and shook his head vigorously. It must be an illusion. There's no way a stone monkey could grow that fast. Meanwhile, Yi Tian didn't head straight home but went to the largest shopping district nearby. His phone kept buzzing nonstop along the way. These past couple of days, the class group chat has been buzzing as much as it did in the first 3 years. It's been tough. Swordsman of Sorrow lamented. My Tianine bird just won't learn the cultivation methods. What should I do? My sticky slime is willing to learn, chimed in Green Bottle, but it simply can't get the hang of it. It's been a whole night, and it hasn't even grasped the basics. Boo-hoo. Everyone started complaining about the numerous difficulties in beast cultivation. Green Bottle, at the class monitor Zhang Hao. How's your mantis doing? It mastered the basics by 8 p.m. and trained all night. Zhang Hao boasted proudly. The group exploded with envy and admiration. That's incredible. No wonder you're the pro. I'm so jealous. Don't love, don't hurt sighed. I just went to school and bumped into Yi Tian. We both have stone monkeys, and when we compared, we found out our monkeys got drunk last night and couldn't learn any cultivation methods at all. It's miserable. The stone monkey owners all chimed in, cursing their beasts for being lazy and drunken. Class monitor Zhang Hao, we're counting on you to bring honor to our class. Don't love, don't hurt, said earnestly. If none of us make it into the top 100, we'll lose face. Don't worry, I'll break through within half a month. Zhang Hao promised firmly, then added, by the way, I heard that students from the neighboring class are using spirit stones to aid their cultivation, especially Song Qinghang. He posted on his social media that he has a whole 500 grams of them. I'm so envious. He's really living the high life. Swordsman of Sorrow, clicked his tongue in wonder. How? You have such a wide network. You even have Song Qinghong's contact information. Impressive. The group clamored with excitement, and Zhang Hao quickly put a stop to it. It's no big deal. Anyway, I need to get back to supervising my beast training. Let's strive to make our class proud. Yi Tian smirked to himself. Once the rewards are distributed, these people will be in for a big surprise. That afternoon, Yi Tian asked around the business district, and the buying price for spirit stones made his heart ache. The highest offer was only 90 of the market price. 1,100 grams of spirit stones could at most sell for 99,000 yuan. Although this was a substantial amount, it still pained him to think about the cost of supporting the great sage. When he got home, he lay on his bed and started planning. The great sage had already broken through to bronze level. The next priority was to evolve it into a stone monkey king and push for the silver level. Then he needed to find ways to boost its combat power and aim to pass the professional certification. Only by becoming a professional beast tamer could he and Ying truly get their lives on track. A professional beast tamer, even if they did nothing else, could earn several thousand yuan a month just from subsidies. They would also enjoy numerous privileges in public, like using VIP lanes for transportation, avoiding queues. The quickest way to enhance combat power was to have the beast learn new skills. Yi Tian hoped the system could simplify the learning process and planned to buy a skill to test the waters once he got the money tomorrow. He had the great sage finish the leftover alcohol from yesterday, only to find that its level hadn't increased at all. It seemed that low-quality alcohol could no longer satisfy the great sage. Beast levels corresponded with the tiers of resources and materials needed. For example, spirit wine ranged from low tier to bronze, silver, gold, and diamond, matching the beast levels. Yi Tian estimated that the great sage would need at least bronze-grade spirit wine to continue leveling up. With a helpless sigh, Yi Tian realized that the cost of raising the great sage was indeed substantial. Even bronze-level wine costs thousands. He would definitely need to find ways to earn more money in the future. With this thought in mind, Yi Tian composed himself and glanced at the clock. Ying would be getting off work and coming home soon. He quickly got up to prepare dinner, hoping they could live a peaceful and happy life together. Ying works in an old office building. After work, her colleague Shirna excitedly ran over and insisted on dragging Ying to the mall for a shopping spree. There are discounts tonight, up to 70 off. Shirna linked arms with Ying, her eyes sparkling. It's the perfect time to get you a new bag. I've got my eye on one that's absolutely perfect. Only 78 yuan, let's buy it. Ying felt tempted. What girl doesn't want to look fabulous? But she still resolutely declined. No, you go ahead. My brother hasn't been doing well lately, and I need to go home to keep him company. She lifted her old fabric bag, pretending to be carefree. Besides, this bag can still last another 2 years, right? Shirna tried to persuade her, but Ying remained unmoved. The two walked out of the office building together and waved goodbye at the intersection. As Ying walked, she was engrossed in a chat on her phone. She was talking to a psychologist who was said to work miracles. The doctor had a companion spirit that emitted a comforting glow, encouraging patients to open up. Make the payment first, and then we can schedule a meeting, the doctor messaged. Without hesitation, Ying clicked to confirm and entered the payment page. 4,000 yuan. Wow, that's pricey, she thought. But remembering that quality comes at a cost, she gritted her teeth, clenched her small fists, and swiftly completed the payment. Such an expensive doctor must be able to cure Xiao Tian. They then arranged to meet the next evening at 6 p.m., and the doctor sent over the address. When Ying got home, as expected, Yi Tian was lost in his fantasy world again. Sis, I just went to school to check my scores. Guess what rank I got? First place. Yi Tian boasted excitedly. Wow, Xiao Tian, that's amazing. Ying clapped her hands with a beaming smile. Sis, I know you don't believe me. Just wait until I bring home the award and show it to you. Sure. He'll be waiting, Ying replied, smiling. At times like this, she had to play along with Yi Tian without upsetting him. As for treatment, she would leave that to the professionals. After dinner, the siblings washed the dishes together. Suddenly, Ying spoke up, Xiao Tian, come with me somewhere tomorrow night. Where to? A great place, you'll see, Ying teased. The next morning, Yi Tian received a notification from the school asking him to collect his first place award. The efficiency was surprisingly high. He thought it would take a few days at least. He quickly gobbled down his breakfast and rushed to school. Learning that the award was with the principal, he headed straight to the principal's office. Come in, came the voice of Principal Zhou Tiangyang from inside. Yi Tian entered the room and saw a middle-aged man with white hair and beard sitting behind the desk by the window. It was indeed Principal Zhou, known for his prestigious Titlia diamond-level beast master. A beast master's rank depends on the level of their bonded beast. Someone with a gold-level beast is a gold-level beast master. Diamond-level beast masters hold high status and are respectfully addressed as beast masters. Good morning, Principal Zhou. Yi Tian greeted politely and sat down in the chair opposite at Principal Zhou's gesture. Zhou Tiangang smiled as he scrutinized Yi Tian. It had been 3 years, and this was their first meeting. Only top students could catch the principal's eye. Yi Tian's mediocre performance had always left him overlooked. After a few casual greetings, Zhou Tiangang got straight to the point. Yi Tian, this is the reward for first place. Please check it over. With that, he seemingly conjured a wooden box out of thin air and pushed it in front of Yi Tian. It's said that once a beast master cultivates a silver-level beast, they can create a beast space, which not only houses their beasts but also serves as a portable storage. How convenient. Yi Tian opened the wooden box to find 3 items: a small booklet, a silk-wrapped pouch, and 2 fist-sized transparent stones. The booklet was likely the evolution manual for the Stone Monkey King. The pouch probably contained evolution materials, and the stones no doubt were invaluable spirit stones. Yi Tian picked up the 2 spirit stones and found them much heavier than expected. Puzzled, he looked at Zhou Tiangang. Zhou Tiangang smiled knowingly and explained, "You're holding 2,000 grams of spirit stones. The extra portion is a personal gift from me. I reviewed your records and realized that you must have worked harder than others to claim the top spot." Yi Tian understood that Zhou Tiangang, aware of his humble background, was being generous out of empathy for his past struggles. Besides, Yi Tian had brought significant honor to the school, so rewarding him was only fair. Not wanting to appear overly modest, he accepted the resources gratefully. "Thank you, Principal," he said sincerely. They chatted for a while longer, and the conversation gradually shifted to the great sage. "Yi Tian, would you mind if I examined your stone monkey?" Zhou Tiangang suddenly asked. "Its growth seems quite unusual, and I suspect it might have undergone a mutation. Rest assured, I won't harm it. We might even uncover some hidden potential. Of course, you can refuse if you wish." After a brief hesitation, Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Zhou Tiangang was a master beast master and wouldn't trouble a novice like him for no reason. Besides, it was unlikely he would discover anything significant, so it was no big deal. With Yi Tian's consent, Zhou Tiangang's eyes immediately gleamed with a golden light, exuding an intimidating aura. Even Yi Tian, an outsider, could sense the extraordinary power. This man was indeed remarkable. Facing Zhou Tiangang's gaze, Deshang felt a bit uneasy. It let out a howl and called out to Yi Tian, "This human stare is so strange." Yi Tian patted Deshang's back reassuringly, signaling it not to be afraid. "Don't worry, he means no harm." Soon, the golden light faded, and Zhou Tiangang murmured to himself, "A perfectly normal stone monkey, no signs of any mutation." Yi Tian expected him to look puzzled, but to his surprise, Zhou Tiangang seemed excited instead. "Calling you by your full name feels too formal. I'll just call you Xiao Tian." Zhou Tiangang looked kindly at Yi Tian and added, "And you don't need to call me principal anymore, just call me old Zhou." Yi Tian was confused. Was the principal trying to get chummy with him? Or was it an illusion? "Xiao Tian, I can guarantee that you have a special talent for beast cultivation," Zhou Tiangang declared firmly. Special talent? Yi Tian didn't understand. Zhou Tiangang then explained in detail what special talent meant and how rare it was. Yi Tian nodded frequently, pretending to understand while secretly mocking the situation. Old Zhou must have misunderstood, but since the special talent couldn't be detected, Yi Tian decided to play along to conceal the system's existence. Zhou Tiangang pulled out a small booklet from his beast space and solemnly placed it in front of Yi Tian. "Xiao Tian, are you interested in joining the Institute of Beast Cultivation and Evolution? With your talent, the Institute is the perfect stage for you to shine. I have some influence there, and as long as you demonstrate Desheng's astonishing training speed, getting in without an exam won't be a problem." Yi Tian took the booklet and began to read through it carefully. The Institute of Beast Cultivation and Evolution, abbreviated as the Beast Institute, specializes in researching the acceleration of beast growth and the development of evolution paths. Most of the evolution paths for beasts available on the market were created by them. For instance, the evolution path of the Stone Monkey King was created 500 years ago by a researcher named Dr. Ao. Yi Tian frowned slightly. He had been worrying about finding an evolution path for Desheng, and if he couldn't find one, he would have to create it himself. He didn't expect there to be a dedicated institution for this. Previously, he had searched online for methods to develop beast evolution paths but found nothing. Zhou Tiangang's explanation made everything clear. Beasts need to cultivate a technique called evolution factor exploration to uncover the potential hidden in their bloodlines. Based on the exploration results, they would continuously experiment and refine to find a new evolution path. However, this technique was exclusive to the Institute and strictly prohibited from being shared. Unauthorized cultivation could even be illegal. With Desheng's current strength, confronting a nation would be suicidal. It seemed that if he wanted Desheng to evolve further, they had to join the Institute to learn this technique. Yi Tian made up his mind. However, he cautiously asked, "Old Zhou, if I join the Institute, do I have to clock in every day?" He wanted to be a professional beast master for the freedom it offered. Of course not. Zhou Tiangang laughed. Most researchers are just nominally affiliated. Look at me, I'm the principal, and I'm living pretty comfortably. If you want to spend all day in the lab, that's fine too. They have all the equipment and materials you could need. You just need to submit one project a year, very simple. Yi Tian hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Zhou Tiangang immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. The institute had its own hierarchy. While waiting for the call to connect, he smugly told Yi Tian, I'm currently a level 2 researcher, quite influential there. This phone call will sort out your hospital admission. Hello, Mr. Zhang? This is Xiao Zhou. As the call connected, Zhou Tiangang's tone changed, becoming respectful. Here's the situation, he began. A few minutes later, Zhou's face grew increasingly grim. Yi Tian overheard a voice on the other end, sounding impatient. What? Stone monkey? Forget it. Don't even mention internal referrals. Don't take up our spot. Just like that. If the kid's really that good, let him take the test himself. The call abruptly ended with a dial tone, leaving Zhou Tiangang looking mortified and embarrassed. He hadn't expected Mr. Zhang to be so dismissive, and it felt like a direct slap in the face. Xiao Tian, I'm really sorry, Zhou Tiangang said apologetically to Yi Tian. Mr. Zhou, I heard everything, Yi Tian replied, shaking his head. I'm already very grateful that you're giving me a chance. This isn't your fault. Zhou Tiangang noticed that Yi Tian remained calm even in the face of Mr. Zhang's almost mocking words, raising his opinion of the young man even higher. Not only was he talented, but his composure far surpassed that of his peers. At this age, most would have a strong sense of pride and might even argue back with Mr. Zhang, or at least get visibly angry. This kid had a limitless future. After saying goodbye, Yi Tian checked the research institute's assessment schedule. Even without an internal referral, he had to take the test himself. This was crucial for the great sage's further evolution. According to the official website, the earliest assessment in Wushan City was in 10 days, with a registration fee of 100 dragon coins. Registration would start in 2 days. He had to go. Yi Tian nodded to himself. But there was an even more urgent matter at hand. The great sage had reached the bronze level. It was time to start preparing for the next evolution. This was not something that could be achieved overnight. It required careful planning. Walking to a pavilion, Yi Tian opened the Stone Monkey King's Evolution Pathway Manual, eagerly studying it. His journey of turning the tables was just beginning. So that's how ice evolution is really troublesome. The manual clearly stated that for a stone monkey to evolve into a Stone Monkey King, 2 steps are required. First, it must be trained to recognize at least 20 kinds of brewing plants. Then, for 30 consecutive days, free yeast powder must be applied to its palms while feeding it plant essence daily. This means that even at the fastest, it would take the great sage 30 days to evolve. Yi Tian frowned. The more detailed steps and material data were all in the detailed introduction section. Just as he was about to flip to it, a familiar prompt sound suddenly rang out, detecting the evolution path of the Stone Monkey King. Would you like to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify the evolution process for the great sage? Whoa, the evolution process can be simplified? Yi Tian was so excited he almost jumped up, eager to choose yes immediately. Unfortunately, he didn't have the money. He sprang up and rushed to the commercial district. Finding the trading guild that had offered the highest bid yesterday, Yi Tian wasted no time in exchanging 2,000 G of spirit stones for 180,000 dragon coins. Yes, he said. As soon as the words left his mouth, 10,000 dragon coins vanished. Simplification complete. Stone Monkey King Evolution Path Drinking. Requirements. 1. The Great Sage must reach 100 bronze level. 2. Drink more than 500 milliliters of silver-grade spirit wine. Yi Tian silently noted these 2 requirements. Raising the Great Sage's level through drinking was doable, but 500 milliliters of silver-grade spirit wine was not cheap, with the lowest price being 10,000 per bottle. However, the Great Sage was still far from the peak of bronze level, so there was no rush to buy it. Since the evolution path had been simplified, the materials given by Zhou Tiangang were now useless. Yi Tian rushed back to the trading guild, haggling a bit before selling the evolution manual and materials for a total of 210,000 dragon coins. Luckily, he hadn't flipped to the detailed part yet. Once opened, the manual would trigger an anti-theft mechanism and become unsellable. Moreover, leaking the evolution path was illegal and could land him in prison for years if caught. Including his previous savings, Yi Tian now had a total of 380,000 dragon coins, a number that made his heart race. This was his first time having so much money. So this is what being wealthy feels like. Awesome. Yi Tian couldn't help but beam with joy. He had to spend some of it. After dealing with the evolution materials, Yi Tian headed straight to a trading guild specializing in beast skills. He intended to pick a strong combat skill for the great sage. Skills could be acquired in 2 ways: innate skills and learned skills. The drunkenness skill the great sage awakened when breaking through to bronze level was the former, automatically obtained upon meeting certain conditions. Learned skills, as the name suggests, had to be acquired later. A beast's power mainly comprised three parts: level, potential, and skills. To enhance the great sage's combat ability, learning an attack skill was essential. Hello, sir. How can I assist you? A uniformed female clerk greeted him. I'd like to find an attack skill for my beast, Yi Tian said directly. No problem, please follow me. The clerk led him to a room dedicated to attack skills. Large cabinets along the walls displayed a wide array of skill manuals. There was also a monitor where you could input a code to view detailed information. Tiger Roar Bronze Level. Description: emits a roar to intimidate enemies through a special method. Learning requirement: Tiger-type beasts. Price: 50,000. Water Dragon Bullet Silver Level. Description: summon water elements to form a water dragon to attack enemies. Requirements: affinity with water elements. Price: 300,000. Skills are also classified by levels, and Yi Tian wanted to buy a higher level one, but he was short on cash. Ha, looks like I'm still a poor guy, he chuckled to himself. He thought he was wealthy with a few 100,000, but it was really too young, too simple. Anything related to beast taming is incredibly expensive. To be honest, if he spent all his money, he could afford a silver level skill, but he couldn't find one suitable for Deshang. The higher the level, the stricter the requirements for the beast itself. There was, however, a bronze skill called 8-direction staff. The description stated that when the beast uses a staff weapon, it can create overlapping staff shadows to attack simultaneously. The learning requirement was simple. The beast needed human-like upper limbs. The price was also friendly, only 30,000. Monkeys are naturally good with staffs, and didn't Deshang play with a small staff the first time they met? This skill seemed tailor-made for him. Yi Tian decisively made the purchase. After buying the skill, he spent another 10,000 on 10 bottles of bronze-level spirit wine and happily went home. Deshang gulped down several mouthfuls of the new wine. Yi Tian saw on the data panel that Deshang's level was rising again, though not as dramatically as before. Sending the tipsy Deshang aside, Yi Tian eagerly opened the 8-direction staff training manual to study it. Half an hour later, he finally understood. Learning a skill wasn't as simple as tossing the manual to the beast and expecting it to master it on its own, especially for lower-level beasts, which simply didn't have the intelligence. It required the beast tamer to teach them step by step. Just as Yi Tian was about to call Deshang over to start the training, two mechanical voices sounded in his ears. Detected, 8-direction staff, training manual, simplify for Deshang at the cost of 10,000 dragon coins? Skill simplification module activated. Detected drunken state, simplify for Deshang at the cost of 10,000 dragon coins? Oh my gosh. Yi Tian was overjoyed. He didn't expect the system to give him such a pleasant surprise. Leveling up can be simplified, evolution paths can be simplified, and now even skill training can be simplified. This is amazing. Of course, he chose yes. A mere 20,000? Simplify away. With his selection, two pleasant notification sounds followed. Simplification complete. 8-direction staff, training holding a staff. Note: this simplification can only train to proficiency. Simplification complete. Drunken state training drinking. This was the first time a simplification came with a note.
Yi Tian pondered.
It seemed skill proficiency levels range from beginner, proficient, master, perfect, to transcendent. Being able to simplify up to proficiency was already pretty good. Yi Tian guessed that breaking through to perfection would require other conditions. But who cares, simplification is the way to go. Compared to the 8-directional staff, the simplified version of the drunken fist remains straightforward. This suggests that one can cultivate the drunken fist to the highest level, though the difficulty will increase accordingly, requiring higher quality spirit wine to break through. Yi Tian saw the iron staff being thrown over, and Dashing skillfully caught it, clutching it tightly with his monkey paw and displaying a joyous smile as if he had received his dream toy. Could it be that Dashing was born with a natural affinity for the staff? Yi Tian raised an eyebrow and said to Dashing, from now on, you must always keep this staff with you. Dashing immediately agreed, and his skill proficiency soared. The drunken fist technique improved from 0 to 1, and the newly learned 8-directional staff technique jumped from beginner level to 20 in no time. In less than 2 minutes, Dashing had reached the beginner level, showcasing the essence of the technique with the swift movements of the staff. Over the next 2 hours, Dashing's mastery of the 8-directional staff advanced further, breaking through to the proficient level. The 1-meter-long iron staff moved effortlessly in his hands, as if it were an extension of his body, exhibiting the demeanor of a grandmaster. While waiting for Ying to come home, Yi Tian checked the discussions on his phone. His classmates in the group chat were all exclaiming in surprise. Their classmate Song Qinghang's beast was on the verge of breaking through to the bronze level in just 2.5 days. This was a record for the academy. Yi Tian chuckled to himself after reading this. If they were so shocked by Song Qinghang's progress in 2.5 days, they would be astounded to learn that Dashing had made such rapid progress in just one day. Yi Tian then ordered 2 books online, Beast Evolution Compendium and Beast Nurturing Essentials. It turns out the written exam portion of the Research Institute's assessment requires both the beast and the beast master to answer together. It seems that to become a research beast, one must have a high level of intelligence. At that moment, Dashing suddenly ran over and hugged Yi Tian's leg, looking excited. It turned out that his 8-directional staff technique had already broken through to the mastery level. He was eager to showcase his new skill to Yi Tian. Yi Tian patted Dashing's head, feeling like a proud father, and told him to go ahead and demonstrate. Dashing took a step back, leaping 2 meters away, and then swung the iron staff in his hand, creating 4 afterimages. 3 gusts of wind from the staff shot towards the wall. With a loud crash, the wall was immediately covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The power of the move was such that if the staff had struck directly, it would have easily pierced through the wall. Yi Tian was both shocked and relieved, grateful that Dashing had not struck directly this time. The house was rented, and if they had damaged the landlord's wall, it would have cost a fortune in repairs. It is said that many beast masters had tried to teach stone monkeys offensive skills, but almost all failed. Even the few successful cases required 10 times the effort of other beast masters, with results that were less than 1/10 as effective. This indicates that Dashing might be the first stone monkey in history to master an offensive skill at the proficient level. Yi Tian sincerely praised, "Dashing, you are truly amazing." Hearing his master's praise, Dashing danced with joy. But Yi Tian made a secret vow in his heart. From now on, Dashing must not practice his martial skills indoors. With such overwhelming power, if not restrained, their house would be at risk. Suppressing the surge of excitement and anticipation in his chest, Yi Tian wore a gentle smile on his face. Yet, in his heart, he couldn't help but imagine the grand spectacle that would unfold if the great sage could break through to an even higher realm. Just the thought of it made his blood boil with fervor. After initially stumbling a few times, Dashing had mastered the art of maintaining a drunken state without actually falling over. Yi Tian watched the steadily rising numbers on the data panel and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The race level had increased from bronze 2 to 9, the drunken fist proficiency had risen from basic 1 to 40, and the 8-directional staff technique had directly advanced to the proficient level. Just as Yi Tian was feeling proud of Dashing's progress, the system's mechanical voice chimed in again, detecting that the 8-directional staff technique had reached proficiency. It asked if he wanted to spend 100,000 dragon coins to simplify it to the perfect level. 100,000 dragon coins? Yi Tian's heart ached. It seemed that to take Dashing to the next level, a significant investment was necessary. After much deliberation, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and chose to confirm. He consoled himself, thinking that investment brings returns. The dragon coin balance instantly dropped by 100,000, leaving only 220,000. Yi Tian could almost hear his wallet crying. Once the simplification was complete, the system informed that the 8-directional staff technique had been upgraded to the perfect level but required a weapon of silver grade or higher to unleash its full power. Yi Tian checked his meager remaining balance and realized he didn't have the means to equip Dashing with a silver-grade weapon for now. He let out a bitter laugh and gazed out the window, reflecting on how quickly money seemed to disappear. Around 5:30, Ying burst into the house in a hurry. She had almost been late trying to avoid a blind date arranged by her boss. After washing her hands, she sat down at the dining table and impatiently urged, "Xiao Tian, hurry up and eat. We need to finish in 15 minutes. I'm taking you to see a psychologist afterward." Huh? Yi Tian was baffled. "I'm not sick. Why do I need to see a psychologist?" Ying rolled her eyes and made up an excuse. "It's a benefit from my workplace. They gave me a trial card, and it would be a waste not to use it." Yi Tian sighed inwardly. He knew his sister was worried about his mental state. To convince Ying that he was fine, words alone wouldn't suffice. He needed concrete proof. He pulled out his phone, opened the banking app, and shoved the balance screen in front of Ying's eyes. "Sis, look closely." Ying was stunned. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, a total of 220,000. After repeatedly confirming it was indeed the bank's app, Ying was too shocked to speak. A few days ago, Yi Tian definitely didn't have this much money. How had he managed it now? "Xiao Tian, where did you get this money?" Ying stammered. Yi Tian calmly explained, "Didn't I tell you? I'm a beast taming prodigy. I trained Dashing to the bronze level and received rewards, which is where this money came from." He didn't dare mention that he had already spent tens of thousands of his balance. Ying was skeptical. According to family genetics, Yi Tian's beast taming talent should be as poor as hers. Seeing her doubt, Yi Tian immediately pulled out his phone and called Zhou Tiangang for verification. Before long, Zhou's face appeared on the video call, solemnly stating, "I'm Zhou Tiangang, and I can confirm that everything Yi Tian said is true." Ying was completely dumbfounded. Zhou Tiangang is a well-known figure, and he actually vouched for Yi Tian. "Xiao Tian, you've really made it." Ying was both shocked and delighted, grabbing Yi Tian's hand and jumping up and down. This is fantastic, absolutely amazing. Their exaggerated commotion drew complaints from the downstairs neighbors. Hey, upstairs. Keep it down. It's late at night, and you're disturbing my sleep. Ying awkwardly smiled, and then turned seriously to Yi Tian. Xiao Tian, tell me this isn't a dream, right? Yi Tian blinked and replied with a straight face, that's right, you're dreaming. Get lost. Ying kept chirping with questions non-stop. Yi Tian spread his hands helplessly. He had intended to interact as an ordinary person, but instead, he was seen as someone with psychological issues. All right, I'll come clean, I am a genius. Yi Tian directly revealed 220,000 dragon coins, and undeniable proof of his conversation with Zhou Tiangang. Only then did Yi reluctantly believe her brother might have undergone some genetic mutation. Yi Tian then explained to her about the existence of special talents. Regretfully, Yi clung to Yi Tian's arm, sighing, it's all my fault. If I had discovered your talent earlier, I would have taken out a loan to get you a better beast companion. The innocent Deshang was drinking on the side, bewildered as to how he got dragged into this. Yi Tian's mouth twitched, and he quickly changed the subject, so, no need to see a psychologist now, right? Yi suddenly froze, as if remembering something terrible. But what about my 4,000 yuan? As night fell, the moonlight dimmed. In a luxurious four-story villa in the most upscale neighborhood of Wuxi City, Huading Imperial View, Song Qinghang was watching his beast companion evolve. The pale blue light slowly faded from his moonlight cat, which was the only rare beast companion in the entire school. Even without evolving, its potential was at the gold level, and post-evolution, it could reach diamond level. Song Qinghang's eyes widened with excitement. His night's hard work had finally paid off. The moonlight cat emitted a faint aura of pressure, lifted its front paw, and swiped at the ground, instantly releasing 4 sharp crescent-shaped energy blades. The screeching sound of the blades cutting through the ground left 4 deep cracks, deeper than a finger's width. Song Qinghang jumped up in excitement, clapping and cheering. As expected of a super-rare beast companion, just after breaking through to bronze, it already mastered a silver-level skill. It only took 2.5 days to break through, and it immediately learned a silver-level skill. Who can compete with me now? Feeling triumphant, Song Qinghang suddenly remembered something. I need to post this on social media. Otherwise, it would be like wearing a fine garment at night. He took a selfie with the moonlight cat, wrote a long bragging post, and hit send with his head held high. Ding, ding, ding. His social media exploded with likes and comments, all praising and envying him. Though Song Qinghang wore a proud expression, he pretended to modestly reply to everyone, oh, it's nothing. I just got lucky and worked hard regularly to achieve this small success. After tidying up a bit, Song Qinghang drove his limited edition luxury car, picked up a few close friends along the way, and soon arrived at the school gate. Before getting out of the car, his eyes turned sharp. Time to claim the honor that belongs to me. Striding into the administration office, Song Qinghang directly called out to the duty teacher, Lu Zheng, teacher, my beast companion has broken through to bronze. To his surprise, Lu Zheng merely glanced at him indifferently and waved his hand nonchalantly. All right, come over and register. Song Qinghang felt a bit disgruntled. A prodigy, like him, didn't even get a proper reaction. Even if the attitude wasn't enthusiastic, he should at least receive some praise. Walking over to the registration desk, he watched as Lu Zheng perfunctorily checked the moonlight cat's level, then entered the information into the system, and subsequently took out a box from the drawer, handing it to him. Song Qinghang eagerly opened the box, only to be stunned. Inside the box was only a fist-sized spirit stone, nowhere near the evolutionary materials and paths he had expected. Teacher, is there a mistake with my reward? Song Qinghang asked, puzzled. No mistake. The second-place reward is indeed 1,000 grams of spirit stone, Lu Zheng replied, shaking his head. Second place? Song Qinghang latched onto the key phrase. With my speed of breaking through to bronze in just 2.5 days, I'm still second? Impossible. I'm the student with the highest beast quality, the best family background, and the strongest talent in the entire school. How could anyone else take first place? Teacher, can you tell me who the first place winner is? Song Qinghang asked, trying to probe further. Lu Zheng turned the computer screen towards him. See for yourself. Song Qinghang stared at the screen, which displayed a ranking table with only 2 entries. The second entry was his own name, Song Qinghang, while the first belonged to someone named Yi Tian. What the heck? Who is Yi Tian? Song Qinghang cursed inwardly. He had never even heard of someone named Yi Tian, let alone class 17 where Yi Tian was supposedly from. But the most outrageous part was that Yi Tian had broken through in less than a day, more than twice as fast as he had. When Song Qinghang saw Yi Tian's beast species, he was completely floored. A stone monkey. The lowest tier of beasts, a stone monkey. Its initial stage was merely infancy, a far cry from Song Qinghang's moonlight cat. In other words, someone named Yi Tian had accomplished a leap several levels higher than his in a fraction of the time? This completely shattered his worldview. He scoffed, "I don't believe it. This is absolutely impossible." Song Qingheng found it hard to believe such an outrageous story. There had to be something fishy going on. His face was a mix of emotions as he tried to get more information about Yi Tian from Lu Zhang. But Lu Zhang admitted he knew very little about him. Fury boiled within Song Qingheng's first-place spot, which he had already taken for granted, was gone, along with the reward his dad had promised him. As soon as he left the office, he dialed a number. "Hello, Uncle Ma? I need you to look someone up for me. I'll send you the name right away." "Yes, a student in the same year in school as me." With long strides, Song Qingheng left the campus, racking his brain for any information on Yi Tian. Bang! Bang! Two loud noises interrupted his thoughts as his two friends, who always followed him around, ran over. One of them was holding a red banner that read, "Congratulations to Brother Hang for breaking the school's record with a first-place debut." Then, a sweet-looking girl approached, holding a large bouquet of flowers. To everyone's shock, instead of showing any joy, Song Qingheng's face grew darker. Bang! He smacked the bouquet to the ground and walked away without looking back, not even bothering to drive his own car. The three left behind exchanged puzzled looks. What's going on? He got first place, so why is he so unhappy? Meanwhile, Yi Tian was woken up by a knock on the door. It turned out to be the delivery of 2 books he had ordered online. When he opened the door, he was startled to see a gorilla standing outside. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the delivery guy's beast helping with the carrying. Thud. The gorilla placed the 2 books inside, and after Yi Tian signed for them, it left. When Yi Tian saw that the 2 books were almost as tall as half of him, he couldn't help but be taken aback. "This is insane," he exclaimed, flipping to the last page to check the page count. 20,000 pages in total. Even more daunting, each page was densely packed with tiny text. His eye twitched. "I was hoping to cram before the exam, but this is hopeless." It was said that the exam would randomly select content from these 2 books for the written test. Yi Tian figured that even if he studied full-time, it would take months just to read through them once. Reluctantly, he opened the table of contents, ready to skim a few pages. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice chimed in, "Detected Beast Training Materials, Beast Evolution Guide, and Beast Care Essentials. Spend 100,000 dragon coins to simplify the learning process." Yi Tian nearly jumped with excitement. "I have to spend this money, every single coin." He confirmed without hesitation. Dragon coins 100,000. Current balance, 120,000. Simplification plan. Stare at the book. Yi Tian was overjoyed. The plan was simple, but it didn't specify who had to do it. So he brought over Deshang, instructing it to hold a staff in one hand and a cup in the other, staring intently at the book. Miraculously, a white light, visible only to Yi Tian, flew from the book into Deshang's forehead. Even more astonishing, the knowledge Deshang acquired was synchronized to Yi Tian's mind. "Yi Tian, I feel like there's a bunch of strange stuff in my head." Deshang looked at Yi Tian in terror, tears welling up in its eyes. Having just broken through to the bronze level, its intelligence had increased, allowing it to finally speak a complete sentence clearly. Yi Tian gently patted Deshang's head to comfort him. "Don't be afraid," he said. "This is called knowledge. Knowledge is like fine wine. Both are wonderful things." Hearing that knowledge could be compared to fine wine, Deshang's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. "Knowledge, I want more knowledge," he exclaimed. Yi Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. This monkey was indeed easy to deceive. Unfortunately, the data panel didn't show the specific progress of acquiring knowledge. However, one thing was certain. Only books directly related to beast training could trigger the simplified system. After settling Deshang, Yi Tian lay back on his bed and checked his phone balance. Seeing the drastic drop in numbers, he sighed inwardly. At this rate of spending, his funds would soon be depleted. He had initially thought that tens of thousands would be enough to train Deshang to pass the professional exam, but it seemed he had been too optimistic. Luckily, Ying had refused his offer to repay her tenfold, allowing him to use all the money for Deshang's training. Otherwise, his financial situation would be even more dire. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Song Qingheng returned home to find a detailed report on Yi Tian had been sent to his phone. The more he read, the deeper his frown became. 3 years ago, he entered school at the same time as me with mediocre grades. His family is extremely poor, and he just contracted a stone monkey a few days ago. He seems like an utterly ordinary student. The stark contrast between the mediocrity presented in Yi Tian's file and his terrifying achievements left Song Qingheng baffled. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have connected the two. Unable to make sense of it, Song Qingheng decided to confront Yi Tian directly. His fingers flew across the screen, and soon Yi Tian's number was dialed. "Hello, is this Yi Tian?" Song Qingheng asked, trying to keep his voice polite despite his inner turmoil. Yes, this is Yi Tian. May I ask why you're calling?
Yi Tian replied, puzzled.
He had no prior interaction with Song Qinghang and couldn't fathom why he would be contacting him. It's like this, Song Qinghang began, getting straight to the point. Today, when I was registering my breakthrough results, I noticed your name above mine. To be honest, I felt a bit indignant, so I'd like to challenge you. Yi Tian nodded to himself. At least Song Qinghang was straightforward. He was about to respond when Song Qinghang added, if you accept the challenge, I'll pay you 100,000 long coins, win or lose. The mention of long coins caught Yi Tian's attention immediately. A fight wouldn't take much time, and he was currently short on cash. Moreover, he was curious about the combat capabilities of Deshang, who had mastered the 8-direction stick technique. After careful consideration, Yi Tian finally made his decision. All right. Yi Tian made a decision and immediately told Song Qinghang, send me the time and place. They chatted for a bit longer and agreed to meet in the evening at the Song weaponry store, not far from Yi Tian's home. After hanging up, Song Qinghang let out a cold snort. The Song family had built their fortune through their weaponry business and had grown significantly under his father's leadership, making them the leading weaponry chain in Wu City. Although 100,000 dragon coins were not much for the Song family, it was still a considerable amount for Song Qinghang personally. Yet, he was willing to spend it to reclaim his honor. Glancing at the moonlight cat sharpening its claws beside him, Song Qinghang felt confident. He had no idea how Yi Tian managed to get the stone monkey to break through in less than a day. However, a stone monkey, after all, was a low-grade beast with no innate combat skills and extremely poor learning abilities. No beast master had ever trained a stone monkey to be combat effective. In contrast, his moonlight cat had just broken through to bronze level and already mastered entry-level silver techniques. This battle would be an easy win. Song Qinghang was determined to prove that the strength of a beast ultimately depended on its combat abilities. Since he had lost face in terms of breakthrough speed, he would regain it in battle. At the same moment, Yi Tian's file was still on the desk of Song Qinghang's father, Song Wei. Song Wei was a tall, burly man with a square face, and even sitting still, he exuded an impressive aura. Old Ma, what do you think? Song Wei asked the tall, thin middle-aged man beside him. Ma Bang, the Song family steward, had been with Song Wei for decades. When Song Qinghang wanted to investigate Yi Tian, he had sought Ma Bang's help. Ma Bang shook his head. I can't figure it out either. Wei, do you think the school is up to something? Trying to set us up to swindle our money? Zhou Tiangang wouldn't be that foolish. If he did, he'd lose all his credibility, Song Wei said, stroking his chin in thought. I know Qinghang. He won't let this go easily. He'll likely challenge Yi Tian. Confirm the time and place. I'll go and see for myself. This kid is interesting. Got it. Ma Bang nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Ying came home from work to find the great sage staring at a book, or rather, daydreaming at it, leaving her puzzled. What's going on? Ying asked, confused. I asked the great sage to learn some knowledge about beast cultivation and evolution. I'm preparing to take the Research Institute exam, Yi Tian replied truthfully. During the exam, both the beast and the beast master can answer questions together, so it's reasonable to start cramming now. Ying suddenly understood. She was well aware of the Beast Research Institute. Just a couple of days ago, her boss had introduced her to someone who worked there as an external contractor. Even as a contractor, the monthly salary exceeded 20,000 dragon coins, and the benefits for a full-time researcher would be even higher. Her company had also hired a technical expert from the institute, who earned 5 of the company's annual profits for just 2 contributions a year. Knowing her brother's intention to apply, Ying immediately expressed her support. Go for it. Aim to pass within 10 years. Yi Tian secretly chuckled. He didn't dare mention that he had already signed up for the exam, which was in 10 days. He feared that Ying would think he was being foolish again. As evening approached, Yi Tian made an excuse to go for a walk and rode his bike to the agreed location. A friendly sparring match would help the great sage relax and test its abilities. This is the great sage's first real battle. Are you excited for the fight? Yi Tian turned to look at the great sage. The great sage waved its slender arms excitedly, its entire face lighting up. Yi Tian thought to himself, this truly is an extraordinary stone monkey. According to the textbooks, stone monkeys are usually gentle and naturally averse to conflict. The great sage is definitely an exception among exceptions. Soon, their destination came into view, a tall gateway with a gilded wooden sign that read, Song's Weapon Trading Company. Inside, the shop was filled with a dazzling array of weapons. As Yi Tian stepped through the door, a staff member approached him, asking how they could assist. Yi Tian stated he was here for a duel, and the staff immediately led him to the backyard, clearly having received prior instructions from Song Qinghang. The backyard was spacious and was often used by customers to test new weapons or spar. Song Qinghang had been waiting there for a few hours. Recognizing Yi Tian from photos he had seen before, Song Qinghang immediately identified him. Though this was their first meeting, they had heard of each other. For the past 3 years, the top 3 students in every major exam had to receive their awards on stage. The second and third places varied, but the first place had always been Song Qinghang. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they stood about 10 meters apart, ready to summon their beasts for the duel. Just then, a deep voice called out from outside the gate, "How can there be a battle without a referee?" The speaker was a tall, middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Song Qinghang and was accompanied by several others. "Dad?
Uncle Ma,
What are you doing here?" Song Qinghang asked in surprise. The newcomer was Song Wei. He chuckled and explained, "I was here for an inspection and heard you were going to duel with Yi Tian, so I came to watch out of curiosity." He then turned to Yi Tian and said, "Yi Tian, how about I referee the match? Rest assured, I will be fair and impartial. Since this is the first time for both of you, someone needs to be around to call a stop if things get too heated."
Yi Tian shook nonchalantly.
It didn't matter to him who the referee was. However, out of respect for Song Wei's goodwill, he replied politely, "Thank you, Uncle Song." Song Qinghang's fighting spirit was even higher. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his esteemed father and was determined to end the battle quickly and decisively. To be honest, if it weren't for Yi Tian's slightly better luck and beast cultivation speed, their paths would never have crossed. In Song Qinghang's eyes, Yi Tian was merely a mediocre person who had risen by chance. Seeing both sides ready, Song Wei gave the command to start the battle. Yi Tian carefully observed the Moonlight Cat opposite him, recalling what he had learned from the textbooks. The Moonlight Cat had a high potential of reaching the gold level and naturally possessed skills like Cat Steps and Moonlight Slash. Yi Tian was in awe. In terms of potential, the Moonlight Cat was 2 levels higher than Desheng. Even at the bronze level, it already possessed 2 innate skills, Cat Step, which increased speed, and Moonlight Slash, a ranged energy attack. Judging by the stats alone, it completely outclassed Desheng. The only advantage Desheng had was skill proficiency. After a day and night of training, his Drunken Fist had reached a proficient level, and he had mastered the 8-direction staff, even without a weapon. Both sides had their strengths, and Yi Tian couldn't predict the outcome. He could only advise Desheng to give his all and not be careless. Desheng nodded in agreement, pulled out a small flask Yi Tian had prepared for him, and took several large gulps, instantly entering his Drunken Fist state. Song Qinghang was observing Desheng on the other side, but no matter how he looked, it was just an ordinary monkey. Apart from the iron staff in its hand, it was no different from any other monkey. "Is this it?" he sneered, deciding to end the battle quickly. He immediately ordered the Moonlight Cat to use Moonlight Slash and charge at Desheng. Whoosh! The Moonlight Cat moved like lightning, zigzagging a few times before appearing in front of Desheng. It raised its paw and slashed, sending several crescent-shaped energy blades through the air. "Not bad." Song Wei nodded approvingly. The speed and power the Moonlight Cat displayed were far beyond what was expected at this level, truly worthy of the hefty price he had paid for such a rare beast. Yi Tian's heart raced with alarm. Even though the Moonlight Cat's heavy strike hadn't hit yet, its immense destructive power was already evident. He quickly communicated through his thoughts, "Desheng, dodge quickly." Desheng, with intelligence comparable to a young child, still needed his master's guidance in battle. With more time to grow, he would eventually be able to handle fights on his own, with the Beastmaster only needing to oversee the battle and give crucial commands. "Think you can dodge? Not so easy." Song Qinghang sneered continuously. The distance between the cat and monkey was already too close for any ordinary bronze-level beast to evade in time. Whoosh! For energy blades shot out, seemingly about to hit Desheng, but they narrowly missed, embedding into the ground behind him with a screeching sound. Song Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise, seeing that the stone monkey had dodged at the last moment with astonishing speed. "Desheng, now's your chance. Use the 8-direction staff." Yi Tian shouted with joy. "Got it." Da Sengi responde. Boom! He swung his staff horizontally at the Moonlight Cat, merging 4 staff shadows into one and sweeping with a momentum that shook the very air around them. Previously, when practicing at home, Desheng had held back. Now, facing an unknown opponent for the first time, he unleashed his full power without reservation. Caught off guard, Song Qinghang quickly ordered the Moonlight Cat to evade. The cat responded swiftly, pushing off the ground to retreat, but it seemed a fraction too slow. Realizing it couldn't dodge in time, it curled into a ball, attempting to absorb the impact of the sudden strike. "Is it going to be hit?" Song Qinghang frowned, further astonished by the ferocity of the stone monkey's attack. However, he reassured himself that the Moonlight Cat's flexible and agile body should be able to dissipate most of the force. Meow! The Moonlight Cat's fur stood on end, sensing an imminent threat of death from the Monkey King's staff. Just as the iron staff was about to strike the Moonlight Cat, a large hand suddenly grasped the staff, halting the devastating blow. "Dad? What are you doing?" Song Qinghang exclaimed in surprise. Song Wei ignored his son and stared directly at Yi Tian, his lips trembling slightly, clearly shaken. Yi Tian, you've won this battle, Song Wei said slowly. I intervened and broke my duty as a referee. To apologize, you can choose any weapon from the guild as my gift to you. Song Qinghang was furious. Dad, the match isn't over yet. As long as Lan Lan survives this hit, I still have a chance to turn things around. Lan Lan was the name he had given his moonlight cat. Turn things around? Song Wei's tone grew stern. If I hadn't stepped in, Lan Lan would be seriously injured, if not dead. What are you hoping to turn around? Song Qinghang's pupils shrank, and he froze on the spot. As a diamond-level beast master, he had no reason to doubt his father's judgment. But the question remained. How could Yi Tian's monkey be so terrifying? Generally, the higher the potential of a beast, the stronger its innate physique. The Moonlight Cat's potential was 2 levels higher than the Stone Monkey's, so it shouldn't have been defeated so easily. Could it be that Yi Tian's monkey wasn't the harmless stone monkey people thought it was? That would be outrageous. After the shock subsided, Song Qinghang fell into deep despair. He had lost, and lost miserably. Not only was his beast's advancement speed inferior to Yi Tian's, but even the combat prowess he was so proud of was far behind. On the other side, Yi Tian was both surprised and delighted. I can really choose any weapon? You said it. The Monkey King was training in the 8-direction staff technique and needed a suitable weapon. This was a golden opportunity. As for sparing Song Qinghang, Yi Tian didn't care much. There was no deep-seated enmity between them, and the match was meant to be a friendly competition. Besides, he hadn't expected the Monkey King's strength to be so overwhelming and might have misjudged the force. Thinking this, Yi Tian nodded readily. Thank you, Uncle Song. Seeing this, Song Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. I should be the one thanking you. My son has always been arrogant, and this lesson from you taught him that there's always someone better. It was much needed. Song Qinghang felt a deep sense of shame, his face turning beet red. In the past, he would have argued against his father's words, but after this defeat, he couldn't say a word. Today's youth are truly remarkable, Song Wei thought with genuine admiration. If I'm not mistaken, your stone monkey was using a master-level technique of the 8-direction staff, right? That strike was incredibly powerful, far beyond the initial bronze level, touching the threshold of bronze perfection. Only a master-level technique could achieve that. Though his face remained composed, Song Wei was inwardly astounded. Master-level skills were extraordinary, especially rare at the bronze stage. The problem is, as far as he knows, Yi Tian had only bonded with this stone monkey for less than 3 days. In such a short time, the beast mastery level broke through to bronze, and the skills were already at a proficient level. This is simply beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Even someone as knowledgeable as he is has never seen such an astonishing talent. Back in the day, it took Song Wei a full 2 months to master the entry-level skills of beast taming, and an entire year to advance from proficient to expert. His teacher even praised him as a genius. Moreover, the stone monkey lacked innate attack skills, so any techniques learned had to be practiced from scratch, making it significantly more challenging. Song Qinghang, who was watching from the side, was so shocked that he blurted out, "Damn, expert level? No wonder I lost so badly." It's well known that increasing proficiency in beast taming skills is extremely difficult. Each level up represents a qualitative leap. This battle was like a fight between 2 children. Song Qinghang had the advantage in innate abilities, but Yi Tian had a sharp weapon in his arsenal. Song Wei had spared no expense in hiring a specialized coach for his son, but according to the coach's plan, it would take Song Qinghang at least another year to achieve an expert-level skill. Song Wei looked at Yi Tian with undisguised astonishment and completely gave up resisting. Yes, he now fully believed that Yi Tian could make the stone monkey break through to bronze level in just 1 day, because there were even more unbelievable achievements beyond that. Yi Tian modestly smiled at Song Wei and said, I just got lucky. Haha, why don't I have that kind of luck? Song Qinghang asked with a bitter smile. There's one thing I still don't understand. How did your stone monkey dodge my first move? That was the turning point of the entire battle. Because Deshang has also mastered a proficient-level drunken fist technique, Yi Tian explained openly. Drunken fist? Song Qinghang recalled the description of this technique in the books and suddenly understood. No wonder the monkey drank before the battle. It was to enhance its speed. A mere stone monkey mastering 2 high-level skills simultaneously had left Song Qinghang completely numb. In reality, Deshang's ability to dodge the moonlight slash was pure luck. Considering the significant difference in their innate qualities, if it hadn't dodged, Yi Tian would likely have lost. The potential of a beast is crucial. Facing Song Qinghang was one thing, but encountering an opponent with equally advanced skills and higher innate talent would almost guarantee defeat. With this in mind, Yi Tian resolved to quickly find a way for Deshang to evolve. Song Wei praised Yi Tian again and then, as promised, took him to select his spoils of war. Your stone monkey likes staff weapons, right? He asked. Old Ma, Make a list of all the staves in the shop and let Yi Tian take his pick. Ma Bang was astonished, thinking, is Brother Wei really going to reveal all our treasures? We have weapons worth millions in gold here. Are we really going to give them away for free? But he dared not say more and soon handed Yi Tian a thick booklet. Yi Tian eagerly flipped through it, his eyes feasting on the array of coveted weapons. The killing staff, made of black iron, weighing 8 kilograms, silver grade. The heavenly star staff, forged from extraterrestrial meteorite iron mixed with spiritual metals, weighing 20 kilograms, gold grade, with inherent metallic damage. The agile staff, carved from wind spirit wood, weighing 2 kilograms, gold grade, with dual attributes of wind and wood. It turns out that at the gold grade, weapons come with special attack attributes that naturally release corresponding energies when swung. They were as cool as they were powerful, and just looking at them made one itch to try them out. Song Qingheng stood to the side, swallowing nervously as Yi Tian flipped through the pages. With each turn, his heart ached a little more. After all, this was his family's property. But Song Wei appeared very generous. Yi Tian, don't hold back or feel embarrassed. These are rightfully yours. At the very least, you should pick something at the gold level, he said. Encouraged by Song Wei's words, Yi Tian began to browse more freely. After much deliberation, he finally chose the Tianqing staff. It wasn't just any weapon. The great sage was particularly fond of its appearance. This is the one, he decided. Song Wei instructed Ma Bang to fetch the Tianqing staff from the warehouse. Soon, a gleaming golden weapon was placed before the great sage, whose eyes lit up instantly. Yi Tian gently stroked the staff, feeling a sharp sensation at his fingertips. So this is what a gold-level weapon feels like, he marveled. Holding the staff in one hand, the great sage began to swing it around. The staff hummed, creating ripples in the air. Despite being over 2 meters long, more than 4 times the height of the great sage, it seemed weightless in his hands, moving effortlessly with each swing. Song Qingheng couldn't help but sigh deeply, thinking to himself that it was all over. With a gold-level weapon and the mastery of the 8-direction staff technique, its power would surely be amplified several times, making his Moonlight Cat seem insignificant in comparison. What made him even more frustrated was that the Tianqing staff was a gift from his own father. The more he thought about it, the worse he felt. In addition to the Tianqing staff, Song Wei also gave Yi Tian a staff cover. He had intended to invite Yi Tian for a meal, but Yi Tian politely declined. Watching Yi Tian leave, Song Qingheng's emotions were a roller coaster. Once Yi Tian was out of sight, Ma Bang lowered his voice and asked, Brother Wei, aren't you being too generous to this kid? Exactly, Dad. You treat Yi Tian better than me. I've never seen you give me a gold-level weapon, Song Qingheng mumbled. You ungrateful brat. I gave you Lon for free, which would have cost millions for anyone else. Song Wei glared at his son. Besides, you wouldn't be able to handle a gold-level weapon right now. Come back and complain when you've mastered a technique like Yi Tian. Song Qingheng's face turned pale. Mastery level? That's way too far off. Turning to Ma Bang, Song Wei explained, it's not that I'm being too good to Yi Tian. I feel like I'm not doing enough. Our Song family may be top-notch in Wuxia City, but compared to true powerhouses, we're like ants. In Yi Tian, I see the potential to become one of those powerhouses. We mustn't make an enemy of such talent. It's better to win him over now, while he's still growing. When he achieves greatness, our investment will be a favor remembered. Song Wei chuckled. A golden grade staff is nothing much. Consider it an early investment in Yi Tian's future glory. Ma Bang gasped in surprise, not expecting Wei to value that kid so highly. But his current beast is just a stone monkey, Ma Bang muttered to himself. Song Wei nonchalantly retorted, have you ever seen such a freakish monkey? Besides, this is only his first beast. I bet Yi Tian has some special beast taming talent. At this evolution rate, it won't be long before he can contract a second one. By then, finding a top-quality beast will be a piece of cake. Convinced, Ma Bang nodded repeatedly in agreement. Song Wei then turned and patted Song Qingheng's head. Hanger, you should also get along well with Yi Tian. It'd be best if you two could become close friends. Unfortunately, Song Qingheng was still reeling from the blow and stood there dumbfounded, saying nothing. On the other side, Yi Tian returned home, brimming with excitement. Today's haul far exceeded his expectations. He thought he'd be lucky to get 100,000 dragon coins, but he ended up with a golden weapon worth 1,000,000. Now, the conditions for the great sage to practice the 8-direction staff technique were complete, and the proficiency level on his data panel had skyrocketed to perfect. However, he didn't dare to test its power recklessly, fearing he might demolish the house. The advanced level moves were already terrifying. The perfect level ones might flatten the entire building. Just as Yi Tian was reveling in his joy, the system popped up a prompt asking if he wanted to spend 500,000 dragon coins to upgrade the 8-direction staff technique's proficiency from perfect to transcendent. Yi Tian declined without a second thought. Even with the 100,000 dragon coins gifted by Song Qinghang, his total assets only amounted to 220,000, not even half of what was required for the upgrade. Moreover, he discovered that even if the upgrade succeeded, additional conditions would need to be met for a true level up, which would also cost money. Yi Tian resolved not to consider the upgrade until his savings reached 1 million. Meanwhile, his desire to become a professional beast tamer grew stronger. Only by becoming official could he earn big bucks. He checked and found that the next professional assessment would be held in half a month, a few days after the Beast Taming Academy's entrance exam. Roughly estimating the Great Sage's current evolution speed and considering the already prepared plan for evolving into a stone monkey king, Yi Tian felt the timeline was manageable. After all, the prerequisite for applying as a professional beast tamer was to own a beast of silver grade or higher. With this in mind, Yi Tian immediately paid the registration fee and listed the Great Sage's future level as silver grade. The authenticity would only be verified on the spot. As for whether the perfect level 8 direction staff technique would ensure the Great Sage passed the assessment, he could only take it one step at a time. Shaking his head, Yi Tian pushed these distracting thoughts aside. The immediate priority was to ace the Beast Taming Academy's written exam. So, he got the Great Sage back to reading, or more accurately, staring at books. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Great Sage had absorbed nearly half of the knowledge on beast nurturing and evolution, synchronizing it to Yi Tian's brain. During this period, Yi Tian also provided the Great Sage with a batch of fine wine, steadily boosting its level. Race: Stone Monkey. Rank: Bronze, 60 potential. Skills: Drunken Fist Proficient 0, 8 Directions Staff Perfect 0. Dashang had advanced to the late Bronze stage, and its evolution was gradually slowing down. At the same time, its Drunken Fist skill finally broke through to the Proficient level. After taking a big swig, Dashang immediately entered a tipsy state. It staggered around the room with such speed that it left afterimages in its wake. So fast! Yi Tian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. He thought to himself, if Dashang had mastered the proficient level of Drunken Fist during the battle with the Moonlight Cat, it would have easily countered the enemy's attacks. Even without making the first move, the Moonlight Cat wouldn't have been able to lay a scratch on it. Seeing Dashang having so much fun, Yi Tian's spirit soared. But he quickly realized that the space in their home was too cramped. Dashang's movements were so swift that it kept bumping into the walls, unable to fully display its abilities. Clearly, he needed to earn money quickly to afford a bigger house. While pondering over this, Yi Tian also envisioned a bright future after passing his professional exams. After dinner, Yi Tian received a call from Zhou Tiangang. The principal first inquired about Dashang's training progress, and then asked Yi Tian if he was confident about reaching the silver stage within 2 months. After a moment's consideration, Yi Tian gave an affirmative answer. Dashang had already reached the late Bronze stage, so 2 months would be more than enough time. If it were anyone else, Zhou Tiangang wouldn't have taken it seriously. For most people, advancing from the juvenile stage to bronze, let alone reaching silver in 2 months, was a near impossible task. Xiao Tian, I have some good news for you, Zhou Tiangang said excitedly. In 2 months, the ancient battlefield secret realm of our Wushan city will open. Only beast tamers at the silver level or above are eligible to enter. Inside, there are various rare beasts available for contracting. However, the secret realm is only open for 1 day, so you must ensure that Dashang reaches the silver level by then. Yi Tian's eyes lit up as descriptions from his textbooks about the ancient battlefield secret realm flashed in his mind. A secret realm is essentially a small world independent of the main world, its formation still a mystery. Each known secret realm has unique unlocking patterns. For instance, the ancient battlefield secret realm opens once every 5 years and remains open for just 1 day. Despite its name, it isn't particularly associated with battles. It was named so because the explorers who first discovered it caught a glimpse of a war-torn wasteland. After centuries of development, the secret realm has been transformed into a special place for beast tamers to find new companions. Each beast tamer entering the realm is transported to a high platform where they showcase themselves, hoping to attract a beast's interest. If a beast fancies you, it will come to the platform, allowing you to form a contract. It's basically a matchmaking platform, Yi Tian thought to himself with a smirk. According to the rules, beast tamers gain a new contract slot for every 2 levels they advance. Yi Tian's immediate task was to train Dashang to the silver level, which would then allow him to seek a second beast partner. The opportunity presented by the ancient battlefield was rare, but the 2-month wait seemed a bit long. Yi Tian pondered, maybe I should start looking around locally for a suitable companion. If I don't find one, then I can try my luck in the secret realm. Sure, Tian. I'm really pleased to see your determination. Zhou Tiangang nodded repeatedly, then sighed, it's a pity. It's my fault as the principal for not discovering your talent earlier. Otherwise, I would never have let you contract a stone monkey. Remember, be extremely careful when choosing your second beast. Zhou Tiangang advised earnestly, Your number of beasts is inherently one less than other beast masters of the same level, so this second one is especially important. Yi Tian felt a bit helpless. Great sage, oh great sage, you're being underestimated again, aren't you? But he couldn't explain this to the old principal. Even if he tried to convince Zhou Tiangang of the great sage's immense power, the principal might not believe him. To avoid further hassle, Yi Tian simply replied, "All right, Mr. Zhou, thank you for your advice." Zhou Tiangang suddenly changed the topic. Knowing that Yi Tian's daughter, Qiong, was also preparing for the Beast Research Academy exam, he instructed his daughter to share her notes with Yi Tian. "If you try to study all by yourself, your efficiency will be too low," he said. Yi Tian reluctantly agreed, thinking he didn't really need it but didn't want to refuse directly. He gave a half-hearted okay. After a bit more small talk, they ended the call. Not long after, Yi Tian's phone pinged with a new friend request. The profile picture was an adorable little bear.
Im Zoukion.
"My dad told me about you." Soon after, a file was sent over. "Good luck. Aim to pass the exam within 2 years. I'll be waiting for you at the academy." Zhou Qiong's confidence was clearly higher than Yi Ying's, who had mentioned a 10-year timeline. Yi Tian typed out a long response but deleted it all, finally replying with just a thanks. Closing the chat window with Zhou Qiong, Yi Tian habitually opened his class group chat. His classmates were still discussing beginner cultivation techniques. In contrast, he was already preparing for the professional exams. "We're drifting further apart," he thought, shaking his head with a sigh. The following days were uneventful, and soon it was just 2 days before the academy exams. Suddenly, Song Wei called. "Yi Tian, our business association has a proposal for you. Are you interested?" "What exactly is it?" Yi Tian asked curiously. "We'd like you to be our spokesperson. The requirements are simple. Just have your stone monkey pose for some promotional photos. The pay is 500,000 dragon coins for 1 year. After a year, you can choose to continue or end the contract." Although Song's Weapon Association had 10 branches in Mist City, it hadn't yet expanded nationally. A 500,000 dragon coins endorsement fee was quite generous. Yi Tian thought, the great sage just needs to take some photos, it's not a big deal. So he agreed immediately, arranging to go to the studio the next day. After hanging up, Song Wei nodded in satisfaction and instructed Ma Bang. "Old Ma, make sure everything with Yi Tian goes smoothly." "Got it," Ma Bang replied. "But I'm a bit puzzled, Wei. If you just want to give Yi Tian money, couldn't you find another excuse? What if having him as our spokesperson negatively impacts our sales? We have several competitors in Mist City eyeing us closely." Ma Bang looked worried. "Ha ha ha." Song Wei laughed heartily. "Old Ma, this is where your business acumen falls short. Giving money is important, but I want to build a partnership with Yi Tian." Ma Bang looked even more confused. Song Wei explained patiently, "Have you ever seen a bronze-level stone monkey with combat power stronger than a moonlight cat? Yi Tian may not be well known now, but with his talent, he's bound to soar. Who would have thought such a seemingly weak stone monkey could have such terrifying potential? By using his beast as our spokesperson, we're capitalizing on this surprising contrast. When he becomes famous, we'll benefit from the association. To be honest, 500,000 is a bargain. That's why we're only buying 1 year of endorsement. Then why not sign him for more years? If it's such a sure bet, why not lock it in?" Ma Bang asked, still puzzled. "In my view, the relationship with Yi Tian is far more valuable than monetary gains," Song Wei concluded. Song Wei said sternly, "If he's worth 100 times more in a year, how would it look if we just paid him that little endorsement fee? Even if Yi Tian doesn't mind, we can't take advantage of him." Ma Bang nodded, half understanding. Ring. The alarm clock went off, signaling the day of the Research Institute entrance exam. Yesterday, Yi Tian had finished all the filming tasks in just half a day, and the Song Trading Company promptly transferred 500,000 dragon coins. After deducting the expenses of buying wine for Deshang, Yi Tian now had a total savings of 700,000. Deshang's cultivation level was also nearing the peak of the bronze stage. "Sis, I'm heading out." Yi Tian waved to Yi Ying. "Where are you going?" Yi Ying asked curiously. "To take the entrance exam for the Beast Research Institute."
What?
Yi Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Tian didn't explain further and walked out the door. He opened his phone's navigation app and called a taxi. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the Wushan branch of the Beast Research Institute. In front of him stood a grand building, stretching over 100 meters wide. Though it was only 5 stories tall, its imposing aura commanded respect. Yi Tian passed through the identity verification at the entrance, and as soon as he stepped inside, a staff member approached him. After verifying his identity, they guided him to a waiting room for the exam. While waiting, Yi Tian was idly daydreaming when he suddenly heard someone call his name. "Xiao Tian, what are you doing here?" He turned around and saw Zhou Tiangang. Behind him was a girl who bore a slight resemblance to him, likely Zhou Qiong, the girl with the bear avatar. "Mr. Zhou," Yi Tian greeted before explaining. I'm here to take the entrance exam. Zhou Tiangang was slightly taken aback, secretly surprised. As far as he knew, Yi Tian had only learned about the exam 10 days ago and was already daring to take on the challenge. It seemed quite bold. Looking around, Yi Tian was undoubtedly the youngest of all the candidates. Most of his peers were still struggling to advance their beasts to the bronze level. But on second thought, Zhou Tiangang felt at ease. Perhaps Yi Tian just wanted to get a feel for the exam and gain some experience. He smiled and said, "It's good to get some early experience." Yi Tian nodded, not bothering to explain further. Zhou Tiangang then pointed to the girl beside him and introduced, "This is my daughter, Zhou Qiong. I'm here to give her some moral support." After exchanging greetings, Zhou Qiong began to curiously observe Yi Tian. "So, this is the genius Dad keeps talking about? He is quite handsome, but he doesn't seem all that special." While lost in her thoughts, her gaze fell on the stone monkey on Yi Tian's shoulder, and she was taken aback. What a strange stone monkey, Zhou Qiong thought. De Shang maintained a semi-drunken state, which was typical of stone monkeys. But the fierce gleam in its eyes was something only a true combat-type beast would have. Overall, Zhou Qiong's first impression of Yi Tian was quite positive. She thought he was a polite young man. Smiling, she said, "I'm 6 years older than you, so I'll call you Xiao Tian like my dad does. You can call me Sister Zhou or Sister Qiong. Xiao Tian, if you have any questions during your studies at the Beast Academy, feel free to ask me." With a hint of pride in her voice, Zhou Qiong continued, "I've been researching cultivation and evolution since I entered the Beast Academy, which has been 6 years now. I've scored over 60 points on the exams twice before, but unfortunately, I didn't pass the practical part, so I missed the admission by a hair." Yi Tian was a bit puzzled. "Sister Qiong, is it really hard to score 60 points? Zhou Qiong mentally rolled her eyes. Obviously, he had no idea. But then she remembered it was Yi Tian's first time taking the exam, so it was normal for him to be unaware of the details. She patiently explained, "Of course. The full score is 100 points, and only those who score over 60 are eligible for the second round. The written exam eliminates over 90 of the candidates. You've seen those two ridiculously thick books, right? Although the exam only covers 10 of the content, the amount you need to memorize is still quite daunting." "What? Only 10 of the content is tested?" Yi Tian was shocked. Why didn't anyone tell me? But on second thought, it made sense. When he first got the books, he had wondered if even a beast could remember everything. "Xiao Tian, since it's your first time here, you might not be familiar with the exam process," Zhou Qiong explained. "The exam has 2 rounds. The first round is a written test with 100 fill-in-the-blank questions randomly selected from the books. Each question is worth 1 point, and you need to get at least 60 correct to pass. But the written test is just an appetizer. The second round, the practical exam, is the main event. You'll have to choose between cultivation or evolution and complete the assigned task to pass. The tasks vary each time, so I can't give you much advice on that." Zhou Tiangang chimed in to explain the structure of the research institute. The institute has a beast cultivation department and a beast evolution department, each with its own responsibilities. The cultivation department focuses on making beasts stronger, while the evolution department works on developing evolution pathways for beasts. That's why the second round of the test is divided into 2 directions. Only by passing the corresponding assessment can you join the respective department. Yi Tian nodded, already forming a plan in his mind. His goal was to join the evolution department of the institute. "My dad is a member of the cultivation department, and I'm aiming for that too," Zhou Qiong said. "Why not challenge the evolution department?" Yi Tian asked curiously. "Because it's too difficult." Zhou Qiong sighed. "For ordinary people like us, we can make up for some lack of talent with hard work in the cultivation field. But evolution research is a playground for true geniuses. Without exceptional talent and insight, it's impossible to succeed." As the 3 of them chatted happily, in the monitoring room of the institute, a group of examiners sat in front of rows of screens, occasionally glancing up and flipping through the documents in their hands. At the front, 2 middle-aged men, Zhang Shang and Wang Tingsong, the deputy heads of the research department and the evolution department respectively, sat in their chairs. They were fully in charge of this entrance exam. Wang Tingsong was browsing through the candidates' information, nodding frequently in approval. "This batch of candidates is quite impressive," he thought. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a particular page, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Turning to Zhang Shang, he asked, "Old Zhang, has your nephew finally come around and decided to develop his career in Wushan?" The page displayed a slightly somber photo of a young man, accompanied by a densely written resume. The name read, Zhang Qixing, male, 28 years old, graduate of the Breeding and Research Department at Wushan Beast Academy, with numerous first prizes at the Western United Province Beast Research Conference. His intended department, evolution. The entire A4 page was filled with Zhang Qixing's impressive achievements. "Wow, he wants to join our evolution department?" Wang Tingsong chuckled. "Such an outstanding talent is more than welcome." Each candidate was required to fill out their preferred department upon registration. Hearing this, Zhang Shang gritted his teeth in frustration and snorted, but said nothing. He had hoped his nephew would follow in his footsteps and join the breeding department, even securing an internal recommendation for him. However, his nephew insisted on entering the evolution department on his own merits. Just recently, Zhang Shang had a heated argument with his nephew about this, and was still fuming when Zhou Tiangang called to discuss the internal recommendation. Zhang Shang vented all his anger on Zhou Tiangang, thinking, how dare a mere second-level researcher flaunt his position in front of me? He looked down on Zhou's position as a high school principal, considering the numerous Beast Academy principals he knew. Seeing Zhang Shang's frustration, Wang Tingsong burst into hearty laughter. The two departments often competed for power and resources, so there was no camaraderie between them. Seeing his old rival lose face brought Wang Tingsong immense joy. As he continued to review the candidates' profiles, some of the experiences that might be impressive elsewhere seemed quite ordinary in the Research Institute, a place known for its fierce competition. For example, the evolution department alone had over a dozen PhDs, each with national-level awards to their name. Zhou Qiong, Zhou Tiangong's daughter? She's taking the exam again? I hope she succeeds this time, Wang Tingsong thought, genuinely wishing her well. Gao Su, Lu Bo, Yang Pei. These candidates also had impressive resumes. But when his eyes fell on the next page, Wang Tingsong was stunned. It wasn't the brilliance of someone's achievements that shocked him, but rather the sheer inadequacy of the resume. Is this a joke? He almost laughed out loud. The page read, name, Yi Tian, male, 18 years old, currently a senior at Wushan No. 2 High School. Main achievement, won a bottle cap prize from Ice Red Tea. Intended department, evolution. An 18-year-old kid daring to apply to the Research Institute with this kind of background? Wang Tingsong muttered to himself. An Ice Red Tea bottle cap prize, really? Are you here to make us laugh? Candidates under 20 were virtually unheard of, as most people only dared to apply after achieving something substantial. The Research Institute was a revered sanctuary in the eyes of countless beast masters. In reality, Yi Tian had no choice but to fill out this application. When filling out the registration form, he had to list his main achievements, but since he hadn't received any notable honors, he ended up including a joke-like award to fill the space. This led to the embarrassing situation that ended up in Wang Tingsong's hands. Zhang Shang noticed something unusual about Wang Tingsong and couldn't help but glance at the documents in his hand. He was stunned.
Yi Tian.
Shanwu No. 2 High School? Isn't that the student Zhou Tiangang mentioned to me before? This kid has some guts, actually daring to come here. Zhang Shang was momentarily conflicted, unsure whether to admire Yi Tian's courage or scold him for being too overconfident. Luckily, he hadn't agreed to Zhou Tiangong's request back then, or it would have been quite awkward now. Although internal recommendations aren't direct admissions and candidates still have to go through interviews, if other interviewers found out that he pushed for Yi Tian, Zhang Shang felt he might not be able to stay in the Research Institute. I remember Zhou Tiangang said this kid's beast companion is a stone monkey, right? Zhang Shang muttered to himself, his face showing exasperation. In any case, Yi Tian had certainly caught the attention of the two deputy ministers, but not in a good way. Inside the examination hall, Yi Tian and his group suddenly heard a commotion at the entrance and turned to look. At the center of the crowd, a man with bangs nearly covering his eyes walked in with his head held high. The surrounding candidates greeted him enthusiastically, making the scene quite noisy. Zhanggu, are you here to take the exam, or to be an examiner? Qi Shenggu, long time no see. You're back in Wushan? Mr. Zhang, do you remember me? We met at the symposium in Qinghe City 3 years ago. Yi Tian was puzzled about who this person was, and Zhou Qiong explained, that's Zhang Qisheng, a senior 4 years ahead of me. He had already graduated when I first joined the academy. During his time here, he achieved many remarkable feats, and he even led the formation of a research group. Later, I heard he went to further his studies elsewhere and joined a local research institute. I didn't expect he would resign and return to Wushan to retake the exam. As she spoke, Zhou Qiong's eyes showed genuine admiration and a hint of envy. If anyone among the candidates has the best chance of passing, it's definitely Zhang Qisheng. Yi Tian nodded repeatedly, realizing that this Zhang Qisheng was indeed impressive. Zhang Qisheng politely but distantly responded to the greetings and then moved to a corner to fiddle with his phone, clearly not wanting to socialize further. The other candidates, sensing this, wisely left him alone. The exam lasted the entire day, with a written test in the morning and practical tests in the afternoon and evening. As the exam was about to start, the accompanying family members had to wait in the rest area while the candidates took their seats in the front rows according to their number tags. Qiong, don't be nervous. You've taken this exam twice already. You'll be fine this time. Zhou Tiangang waved his arms like a doting father cheering on his daughter, completely shedding his usual authoritative demeanor as the principal. Zhou Qiong clenched her fists and nodded firmly. Zhou Tiangang then looked at Yi Tian and said with a smile, Xiao Tian, Just soak in the exam atmosphere and prepare for the future. Good luck. Yi Tian didn't explain further, merely nodding in agreement. In reality, this exam wasn't entirely fair. At least those with silver-level beast companions had a significant advantage, as there was no limit on the number of beast companions allowed during the test. In other words, a silver-level beast master could have 2 beast companions helping answer the questions, which was quite beneficial. Just as Yi Tian settled into his seat, a dense test paper was handed out. With a loud bang, the 2-hour countdown began. Only by passing the first round could one enter the second. For the evolution of the great sage, I had to give it my all. Yi Tian vowed to himself and launched into a frenzy of problem-solving. First question, piece of cake. Second questiono, problem. Question 50, question 100. The questions were like weeds before a lawnmower, falling effortlessly under Yi Tian's pen. In just 20 minutes, he had plowed through 100 multiple-choice questions like it was nothing. Too bad he couldn't submit the paper early. Bored, he lay his head on the table, even contemplating a nap. So, this is what it feels like to be a top student. Awesome. Even Yi Tian himself was surprised at how smoothly it went. Whether the questions were beyond the syllabus or not, he didn't care. All the questions came from those 2 thick books. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, 2 deputy ministers noticed Yi Tian's unusual behavior. Among thousands of examinees, he stood out like a sore thumb. Finished already? So quickly? Wang Tingsong couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Sheng also shook his head and sighed. I knew this would happen. Ding ding ding, the bell signaling the end of the exam rang abruptly. Yi Tian stretched, stood up energetically, and walked toward the rest area, the room filled with the groans of other examinees. Too hard. This question is too tricky. I'm doomed. My registration fee down the drain again. Where's the idiot who made these questions? Dare to give me your address? Haha, the dean's office is upstairs. Go if you dare. Forget it, I still want to live a few more years. Only a few people remained calm, like Zhang Qixing, who was surrounded by a group of people asking for his answers. Zhang, how did you answer question 4? I put down 25 types of culture mediums, Zhang Qixing replied with a smile. What? 25 types? I'm doomed. I only wrote 8. It must be wrong. The examinees treated Zhang Qixing's answers as gospel, terrified of any deviation. Zhang, how many points do you think you'll get? Someone asked cautiously. After a brief pause, Zhang Qixing admitted, this time the questions were indeed tough. Many were beyond the syllabus, and the key points weren't in the books. I wasn't sure about 10 questions, so I expect around 90 points. Oh my gosh. Everyone gasped. 90 points? Zhang, you're amazing. Even with an open book, I doubt I could score that high. Why do the questions get trickier every year? At this rate, I'll never get into the research institute. If only I had half of Zhang's brains. Yi Tian finally broke through the crowd and joined Zhou Qiong. Seeing the slightly anxious look on his daughter's face, Zhou Tiangying asked with concern, Qiong, were the questions difficult this time? How do you feel? Zhou Qiong sighed helplessly, much harder than before. I'm only confident about 40 questions. The rest were guesses. If I'm lucky, I might scrape together 60 points. It's okay. Zhou Tiangying comforted her, patting her head. If you fail this time, Dad will come with you again next month. Zhou Qiong nodded obediently. Zhou Tiangying then looked at Yi Tian and laughed heartily. Xiao Tian, how do you feel? Finally experienced what an exam is like. Huh? Ha ha. Zhou Qiong glanced at Yi Tian and, for some reason, felt much more at ease. Although her rational mind told her that Yi Tian, a newcomer to the exam, would probably score 0, having someone like him around made her less worried about her own performance. After all, isn't life about finding a sense of superiority through comparison? Xiao Tian, how many points do you think you'll get? Zhou Qiong asked slyly. Zhou Tiangying gave his daughter a reproachful look, thinking she was hitting a sore spot. 100 points, Yi Tian blurted out. Zhou Qiong couldn't help but burst into laughter, rocking back and forth. Xiao Tian, you really are a good person, trying to cheer me up when I'm feeling down, aren't you? No, I'm not joking. Yi Tian waved his hands repeatedly, genuinely confident that he could score full marks. In the monitoring room, Zhang Sheng straightened his back with pride as he watched his spirited nephew on the big screen. So what if Qixing joins the evolution department? The skills he learns will still carry the Zhang name, he thought. Too bad. Your nephew will be working under me, Wang Tingsong chimed in. He carries the Zhang name. He's an employee of my department. The 2 deputy ministers glared at each other, neither willing to back down. The researchers behind them were unfazed, having seen their bickering countless times. The task of grading the exams eventually fell on the shoulders of the researchers. All the exam papers were transported to the monitoring room, where they were immediately graded. The results were entered into the system right away, and those who unfortunately scored below 60 were sent home early in defeat. Sun Ting, 40 points. Zhang Luan, 57 points. Lu Feiyu, 60 points. Finally, a passing score, one researcher exclaimed in delight. Hey, look, I've got Zhang Qixing's paper here. Suddenly, a voice drew everyone's attention. Impressive, even I might not have done better on these questions. Zhang Qixing, 94 points. Without a doubt, the highest score in this exam. As the grading continued vigorously, the data entry staff were typing away at full speed. Wang Tingsong and Zhang Shang, the two big shots, sat leisurely on the side, occasionally making comments. The overall quality of this batch of candidates is quite good. The number of people passing the first round of the written exam will definitely exceed 100, Wang Tingsong said cheerfully. Our evolution department has always been eager for talent, but the high entry threshold means we're often short-staffed. Hopefully, we'll get some fresh blood this time. Zhang Shang, catching the hint of self-praise, snorted and chose to ignore it. High entry threshold? Huh? Is that a roundabout way of saying your evolution department is better than our cultivation department? Zhang Sheng thought to himself. It's May, the graduation season for major Beastmaster academies, and the number of applicants has surged compared to previous years. With more people, the probability of having top students naturally increases. Data from previous years shows that the number of people passing the assessment in May is at least 3 times higher than in other months. However, starting this time, the evaluation standards for the practical exam will be reformed, making it hard to predict how many will be admitted. What the heck? Suddenly, a researcher stood up in shock, breaking the silence of the exam hall. What's going on? The others turned to look. Who is this guy? He finished all the questions. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Wang Tingsong and Zhang Shang came over to see. The researcher was holding a test paper with no marks of error, filled with red check marks in the answer section. Full marks? The two deputy ministers exclaimed in unison, exchanging puzzled glances. How could this be? During the review of the candidates' profiles, they didn't find anyone this exceptional. Who is this extraordinary candidate? Wang Tingsong and Zhang Sheng hurriedly grabbed the paper, eyes darting to the name at the top. In the next moment, both were stunned. It's him? The wait for the results was agonizingly long. Anxious candidates paced around the waiting area, trying to ease their nerves. It didn't take this long to grade the papers before, the results should be out by now, Zhou Qiong muttered to herself, fearing she might miss the practical exam. They're out. The results are out. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the crowd. A large screen at the front of the exam hall displayed a table, each row corresponding to a candidate's score. To protect the candidate's self-esteem, only scores above 60 were shown, scrolling from the lowest to the highest. 121st place, Zhou Qiong, 60 points. Zhou Qiong jumped up, screaming in excitement. Although her score was just at the passing mark, barely making the cut, she was thrilled to advance to the next round. As the scores continued to refresh, some candidates who knew their performance chose to leave quietly. Others, like Zhou Qiong, who were unsure of their answers, hoped for a miracle. However, as the top scorers with over 70 points were revealed, many had to accept that they wouldn't make it to the second round. Sighs of disappointment filled the room. 9th place, Ma Heng, 70 points. 7th place, Gao Su and Ming Jie, 71 points. 3rd place, Lu Bo, 75 points. A candidate named Lu Bo cheered, I passed. More and more people gathered around Zhang Qixing, showering him with flattery. Amazing, I don't even know how to describe Brother Zhang. I wonder who the second place is, but the third place only got 75 points, which is 15 points short of Zhang's predicted 90. Scoring over 70 is already genius level. The second place probably won't even reach 80. In their eyes, the top spot was reserved for Zhang Qixing. Don't say that, the results aren't fully out yet. We don't know who might be first. Zhang Qixing humbly waved off the praise. Just then, the screen updated again. Second place, Zhang Qixing, 94 points. My prediction was right. The person who had confidently spoken earlier was stunned. Although Zhang Qixing claimed not to care about the ranking, he had already mentally reserved the top spot. Scoring 94, higher than his own expectation. Yet how could he be second? The announcement left the room in silence. What's going on? 94 points, and he's only second. Everyone was glued to the screen, waiting for the next update. They were extremely curious to see who had managed to outshine Zhang Qixing and clinch the top spot. First place, Yi Tian, 100 points. The room erupted in shock. 100 points? What kind of unbelievable score was this? The seasoned test takers who had participated in numerous assessments before were instantly in an uproar. They wouldn't even dare to dream of such a high score. After all, the higher the score, the harder it is to achieve. Each exam, while mostly covering key topics from the textbooks, still had about 20 of the questions randomly drawn from the material. It could be said that in the history of the Wushan Institute's exams, such an astonishing score had never been seen before. This test relied heavily on rote memorization, and those two books were at least over 1,000 pages combined. Are you telling me someone managed to score full marks? Is this person some kind of computer reincarnate? The immediate question on everyone's mind was who exactly is Yi Tian? The circle of beast tamers isn't that large, and anyone with even a bit of accomplishment would have some level of recognition. Many had recognized Zhang Qixing as soon as he entered the exam hall. But Yi Tian? No one had ever heard of him. Zhang Qixing furrowed his brow, desperately searching his memory for any clue about this name but found nothing. Who could it be? He scanned the room, trying to guess who Yi Tian might be. Zhou Qiong is my junior. I know her. The young guy next to her is too young. It can't be him. Anyone who could memorize the book so thoroughly would probably be at least in their 30s. Zhang Qixing focused his attention on a few unfamiliar, slightly older candidates, wondering, could it be one of you? On the other side, Zhou Qiong and Zhou Tiangang also directed their gazes towards Yi Tian, their eyes wide open. Little Tian, could Yi Tian possibly be you? Zhou Tiangang's mouth twitched. Haha, tell me you're just someone with the same name as the top scorer, right? Zhou Qiong felt like she had been struck by lightning, her mental state collapsing. If I'm not mistaken, the top scorer should be me. Yi Tian shrugged helplessly. Earlier, he had confidently declared that he would get a perfect score, but no one believed him. Now, they had to believe it. At this moment, Yi Tian felt a mix of pride and satisfaction. Zhou Qiong held her head, her eyes almost crazed. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can't accept this. She had studied diligently for 6 years, barely passing with all her effort. But Yi Tian had crushed her years of hard work in just 10 days. Her worldview shattered. Zhou Qiong couldn't believe this harsh reality. Zhou Tiangang was equally speechless, his mind in a daze. Even if you read non-stop, 10 days wouldn't be enough. Is there really a genius with photographic memory? The father and daughter felt their entire belief system collapse, completely disoriented. The exam hall was abuzz, everyone trying to find out more about Yi Tian. Hey buddy, do you know who Yi Tian is? However, for most people, the name was a blank slate. Just as everyone was at a loss, someone finally spoke up, trembling, I think I know. Immediately, all eyes were on him. The person, full of shock, said, the guy who sat next to me during the exam finished his paper in just 20 minutes and then started sleeping. At that moment, I felt something was off, so I sneaked a glance at his name Yi Tian. After saying that, he accurately picked Yi Tian out from the crowd, pointing directly at the boy next to the girl. Does he even look 20? An audible gasp spread through the crowd. If what this person said was true, then that seemingly underage teenager had finished the exam in just 20 minutes and scored full marks. What kind of genius is this? Impossible. He must have cheated. Someone suddenly shouted. Yeah, cheating. How could he have answered so quickly without having the answers beforehand? The test must have been leaked. More and more people started to believe this explanation was plausible. Even Zhang Qixing nodded repeatedly. Besides cheating, what other explanation could there be? It seems he is still the best in the world.
Scandal.
One person shouted, and then more joined in the outcry. Just as they were about to put pressure on Yi Tian, a commanding voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Who is questioning the fairness of our institute? A middle-aged man in a plain long robe strode in from the side door, his imposing presence overshadowing all the candidates present. I am Wang Tingsong, the chief examiner of this test. After thorough verification, there are no signs of cheating by Yi Tian. The crowd instantly fell silent, deflated. In their eyes, Wang Tingsong was the embodiment of authority. With his statement, the matter was settled. Yi Tian did not cheat. He achieved his score purely on his own merit. Wang Tingsong let out a cold snort. The institute's dignity cannot be challenged. Anyone causing trouble will be blacklisted and banned from all future exams. With these words, the hall fell into complete silence, and no one dared to make a fuss. Those who were disqualified slunk away. In fact, when Wang Tingsong first saw Yi Tian's results, he was as shocked as anyone else. They, too, suspected Yi Tian of cheating, so they reviewed the surveillance footage of his entire exam process dozens of times. The footage showed Yi Tian's hands were always on the table, and he carried no cheating devices. For those 20 minutes, he was completely focused on answering questions, with no signs of foul play. The specially designed exam room blocked all external signals, making it impossible for any high-tech devices or beast energies to penetrate the barrier. Having ruled out all other possibilities, there was only one left. Yi Tian genuinely earned that perfect score. Behind Wang Tingsong, Zhang Sheng's face also looked grim. Yi Tian's unexpected performance had shaken him. Initially, out of a moment of anger, he had firmly rejected Zhou Tiangang's referral request, which in hindsight, might have been a mistake. Oh well, Yi Tian is only 18 this year. If he had been studying those 2 books since childhood, scoring full marks, though remarkable, wasn't entirely impossible. Zhang Sheng shook his head, pushing the thought out of his mind. But then again, this was just the first round of written exams. Passing it merely granted a ticket to the next stage. The second round of practical exams would be the real test. If it were in the past, Yi Tian might indeed have had a chance to pass. However, starting this time, The Institute's assessment method will be reformed, with the exam questions linked to the actual combat abilities of the contracted beasts. Given Yi Tian's stone monkey, passing the exam is nothing but a pipe dream. After the two examiners left, the atmosphere at the scene turned quite strange. No one dared to question Yi Tian's results anymore, but there were still a few murmurs of discontent. So what if he got a perfect score in the first round? How is he any different from us who scored around 60? Yi Tian looked very young, his youthful face standing out starkly among the other candidates. Yet, this young lad had topped the first round of the exam. The stark contrast made many people cast a few more curious glances his way. Standing beside Yi Tian, Zhou Qiong suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment as she recalled her previous words. She had advised Yi Tian to refer to her notes and confidently claimed he could pass the exam within 2 years. She even brazenly offered to help him with any questions he might have. Zhou Qiong felt a strong sense of self-reproach. Zhou Qiong, what were you thinking? She chided herself internally. Zhou Tiangang, on the other hand, was beaming with pride, repeatedly patting Yi Tian on the shoulder and saying, "Good job," 3 times in a row. Yi Tian was his prize student, and it was through his introduction that Yi Tian learned about the Institute. No matter how you looked at it, he had played a crucial role in Yi Tian's success. The better Yi Tian performed, the more it reflected well on him. Xiao Tian, how on earth did you manage it? Zhou Tiangang finally couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. It seemed unbelievable just 10 days. To score full marks, even with some luck, one would have to memorize at least half of those 2 books, right? Yi Tian pondered for a moment and modestly replied, maybe I was just lucky, and the questions happened to be on the topics I remembered. Zhou Tiangang rolled his eyes dramatically. That answer was as good as saying nothing at all. But he didn't press further. Everyone has their own secrets, and since Yi Tian was unwilling to elaborate, he wouldn't force him. After the first round of exams, the Institute gave the candidates a 2-hour break to rest, have lunch, or take a short nap. The second round would officially start at 1 p.m. In the cafeteria, the 3 of them were enjoying their meal. As a member of the Institute, Zhou Tiangang had the privilege of free meals, and Yi Tian and Zhou Qiong, being candidates, were also allowed to join in. Hello, Professor Zhou. Suddenly, a slightly chubby man called out to Zhou Tiangang. Zhou Tiangang looked up, puzzled. The man quickly introduced himself. Professor Zhou, it's me, Lu Bo. I was your student 5 years ago. Back then, you weren't the principal yet, and you taught us. Zhou Tiangang searched his memory and indeed recalled such a person.
Ugh, Xiaobo.
Long time no see. A few years ago, Lu Bo was a skinny, lanky teenager, quite different from his current appearance. No wonder Zhou Tiangang didn't recognize him immediately. No wonder I found your name familiar when I saw the results board. Putting down his chopsticks, Zhou Tiangang warmly patted Lu Bo on the shoulder. Ranking 3rd in the first round, you've made significant progress, Xiaobo. Flushed with happiness at his mentor's praise, Lu Bo's face lit up with joy, though he remained humble. It was just luck, really? Glancing at Yi Tian, he asked casually, is this my junior? Zhou Tiangang nodded affirmatively and laughed heartily. Yes, he's still a high school senior.
Lobo nodded knowingly.
He came to see Zhou Tiangang, not just to find a teacher, but mainly to get closer to Yi Tian. A prodigy who scored full marks in the written exam would likely excel in the practical assessment as well. Since they would probably be colleagues at the research institute in the future, it wouldn't hurt to build a relationship early on. With that in mind, Lu Bo casually sat next to Yi Tian, curiously examining the creature on his shoulder. Yi Tian, is this your pet? Not all beast tamers officially contract with their beasts. Many enjoy keeping pets as a hobby. No, this is my beast partner. Yi Tian shook his head. Ah. Lu Bo was taken aback for a moment before stammering. I see. You're really something special, huh? Haha. Upon realizing that Yi Tian's beast was just a stone monkey, Lu Bo's enthusiasm visibly waned, though he remained polite. Yi Tian understood. In the adult world, it's normal to judge based on appearances. After lunch, Zhou Tiangang acted as a guide, showing Yi Tian around the research institute. Before they knew it, it was 1 p.m., and the bell for the second round of assessments rang on time. Unlike the written exam, the practical test was held in a separate room. After bidding farewell to Zhou Qiong, Yi Tian walked alone through the heavy doors. Inside, rows of neatly arranged workbenches came into view, each equipped with various instruments and utensils. At the front of the room stood a massive shelving unit filled with materials, more like a supply rack than a bookshelf. It was stocked with a dazzling array of items Yi Tian had never seen before: solids, liquids, gases, you name it. With 5 minutes left before the test began, the 2 main examiners finally arrived. The middle-aged man leading the group introduced the rules. Hello, examinees. I am Zhang Sheng, one of the chief examiners for this test and the deputy director of the Institute's cultivation department. I'll now explain the requirements. Everyone listened intently, afraid to miss a single word. Since the exam questions varied each time, they couldn't rely on past cases. As Zhang Shang's explanation continued, many examinees' faces grew increasingly grim. This test is completely different from what I've experienced before, muttered a veteran who had taken the exam multiple times. As usual, the second round was divided into two sections, corresponding to the cultivation and evolution departments. Zhang Shang first explained the cultivation section. Each examinee would receive a silver-level beast skill and would be required to have their beast learn it to the beginner level within 5 hours. Additionally, they had to provide a formula that could enhance the skill's training speed by at least 10. To ensure fairness, the silver-level skill for this exam was a newly discovered type from a secret realm, not yet available on the market. Moreover, the skill's training conditions were very lenient, making it suitable for most beasts. Discussions and exchanges were allowed for the first 2 hours of the exam. Any communication after that would be considered a violation. Feel free to use any of the assorted materials available on the stage for your research experiments. Zhang Sheng then explained the exam on evolutionary directions. Candidates need to acquire a skill to explore evolutionary factors and identify at least one within 5 hours. An evolutionary factor is a key substance that can unlock a new evolutionary path for the beast. As soon as he finished speaking, the exam hall erupted in shock. What? No matter which question we choose, we have to make the beast learn a skill within 5 hours. That's insane. Exactly. We're here to do research, not to prove we're beast training prodigies. I've always wanted to join the breeding department, and I've done exams involving finding material formulas before. But that only required us to improve the cultivation speed by 8, and only 2 people managed to pass. Now, not only do we have to make the beast learn a skill, but we also have to boost the formula's effect by 10. The difficulty has increased 5 or 6 times over. Can anyone really manage this? Maybe the institute is already full and doesn't want to hire new people, so they're making the exam impossibly hard just to follow the rules. The evolution department is even more outrageous. When I took their exam, we only had to simulate the exploration process of evolutionary factors using instruments. Now, they want us to find them directly from living beasts. Isn't that pure fantasy? Even Zhang Qixing couldn't help but frown when he heard the assessment rules. The others were even more incredulous. Zhou Qiong, worried, said, "Oh no, I might fail again this time. The difficulty is worlds apart from before." Silence. Zhang Shang's stern shout instantly quieted everyone. Once the room was silent, he slowly spoke. "If you don't want to take the test, you can leave now. Let me be clear. From now on, the difficulty of the assessments will be like this one." After a pause, Zhang Sheng added, "This is the decision of the General Research Institute. If you have any objections, take them up with them. However, I have some good news. To match the increased difficulty, the Institute has decided to award points to the top 3 in each assessment category. The first place will receive 100 points, the second place 50 points, and the third place 20 points." The room erupted in chatter. Yi Tian nudged Zhou Qiong with his elbow and asked, "Sister Qiong, what are these Research Institute points? What are they used for?" Zhou Qiong explained, "Research Institute points are our internal currency. They can be used to buy supplies or hire help. According to the exchange rate with Dragon Country's official currency, 1 point is roughly equivalent to 10,000 dragon coins." Yi Tian gasped, "So, winning first place means earning 1 million dragon coins. My entire net worth right now is only 700,000. His eyes gleamed with determination as he silently vowed to win first place. He thought, "I need this to continue mastering the 8-direction staff technique." Wow, the Research Institute sure is generous. Just the first place is worth 100 points, totaling 340 points for the top 3. Winning them all would make me rich overnight. With that many points, I could buy any divine weapon I want. Hey buddy, what are you daydreaming about? Wake up. That's just a pipe dream they're selling us. You can't even pass the assessment yet, and you're thinking about the rewards? Exactly, let's focus on passing this first." With the rules explained, it was time for the candidates to choose their topics. Based on the ranking from the first round of the written exam, everyone stepped forward to pick a book. As expected, Yi Tian was first in line. 2 examiners stood side by side, each with a box in front of them, presumably containing the manuals needed for the topics. Yi Tian stood before them, looking conflicted. "Choose quickly, don't waste everyone's time." Zhang Sheng urged impatiently. Yi Tian approached Zhang Sheng and said, "Examiner, I have a question." Wang Tingsong also looked at Yi Tian with interest. This kid had left a deep impression on him during the first round. "I want to know, can I choose 2 topics at once?" Yi Tian asked. "You can, but you do so at your own risk," Zhang Sheng replied curtly. Many candidates in the past had tried to tackle multiple topics, but ultimately failed. History showed that those who passed were always the ones who had a clear goal and focused diligently from the start. "If I take first place in both topics, can the points be accumulated?"
Yi Tian blinked innocently.
Wang Tingsong was stunned. Zhang Sheng was speechless. The other candidates all turned to look. "Wow, you're really bold. While everyone else is worried about just passing, you're already aiming to be the top scholar in both categories. That's pretty shameless. Wang Tingsong and Zhang Sheng have been examiners for years, and this is the first time they've encountered a candidate daring enough to ask such a question. Honestly, they couldn't tell if Yi Tian was overly confident or just plain crazy. Seeing Yi Tian wasting time, Zhang Sheng was quite displeased. Wang Tingsong, however, quickly responded, "According to the rules, this method is valid." Yi Tian then beamed with joy and said calmly, "That's great." To everyone's surprise, he took two books from the boxes in front of the examiners. One was titled Ready to Strike, and the other was Simplified Exploration of Evolutionary Factors. Yi Tian was really short on money. From a distance, Zhang Qixing shook his head disdainfully, thinking, just a clown trying to get attention. The first round of exams means nothing. Now is the real test of skill. Lu Bo could only give Yi Tian a thumbs up with a forced smile. Zhou Qiong, on the other hand, was left gaping in astonishment. One had to admit, Yi Tian's audacity was impressive. The other candidates had mixed reactions. Some showed admiration, while others sneered. After Yi Tian had chosen his topics, it was the turn of the other candidates. Most of them only selected one book, with only a few imitating Yi Tian and picking two. However, none dared to ask such a brazen question. In truth, Yi Tian wasn't seeking attention. His original goal was just to get into the evolution department. Plans changed, though, when it turned out that the breeding department's questions also involved learning a silver-level skill. Not to mention, the top three candidates would receive a huge amount of points. Yi Tian just couldn't resist the lure of money. Getting a skill for free? How could he say no? Even the great sage didn't have a decent silver-level skill yet. As the bell sounded over the loudspeaker, signaling the start of the second round, Yi Tian stretched a bit before picking up Simplified Exploration of Evolutionary Factors and started reading. According to the book, only those who officially entered the research institute could learn the full content. The simplified version allowed exploring only 5 of a beast's body area. Moreover, this book could only help raise a beast's skill to the beginner level, with no further progress possible. Yi Tian silently invoked his system, simplify this for me. Sure enough, a familiar prompt sounded in his ear. Detected, simplified exploration of evolutionary factors, target, great sage. Spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify the learning process. Just 10,000 dragon coins? Do it. The simplification process was initiated. Learning progress of simplified exploration of evolutionary factors is increasing, max level, beginner. As the system's prompt concluded, the great sage was amazed to find that he had gained new knowledge out of nowhere. Excitedly, he chattered at Yi Tian. Yi Tian responded curtly, "Shut up and learn." On the data panel, the proficiency of the exploration of evolutionary factors skill was slowly rising. Estimating roughly, it would take about half an hour to reach the beginner level. Yi Tian didn't waste any time. He immediately picked up the silver-level skill book, Ready to Strike, and began studying it eagerly, nodding in agreement as he read. Skills for controlling beasts can generally be divided into categories such as offensive, agility, defensive, support, and special. As the name suggests, exploring evolution factors falls under the special category, and these skills possess unique and extraordinary effects. On the other hand, Ready to Strike is considered a support skill. Although it doesn't directly cause damage, when perfectly combined with offensive skills, it can unleash astonishing power. Take Deshang, for example. Before executing his famous 8-directional staff technique, if he uses Ready to Strike to build up momentum, the resulting destructive power would be amplified several times over. The longer the build-up, the higher the damage multiplier, up to a maximum of 10 seconds. Ready to Strike, training data detected. Target Dasengi. Confirm if you want to spend 50,000 dragon coins to initiate the simplification process. This wasn't Yi Tian's first time simplifying skills. It only cost him 10,000 dragon coins to upgrade the 8-directional staff technique from proficient to perfect. It seems that as the skill quality improves, the cost of simplification also increases. Without hesitation, Yi Tian chose to confirm. Simplification process initiated. Please guide Deshang to complete the following actions. Squat down, hold his head with both hands, and remain in a dazed state. Friendly reminder. This simplification plan can enhance the skill proficiency to the proficient level at most. Under Yi Tian's instructions, Deshang immediately plopped down on the ground, holding his head with his furry paws, his eyes wandering as if he were daydreaming. Species, Stone Monkey. Level, Bronze 97. Potential, Bronze. Skills, Drunken Fist Proficient 1, 8-directional staff technique Perfect 0, Simplified Evolution Factor Exploration Beginner 3, Ready to Strike Beginner 2. Yi Tian was quite pleased with Deshang's progress, but suddenly remembered the major question on the cultivation exam, finding the best material combination to increase training speed by more than 10. According to his previous tests, Any study or research related to beast control could trigger the simplification system. The question was, how to cleverly utilize this mechanism. An idea struck him. Yi Tian casually walked to the front of the lab's storage shelf, picked up a few materials, and returned to his workstation, dumping them all into a large beaker. After doing all this, he silently thought to himself, I need to find the best material formula for Deshang to train, ready to strike? Unexpectedly, it worked. Research project on increasing ready-to-strike training speed detected. Target, Yi Tian. Do you want to spend 200,000 dragon coins to initiate the simplification process? 200,000. Yi Tian was almost breathless at the amount, but then he thought, if he could win first place, the $1 million prize would be within reach. What's 200,000 compared to that? With this in mind, he gritted his teeth and clicked confirm. Simplification plan initiated. Please complete the following task. Solve 1,000 addition and subtraction problems within the range of 10. Yi Tian looked up at the sky in exasperation. What kind of task was this? But after thinking it over, it made some sense. The system only required him to do the problems, not necessarily get them right. Cunning as ever, Yi Tian picked up a pen and began scribbling nonsense on the blank paper. 113, 387, 959. Each time a problem was solved, the system would display a progress update. 11,000, 21,000, 31,000. The little monkey and the big boy exchanged words, inching closer to the grand prize. Time slipped through their fingers, and half an hour later, Yi Tian let out a sigh of relief as he completed the final problem. His draft paper was covered in a chaotic array of numbers, resembling the work of a mad mathematician. As the system prompt signaled the end, a bizarre stream of information flooded Yi Tian's mind. He quickly jotted down the precious formula: 4 grams of wild bone powder, 3 grams of sunflowers, 1,000 grams of dark clay, to be evenly mixed and applied to the beast's entire body. 200 grams of cleansing elixir, 4 grams of golden caterpillar fungus, to be mixed and taken 30 before training and 70 after. Yi Tian blew a stray lock of hair from his forehead, feeling satisfied as he reviewed the formula. According to the system's feedback, this golden ratio could enhance training speed by 30, far exceeding the 10 requirement outlined in the exam guidelines. It was sure to impress the judges. With some free time on his hands, he decided to observe the other candidates. What he saw were mostly anxious faces. One person was even slapping himself, perhaps trying to spark inspiration or simply stay awake. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from a nearby lab bench. Yi Tian quickly turned to see Zhou Qiong crouched on the floor, her face covered in soot. Tears welled up in her eyes, clearly another failed experiment. Yi Tian rushed over and asked with concern, Qiong, are you okay? Zhou Qiong held back her tears and shook her head. I'm fine. It's just another failed experiment. She sighed deeply, her eyes filled with a sense of helplessness. With the new evaluation standards, I don't stand a chance this time. Probably not next time, or the time after that either. I wonder when I'll ever pass. Yi Tian felt a pang of sympathy. Though he wasn't particularly close to Zhou Qiong, she had generously shared study materials with him before, a kindness he couldn't forget. Seeing her in trouble, he couldn't just stand by. After some deliberation, Yi Tian decisively grabbed a pen and wrote down a few crucial ingredients on Zhou Qiong's draft paper, without specifying the quantities, keeping a bit of caution. He then said earnestly, Qiong, why not try adding these to your formula? I read in an ancient text about a similar auxiliary skill, and its ingredients matched these exactly. The first 2 hours of the cultivation assessment were meant for open discussion, a golden period where collective wisdom was crucial for most research projects. Teamwork was undeniably important. However, for most candidates, their experimental data was far from presentable, making the 2-hour discussion period seem pointless. Besides, even if someone is willing to generously share, who would easily trust them? What if it's a decoy set by a fraudster? Wouldn't all the effort go to waste? Yi Tian left without looking back. Zhou Qiong stared at the thoughtful handwriting, feeling a mix of emotions. Should she give it a try? After a fierce internal struggle, she bit her lip and made up her mind. Even if it fails, it would just be a futile effort. Following Yi Tian's list to the letter, Zhou Qiong went to the lab and began searching the shelves for the necessary materials. Using her years of practical experience, she meticulously measured each ingredient. Before long, the experimental product was ready. Zhou Qiong called her beast partner, Defy, a massive, jet black bear. She evenly applied the topical paste all over its body and then followed the skill book's instructions to begin its training. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiong carefully attached a tiny monitor to Defay's ear, connecting it to an electronic screen with wires to observe the potion's effect on its training speed. 2 minutes later, the numbers on the screen made Zhou Qiong gasp 12. Wow, the results are outstanding. No wonder it's Yi Tian's formula. Could he really have found a secret recipe in ancient texts containing the wisdom of the sages? It's well known that the most challenging part of regular formulation experiments is the selection of raw materials. With over hundreds of thousands of known materials, finding the optimal combination is incredibly difficult. But once all key ingredients are identified, optimizing the proportions becomes much more manageable. Achieving a 12 breakthrough on the first try, Zhou Qiong was confident that with a bit more fine-tuning, breaking the 20 mark was just around the corner. On the other side, to his surprise, the great sage's seizing opportunity skill had already broken through its bottleneck, reaching a new entry-level stage and steadily advancing towards proficiency. Yi Tian, using his extensive experience, quickly calculated the time needed to improve by 1 and, considering the remaining 4.5 hours of the exam, found it more than sufficient. Meanwhile, the evolution factor exploration skill also made a leap to entry level, a double blessing indeed. Yi Tian immediately instructed the great sage to employ this newly acquired skill to start exploring its own evolution factors. These evolution factors are mysterious substances hidden within the beast, harboring infinite possibilities for evolution. Despite modern scientific advancements, the origins of these factors remain inexplicable. Upon detecting the evolution factor exploration process, the system prompted, "Target, Great Sage. Would you like to spend 50,000 dragon coins to initiate the simplified program?" Yi Tian chose yes without hesitation, having anticipated that the exploration process would fall within the simplification scope. Unexpectedly, the system reported a rare error. Warning, simplification program initiation failed. Friendly reminder, insufficient beast potential. Please increase skill proficiency and try again. Yi Tian was stunned. This was the first time he had hit a wall. Fortunately, the failure message provided a solution, offering him a glimmer of hope. The problem was, the manual only covered entry-level training methods. To advance further, he needed to pass a test to obtain more comprehensive skills. But without increasing proficiency, passing the test was impossibly a classic catch-22. Frustrated and puzzled, Yi Tian suddenly had a bold idea. The evolution factor exploration skill was, after all, an artificially developed concept. Instead of waiting passively, why not proactively simplify the skill creation process? Perhaps this could lead to higher proficiency levels. Just as he finished this thought, the familiar chime sounded in his ear, sending shivers of excitement through him. Detecting skill deduction process. Target, Yi Tian. Would you like to spend 200,000 dragon coins to initiate the simplified program? With 440,000 dragon coins left, Yi Tian decided to go for it, recalling the saying, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained." After all, even if the deduction process succeeded, he would still need to spend extra money to simplify the great sage's learning process. Without taking this step, his dream of becoming a millionaire would remain out of reach. Simplification program initiated successfully. Please collect 7 different attribute materials. For Yi Tian, this was an easy task. He casually walked to the front of the laboratory and, after some browsing through the shelves, quickly gathered materials with the attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, darkness, and light. Species, stone monkey. Level, bronze 97. Potential, bronze. Skills, drunken fist mastery 1. 8 directions staff perfection 0. Evolution factor exploration deduction aversion entry level 0. Seizing opportunity entry level 3. To Yi Tian's delight, the suffix of the evolution factor exploration skill on the Great Sage's data panel had changed from simplified version to deduction version, indicating another successful simplification. Yi Tian promptly initiated the learning simplification program. Detecting evolution factor exploration deduction version training materials. Target, Great Sage. Would you like to spend 200,000 dragon coins to activate the simplification program? At this point, there's no turning back. With gritted teeth, Yi Tian confirmed the payment once more. The simplification program has been activated. Please have the Great Sage consume 100 grams of spirit stone powder. Friendly reminder, this simplified plan can elevate skill proficiency to a master level. Warning, insufficient data for further skill simulation. Yi Tian was so excited he could hardly contain himself. It seemed his gamble had paid off. From his experience, simplified plans generally fall into 2 categories: time-consuming, requiring continuous effort on a specific action, and item collecting, needing specific materials to upgrade. For instance, when he upgraded the 8 direction staff technique from proficient to perfect, the system required him to find a weapon of silver grade or higher. This time, the task was to have the Great Sage consume 100 grams of spirit stone powder in one go. The next steps were clear. Spirit stones were available in the exam hall, but each person was limited to 50 grams. This minor hurdle was no match for Yi Tian. He immediately ran over to Zhou Qiong, asking for her share. "Sister Qiong, can you lend me your 50 grams of spirit stones? Please." Zhou Qiong handed over her stash without hesitation. At that moment, she was deeply grateful to Yi Tian. A few spirit stones were nothing. Yi Tian took the spirit stones, ground them into a fine powder, and instructed the great sage to swallow it all. Although spirit stones are known to aid in beast training just by being carried, no one had ever dared to eat them. But the system's orders were absolute, and Yi Tian had no choice but to take a gamble. The stakes were high. Whether he could join the evolution department and earn $1 million in prize money depended on whether his proficient exploration skill could locate the evolution factor. According to the system, Yi Tian had reached the end of his skill simulation. If he couldn't succeed now, he would have to go home, save up money, and try again next month. As the great sage swallowed the last of the spirit stone powder, the numbers on the data panel shifted dramatically. Race, stone monkey. Level, bronze 97. Potential, bronze. Skills, drunken boxing mastery 1. 8 directions staff technique perfect 0. Evolution factor exploration simulation proficient 0. Ready to strike novice 9. The great sage closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in the search for the evolution factor. This process was also part of the simplification, but unfortunately, Yi Tian was short on funds and could only watch in frustration. Time ticked by, and soon half an hour had passed, leaving only 4 hours until the exam ended. Everything hinged on whether the great sage could find the precious evolution factor in time. As everyone held their breath, the great sage suddenly opened his eyes and excitedly sent a telepathic message to Yi Tian. Found it! Yi Tian was overjoyed but also confused. He realized that while the great sage was using the exploration skill, he could sense and observe the situation within the great sage's body. At that moment, a golden light glimmered between the little monkey's brows, shining like a fallen star. Is this really the legendary evolution factor? As for how to use it after discovering it, Yi Tian is still clueless. It seems he must enter the research institute to gain more theoretical knowledge. Regardless, with this groundbreaking discovery, he's confident about passing the assessment. Yi Tian let out a deep breath, feeling relieved. The next task is to collect as many evolution factors as possible to lay a foundation for future research. After all this effort, Yi Tian's small savings are almost depleted, with only 40,000 dragon coins left in his account. He wonders how the other candidates are progressing, but for now, he can only do his best and leave the rest to fate. Leaning back in his chair, Yi Tian felt a renewed sense of determination, ready to face whatever comes. To others, it might seem like he's given up, resigned to just getting by. Zhang Sheng, not far away, noticed Yi Tian's demeanor and nodded knowingly. I knew it, he thought. I wondered how long this kid could hold out. His bold claims during the topic selection were just for show. Another competitor, Zhang Qixing, snorted disdainfully, giving up after just an hour? I knew it. Previously, in the first round of the written exam, Yi Tian had outperformed Zhang Qixing with a perfect score, naturally drawing his attention. When Zhang Qixing learned that Yi Tian's beast was just an unremarkable stone monkey, he confidently predicted that someone of Yi Tian's caliber wouldn't survive the practical assessment. Yi Tian's current behavior only confirmed his judgment. With years of experience in the beast mastery world, Zhang Qixing could easily see through the likes of Yi Tian, a mere novice. Sheng, how are your skills coming along? Do you feel confident about passing the assessment? At that moment, Zhang Qixing heard a deep male voice behind him. He turned and saw that it was none other than Lu Bo. Although they hadn't interacted much before, after the last round of exams, Lu Bo had approached him for some sparring, and that was how they officially got to know each other. Facing Lu Bo's question, Zhang Qixing didn't intend to hide anything and replied openly, by my estimate, it will take me another 2 hours to get a basic grasp of beast mastery. The remaining time should be enough to discover an evolution factor. Lu Bo couldn't help but admire him. Impressive as always, Sheng. My beast mastery will probably take another 3 hours just to barely meet the standard. That'll leave me only half an hour to explore, and I'll have to rely on luck. Who could have predicted the assessment methods would change so suddenly? I was so confident before. If I'd known, I would have mustered the courage to sign up last time. Lu Bo was visibly frustrated. Zhang Qixing consoled him with a few words and humbly added, actually, I've practiced other versions of exploration skills before, so it's easier for me to make connections now. If we started at the same level, who knows who'd progress faster? Among the candidates present, only a handful had chosen evolution as their test topic, numbering no more than 10. Seeing the two engrossed in their discussion, the other candidates naturally gathered around. Whether Lu Bo could pass was still uncertain, but for the others, the outcome seemed almost inevitable. Based on the instruments, my beast mastery needs another 8 hours to reach entry level. One candidate joked self-deprecatingly. Huh, what's 8 hours? I need a full 16 hours. Another retorted, unwilling to be outdone. You think that's bad? I need 20 hours. The last one added, making his situation sound even worse. Having given up hope, they started comparing who was progressing the slowest. Suddenly, someone raised a constructive question. Do you think that since we've at least reached entry level this time, next time we challenge it, we might have an advantage? Like skipping the learning phase and focusing entirely on exploration. This sparked nods and hopeful looks from many. However, Zhang Qixing quickly dampened their optimism. I'm afraid it's not that simple. The evolution factor exploration has been refined over centuries of research. It's the culmination of countless predecessors' lifelong efforts, and its depth can't be compared to a simplified version. I bet the examiners won't let us exploit any loopholes. Even if the test topic remains the same, the content will be vastly different. I've studied similar simplified versions before, and they can only provide limited reference. Zhang Qixing's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing the group's enthusiasm. So, does this mean we'll never get into the research institute? Someone lamented. Meanwhile, those who chose the cultivation path had no time for idle chatter. They were all diligently working, trying various formulas in hopes of creating a more effective elixir. Time slipped away quietly. As the exam progressed, more and more people reluctantly chose to give up, slumping in their chairs with a sense of despair, much like Yi Tian. The only consolation was that they weren't the first to surrender. When the exam ended, they already had a ready-made excuse for any inquiries. The questions were way beyond the syllabus. Even the top scorer from the first round gave up early, which shows how difficult it was. At least I held on longer than he did. Ding-a-ling-a-ling, clear sound of the bell marked the official end of the exam. Everyone, along with their beasts, remained still, holding their breath, awaiting the results. Zhang Sheng strode forward, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, "Next, we will conduct the final assessment of the candidates' results. The questions related to cultivation will be assessed first, followed by those related to evolution. Those confident in passing, please step to the front." As soon as Zhang Sheng finished speaking, the crowd became restless. Zhou Qiong shot Yi Tian a knowing smile, and then confidently walked to the front. Yi Tian followed closely, not leaving her side. The remaining candidates looked on with envy, muttering to themselves, "What kind of monsters are these people? They can handle such insanely difficult questions? 1, 2, 3, 5. My goodness, 5 people actually think they can pass." It was well known that the difficulty of the evolution assessment far exceeded that of the cultivation assessment, so the total number of candidates passing was rarely more than a handful. This time, thousands had signed up for the exam, making the acceptance rate less than 1% a brutal selection process. Suddenly, a keen-eyed candidate noticed something odd. "Hey, why is Yi Tian up there?" He gave up after just an hour in front of everyone. Sure, he was the top scorer in the first round, but does he really think he can pass this one? With that, everyone's attention turned to Yi Tian, all of them bewildered. Even Zhang Sheng stared at him suspiciously, worried he might not understand the situation, and reiterated the rules. "I mean, those who are confident in passing, please step to the front. The criteria for passing are, first, your beast skill must reach a beginner level. Second, your formula must improve cultivation speed by more than 10. The other candidates gave Yi Tian strange looks, except for Zhou Qiong, who believed in him. Seeing Yi Tian remain unfazed, Zhang Sheng had no choice but to let him proceed. After all, it wasn't his reputation on the line. If Yi Tian wasn't qualified, it would become evident soon enough. The process for verifying results was straightforward. Candidates needed to connect their beasts to the testing device and demonstrate the learned skill to determine proficiency. As for the formula, Zhang Sheng himself would use a special beast called a simulation beast to test its actual effect. "Gao Su, you're up first," Zhang Sheng called out randomly. "All right." Gao Su adjusted his glasses, looking scholarly. His beast was a completely black cat, giving off an air of mystery. Under its owner's command, the black cat quickly connected to the device and began to exhibit its skill, ready to strike. A layer of distorted air enveloped the cat, shimmering with eerie colors. Just then, the indicator light on the dashboard beeped and lit up yellow. Fantastic, the skill was now at the beginner level. Gao Su clenched his fist in excitement. Without wasting any time, he quickly stepped forward and respectfully handed his formula to Zhang Sheng. With a gentle wave of Zhang Sheng's hand, a blob of azure-colored soft clay materialized out of thin air. It was the legendary simulation beast. The staff meticulously followed Gao Su's proportions and prepared a vial of the potion on the spot, personally administering it to the simulation beast. Immediately, they instructed the beast to begin practicing while activating another monitoring device. Soon, the numbers on the display stabilized at 11. It worked. I did it. Gao Su was so thrilled he nearly jumped for joy. This achievement brought him one step closer to joining the research institute he had long dreamed of. Although Gao Su was confident, he couldn't help but show his excitement when the final results were announced. Zhang Xing nodded approvingly and said, "Well done. Congratulations on passing the assessment." Outside, many of the unsuccessful candidates looked on with envy and jealousy, wishing they could trade places with Gao Su. It was said that this young man was a prodigious talent in beast taming and already had a reputation in the professional circle. His move into research was driven purely by passion. No wonder he was able to master a new silver-level skill in just a few hours. It was extraordinary. With Gao Su's test concluded, Zhang Sheng called out names at random. The next 2 male candidates also managed to pass, but their formulas only marginally improved training speed by 10. Zhang Sheng understood this, noting that achieving a 10 improvement in such a short time was already impressive and rare. Even his team had spent 2 months to develop a formula that improved efficiency by 24. Each additional percentage point was increasingly difficult to achieve, nearing an insurmountable challenge. Last year, it was this 24 efficiency that earned Zhang Sheng's team the best research group honor. Next up was Zhou Qiong. The yellow light on the Wenwen device indicated she had grasped the basics of the skill. What truly astonished everyone was the formula she submitted. It had a 20 efficiency. The room buzzed with disbelief, eyes widening at the number. Zhou Qiong gave Yi Tian a triumphant look, as if to say, "See how amazing I am?" It was a perfect day for her, with everything aligning. After receiving the crucial materials list from Yi Tian, she took only a few hours to create a nearly perfect formula. Zhang Sheng, on the other hand, was shocked and skeptical. His team had taken 2 weeks to achieve a 20 efficiency, and Zhou Qiong did it in just 5 hours? It seemed unbelievable. Zhang Sheng vaguely remembered Zhou Qiong from her previous attempts at the Institute's entrance exams, where she had always performed averagely. He had expected her to fail again this time. Yet here she was, not only daring to take the final test but also achieving such an astounding result. It was almost laughable. Were they even taking the same exam? The crowd erupted in complaints, with some people pulling their hair in frustration. "There's no way she didn't cheat," someone muttered. The recently passed candidates exchanged bewildered looks. While they weren't novices, they understood the challenge of the numbers. A 20 improvement was exponentially harder to achieve than 10. Even seasoned beast tamers couldn't produce such a remarkable result. "Sigh, this is hopeless." Gao Su let out a heavy sigh, his handsome face etched with frustration. He had been brimming with confidence, certain that he would take the top spot this time. But out of nowhere, a dark horse emerged and surpassed him. "I have to admit, you're exceptional," Zhang Sheng said, taking a deep breath to suppress his surprise. His eyes burned with intensity as he looked at Zhou Qiong. "Luck always plays a part in any research, but the incredible talent you've shown can't be attributed to luck alone." "Zhou Qiong, congratulations on passing the assessment. I'm confident you'll shine brightly in the field of cultivation." Zhou Qiong merely gave a reserved smile, not showing any outward joy. She had already celebrated wildly earlier, and now her heart was filled with gratitude towards Yi Tian. "Little Tian, you've truly given your sister an incredible gift," she thought to herself. Entering the Beast Research Institute had been her lifelong dream. She had studied tirelessly, dedicating all her youthful years to this goal. While others enjoyed themselves, she buried her head in books. While others fell in love, she continued to train diligently. Zhou Qiong had poured her entire passion into the tree of beast research. Just as her long-awaited dream was within reach, the assessment method took an unexpected turn. If it hadn't been for Yi Tian's timely help, Zhou Qiong might have had to endure a few more years before she could rise again. Perhaps Zhou Qiong's stunning performance had left too strong an impression. Zhang Sheng's admiration for her was evident in his words and actions, almost surpassing his attention to all other candidates combined. "No wonder you're the apple of Zhou Tiangong's eye. Your father has truly taught you well, haha." Zhang Sheng praised sincerely, stroking his goatee. He had completely forgotten the earlier conflicts with Zhou Tiangang. "The optimal ratio for the skills preparation is 24, and your current results are just a hair's breadth away from that. Your potential is limitless." As soon as Zhang Sheng said this, the room erupted in noise, with countless people gasping in astonishment. 24? That means Zhou Qiong is only 4 away from breaking the Institute's highest record? Oh my god. It's as if I can already see a new star rising in the cultivation world, shining brilliantly. Yi Tian was left dumbfounded. Wait a minute, isn't the optimal ratio for the skill 30? How did it become 24 according to Zhang Sheng? Then, it dawned on him. 24 must be the limit reached by Zhang Sheng's team, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the limit of the formula. Amidst the exclamations from all directions, Zhang Sheng looked quite pleased with himself. "That's right, the 24 barrier is what my team and I broke through last year. To be honest, we endured hardships beyond what most could imagine." Changing his tone, Zhang Sheng fixed his gaze on Yi Tian. "Candidate Yi Tian, it's your turn." He had deliberately saved Yi Tian for last. "You want to steal the show and make a fool of yourself in front of everyone? Fine. I'll make you the punctuation mark of this entire exam, so everyone remembers your embarrassment." Zhang Sheng's heart was filled with intense dislike for Yi Tian, thinking of him as a clown wasting everyone's precious time. But due to the procedure, he had to give Yi Tian a chance to perform. Yi Tian nodded silently, ignoring the disdain in Zhang Sheng's eyes. With a casual wave, Desheng promptly connected to the testing device and showcased its new skills once again. Within seconds, the dashboard lit up, but unlike the previous candidate's yellow lights, a bright red light flashed above Desheng's head. As expected, I knew he wouldn't pass. The crowd burst into mocking laughter, their schadenfreude evident. Yi Tian's earlier arrogance had irked them, and now they felt vindicated. Wait a minute, if he really failed, shouldn't the dashboard be off? What's with the red light? A Sharpied candidate suddenly raised a question. Oh my god! An exclamation erupted from the crowd. Someone was staring at Desheng, their eyes nearly bulging out. If I remember correctly, a red light indicates mastery of the skill, right? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned by this unbelievable revelation. Even the examiner finally realized the gravity of the situation. This is absurd. Absolutely absurd. Zhang Sheng muttered to himself, shaking his head. He had never imagined that a candidate could train a beast to master a skill in today's exam. It was pure fantasy. So when the red light flashed, Zhang Sheng dismissed it as a malfunction. 5 hours. Even the most talented beast master couldn't master a new silver-level skill in such a short time. Trying to dispel the absurd notion, Zhang Sheng decided to give Yi Tian another chance. He struggled to suppress his anxiety and forced a smile, saying, "Candidate, I suspect the testing device might have a slight glitch. Could you please try again?" Yi Tian snorted, a mocking smile playing on his lips. It seemed this examiner was really unwilling to accept reality. Real gold fears no fire. If it needs to be tested again, so be it. The candidate stared anxiously at the screen, secretly hoping that the previous error was just a technical glitch. But to their great disappointment, the red light flashed brightly once more. Zhang Sheng, still unwilling to give up, replaced the device with 2 brand new ones to test Desheng, but the results remained unchanged each time. Faced with irrefutable evidence, even Zhang Sheng had to concede defeat. How is this possible? The entire group of candidates was left speechless, as if time had stopped. The silence was so profound that you could hear a pin drop. Desheng's performance shattered everyone's expectations. To think, it was just an ordinary stone monkey, supposedly devoid of any potential. In Wushan City, stone monkeys are the most common beast companions, home to the largest monkey wine base in the nation. According to incomplete statistics, 1 out of every 10 beast masters forms a contract with a stone monkey. Yet, never in history had a stone monkey learned combat skills, let alone mastered them at such a mind-blowing speed. To refine an unfamiliar silver-level skill to proficiency in just 1 hour, this was nothing short of a living legend. Yi Tian's youthful appearance, combined with Desheng, a seemingly talentless species, stood in stark contrast to their impressive achievements. No one present could have predicted such an extraordinary outcome. For heaven's sake, be reasonable. This is unbelievable. Even Zhou Qiong couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment, her mouth twitching. Though she benefited from Yi Tian's beast formula and had anticipated Desheng's mastery of the new skill, she never imagined it would reach proficiency so quickly. Keep in mind, each level of proficiency is at least 10 times harder to achieve. What kind of prodigy was this little monkey? Zhang Sheng snapped out of his shock and looked at Yi Tian as if admiring a dazzling treasure. His heart swelled with joy, and he could barely contain his urge to hug this genius and shower him with kisses. All previous disdain and contempt for Yi Tian had vanished. Even if there were misunderstandings between them, couldn't they be resolved? After all, they would be working in the same department for a long time. With such a prodigy in their midst, the future of the research institute seemed boundlessly bright. Even if Yi Tian's formula fell short of the passing mark, Zhang Sheng secretly decided to admit him exceptionally. Yi Tian's astonishing talent with beast companions alone made him a valuable subject for observation. Not bad at all. Zhang Sheng maintained a facade of calm, though he was inwardly thrilled to the point of wanting to leap into the air. Anyone with a keen eye could see his attitude toward Yi Tian had done a complete 180. Moments ago, he was cold and indifferent. Now, he was all smiles, with wrinkles bunching up on his face. After confirming that Desheng had flawlessly mastered the new skill, Yi Tian confidently handed over a sheet of paper, meticulously recording his unique formula. Zhang Sheng secretly felt relieved, thinking that as long as this guy couldn't produce a formula that improved training speed by 10, he would have a legitimate reason to bestow a favor, and Yi Tian would be eternally grateful and loyal to him. At that moment, everyone believed Yi Tian was just bluffing, trying to gain attention. But now, no one dared to underestimate him. All eyes, sharp as hawks, were fixed on the front, afraid to miss a single detail. The staff meticulously prepared 2 types of potions according to Yi Tian's formula, 1 to drink and 1 to apply externally, and personally administered them to the simulated beast. As the test results appeared on the screen, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. 30. An eye-catching 3 followed by a perfect 0, making an astonishing 30. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Is this for real? Seeing Yi Tian's extraordinary performance, many candidates began to wonder if he truly had a chance to pass. But who could have guessed his data would be so shocking? Zhang Sheng felt like his throat was being squeezed, unable to breathe, his eyes fixed on the screen, muttering, How is this possible? The best formula he had created only reached 24. Yi Tian's test results were a full 6 percentage points higher, indicating their research was far from the pinnacle. Recalling Zhang Shang's earlier confident boasts, the candidates collectively gasped, their hair standing on end. Oh my god, Yi Tian is incredible. His casually created formula is even better than the standard answer. In the Research Institute, optimizing skill formulas was always a team effort, but Yi Tian did it alone. What's scarier is that he only took 5 hours to create this miracle. Please, be human. How can a genius like this exist? Zhang Qixing felt his worldview shatter, relieved that Yi Tian chose the cultivation direction. If he had chosen evolution, he might have mastered new skills in no time, and Zhang Qixing's hard-won first place could have been taken. Previously, Zhang Qixing had nothing but contempt for Yi Tian. But after this event, he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Such a prodigy must be kept close. Zhou Qiong clenched her fists, feeling indescribably pleased. Before Yi Tian's results were announced, many had gossiped behind his back, calling him arrogant and attention-seeking. Every time Zhou Qiong heard those rumors, she wanted to shut those people up. Now, the facts spoke for themselves. See that? This is our little Tian's real skill. Zhou Qiong thought triumphantly. Zhang Shang's face turned pale with shame, wishing he could disappear. Just then, a hand maliciously patted his shoulder. It was his arch-rival, Wang Tingsong. Ha, got slapped in the face, didn't you? Weren't you the big talker? Claiming 24 as the best formula, and now you're outdone by a youngster. How embarrassing. If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to stay as deputy director. Wang Tingsong mocked gleefully. Zhang Sheng's face turned red with embarrassment as he angrily pushed the man's hand away and snapped, Yi Tian is about to join my team. This is an internal matter for the training department. What are you, an old-timer from the evolution department, sticking your nose into? Wang Tingsong shrugged indifferently, his eyes showing genuine admiration. From the moment he first glanced at Yi Tian's resume, he had been impressed by the young man. Yi Tian's stellar performance in the first round of written exams, where he scored a perfect mark and outshone everyone else, had raised Wang Tingsong's expectations even higher. However, just half an hour into the second round of assessments, Yi Tian was slouched in his chair, looking like he had given up. Initially, Wang Tingsong felt disappointed seeing this. But, to everyone's surprise, Yi Tian ended up delivering an extraordinary performance. What a pity, Wang Tingsong thought to himself, that such a rare talent would not be joining the evolution department. Zhang Sheng quickly composed himself, forced a smile, and walked over to Yi Tian with an unusually ingratiating tone. Congratulations on passing the assessment, Yi Tian. Our training department has gained a formidable new member. This outcome was hardly surprising. The beast mastery skill only required basic training, yet Deshang managed to achieve proficiency, far exceeding expectations. The subsequent formula was even more impressive, surpassing the standard answer and leaving everyone in awe. Yi Tian nodded slightly, not surprised by the result. As the last candidate to be tested, he unreservedly asked Zhang Sheng, Examiner, I should be the top scorer, right? Without a doubt, Zhang Sheng replied with a smile. When will the promised reward for the top scorer be distributed? Yi Tian asked again. Once the entire exam is completely over, we will distribute the rewards uniformly. Rest assured about that, Zhang Sheng promised confidently. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction and casually walked back to the crowd, waiting for the start of the second round of results. Xiao Tian, you're incredible. Zhou Qiong exclaimed as she rushed towards Yi Tian upon his return. Does this mean we'll be colleagues in the same department? Unexpectedly, Yi Tian replied with a meaningful look, I'm afraid we won't be colleagues. Zhou Qiong was puzzled. Yi Tian had clearly passed the test smoothly. Could he be thinking of giving up this rare opportunity? Just as she was about to comfort him, Yi Tian's next words left her stunned. I'm planning to join the evolution department. What? Zhou Qiong could hardly believe her ears. At that moment, Wang Tingsong took over from Zhang Sheng and stood before the crowd, his loud voice echoing through the examination hall. Next is the assessment for the evolution department. Candidates who feel confident, please come forward. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian quickly waved at Zhou Qiong, Sister Qiong, I'll go first. He then left without looking back. Zhou Qiong was completely bewildered, unable to utter a word. Yi Tian's actions also caused a stir among the crowd, sparking discussions and debates. Even Wang Tingsong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He noticed Yi Tian walking toward him and a wild thought surfaced in his mind. Could this kid be planning to take the evolution department's test as well? Reflecting on it, Yi Tian did choose 2 topics at the beginning of the second round of exams. But the key point was, he had already achieved such a brilliant performance in the cultivation department. How could he have the energy to focus on evolution? Moreover, the evolution department had long studied the stone monkeys thoroughly, and their potential was too low. Even mastering entry-level exploration skills wouldn't help in finding any evolutionary factors. This was an indisputable fact, so Yi Tian was destined to fail in the evolution department. His actions were inevitably perplexing. Not far away, Zhang Sheng frowned and muttered to himself, "What is this kid up to? Doesn't he know the true nature of the stone monkeys?" Logically speaking, Yi Tian couldn't possibly pass the evolution department's assessment. It was a foregone conclusion. Yet for some reason, Zhang Sheng couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding. Damn, Brother Tian is really stirring things up. He wants to participate in the evolution department's exam too? In the path of beast mastery, only the strong can laugh last. Although Yi Tian is the youngest, that doesn't stop people from respectfully calling him Brother Tian. No way, am I seeing things? It was already a miracle that Yi Tian passed the cultivation department. Could he be aiming to create another miracle? Someone rubbed their eyes vigorously, afraid they were hallucinating. Compared to the breeding department, there are far fewer candidates in the evolution department. Including Yi Tian, there are only 3 in total. The other 2 are Zhang Qixing and Lu Bo, who couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at this unexpected guest. Is this guy out of his mind? He had already aced the breeding exam, so how could he have the time to tackle evolution? In the entire history of the Mist City Research Institute, there's never been a prodigy who passed both exams, right? Could Yi Tian be trying to set an unprecedented record? Lu Bo felt a sudden sense of crisis. If it were just him and Zhang Qixing competing, he'd at least secure second place at worst. But now, things were uncertain. On the other hand, Zhang Qixing was equally astonished, but didn't show the same unease as Lu Bo. He had absolute confidence in his own abilities. Even if Yi Tian could pass, there was no way he could outshine him. Yi Tian had to multitask, and if he could still find more evolutionary factors than him, Zhang Qixing would jump off a building in disbelief. Wang Tingsong, trying to maintain his composure, decided to proceed with the process. Whether Yi Tian had the skills to pass the test would soon be revealed. Who wants to go first? Unlike Zhang Sheng, he didn't designate anyone, leaving the choice to the candidates. I'll go. Lu Bo stepped forward immediately. He knew his level couldn't match Zhang Qixing's, and going after him would only make his performance look worse in comparison. Let me break the ice, Lu Bo volunteered. The test process was not complicated. It involved connecting the beast to a specialized instrument. The instrument's terminal had a large display screen that would immediately reflect the beast's outline once connected. Lu Bo instructed his beast to showcase its newly acquired skills, and soon, a golden dot lit up near the beast's brain. This magical instrument's function was to provide real-time imaging of the evolutionary factors within the beast. Not bad, you passed. Wang Tingsong nodded in satisfaction. Next. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Qixing had already stepped forward impatiently. Determined to secure first place, he wanted to finish the test as soon as possible, although Lu Bo had beaten him to it. With the staff's assistance, Zhang Qixing's beast was connected to the instrument. Yi Tian vaguely remembered it being called Chestnut Ball, covered in thick gray fur with a pair of small white wings on its back, looking like a fluffy round ball. Instantly, the adorable image of Chestnut Ball appeared on the screen. As it demonstrated its exploration skill, one light after another flickered rapidly, dazzling everyone. 1, 2. Oh my god. A total of 13. The candidates in the stands couldn't help but count them carefully with their fingers. Zhang Qixing stood tall and proud, basking in the envious gazes from all directions. Brother Sheng is incredible. No wonder he resigned from the breeding department at the out-of-town research institute and came back specifically for the evolution department. It turns out he's truly talented in beast evolution. With Brother Sheng here, the evolution department is bound to achieve great things soon. Zhang Sheng's face beamed with pride. No matter how rebellious Zhang Qixing might be, he is still his own nephew. Excellent. Wang Tingsong rarely showed such a knowing smile. The evolution department has long struggled with a shortage of talent due to its high entry requirements. If they could recruit such a genius today, it would be a tremendous piece of good news. Congratulations, Zhang Qixing. I believe you will create a new frontier in the field of evolution. Zhang Qixing lifted his chin slightly, unable to hide the pride in his voice. Rest assured, Deputy Minister, I will not disappoint you.
Congratulations, Heng Yi.
Congratulations, Shang Ge. A uniformed cheer erupted from the crowd, as if someone had planned to support Zhang Qixing all along. Finally, it was time for the main event. The last examinee of the entire test was about to make their appearance. With the help of the staff, the figure of the great sage soon appeared on the gigantic screen. Everyone held their breath. If Deshang could find just one evolution factor, it would be an unprecedented miracle. Even one factor would be more valuable than all of Zhang Qixing's combined. Although Zhang Qixing tried to appear calm, his frequent glances at the screen betrayed his inner anxiety. With a command from Yi Tian, Deshang immediately activated his internal exploration power. In an instant, the first light appeared on the display. This can't be happening. Wang Tingsong was so shocked that he froze, unable to believe his eyes. Holy crap. The other candidates couldn't help but exclaim, staring in disbelief at the bright signal. Even Zhang Qixing turned sideways, staring at the screen without blinking. But this was just the beginning. Soon, the sound of breaking through the air emanated from Desheng's body, and one light after another blossomed like fireworks, forming a brilliant sea of stars in no time. There was no need to count. A single glance was enough to see that the number of evolution factors far exceeded what Zhang Qixing had found. There's got to be at least 100. The crowd murmured in awe, their faces filled with disbelief. Zhang Qixing's face turned ashen, and his legs nearly gave out beneath him. Zhou Qiong was so stunned that her mouth hung open, looking like a dumbstruck statue. Wang Tingsong slapped himself hard, afraid he was dreaming. He looked at Yi Tian incredulously and asked, his voice trembling, Yi Tian, how did you do it? How could an entry-level exploration skill find evolution factors in a stone monkey? This defies all logic. Zhang Sheng also stared intently at Yi Tian, his brows furrowed. After all, this conclusion was based on decades of research. It couldn't be overturned so easily. Seeing the examiner's intense reactions, the other candidates also turned their puzzled gazes towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian remained calm and explained, you're right. An entry-level exploration skill can't uncover evolution factors in a stone monkey. He paused and then added, that's why I used a proficient-level exploration technique. The room fell silent once more, and everyone stood there as if their souls had left their bodies. What? Wang Tingsong's brows knitted together. But the technique provided in the test only allows for entry-level mastery. That's correct, Yi Tian admitted. Because of that, to pass the test, I had to develop a more advanced skill myself. There's no point in hiding it now, so I might as well be upfront to avoid misunderstandings. Develop? Proficient level? The crowd exchanged bewildered looks, speechless as if their tongues had been tied. What was he talking about? How could someone push an entry-level skill to a proficient level just to pass a test? Zhang Qixing's mouth twitched uncontrollably. As a highly talented individual, Yi Tian's words were like a thunderclap, leaving him dizzy and almost knocking him off his feet. From a theoretical standpoint, it's not entirely impossible. Wang Tingsong stammered, but, if it weren't for the irrefutable evidence, even with a knife to my throat, I wouldn't believe this nonsense. Our exam time is 5 hours, not 50 years, let alone 500. Wang Tingsong was on the verge of collapse. Moreover, Yi Tian tackled both the cultivation and evolution exam questions, perfected his skills, and even discovered an evolution factor in such a short time. It's simply unbelievable. The entire examination hall fell silent for a full 2 minutes before people gradually recovered from their shock. This is beyond absurd. It's like absurdity itself opened the door to more absurdity. Mom, don't ask why I'm kneeling to look up to Brother Tian's awesomeness. He's truly high and mighty. Brother Tian, you are my god. In this lifetime, I bow to no one but you. The crowd erupted in genuine praise, filled with awe and admiration. Zhang Qixing was also jolted awake by these voices, suddenly realizing a terrifying possibility his coveted top position might now belong to someone else. How could this happen? Zhang Qixing could not accept this reality. He had returned from afar, carrying immense pressure. He had boldly declared his intention to win first place and use his strength to silence those who spoke ill of him. But unexpectedly, Yi Tian, this dark horse, had appeared out of nowhere and shattered all his dreams. In both the first and second rounds, he had been outdone, reduced to a mere foil for someone else. Thinking of this, Zhang Qixing was overwhelmed with grief and anger, feeling the blood rush to his head. Bang! Zhang Qixing felt a blackout and collapsed to the ground in a faint. Qixing, Zhang Sheng, seeing his nephew fall straight to the ground, was terrified. He rushed forward to check on him. Just as he was about to pick him up and take him to the hospital, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Although Yi Tian had passed the exams for both departments, the rules stated that each person could only join one. If he wasn't there to persuade Yi Tian and let Wang Tingsong convince him to join the evolution department, the minister would be furious. Qixing, bear with this for a while, and you'll rise to great heights. Zhang Sheng silently consoled himself before dashing over to Yi Tian, fearing his rival would get there first. By this time, Wang Tingsong had already approached Yi Tian, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Yi Tian, I'm older than you, so calling you Xiao Tian should be fine, right? I remember you indicated your preferred department as the evolution department when you signed up, didn't you? Wang Tingsong squinted his eyes, looking very much like a scheming villain. Xiao Tian, with your talent, joining the cultivation department is the right choice. Zhang Sheng burst in, forcibly pushing Wang Tingsong aside. Don't listen to his nonsense. The department preference is just a formality. Your potential will truly shine in the cultivation field. Wang Tingsong was livid. Nonsense. Xiao Tian's exceptional talent belongs in the evolution department. The two glared at each other, brimming with hostility, ready to clash at any moment. Swish, swish, swish. Several beams of white light streaked across the sky as the two deputy ministers summoned their respective beasts, setting up a standoff. Both were formidable leaders, and their beasts exuded an imposing presence. As soon as they appeared, a wave of overwhelming pressure spread out, shaking everyone to their core and sending chills down their spines. Yi Tian, being the closest, felt his hair stand on end and his legs tremble uncontrollably, nearly scared out of his wits. Is this the terrifying power of diamond-level beasts? Even through the void, Yi Tian could sense the vast, ocean-like energy within each beast. If this force were to erupt accidentally, the entire examination hall would be flattened. Oh no, the two deputy ministers are getting serious. Someone needs to get the minister to take control of the situation. The staff on site, realizing the gravity of the situation, panicked and bolted for the exit, fearing the destructive force might engulf them. Other examinees looked at Yi Tian with a mix of envy and resentment. If only they had half of Yi Tian's talent, they wouldn't be so humiliated and reduced to insignificance. However, they could understand the feelings of Wang and Zhang. Yi Tian's potential was beyond everyone's expectations. No matter which department he joined, he was bound to soar and become a standout figure. It wouldn't be long before he led the Beast Research Institute to national prominence, perhaps even shining on the international stage. Old dog, I've had enough of you. Wang Tingsong finally tore off his mask of pretended gentlemanliness, no longer the composed and elegant figure he once was. Zhang Sheng wasn't any better. His graying hair stood on end, and his eyes were bloodshot, resembling an enraged lion. The two were about to come to blows when suddenly, a man and a woman simultaneously shouted from outside the door, putting an end to the commotion. Are you out of your minds? Isn't the Research Institute chaotic enough already? The voices belonged to Su Chonglin, the head of the cultivation department, and Chu Ying, the head of the evolution department. Su Chonglin, dressed in a white lab coat, had evidently rushed over from his lab. Chu Ying, on the other hand, was in a sharp business suit, exuding professionalism and competence. Seeing these two heavyweights arrive, Wang Tingsong and Zhang Sheng dared not act out any further. They reluctantly withdrew their beasts, huffed in annoyance, and put on stern faces. What on earth is going on here? Su Chonglin, having been called out in the middle of his work, couldn't hide his irritation. Minister, here's what happened, a staff member quickly explained, seizing the moment.
What?
Chu Ying raised an eyebrow in surprise. You're saying the two deputy ministers nearly came to blows over a candidate? And this candidate passed both the cultivation and evolution assessments? That sounds unbelievable. Initially skeptical, Chu Ying's doubts faded as the story unfolded, replaced by sheer amazement. To pass the evolution assessment, this genius had forced an entry-level skill to mastery and identified over 100 evolutionary factors. In the cultivation assessment, his formula surpassed the best-known answer, and he had also mastered the required skills? This can't be real, can it? Chu Ying and Su Chonglin exchanged incredulous looks. But with everyone present corroborating the story, including the two deputy ministers, they had to accept this astonishing truth. They understood now why Wang Tingsong and Zhang Sheng had turned against each other over this young man, nearly coming to blows. Yi Tian must join the evolution department. No, he has to go to the cultivation department. The two ministers were equally determined, neither willing to back down. Oh my gosh, I shouldn't have called you here in the first place, the staff member thought, on the verge of tears, fearing that these two powerhouses might also lose control and repeat the earlier chaos. The other candidates were equally bewildered. This was supposed to be a group effort, so how did it turn into Yi Tian's solo show? Fortunately, the two ministers managed to keep their composure and refrained from summoning their beasts. But the tension was palpable. This has to be resolved somehow, right? Su Chonglin stared intently at Chu Ying. So, what do you suggest we do? Chu Ying shot back. After some deliberation, they decided to let Yi Tian choose his own path. After all, they had never encountered such a tricky situation before. Usually, candidates would join the department corresponding to the assessment they passed, with no room for negotiation. In an instant, all eyes turned to Yi Tian. The senior officials gazed at him expectantly, as if silently pleading, "Pick me! Pick me!" Yi Tian felt immense pressure, finding it hard to breathe. Clearing his throat, he solemnly declared, "I choose to join the evolution department." His primary goal in coming to the Research Institute was to find a clear path for the evolution of the great sage. The cultivation assessment was merely a side task, a way to enhance his credentials. Good choice, Chu Ying said approvingly, patting Yi Tian on the shoulder, unable to hide the joy in her eyes. Su Chonglin sighed deeply, reluctantly advising, "Xiao Tian, maybe you should think about it a bit more." Before he could finish, he felt Chu Ying's sharp glare. Yi Tian has already made his decision. What more is there to say? With that, the matter was finally settled. Before leaving, Chu Ying specifically instructed Yi Tian to visit the office on the third floor. She seemed so pleased that even her steps were filled with confidence. Su Chonglin left with a heavy heart, his defeat written all over his face. Next, it was time to award the new recruits their ID badges and distribute their well-deserved rewards. Each candidate received a badge engraved with their own photo. According to Wang Tingsong, these badges symbolize their identity within the institute, containing detailed personal information and serving as a point system carrier. However, the candidates' badges were red, while those of the two deputy directors were green, indicating a significant difference. The institute classified its members into 5 levels based on their contribution: Level 3, Level 2, Level 1, Special, and Senior, represented by the colors red, orange, yellow, green, and blue respectively. Wang Tingsong and Zhang Sheng wore green badges, signifying their status as esteemed special researchers. Fantastic! Zhou Qiong exclaimed, practically dancing with joy. Her long-held dream had finally come true, and from now on, she would be a proud Level 3 researcher. Xiao Tian, it's all thanks to you. Zhou Qiong hugged Yi Tian's arm excitedly. From now on, we're like siblings. If anyone dares to bully you, just say the word and I'll stand up for you. Heh heh, Yi Tian chuckled awkwardly, shrugging his shoulders helplessly. Yi Tian. Just then, a voice drew his attention. Turning around, he saw Zhang Qixing, who had just regained consciousness. Although Zhang Qixing felt bitter about Yi Tian's rapid rise, he knew they would inevitably work together in the future. Swallowing his pride, he forced a stiff smile. Hello, is there something you need? Yi Tian asked politely. We'll be colleagues from now on. Let's exchange contact information for better communication, Zhang Qixing suggested, feigning magnanimity. Yi Tian nodded and agreed readily. Despite Zhang Qixing's lesser qualifications, he was still a rare talent, and since there was no bad blood between them, Yi Tian was happy to make his acquaintance. Yi Tian. As soon as Zhang Qixing left, Lu Bo approached. Feel free to call me if you have any questions. Soon, other candidates crowded around, eager to exchange contact details. Though they were all new recruits, they treated Yi Tian with the utmost respect, as if he were a revered senior. All right, line up and take turns. Yi Tian sighed, reluctantly adding each person as a friend and responding to messages. Finally, the institute hosted a modest yet grand awards ceremony for the newcomers. Unsurprisingly, Yi Tian swept the top honors, becoming the undisputed biggest winner of the event. Other candidates, especially those from the cultivation department, were seething with envy, their resentment palpable. This is an utter disgrace. The prestigious award from the training department was snatched by someone from the evolution department, and it was worth a whole 100 points, enough for several good meals. Zhang Shang watched as Yi Tian joined the rival team while his own prize student returned in defeat. Tears streamed down his weathered face, and his hunched figure seemed to lose its backbone. He suddenly recalled the call from Zhou Tiangang earlier and was filled with regret, but it was too late to change anything. If only he had agreed to push Yi Tian internally, things might have been different now. Despite living most of his life and priding himself on his ability to judge people, Zhang Sheng never imagined he would be so thoroughly outmaneuvered by a young upstart. By all accounts, Yi Tian shouldn't have even passed the first written exam, let alone the second practical assessment. But facts speak louder than words, and reality often defies all logic. Wang Tingsong looked at Zhang Sheng with a hint of superiority in his eyes. The evolution department and the cultivation department had been rivals for years, but today, they finally gained the upper hand, winning a small victory. After the award ceremony ended, the assessments concluded as well. The candidates, relieved, began to trickle out of the exam hall. Zhou Tiangang had been waiting anxiously in the lounge area for quite some time. By all accounts, his daughter and Xiao Tian should have come out 10 minutes ago, but something seemed to have delayed them. Additionally, he noticed that the leaders of both departments had entered the exam hall for a while. Could something have gone wrong? Zhou Tiangang's anxiety only eased when he finally saw the two of them walking over. He quickly went to meet them. Qiong, Xiao Tian. Earlier, while waiting, Zhou Tiangang had subtly gathered that this year's assessment had undergone significant reforms, making it much more challenging. He was almost certain that his daughter would fail again. As for Yi Tian, he didn't dare to hope that he would pass. To avoid adding to their sense of defeat, he hadn't mentioned anything about the results. But to his surprise, his daughter ran into his arms, beaming with joy, looking like a different person entirely. Dad, I passed. What? Zhou Tiangang was stunned. Then, Zhou Qiong began to explain everything in detail. By the time she finished, Zhou Tiangang was in shock, unable to process what he had heard. The turn of events was simply too dramatic. Yi Tian's talent for controlling beasts had once again shattered his expectations. When he finally snapped out of it, he was deeply grateful to Yi Tian. Xiao Tian, if it weren't for your timely help, Qiong's dream would never have come true. We will never forget this. You're too kind, Mr. Zhou. Helping Qiong Jia was just a small favor, Yi Tian replied, waving his hand. Besides, she's always been good to me. It's only right. Listening to this, Zhou Qiong felt like she was going to explode. Oh my goodness, Xiao Tian, you really know how to be modest. Just then, Zhou Tiangong's eyes twinkled mischievously. Xiao Tian, your chance for revenge has come. Yi Tian was puzzled and was about to ask when he saw the principal take out his phone and start typing a message rapidly. Minister, I have something important to report. The reason Yi Tian chose the evolution department over the cultivation department is likely related to Deputy Minister Zhang Shang's attitude. I am filing a formal complaint and request a thorough investigation to ensure justice. With a swift motion, the long message was sent, and the recipient was obvious. Yi Tian stared at Zhou Tiangang in amazement, having never realized how cunning he could be. Meanwhile, in the office of the cultivation department minister, Su Changlin sat dejectedly in his chair. The events in the exam hall had completely ruined his mood, even making him lose interest in his experiments. There was a key project that urgently needed a leading talent, and Yi Tian's displayed abilities were a perfect match. But Yi Tian had chosen to join the evolution department instead, leaving Su Changlin deeply regretful. To make matters worse, the two departments were longtime rivals, constantly vying for limited resources. This time, it was a real loss for them and a gain for their adversaries. With the Endofire assessments approaching, the results would directly affect the budget allocation for the following year. From the looks of it, the cultivation department was likely to come up empty-handed. Lost in his thoughts, Su Changlin's phone suddenly lit up. He reflexively glanced at his phone and saw a long text message. Moments later, after finishing the entire message, Su Changlin's forehead veins bulged with anger. He grabbed the receiver and barked, "Zhang Sheng, get to my office now." Shortly after, Zhang Sheng stood before him, trembling and barely daring to breathe. I heard that Yi Tian wanted to join our training department through an internal recommendation, but you directly rejected him? Su Changlin asked coldly, his tone chilling to the bone. Zhang Sheng's heart skipped a beat, and he felt as if he were facing an imminent threat. Yi Tian bid farewell to the Zhou family and, following Chu Ying's instructions, headed to her office. As he pushed the door open, he saw Chu Ying lounging with her legs crossed, casually browsing her phone. Upon seeing him, she sat up straight and scrutinized him from head to toe. "You're so young." That was the most striking impression Yi Tian left on Chu Ying. Upon returning to her office, she had immediately pulled up Yi Tian's personal file, which prominently stated his age, 18. Chu Ying felt a wave of emotion, recalling that at 18, she hadn't even set foot in the Beast Research Institute and had barely opened a few books. It wasn't until she was admitted to the Beast Academy that her passion for research ignited. After 4 grueling years of study, she barely made it into the Research Institute at 22. Thanks to her exceptional talent and hard work, she was promoted from a level 3 researcher to a level 2 within a year and continued to advance rapidly. Now, in her early 30s, Chu Ying had already become the head of the evolution department, making her one of the youngest achievers in the history of the Beast Research Institute. While Chu Ying was sizing up Yi Tian, he was also discreetly observing her. Her fair and radiant face looked no different from that of an 18-year-old classmate, yet it carried a mature charm. Yi Tian couldn't quite describe the feeling, but it stirred a tingling sensation deep within him. "Xiao Tian, you're impressive." Chu Ying got straight to the point. "I can responsibly say that you are the most talented beast master and researcher I've ever met." Hearing such high praise, Yi Tian felt immensely pleased and secretly proud. Chu Ying then cut to the chase, explaining why she had called Yi Tian in. "I've already entered the information about your 30 prepared formula into the system under your name as a researcher. According to the Institute's regulations, anyone who makes a groundbreaking contribution in the research field is eligible for considerable reward points." Yi Tian's eyes widened with joy. This was an unexpected surprise. He finally understood the meaning behind Chu Ying's special treatment. He had submitted the formula merely to pass the assessment, as he hadn't yet been a researcher at the time. Normally, he wouldn't have received any reward. However, Chu Ying had circumvented the rules by retroactively granting him the researcher title before the formula submission. Brilliant. Minister, how many reward points are we talking about?" Yi Tian couldn't contain his curiosity and asked cautiously. "Not many," Chu Ying replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, the excitement in Yi Tian's eyes dimmed slightly. Upon reflection, it does make sense. Silver-level skills are numerous and hardly worth a grand celebration. But then, Chu Ying casually added, "It's just 200 points." 200? Yi Tian nearly jumped out of his skin. That's equivalent to 2 million dragon coins. How could she say it's not much? Seeing Yi Tian's overjoyed and somewhat foolish expression, Chu Ying couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I'm just teasing you. The Institute has a special reward system based on the effectiveness of the formulas. If the effectiveness is below 30, you get 200 points. If it's above 30, you get 100 points. You were lucky, just hitting the passing mark. Enjoy your fortune." Yi Tian suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. Then, an idea struck him out of the blue. Director, should the team that previously won the award for the best formula have their points revoked? Chewing nodded. That's right. If a record is broken within a year, the original reward becomes void. She gave Yi Tian a meaningful look. Zhang Shang's team held the record for less than a year. Your timing is impeccable. Heh, I see, Yi Tian thought to himself, smirking inwardly. Fate is unpredictable, and life is full of surprises. By the way, Chewing added, changing the subject, according to the Institute's regulations, the requirement for a level 2 researcher is to accumulate 300 points. Yi Tian, you meet the criteria. Before you leave, remember to get your new ID badge. Really? Yi Tian exclaimed with joy, almost jumping up. Before coming to Chu Ying's office, he had thoroughly studied the Institute's benefit system. He knew that with each promotion, the perks would significantly improve, not only in terms of available resources but also with considerable discounts on material exchanges. What's even more enticing is that the government issues corresponding subsidies based on the researcher's level. For instance, even a basic level 3 researcher, despite doing nothing all month, could receive a 4,000 long coin stipend. And for a level 2 researcher, the monthly salary would increase 2.5 times, reaching 10,000 long coins. Although this amount is just a small part of a researcher's overall income, to Yi Tian, it was a fortune. Now he was also supported by the state, truly benefiting from unexpected good fortune. After chatting for a while longer, they reluctantly parted ways. Yi Tian first picked up a handbook of the Institute's guidelines to study carefully later. Then, he went to the archive room to borrow the complete edition of Exploration of Evolutionary Factors. Finally, Yi Tian installed the Institute's official forum app. Eagerly, he posted 200 points on the trading section, priced at 1 point per 10,000 long coins, and within 2 minutes, they were snapped up. It's worth noting that while the Institute allows point trading internally, transferred points do not count towards the researcher's personal performance but can only be used for material exchanges. Even so, the demand for points was astonishingly high, making them incredibly sought after. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Yi Tian walked out of the Institute's gate with his head held high, feeling immensely satisfied and exhilarated. This assessment journey had been incredibly fruitful. Not only did he successfully acquire the exploration of evolutionary factors, paving the way for Deshang, but he also earned the title of Level 2 researcher. To put it into perspective, Zhou Tiangang had worked diligently for over a decade and was still a Level 2 researcher, while Yi Tian, a newcomer, had already reached the same level. Upon reflection, it made sense. This was all thanks to the revamped assessment methods that significantly increased the point rewards. Moreover, Yi Tian's status as a double champion allowed him to earn extra benefits. Most enviable of all, he earned 200 points solely by developing a 30 formula, enjoying the honor exclusively. In contrast, other candidates, even if they discovered evolutionary factors, had to split the points, leaving everyone with less. Yi Tian's bank account now had an additional 4 million long coins, a huge sum that paved the way for his future training. Deshang's 8-direction staff technique alone would cost at least 500,000 long coins to advance, and now the funds were secured, giving Yi Tian more confidence in the upcoming professional exams. As he happily strolled to the roadside, intending to hail a cab, he heard someone call out to him, "Yi Tian? Long time no see, what are you doing here?" He turned to see Zhang Hao, the most active member of their class group. He was tall and well-built, with a neat short haircut that made him look energetic. "Oh, I'm just here to take care of some business," Yi Tian said casually, gesturing towards the towering buildings behind him. Zhang Hao burst into laughter upon hearing this. "I get it, you're here to buy some concentration potion too, right? Acting all mysterious like you've got some big secret. Anyone who didn't know better might think you were up to something major." Concentration potion? Yi Tian furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before nodding vaguely. He vaguely remembered that the Research Institute had a trading area that sold various materials to aid in beast cultivation. The concentration potion must be one of those items. Zhang Hao clearly misunderstood, but Yi Tian didn't feel like explaining. Even if he did, Zhang Hao probably wouldn't believe him anyway. So, he went along with it and said, "Yeah, I'm here to buy some potions." Zhang Hao became even more suspicious. He knew Yi Tian's financial situation well. Where would he get the money to buy potions? Moreover, Yi Tian's beast was just a stone monkey, not worth the investment. But on second thought, he couldn't think of any other reason for Yi Tian to be here. Zhang Hao mused that there seemed to be some kind of assessment happening at the Research Institute today. Surely, Yi Tian wasn't here for that, was he? With this in mind, Zhang Hao asked with concern, "How's your great sage's training going? Any progress with the breathing technique?" It's coming along," Yi Tian replied vaguely. "Hey, that's great. Let me share some good news with you." Zhang Hao leaned in close to Yi Tian's ear and lowered his voice. "My Taishan is about to break through to the bronze level. I'm here to buy some elixirs to give it an extra push tonight. I'll have some good news to share tomorrow for sure. Congratulations, that's fantastic, Yi Tian said heartily, not holding back his praise. Oh, it's nothing, just a bit of luck, Zhang Hao said modestly, though he couldn't hide the smile on his face. They chatted a bit more, catching up on life, when a taxi pulled up in front of Yi Tian. He bid Zhang Hao farewell and left. Watching Yi Tian's departing figure, Zhang Hao shook his head and sighed. That guy, did he really take a taxi just to show off? He lives close by, there's a bus stop nearby. What a waste of money. He's really obsessed with saving face. After straightening his clothes, Zhang Hao walked through the research institute's gate with a mix of nervousness and excitement, his heart pounding. Just as he was about to step onto the stairs, he saw a familiar figure approaching and exclaimed, Lu Gu? The man called Lu Gu paused and looked at Zhang Hao with some suspicion. Lu Gu, it's me. 10 years ago, we both lived in Kangxiang Garden. I used to follow you around all the time, remember? Zhang Hao eagerly reminded him. Oh, I remember now. It's you, little Haozi. You've grown so much in 10 years. Lu Feng suddenly realized, memories from the past flooding back. It turned out that Lu Ji's full name was Lu Feng, 10 years older than Zhang Hao. Back then, their families lived in the same neighborhood, and Lu Feng loved training beasts in the courtyard. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, loved tagging along. Over time, they became quite familiar with each other. Hey Lu, did you just come out of the research institute? Are you here to buy some potions too? Zhang Hao asked curiously. No, I'm here to take the researcher qualification exam, Lu Feng sighed helplessly. What? Lu, you're amazing. Zhang Hao's mouth dropped open in awe, his eyes filled with genuine admiration. He knew a bit about the research institute and understood that reaching its pinnacle was a feat only achieved by the rarest of talents, 1 in 10,000, if not more. What's so amazing about that? I didn't even pass the entry test, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh again, lamenting his situation. I had prepared thoroughly, but who would have thought they'd reform the exam, making it 5 times harder than before? If I hadn't experienced it myself, I'd never have believed it. That's terrifying. Zhang Hao gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. So, does anyone actually pass this time? Yes, and not just one, Lu Feng nodded. This exam made me realize what it means to have someone better than you, to see true genius. Lu Feng's lips trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the experience. Oh, now you've got me curious. Who could possibly make you feel this way? Zhang Hao's curiosity was fully piqued. To him, Lu Feng had always been a towering figure, a prodigy known far and wide since his youth. For someone to surpass Lu Feng, they must be extraordinarily gifted. Lu Feng sighed and began to recount his experience. Zhang Hao listened, utterly stunned, unable to find words. This person isn't human. They're a monster, Zhang Hao muttered to himself, feeling a chill run down his spine. Lu, can you tell me the name of this genius? I'm dying to know. Lu Feng replied solemnly. His name is Yi Tian. Remember it well? Yi Tian? Zhang Hao was taken aback, his blood running cold. Yi Tian instructed the taxi driver to drop him off at the entrance of a large shopping mall near his home. Before heading back, he planned to do some shopping. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Tian emerged from the mall carrying a large bag of purchases. Through the semi-transparent plastic, one could vaguely see it was filled with bottles of liquor. Indeed, that was the purpose of his trip: 20 bottles of highly valuable silver-grade spirit wine, each costing 10,000 dragon coins, totaling a whopping 200,000. In the past, such an expenditure would have made Yi Tian's heart race with anxiety. The great sage was on the verge of breaking through to the silver level, and by then, mere bronze-grade wine would no longer satisfy him. With this in mind, Yi Tian decided to prepare in advance and stock up on higher-grade spirits. The older the wine, the better its flavor, and it would naturally benefit his beast cultivation. Yi Tian had initially considered buying a few jars of gold-grade spirit wine, but after careful thought, he quickly abandoned the idea. The lowest tier of gold wine would cost at least 500,000 per bottle. He wouldn't even dare to drink it. Moreover, gold wine not only had a richer and more fragrant taste than silver, but also contained various health and strength-enhancing properties. Most importantly, the crafting process for gold wine was extremely meticulous, with even the battle-hardened Stone Monkey King rarely producing a single bottle out of 100 attempts. With so many factors in play, it was naturally priceless. This wasn't just wine. It was a glimmering luxury item. As the sun set and dusk fell, Yi Tian carried his heavy bag of wine, with the great sage perched contentedly on his shoulder, basking in the tranquility of the evening. Looking up at the sky, Yi Tian suddenly noticed that today's clouds were different from usual. The long, rib-like clouds crisscrossed the sky. Wait, isn't this the legendary earthquake cloud? Yi Tian racked his brains and finally dredged up the term from the recesses of his memory. Could it be that an earthquake was really going to hit Wushan City? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he quickened his pace, hurrying home. About half an hour later, Yi Tian finally arrived back at his humble abode, covered in dust. As he hurriedly packed his belongings, he let the great sage indulge in the treasured silver-grade spirit wine. Just as Yi Tian finished his preparations, an exciting message popped up on his data panel. Species, stone monkey. Level, bronze 100. Potential, bronze. Skills, drunken fist mastery 4, 8-directional staff technique perfect 0. Evolution factor exploration and deduction proficiency 0. Ready to strike proficiency 3. The great sage's cultivation had finally reached its peak, and at the same time, it had consumed just over 500 milliliters of silver spirit wine, meeting the two major conditions for evolution. A hazy white glow enveloped the great sage's body, and visibly, it began to grow taller, its fur becoming denser and glossier. In an instant, the light dimmed, and the great sage's height had reached nearly 1 meter. Roar! It excitedly leapt around the room, every pore shouting, "I've grown stronger! I'm invincible!" Yi Tian felt a similar surge of warmth within, rising from his heart and flowing through his entire body. He couldn't help but clench his fists. Was this the miraculous feedback of beast evolution? It felt as if a primal force surged through his entire body. Yi Tian felt his fists harden, capable of smashing through boulders. Even more exciting was that, at that very moment, a mysterious space suddenly opened up between his eyebrows. A beast taming space? Overjoyed, Yi Tian willed it, and Desheng vanished into this exclusive domain. Once inside, Desheng was even more elated. The environment was incredibly conducive to training, making progress twice as effective with half the effort. From now on, there was no need to exhaust his shoulders carrying Desheng around. Yi Tian felt a wave of emotions. After all, Desheng was growing heavier, and he was finding it harder to manage. Just as Yi Tian thought the surprises were over, a familiar mechanical voice sounded. Beast taming space detected. System upgrade available. Would you like to spend 1 million dragon coins to initiate the upgrade? My goodness, the system can upgrade? Yi Tian was overjoyed. Although the steep price of 1 million dragon coins pained him, he weighed the pros and cons and gritted his teeth to confirm. The sound of dragon coins draining echoed in his mind, then abruptly stopped. In its place came another thrilling notification. System upgrade successful. A torrent of information flooded Yi Tian's mind, instantly revealing the differences between the old and new systems. Previously, he had to passively wait until specific conditions were met to trigger a simplified process, entirely system-driven. Now, he could actively request simplifications, and the system would evaluate their feasibility. This was a qualitative leap. Yi Tian couldn't wait to test this new feature. I want to simplify Desheng's Bafang staff technique from perfect to mastery. As soon as he spoke, a pleasant notification listed two prerequisites. Requirement 1. Pay a simplification fee of 500,000 dragon coins already satisfied. Requirement 2. Defeat 100 beasts of the same level progress 0-100. Realizing this, Yi Tian gained a new understanding of the upgraded system. Previously, elevating Desheng's skills by one level required a two-step process. First, spending money to unlock the simplification plan, and then collecting materials according to the blueprint, a repetitive and intricate cycle. Now, these tedious steps were streamlined into a comprehensive plan, with all requirements clearly listed, eliminating the need to stumble around blindly. Had he obtained this honor during the evolution assessment, the journey to explore evolutionary factors wouldn't have been so challenging. It seems the 1 million dragon coins were well spent. Yi Tian beamed, delighted with the results of the upgrade. He summoned Desheng and eagerly examined the latest changes on the data panel. Species, Stone Monkey King. Level, Silver 1. Potential, Silver. Skills, Drunken Fist Mastery 4. Bafang Staff Technique Perfect 0. Evolution Factor Exploration Simulation 0. Opportunistic Strike Mastery 3, Brewing Introduction 0. Desheng's species had finally evolved from Stone Monkey to Stone Monkey King, with both its level and potential advancing into the silver rank. Additionally, it had acquired a new skill brewing. It was precisely this unique skill that had countless beast tamers flocking to the Stone Monkey, willing to bond with such a low-level, non-combative beast. To the general public, the Stone Monkey King is nothing short of a walking money machine, with his brewed wine being worth a fortune. Naturally, Yi Tian is keen on improving the great sage's brewing skills. After all, the spiritual wine needed for his cultivation is quite the money burner, and being self-sufficient could save him a significant amount of expenses. However, at the moment, Yi Tian is not in a hurry to develop this particular talent. He is well aware that the great sage's main focus in the future should still be on honing his combat skills. Wow! Desheng was so excited. It was as if he had drunk a magical elixir. He bounced around the room energetically, full of joy. With just one hand, he effortlessly lifted a table half his height, something that would have been unthinkable before his evolution. Clearly, Desheng's basic attributes had significantly improved. Combined with his extraordinary combat skills and mastery of the 8-direction staff technique, Yi Tian couldn't help but wonder just how powerful he had become. In fact, Yi Tian already had a plan to further enhance Desheng's abilities. In a few days, he would head to a place called the Professional Beastmaster Bureau to take a certification exam. This bureau is responsible for the daily management and assessment of beastmasters, and it has several artificial secret realms for them to train their beasts and hone their skills. To make Desheng's 8-direction staff technique significantly better, he needed to defeat 100 opponents of the same level to accumulate enough experience. Solo battles would be too time-consuming. By contrast, the secret realm seemed like an ideal compromise. Although Yi Tian had never been there, he had heard that you could set the level and number of enemies yourself, making it a haven for those looking to train. He decided to scout the place tomorrow, a sort of reconnaissance mission for the upcoming professional exam. Yi Tian thought to himself, Desheng has already reached the silver level. If his staff technique could evolve to a masterful level, I wonder how much luck it would take to pass the exam in one go? Although the outcome was uncertain, the road to dreams is always paved with hard work. Desheng, be careful while playing around. Don't destroy the house, Yi Tian reminded him, seeing how reckless he was becoming. Given Desheng's current strength, he could easily tear the roof off. Looks like I need to find a bigger place soon, Yi Tian mused as he tidied up the mess Desheng had made. Desheng responded absent-mindedly, leaving Yi Tian unsure how much he actually heard. Shaking his head in resignation, Yi Tian pulled out the newly acquired Evolution Factor Exploration Manual from his pocket. This mysterious book, equipped with a fingerprint lock, would automatically lock itself if left unread for more than a minute. According to the rules of the Research Institute, this book must never be shared. Violating this rule could result in severe disciplinary action or even legal trouble, emphasizing its rarity. Yi Tian focused his thoughts and initiated a simplification request. I want to simplify the process of creating Desheng's evolution path, he declared. Immediately, several prerequisites appeared. Requirement 1. Pay a simplification fee of 1 million dragon coins. Fulfilled. Requirement 2. Evolution factor exploration skill level must be proficient. Fulfilled. Requirement 3. Collect a bone from a diamond-level beast. Progress 01. Compared to the previous version, the new system's simplification process was smooth and efficient, no longer wasting time with unnecessary steps. This comparison made Yi Tian feel that his investment was truly worth it. Suddenly, a more audacious idea struck him. I want to simplify Desheng's direct breakthrough to diamond level, he thought. However, after waiting for a while, there was no response. Yi Tian chuckled to himself, realizing that no matter how powerful the system was, it was still just a tool, not omnipotent. At present, it seems that if Desheng is to pioneer a new path of evolution, he must obtain the remains of a diamond-level beast. An idea struck Yi Tian. Since he had just passed the selection process at the Research Institute today, why not try the trading platform there? Without further ado, he grabbed his phone, opened the app, and eagerly began his search. After scouring the platform thoroughly, he found nothing. Feeling helpless, Yi Tian decided to reach out to his network for assistance. He first called Song Wei and got straight to the point. On the other end, Song Wei pondered briefly before explaining candidly, Yi Tian, you must understand that diamond-level beasts are incredibly rare and valuable. If they were raised by a beast master, the bond between them is as strong as family, so they wouldn't part with their remains easily. Therefore, the diamond bones that occasionally appear on the market mostly come from wild beasts without owners. Such rare treasures, once they surface, attract fierce competition from all quarters. From what I know, the last time something like this happened was at the auction in Wushan City 2 years ago. There was a complete diamond beast corpse, and just the fragmented parts alone sold for a total of 30 million long coins. Hearing this, Yi Tian's face darkened as if struck by lightning. He was speechless for a moment, never expecting that a mere bone would be so expensive. Not only are they rare, but even if available, he couldn't afford it. The joy from his recent income of 4 million vanished instantly. I guess I'm still too young and my wallet too thin, Yi Tian muttered to himself. Determined, he reluctantly called Chu Ying. Minister, I have a question for you. He began. Diamond beast bones? Chu Ying's surprised voice came through the receiver. Yi Tian quickly made up a curious excuse. Despite her doubts, Chu Ying patiently explained, our research institute doesn't have complete bones, just some other parts of diamond beasts. But these items are not yet public. You'll have to become a level 1 researcher to access them. Yi Tian sighed deeply and asked, do you know where else I might find such things? Chu Ying thought for a moment and then said, oh right, I remember the professional house managed to acquire some 2 years ago, but I'm not sure if they still have any left. You might want to try your luck there. Hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. He thanked her profusely and quickly ended the call. On the other end, Chu Ying put down her phone, muttering in suspicion. What's this kid up to? Asking about diamond beast bones? It's really strange. If it were any other researcher calling me in the middle of the night, I would have given them an earful. But Yi Tian is new, young, and extraordinarily talented. I'm worried that if I don't handle him well, he'll leave, and that would be a huge loss. Lying in bed, Yi Tian stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. It seemed that no matter what, he had to pass the professional exam first. With nothing pressing at the moment, he decided to browse his phone to relax. Opening his social media feed, a series of colorful images popped up on the screen. Ethan browsed through the updates posted by his new colleagues at the Research Institute, feeling a twinge of envy. Their posts showcased a life of luxury gourmet food, stunning landscapes, all signaling their wealth. Suddenly, Ethan's eyes locked onto a particular status update. It was from Qingheng Song. Unlike the others, this one had no pictures, just a bold line of text. Ethan, my nemesis, I vow to defeat you. What? Seriously, Song, you're 18 years old. Why are you still acting like an edgy teenager? Ethan's eye twitched uncontrollably. What was wrong with this guy, treating him like a mortal enemy? With trembling fingers, he quickly closed the cringe-inducing page, unable to read further. Ugh, maybe there's something interesting in the class group chat. With this thought, Ethan clicked into the group and immediately noticed someone was calling for him. Class monitor Zhang Hao excitedly told Yi Tian, "Today I heard about a genius who shares your name." Curious, Sad Bottle asked, "What kind of person is this genius?" Zhang Hao enthusiastically described, "Absolutely astonishing." Tragic Computer gasped in shock, while Don't Hurt If You Don't Love was equally amazed, saying, "This person sounds like a legendary emperor." Plastic Bag chimed in, "Could it be that our Yi Tian is the genius?" Zhang Hao laughed and explained, "No way, Yi Tian just want to buy some medicine." Plastic Bag nodded, agreeing it was unlikely. Don't Hurt If You Don't Love joked, "If our Yi Tian is really that genius, I'll livestream myself eating my coffee table." Sad Bottle burst into laughter. "Keep dreaming." Just then, Zhang Hao shared a screenshot in the group chat. Yi Tian glanced at it and was surprised to see it was a post from Song Qinghong's social media, making him wonder. Zhang Hao teased, "Yi Tian, your name is too common. There's another Yi Tian out there, haha." Don't Hurt If You Don't Love speculated, "It seems like this Yi Tian has caught Song Qinghong's eye and wants to surpass him." Zhang Hao was curious too and asked Song Qingheng but got no response. Suddenly, there was an unusual noise in the classroom. Zhang Hao exclaimed, "I think my bed is shaking." Don't Hurt If You Don't Love teased, "How, what are you up to?" Don't Hurt If You Don't Love also shouted, "My bed is shaking too." Plastic Bag worriedly asked, "Could it be an earthquake?" Yi Tian looked at the ceiling and the swaying chandelier, recalling what he had seen when he got home, and confirmed it was an earthquake. He quickly stood up, ready to grab his bag and leave, but the shaking stopped as he reached the door. The group chat buzzed with discussions, and everyone noted that the shaking had ceased. Zhang Hao reassured everyone, "It seems the earthquake is over." Yi Tian suppressed his urge to flee, thinking that the earthquake had passed quickly and wouldn't have a significant impact. He stood still for a moment, not feeling any aftershocks, and then lay back down. Soon after, he received a call from Zhou Tiangang. Zhou Tiangang asked, "Did you feel the earthquake?" Yi Tian confirmed and asked if there was any bad news. Zhou Tiangang gravely replied, "Due to the earthquake, the opening time of the ancient battlefield ruins has been moved up." Yi Tian's brow furrowed but quickly relaxed, thinking this might be good news. He inquired about the new opening time, and Zhou Tiangang said it would be in 6 days. Yi Tian thought for a moment and realized that the professional assessment was in 4 days, giving him a day to rest before entering the ancient battlefield ruins. After a few more concerned questions, Zhou Tiangang hung up, leaving Yi Tian with a determined look in his eyes. His plan was now clear. First, go to the artificial secret realm to upgrade the 8-direction staff to its peak and enhance his strength. Then, take the professional assessment in 4 days, and after that, head to the ancient battlefield ruins to contract a new beast. Everything would proceed perfectly. In the evening, Ying returned home and sat at the dining table, ready to have dinner with Yi Tian. She couldn't help but tease, "Xiao Tian, how did your assessment go today?" Yi Tian nodded confidently and replied, "Yes, I have successfully been promoted to a level 2 researcher." Ying burst into laughter. Unlike before, she wasn't worried about Yi Tian having any psychological issues. She thought he must be joking. In her eyes, attaining the rank of a level 3 researcher was already an almost impossible feat, let alone level 2. However, she knew deep down that her brother was a genius, and with a few more years of experience, he might just reach that level. Feeling a bit exasperated, Yi Tian sighed and said, "Well, it's my fault for being too outstanding." He understood her reaction. If he were in her shoes, he'd probably react the same way. It was like a grade schooler claiming to have earned a pay. Who would believe that? He even felt that even if he showed his ID, it might be suspected of being fake. It would take a few days until the Research Institute's official website updated the researcher information to prove it. Suddenly, Ying's expression turned worried. She said, "I won't be home for dinner tomorrow night. You need to take care of yourself." She added, My boss wants me to meet a blind date. I've refused a few times already, so I can't really say no again. I plan to have a meal with him and make things clear, so he won't bother me anymore. Yi Tian frowned and asked, "Who is this person?" Yi explained, "He's an outsourced worker at the institute." Yi Tian thought about what he had seen earlier that day and understood that researchers were a minority in the institute, with a lot of basic work needing to be outsourced. He didn't want to limit Ying's choices. As long as she made the decision, he would support her as her brother. Of course, the person had to have a decent character. In the end, Ying declined Yi Tian's offer to accompany her, stating that she could handle it herself. The next morning, Ying went to work, while Yi Tian prepared to head to the career center. Just then, he received a call from Lu Bo. He was a bit puzzled, not understanding why Lu Bo was reaching out to him since exchanging contact information was merely a formality. Despite this, he answered the call to hear what Lu Bo had to say. After introducing himself, Lu Bo talked about a new project and asked, "Are you interested in this project? There will be a reward of 200 points upon completion. We can work together and split the reward 50-50. Lu Bo's tone was filled with anticipation. Yi Tian pretended to hesitate for a moment before politely declining, "I've got a lot on my plate right now. Maybe next time." He was subtly hinting for Lu Bo to stop bothering him. Yi Tian thought to himself, does doing a project really require collaboration? Besides, he was genuinely busy with several unfinished projects. Lu Bo seemed unwilling to give up and proposed, "How about we split it 60-40, with you taking the 60? Yi Tian still declined politely, "Sorry, I really don't have the time." Lu Bo sighed with a hint of regret, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. He tried to persuade Yi Tian, but Yi Tian seemed uninterested in his suggestions, so Lu Bo had to give up. As a newcomer to the research institute, Lu Bo knew he lacked experience and his talent was nowhere near Yi Tian's. Therefore, he hoped to collaborate with a seasoned member, but was turned down by the veterans. Facing the pressure of handling an entire project alone, Lu Bo turned to Yi Tian, hoping for his support and cooperation. However, Yi Tian was unwilling to partner up, leaving Lu Bo feeling quite dejected. He still had one potential collaborator in mind, Zhang Qisheng. Unfortunately, Zhang Qisheng, being Zhang Shang's nephew, was already heavily involved in important projects with senior researchers. Confronted with these challenges, Lu Bo felt utterly helpless. Despite Yi Tian's refusal, Lu Bo still held a sense of enthusiasm for him. He patiently said, "Yi Tian, if you're ever interested in collaborating, feel free to contact me anytime." Yi Tian politely replied, "All right." With that, their conversation ended. Lu Bo decided to set aside the matter for now and focus on the tasks available in the Research Institute's app. By completing these tasks, he could earn points, which were akin to completing missions and receiving rewards. Although the system had been simplified, Lu Bo still felt it was quite rewarding. These points could be exchanged for dragon coins, which pleased him greatly. Shaking his head, Lu Bo temporarily put these thoughts aside, called a car, and headed towards the career house. Soon, he arrived at his destination. To his surprise, as he got out of the car, he saw a familiar face. Song Qinghang. Song Qinghang had just stepped out of an expensive black sedan. Lu Bo's heart tightened as he remembered Song Qinghang's recent show-off posts on social media. He was about to pretend not to see him, but Song Qinghang called out to him directly. Song Qinghang greeted enthusiastically, "Yi Tian, you're here too?" Yi Tian had no choice but to face him and replied calmly, "Yes, I want to test my beast's combat abilities, so I came to this artificial realm." Song Qinghang nodded in understanding. The two then naturally walked side by side towards the career house, a place quite different from the Research Institute. The Research Institute was a grand building, while the career house resembled a bustling commercial district with various buildings inside. Seeing this, Song Qinghang took the initiative to explain the rules of the artificial realm to Yi Tian. He explained, "The artificial realm, formerly known as the Beast Trial Realm, is a challenge space where the difficulty matches the level of the summoned beasts. For instance, our beasts are at the bronze level, so we'll enter a bronze level realm. Once inside, you can choose the number of beasts to face. 1 versus 1, 1 versus 10, or 1 versus 100. Yi Tian's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this. He realized that he only needed to take Deshang into the realm once to complete the simplified plan for the 8 Directions staff. Grateful for Song Qinghang's help, Yi Tian expressed his thanks. Song Qinghang merely smiled and said, "No need to mention it." At this moment, Song Qinghang's perception of Yi Tian had subtly shifted. He now saw Yi Tian as both a rival and a friend, someone to aspire to surpass. His father had also advised him to maintain a good relationship with Yi Tian. The two walked a short distance before arriving at a red wooden cabin. In the center of the cabin was a bronze door, and to the left, there was a reception desk with a young lady standing behind it, providing information to those wishing to explore the secret realm. To enter the realm, one had to register and pay a fee. The cost depended on the level of the beast companion. It was 200 dragon coins for a bronze level beast and 1,000 dragon coins for a silver level beast. As they approached the desk, The young lady was explaining the rewards to the customer in front of them. Rewards? Yi Tian perked up at the word. He nudged Song Qingheng with his elbow and asked, "Aren't we supposed to pay to enter the secret realm? How come there are rewards?" Song Qingheng rolled his eyes and replied, "Not everyone gets rewards. For most people, it's just about paying to enter the realm." At that moment, the young lady began explaining the reward system. She said that to motivate beast tamers to cultivate stronger beasts, they had prepared generous rewards for those who performed exceptionally well. Yi Tian listened intently. Each secret realm had a leaderboard based on completion times, and only the top 100 beast tamers in history could make it onto the list. Of course, this required challenging the highest difficulty of 1 versus 100. Additionally, they continuously updated the leaderboard to inspire future challengers. As she spoke, she pointed to a screen behind her. Yi Tian had noticed the screen when he first entered, but its densely packed information had overwhelmed him, so he had looked away. Now realizing it was the leaderboard, he examined it closely and saw it was divided into 3 sections: bronze, silver, and gold. Each list displayed the names of the top 100 beast tamers and their completion times. Yi Tian noticed that the top beast tamer on the silver list had completed the challenge in just 30 seconds. In a 1 versus 100 challenge, that was no easy feat, truly deserving of the first place. A man standing in front of them curiously asked, "According to what you said, does it mean that the later you challenge, the more disadvantaged you are because you have to face more predecessors?" The young lady nodded in agreement. "Theoretically, yes. So what are the specific rewards for making it onto the leaderboard?" The man continued. The young lady handed him a booklet from behind the desk. "The rewards vary based on ranking. All the details are in this booklet." Yi Tian chimed in, "Can I have one too?" The young lady smiled at the clear-eyed, youthful boy and said, "Of course." She then handed him a booklet. Song Qingheng looked at Yi Tian in exasperation and advised, "Yi Tian, it's not really worth it. Why waste time?" Yi Tian remained unfazed and replied, "Just curious. You go ahead. I'll catch up soon." Song Qingheng shrugged, thinking to himself, "I value my time more than you. They'll keep working hard to surpass you. It's only a matter of time." He then paid 200 dragon coins and received a green wooden token, which would grant them entry into the secret realm. Yi Tian waved his hand and said goodbye without hesitation. Today, he was ready to challenge a 1-on-10 secret realm. He asked Yi Tian if he wanted to race. Yi Tian replied calmly, "Forget it." The disparity in their abilities was too great to warrant a comparison. This made Song Qingheng a bit apprehensive. He realized that it was Yi Tian's first time challenging a secret realm, so it was normal to lack confidence. As Song Qingheng stepped into the realm, Yi Tian finally felt a sense of peace and quiet. He carefully studied the booklet in his hand, feeling a twinge of regret. The rewards listed were incredibly tempting. Now that Deshang had reached the silver level, he could only challenge silver-level secret realms. This meant he could no longer compete on the bronze leaderboard. If he had known earlier that challenging secret realms could yield rewards, he would have brought Deshang much sooner. This was a clear example of the losses caused by information asymmetry. However, Yi Tian quickly adjusted his mindset. Since he had already missed out on the bronze-level rewards, he could only look forward to the better rewards at the silver level. According to the booklet, each person could only receive rewards once per level. In other words, even if he didn't make the leaderboard for 10 consecutive attempts, he would get a reward on the 11th attempt. However, if he achieved a better ranking on the 12th attempt, his position would change, but he wouldn't receive another reward. This design was to prevent people from gaming the system for rewards. Yi Tian saw that as long as he made it into the top 3, he could freely choose a silver-level skill and receive over 500,000 dragon coins. This was very enticing. He set a goal for himself to at least make it into the top 3. After finishing the booklet, Yi Tian returned to the front desk, where the receptionist handed him a form to fill out his personal information. Yi Tian wrote down his age as 18, his name as Deshang, and his level as silver, with his beast species listed as Stone Monkey King. He quickly completed the form and handed it back. Here, real names weren't required, so Yi Tian wrote down Deshang. The receptionist began entering his information. When she saw Yi Tian's level, she paused and looked up at him. 18 years old? Silver level? Stone Monkey King? This combination seemed quite unbelievable to her. Having worked at the front desk for 2 years, this was her first time encountering such an unusual beast tamer. However, due to her professionalism, she quickly masked her surprise and continued her work. Soon, Yi Tian received a wooden token. Unlike Song Qinghong's, his token was white. With the token in hand, Yi Tian approached the bronze gate, which automatically opened. A light screen appeared before him, asking him to choose a difficulty level. Without hesitation, he selected 1-on-100. The light screen vanished, and he stepped into a different dimension. He found himself in a small stadium. Yi Tian sat in the bleachers while Deshang stood in the center of the arena. White lights flickered in the air, and a group of trial scarecrows appeared around Deshang, encircling him. These trial scarecrows were artificial beasts used for testing and training beast tamers. Above the stadium, a large white number 3 appeared and quickly changed to 2. This was the countdown. Once it reached 0, the trial scarecrows would launch their attack. Deshang tensed his muscles, ready to face the challenge. His combat experience was quite limited. This was his first time facing such a large number of enemies. Yi Tian waved his hand to cheer on Dasheng. Dasheng summoned his staff from Yi Tian's beast space, gripping it firmly, raising it high, and letting out a roar. The battle was about to begin as 100 silver-level scarecrows charged at him simultaneously. Dasheng had prepared an ambush strike during the countdown. Now, wielding the perfect level 8 direction staff, he unleashed a powerful attack. Sweep. The thunderous sound echoed across the battlefield as the staff sliced through the air like a sharp blade, immediately taking down the nearest scarecrows. Wham! The scarecrows struck by the staff shattered instantly, their limbs flying apart. The gust created by the staff continued to wreak havoc on the scarecrows behind. Several scarecrows exploded on the spot. Yi Tian stood up, fists clenched, a proud, fatherly smile on his face. Dasheng's display of strength far exceeded his expectations. The perfect combination of the ambush strike and the 8-direction staff was surprisingly effective, and the golden level staff played a crucial role. If other beast masters witnessed Dasheng's terrifying attack, they might have been intimidated. But the scarecrows, devoid of emotions, were indifferent to their comrades' deaths and continued to swarm towards Dasheng. Dasheng took a swig of liquor, instantly entering a drunken state, effortlessly leaping out of the scarecrow encirclement, and prepared another ambush strike. 3 seconds later, he unleashed the 8-direction staff again. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying impact noises continuously reverberated through the arena. Dasheng was merciless like a god of death, annihilating any scarecrow he encountered. Simultaneously, Dasheng's data panel kept fluctuating, indicating his stamina was depleting. As the last scarecrow fell, Dasheng was gasping for breath. The continuous use of the 8-direction staff and ambush strike had drained his energy. A notification sound indicated that Dasheng had reached the peak of his skill with the 8-direction staff. Mastery. Dasheng stood still, as if countless experiences and memories were flooding his mind. Moments later, when he opened his eyes, Yi Tian sensed that Dasheng had become one with his staff. Meanwhile, a female voice resonated through the arena, congratulating the Beast Master on completing the challenge and announcing a return in 5 seconds. A thought crossed Yi Tian's mind. He wanted to test Dasheng's maximum damage output. Could Dasheng deliver one more strike? Roar. I can. Dasheng, still in an excited state after his skill breakthrough, prepared another ambush strike for 3 seconds. A staff shadow cut through time, capturing all of Yi Tian's attention. A deafening explosion echoed throughout the entire arena. The fierce wind howled, causing the branches to sway and produce a piercing sound. Yi Tian felt the violence of the wind, his clothes flapping wildly and his hair standing up like a porcupine's quills. The scene was alarming, evoking a sense of fear. As the wind gradually calmed, Yi Tian turned to look back. Where the great sage had launched his attack, a massive crater had appeared, with cracks radiating outward from its edges. Yi Tian's heart sank. Something terrible had happened. The cracks were rapidly expanding, as if they were going to devour everything in their path. This made Yi Tian worry, could the great sage be putting this entire secret realm in jeopardy? In just a second or two, the cracks had already extended to nearly the size of half a football field. Yi Tian was filled with anticipation. After a 5-second countdown, he was suddenly transported out of the secret realm. The receptionist was not busy attending to other beast tamers at the moment, and when she saw Yi Tian reappear, she was stunned. Hadn't he just gone in less than a minute ago? How could he be out so quickly? Typically, beast tamers are only transported out if they surrender or their beasts are deemed in danger. But to come out in less than a minute? That was extremely rare. Even if he couldn't win, he should have been able to hold out for a bit longer. Unless Yi Tian had challenged a difficulty way beyond his capability. Yi Tian walked over to the receptionist and handed her a plaque that recorded his challenge results. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Did you challenge 1 versus 100? Yi Tian was a bit surprised. How did she know? Unable to deny it, he nodded. The receptionist looked as if she had expected it. But when she placed the plaque on the recognition machine, she was shocked. He passed. Yi Tian should have been transported out for failing. So how could he have succeeded? The receptionist realized a startling truth. The records on the plaque were never wrong, which meant Yi Tian really had passed the challenge. And he did it in less than a minute. Specifically, in 45 seconds. The display screen behind the counter started flashing, and on the silver level leaderboard, a name shot up to the second place, Deshang. He was 2 seconds faster than the third place holder and 15 seconds slower than the first place. Deshang had just broken into the silver level, and if he had waited until he reached his peak to challenge, he might have taken first place directly. But Yi Tian didn't need to wait any longer. The rewards for first and second place weren't much different. Both offered silver-level skills, with the first place granting 700,000 dragon coins and the second place 600,000. The receptionist rubbed her stiff face. The House of Beasts had existed for 500 years, and the artificial secret realm was created 200 years ago. This meant that the people on the leaderboard were the accumulated silver-level beast tamers of Mist City over the past 200 years. She had been working here for 2 years and had never seen anyone make it onto the leaderboard, let alone jump straight to second place. What was even more astonishing was that this feat was accomplished by an 18-year-old boy. At 18, he should technically still be a high school student who had just started forming contracts with beasts, right? The receptionist's heart raced as she considered a possibility. Some prominent families groom their descendants from a young age, enhancing their physical and mental abilities so they can form contracts with beasts earlier. Yi Tian was probably one of those people. But which family did he belong to? Although she couldn't discern Yi Tian's true identity because he had registered under the name Deshang, which was clearly an alias, this didn't stop her from having a favorable impression of him. She congratulations on achieving second place on the silver leaderboard. Yi Tian nodded and asked the question that mattered most to him. Where can I claim my rewards? The receptionist immediately handed him a booklet that listed the available silver-level skills. As for the dragon coins, they would be transferred to him right away. She suspected that, given Yi Tian's likely background, he wouldn't care much about the rewards. He probably asked just to savor his achievement. Yi Tian took the booklet and began flipping through it in front of the young lady. There weren't many options, fewer than 50. When he saw one in particular, his eyes lit up with excitement. This skill was perfect for dashing. Pointing at it, he looked at the young lady and said, I want this one. She smiled and replied, all right, please wait a moment. I've informed the other staff, and it will be delivered to you shortly. The efficiency at the career house was impressive. In less than 2 minutes, Yi Tian received the skill. When he closed his eyes to use the skill, he discovered it could quickly restore his beast's stamina. After the recent battle, Yi Tian had noticed Dashing's weakness, insufficient stamina. After dealing with 100 scarecrows, Dashing was almost exhausted. If there had been more scarecrows, he would have surely failed. Therefore, he chose the only skill available that could restore stamina. By the way, Yi Tian recalled the scene before he left and turned to the young lady. I need to report something. My beast used to move on the ground before we left, creating a big hole and leaving many cracks. I'm worried it might damage the secret realm. The young lady smiled confidently. You don't need to worry. The secret realms created by the career house have strong self-repair capabilities, and we also have dedicated staff for regular maintenance, so there won't be any issues. Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. He was really worried about damaging the secret realm and then being asked to pay for it, which he couldn't afford. The young lady cleared her throat, catching Yi Tian's attention. By the way, I still don't know your name. Yi Tian was a bit puzzled. Can I remain anonymous? The young lady softly said, I just wanted to know. It's okay if you don't want to tell me. She paused for a moment and added, I'm off tomorrow. She then looked directly into Yi Tian's eyes. Yi Tian felt a bit confused. What does your day off have to do with me? Why are you telling me? Although he felt it might be rude not to respond, he still said, well, congratulations. With that, Yi Tian left. His purpose at the career house was fully achieved, and he had acquired a new skill and 600,000 dragon coins. He couldn't wait to have Dashing learn the new skill. Not long after Yi Tian left, Song Qinghang was transported out. His first instinct was not to go to the front desk, but to see if Yi Tian was still around. Seeing that Yi Tian was not there, he excitedly exclaimed, haha, I won. Although Yi Tian didn't want to compete with him, he still compared himself silently. Being able to surpass Yi Tian in some aspect always made him happy. After his moment of joy, he went to the front desk and proudly handed over his card. Hello, please enter my score and print a certificate. Even though his challenge was 1 against 10 and wouldn't make it to the leaderboard, he wanted the front desk to print a proof of completion. Song Qinghang wanted to show off in his friend circle. At just 18 years old, commanding his beast to defeat 10 of the same level in 4 minutes. Wasn't that worth showing off? He was ready to receive the admiring looks from the receptionist. Talented youths like him must be rare, right? To Song Qinghang's surprise, the young woman didn't even look up. She casually took the item, beeped it on the machine, and soon a printed certificate was spat out. Smack. She slapped it on the desk and continued staring at her computer screen, clearly not in the mood to talk. Song Qinghang frowned. Her impatience was a bit off-putting. Before he entered the secret realm, she had been so friendly. How did she become so cold and indifferent, as if she'd been hurt emotionally? He shook his head. Forget it. Not worth arguing. Grabbing the certificate, Song Qinghang left the career house satisfied. Before leaving, he glanced at the bronze-level leaderboard with a determined heart. One day, he would make it there. Just as he stepped out the door, Song Qinghang froze. He saw someone he least expected. Yi Tian was hailing a taxi by the roadside.
Yi Tian.
What are you doing here? Song Qinghang shouted in surprise. Wasn't Yi Tian supposed to still be trapped in the secret realm? Yi Tian looked puzzled. Am I not supposed to be here? Song Qinghang's expression turned complex, like a mix of emotions. Suddenly, he understood. He had lost again. No, not necessarily. Song Qinghang walked up to Yi Tian and stared intently into his eyes. Yi Tian, did you choose the 1 versus 10 difficulty? Yi Tian shook his head helplessly.
No.
Song Qinghang breathed a sigh of relief. That explained everything. No wonder Yi Tian escaped so quickly. He had chosen the 1 versus 1 difficulty. A sense of superiority surged in him again, and he continued to smile. I defeated 10 bronze-level opponents in just 4 minutes. What do you have to compare with me? Yi Tian looked at Song Qinghang's silly smile, thinking he might have lost his mind. Coincidentally, a taxi stopped in front of Yi Tian. He said goodbye and got in, leaving Song Qinghang still grinning foolishly. In the operations department of the career house, the department head Zhao Dongdong was idly passing time in his chair. Usually, the job was quite laid back, requiring only occasional glances at the large screen at the front of the room to ensure everything was running smoothly. Zhao Dongdong was contemplating what to have for lunch when he caught a glimpse of a red light out of the corner of his eye. He looked at the screen and saw an alarm from an artificial secret realm. Silver level, realm number 3, showing as malfunctioning. Zhao Dongdong was puzzled.
Realm número 3?
That shouldn't be possible. He clearly remembered inspecting it yesterday, and everything was fine. How could it have malfunctioned just a day later? Although each level had over 10 secret realms, and a single malfunction wasn't a big deal, regulations required timely resolution of issues. Reluctantly, Zhao Dongdong stood up, grabbed his toolkit, and quickly headed towards the artificial secret realm. Soon, he arrived at the front desk of the secret realm. Xiao Xie, take down the sign for silver level realm number 3. There's an issue inside, and I need to check it out. For the beast tamers coming for trials, the allocation of secret realms was random. But as an operations staff member, Zhao Dongdong could directly enter a specific realm. Huh. The receptionist was a bit surprised, as she recalled that realm number 3 had just been assigned to Yi Tian. How could the operations head arrive right after Yi Tian left? She suddenly remembered what Yi Tian had hinted earlier, implying he might have caused some damage to the realm. A wild thought surged in Zhao Dongdong's mind. Could those reckless actions have been real? A graceful lady quickly handed Zhao Dongdong a badge. Without hesitation, he stepped into the secret realm with the badge. As soon as he entered, he was stunned by what he saw. Wow, who could have done this? The secret realm had shattered into countless fragments, and even the space to stand was disappearing. Zhao Dongdong took out a blue rectangular box and pressed a button. A number immediately appeared on the small screen. Could the collapse have been caused by an attack that exceeded its limit? Could it be the mischief of a golden-level beast master? That seems like the only explanation. Such behavior is absolutely disgraceful. Zhao Dongdong felt a surge of anger, confirming that the secret realm's malfunction was man-made. He realized he was caught in a big mess. His good mood was instantly ruined. He cursed, "People like this must be made to pay. I have to find them and make them compensate." While venting his anger, he summoned his beast. His beast was a blue blob. Miraculously, as soon as the blue blob appeared, the space stopped collapsing. Clearly, there was a tacit understanding between Zhao Dongdong and his beast. With just a glance, the blob knew what to do. Blue mist began to emanate from the blob. The fragments it touched started to gather together. Like a broken mirror being pieced back together, within 2 minutes, the secret realm was restored to normal. Zhao Dongdong retracted his beast and stormed out of the secret realm in a fit of rage. He handed the badge back to the receptionist and asked, "Xiao Xie, show me the information of the last person who entered the secret realm. I need to know which jerk is so bored." Golden level disguised as silver to enter the secret realm. Golden? The lady was stunned again. Yi Tian being at the silver level had already shocked her, and now Zhao Dongdong claimed he was even stronger? Zhao Dongdong felt a bit puzzled by her reaction. Why are you so shocked? It's baffling. The lady regained her composure and handed over the information Yi Tian had filled out. Zhao Dongdong was also astonished after reading it. 18 years old? Do you really think this is 18? Clearly, this person not only faked their strength, but also their age. Zhao Dongdong directly asked the lady, "Please describe what this great sage looks like and how old he appears to be." "He looks just like a high school student." Zhao Dongdong was skeptical, but no matter how he asked, the lady insisted that Yi Tian's information was not fake. The phone number Yi Tian left was also fake, as was the name, and the receptionist could provide no further information. Zhao Dongdong felt furious, but he wasn't about to give up easily. I absolutely won't give up so easily, he thought. He held a small black chip with several cracks in it. It stored the surveillance footage of Silver Secret Realm number 3. Although damaged from the realm's collapse, the operations team had specialists who could repair it. Once the chip was fixed, he would be able to find out what happened inside the secret realm and the true identity of the culprit. As Zhao Dongdong left, the receptionist began to ponder. Maybe I should be more proactive? She started to regret. On the other side, Zhao Dongdong found a professional technician and managed to fix the small black chip in just half an hour. When he inserted the repaired chip into the playback device, a video appeared on his computer screen. Although the chip was fixed, the video quality was severely compromised, making it very blurry. He could only vaguely discern the colors and shapes. However, this did not deter Zhao Dongdong from watching the video intently. Less than a minute later, the video ended, and Zhao Dongdong sat there, stunned. It wasn't until the cigarette in his hand burned out that he snapped out of his contemplation. He thought to himself, what kind of mysterious beast is this? Why does it look so much like the stone monkey? No, it absolutely can't be the stone monkey. Although the beast's power was only at the silver level, its final attack unleashed a destructive force far beyond the gold level. How could this be possible? When did such a beast master talent emerge in Mist City? From the silhouette of Yi Tian, Zhao Dongdong could vaguely sense his youth. Could it be that the receptionist Xiao Xie wasn't lying? Zhao Dongdong suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. At this moment, he no longer blamed Yi Tian at all. Muttering to himself, he said, no, I must report this to the director immediately. He surely needs this beast master genius right now. In an office within the professional house, Director Wang Lin sat there, frowning at the list on his computer screen. The performance of these young professional beast masters from Mist City was mediocre. Compared to those from larger cities, and even nearby cities of the same tier, there was a noticeable gap. The upcoming exchange competition was causing him some concern. Poor performance would mean even fewer resources next year. A lack of resources would make it even harder to cultivate strong beast masters. Wasn't this a vicious cycle? Wang Lin rubbed the few sparse hairs on his head. Most of the resources for the professional house came from higher authorities. Each city had its own professional house, and they were in competition with each other. According to the rules set by headquarters, the Dragon Nation was divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North. Mist City was in the Western region. Every year, each region held a youth professional beast master exchange competition to evaluate the performance of the professional houses. Each city had to send 10 beast masters to participate. The competition results not only affected the city's honor, but also determined the resource allocation from headquarters for the following year. Those who performed well would receive more resources, while those who did poorly would have their resources reduced. Mist City had performed poorly for 3 consecutive years. The lack of resources meant that the professionals in the city had worse conditions compared to other cities of the same tier. How could they retain talent in such a situation? As the director of the professional house, Wang Lin had to bear the responsibility. Some people had long harbored complaints against him, and if they failed to achieve good results again, he might be ousted. Just then, he heard a knock on the door. Straightening up slightly, he gestured for the person to come in. It was Zhao Dongdong, carrying his tool bag, just back from an artificial secret realm. Wang Lin was slightly surprised, not understanding why Zhao Dongdong was here at this moment. Zhao Dongdong spoke up, Director, I discovered a young genius beastmaster, possibly not even 18 years old. Wang Lin raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity arising in his mind. Zhao Dongdong watched the video playing on his phone screen, showcasing Yi Tian's heroic battles in the secret realm. He focused intently, feeling a surge of admiration. As a silver-tier beastmaster, Yi Tian's ability to take on 100 opponents single-handedly was truly impressive. Such talent was rare in the entire beastmaster community. However, due to the blurry video, Zhao Dongdong found it difficult to identify the mystical creature Yi Tian was controlling. When Deshang successfully defeated the last scarecrow, Wang Lin nodded approvingly but then shook his head in regret. He was full of expectations for Deshang's potential, but also realized that Deshang had not yet fully unleashed his strength and couldn't provide much more assistance. According to the competition rules, any beastmaster under the age of 25 was eligible to participate. Each city typically sent 10 gold-tier beastmasters to compete, and although Deshang was outstanding among silver-tier beastmasters, he seemed ill-prepared to face higher-tier opponents. Wang Lin turned and patted Zhao Dongdong's shoulder, acknowledging his effort. However, Zhao Dongdong admitted that the beastmaster in the video couldn't currently help Wang Lin. Just as Wang Lin was feeling a bit disappointed, Zhao Dongdong mysteriously hinted that the video wasn't over yet, piquing Wang Lin's curiosity. What more could this beast possibly achieve? As Deshang delivered the final blow, the blurry, soundless video conveyed a terrifying destructive power. Zhao Dongdong's timely words revealed that this strike's immense force was enough to shake the entire secret realm. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with excitement. Was this a perfect tier skill or something even greater? The destructive power displayed by Deshang's final strike surpassed that of several beastmasters on Wang Lin's list, and Deshang was only a silver-tier beast. Despite the unclear video, they both sensed that Deshang was nearing the peak of the silver tier, perhaps just a step away from reaching gold. With the competition approaching, there was hope that Deshang, at the peak of the silver tier, could break through to gold in time, representing a significant leap forward. Wang Lin saw the potential in Deshang and realized that to excel in the competition, he needed to find this mysterious beast master first. Zhao Dongdong shared the information he had with Wang Lin, sparking his interest. Meanwhile, in another place, Yi Tian returned home, eager to check out the newly acquired skill. After some research, he devised a plan to simplify his training process. Soon, a prompt sounded, seemingly affirming his determination. Around 8 p.m., Ying returned home. Yi Tian was washing dishes, and when he saw his sister come in, he immediately sensed her distress. He walked over to her and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Ying forced a smile and said, "Nothing," but her heart was still troubled. Ying was replaying the dinner in her mind. She had made it clear that she wasn't interested in a relationship for now, but the other party was persistent, acting as if he wouldn't take no for an answer. This left her feeling very annoyed. She anticipated a long period of entanglement and harassment, but she didn't see the need to tell Yi Tian about it. He was just a student, and knowing wouldn't help. The other guy worked at a research institute, not officially employed but claiming to have built many connections over the past 5 years, including some with prominent researchers. Ying also worried that Yi Tian might act impulsively, and she didn't want her problems to affect his future. Just then, Yi Ying's phone beeped. She quickly turned off the screen, but Yi Tian had already seen the name displayed. Hu Xiang? Yi Tian knew his sister well enough to realize that pressing further wouldn't get him any answers. But seeing her troubled because of this person, he felt the need to intervene. After finishing the dishes, Yi Tian leaned on the sofa, watching the news, and sent a message to Lu Bo. "Lu Bo, have you found team members for your project?" Lu Bo replied that he hadn't. Yi Tian offered to join. Lu Bo was delighted and suggested Yi Tian take charge while he assisted. Yi Tian then asked for a favor, to check if someone named Hu Xiang had been on any blind dates recently and if there had been any developments with his date. Lu Bo noted that he knew Hu Xiang, who was working under him. Yi Tian's eyes lit up, feeling that things were starting to make sense. Yi Tian explained to Lu Bo that his sister might be facing harassment and asked for help investigating. It wasn't a plea for help, but rather a trade of favors. He silently thought, "Sis, I hope you won't worry me anymore soon." Within half an hour, Lu Bo responded, confirming there was an issue and ensuring Hu Xiang would apologize to Yi Ying and promise not to bother her again. Lu Bo even asked if he should fire Hu Xiang, given his authority as a direct supervisor. After a moment's thought, Yi Tian decided that Hu Xiang hadn't committed any substantial wrongdoing and replied, "Let him off this time." Lu Bo then informed Yi Tian that his project was about to be approved and invited him to join in half a month. Yi Tian gladly accepted. After ending the conversation with Lu Bo, Yi Tian felt a wave of emotion. This world is indeed pragmatic. Despite having a higher status and greater value than Hu Xiang, Lu Bo still fired Hu Xiang without hesitation. This made Yi Tian realize that he must become stronger to avoid being seen as another Hu Xiang. Meanwhile, Yi Ying was complaining to her best friend about her day's experiences when she suddenly received news about Hu Xiang. She frowned instinctively, wondering if he was bothering her again. However, upon opening the message, she was surprised to find an apology and a promise. Confused by Hu Xiang's intentions, Ying decided not to delve into it further, as long as he wouldn't disturb her again. Her previously gloomy mood lifted instantly. She walked into the room and sat next to Yi Tian to watch TV together. Noticing her cheerful expression, Yi Tian asked, "What good news has made you so happy?" Ying smiled and replied, "Oh, nothing really. I was just in a good mood today." Yi Tian shrugged and laughed, "Whatever you say." 2 days later, good news arrived. Deshang's ready to strike skill had finally reached mastery level. This satisfied the first requirement for the simplified plan generation, and the 200,000 dragon coins were also gathered. After putting on a black coat, the system displayed the specific time needed to complete the plan. 100 hours? Less than 5 days for another upgrade wasn't long at all. Yi Tian immediately went downstairs to buy Deshang a black coat and had him put it on. At this moment, Deshang, dressed in a black coat, carrying a long staff, eyes closed, and occasionally sipping from a wine pot, looked rather peculiar. Deshang's skill set included 8 directional staff mastery at max level, drunkenness mastery at 34, ready to strike mastery at 35, meditative rest proficient at 15, and brewing beginner at 0. With meditative rest reaching proficiency, Deshang no longer needed sleep or to retreat to the beast space for recovery when exhausted. He could fully recuperate by simply closing his eyes for half an hour. This made Yi Tian wonder if, at the highest skill level, Deshang might recover all his energy in the blink of an eye. Yi Tian also thought about finding Deshang a sensory skill, allowing him to function normally with his eyes closed, and even meditate during battles, turning Deshang into a perpetual motion machine. Tomorrow was the professional assessment. Yi Tian finished his nightly routine early, preparing to get a good rest. While scrolling through his phone, he received a call from Chu Ying. Xiao Tian, the professional home recently discovered a new skill in a secret realm. We need to find the best auxiliary skill combination for training, Chewing said, leaving Yi Tian puzzled. Isn't that the job of the cultivation department? Chewing explained that while the evolution department and the breeding department have their respective focuses, both are involved in the research of skill combinations. In this area, we have always lagged behind other departments. Yi Tian performed poorly in the breeding assessment, so Chewing decided to challenge him, hoping he might create a miracle. Research on skill combinations is one of the core activities of the breeding department. If we can surpass other departments in this area, it will provide strong support for securing more resources. After careful consideration, Yi Tian agreed. He saw this not only as an opportunity to acquire new skills, but also as a challenge. Chewing did not set a strict time limit for him, merely encouraging him to give it a try, with no pressure if he couldn't ultimately succeed. Upon receiving the skill information from Chewing, Yi Tian felt even more excited. The special skill, Great Dream Technique, allowed him to enter the dreams of other beasts, which both surprised and thrilled him. However, considering that Deshang was a combat-type beast, Yi Tian decided not to let it learn this skill. He knew that every skill slot needed careful planning, and that upgrading skills required a significant financial investment. Therefore, he simplified the task to finding the best skill combination. The investment needed to meet the task requirements was worthwhile, and to his delight, it only required 10 hours of sleep. Yi Tian turned off his phone and focused on sleeping. The next day, he woke up early, having satisfied his sleep needs by going to bed early the previous night. He memorized the combination for the Great Dream Technique, and while having breakfast, he edited an email to send to Chewing. After completing this, he headed to the professional home to participate in the skill combination assessment. Before entering the assessment area, he handed in his phone and received a wooden token that recorded his information. Inside the venue, he saw familiar faces from previous exams, which brought him a sense of familiarity. Meanwhile, in the office of the head of the evolution department at the research institute, Chewing enjoyed her morning coffee and discovered the email from Yi Tian as she checked her work messages. Chewing was puzzled when she received an email from Xiao Tian. She opened it to find a long list of materials and quantities, which only added to her confusion. Could this be the research she had asked Yi Tian to do yesterday? But it had only been one night. Even if Yi Tian worked through the night, it was impossible to have results this quickly. Despite her doubts, she forwarded the email to another researcher and made a phone call. Xiao Ma, prepare the potion according to these proportions and test it on the simulation beast. 2 minutes later, Chewing received an excited call. Director, this is incredible. How did you manage it? The effectiveness increased by 35. You must have done this yourself, right? 35%? Chewing spluttered her coffee onto the screen. She could hardly believe her ears. Yi Tian had improved the formula by 35 in just one night. Even if it wasn't the optimal mix, it was incredibly close. According to the requirements, anything over 28 was considered acceptable. This project could be concluded immediately. After hanging up, Chewing called Yi Tian. She was eager to get answers, but all she got was a message saying the phone was turned off. Frustrated, she put on her coat and decided to visit Yi Tian's house. She remembered he had left his home address and his information. As she walked, she called Xiaoma again. Take this formula and complete the project today. Got it, director. Who should I list as the project lead?
Yi Tian.
What? Follow my instructions. No other members. Okay. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was oblivious to Chu Ying's intentions. He stood by a wall, summoning Deshang and stroking its back. Deshang enjoyed the attention, making contented noises. Suddenly, he heard someone call his name and turned to see Lu Bo. Yi Tian, are you here for the professional beast trainer exam too? Lu Bo asked.
Yi Tian simulate confidently.
Lu Bo furrowed his brows, puzzled. Wasn't Yi Tian's beast a stone monkey? But then he remembered Yi Tian's stone monkey was different from the others, and he felt a bit relieved. Still, Yi Tian was only 18. The last time he saw Yi Tian, the monkey was only at the bronze level. How could he be taking the professional exam already? Lu Bo couldn't help but ask. Yi Tian nodded, full of confidence. I know. Lu Bo looked at Yi Tian, filled with doubt. In research, Yi Tian was undoubtedly a genius. Otherwise, Lu Bo wouldn't have invited him to join the project. But in the professional exam, the only thing that mattered was the beast's combat ability, which had nothing to do with research skills. At the age of 18, Lu Bo signed a contract with the Thunder Leopard. Now, at 23, after 5 years of hard work, he has finally raised the Thunder Leopard to a gold level. This achievement has given him the confidence to participate in the assessment. Therefore, he simply cannot understand how Yi Tian dares to belittle all of this. Now, both of them are members of the Research Institute and still work in the same department. Lu Bo, with good intentions, advised Yi Tian, Yi Tian, your stone monkey has indeed reached the silver level, meeting the eligibility criteria for the assessment. However, it hasn't been long since it broke through to the silver level. If it encounters a gold-level beast during the assessment and you can't control it, your stone monkey could get injured or even severely damaged. Lu Bo, a few years older than Yi Tian, patted him on the shoulder and sincerely suggested, at least wait until your beast reaches the peak of the silver level before taking the assessment. Yi Tian felt a bit helpless, but, out of respect for Lu Bo, he expressed his understanding. Thank you for the reminder. I'll be cautious. Despite feeling somewhat reluctant, Yi Tian decided to heed his friend's advice. Safety first, after all. Seeing Yi Tian's determined attitude, Lu Bo didn't say more and switched to another topic. By the way, Yi Tian, the rewards for the previous project have been finalized. I managed to secure 200 points as a reward. After saying this, Lu Bo watched Yi Tian's expression but didn't see the reaction he had hoped for, feeling slightly disappointed. 200 points is no small amount. Even if split, each person would get 100 points. However, Lu Bo realized that given Yi Tian's impressive performance in the previous assessment, the disparity in their abilities was evident. Fortunately, in terms of beast combat power, Yi Tian was definitely not as strong as him. This thought balanced Lu Bo's feelings quite a bit. Outside the examination venue, Wang Lin was leading Zhao Dongdong towards the examination hall. A hint of anxiety showed on Wang Lin's face. The registration deadline was approaching, and he still hadn't found that beast master. Not even a single clue. As they walked, he asked Zhao Dongdong. Zhao Dongdong replied bitterly, "No, I've been searching for that great sage these days." He first focused on the graduates of the Beast Academy but found nothing, then turned his attention to current students. A genius like Yi Tian couldn't have appeared out of nowhere and was likely a product of some academy. However, Wang Lin went through a lot of student records, straining his eyes, but still didn't find anyone who fit the criteria. He even thoroughly searched the academies in nearby cities, not just in Mist City, but found nothing. Now, their only hope was today's professional assessment. Perhaps that beast master would appear in today's assessment. Zhao Dongdong, originally the head of the operations department, had no direct involvement with the professional assessment. But since he was the first to discover Yi Tian, Wang Lin appointed him as the deputy examiner for this assessment, hoping he could identify the target among the candidates. Wang Lin himself would serve as the chief examiner. Traditionally, such matters could be delegated to subordinates. It was now close to 10 a.m., and the candidates were ready, each holding a numbered plaque. It was said that the assessment would proceed according to the drawn numbers. There were about 500 candidates on site. Lu Bo's number was 10, while Yi Tian's was 223. The assessment was about to begin, with simple and clear rules. A ring was set up in the center of the gymnasium, and the candidates would take turns to step into the ring and battle the beast master responsible for testing combat power. Wang Lin and Zhao Dongdong sat on the podium, nervously waiting. Their eyes were filled with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. If they couldn't find a suitable beast, they would have no choice but to forfeit. Wang Lin anxiously prayed for a suitable beast to appear. On the arena, the Beastmaster was already prepared. With a wave of his hand, a beast with a human body and a dragon's head appeared before the crowd. Its exposed skin was covered with raised triangular scales, and it held a massive sword in its hand. Wang Lin was astounded. Was the combat test beast really a dragon guard? And a golden tier 1 at that? Some candidates gasped in recognition of the beast's identity. Yi Tian recalled his studies. Dragon guards were renowned for their strength in the beast world. Any beast with dragon in its name was not to be trifled with. This draw was truly unfortunate. Each professional assessment randomly selected one of 8 beasts to ensure fairness, and the dragon guard was undoubtedly the most formidable among them. Its attack, defense, and speed were nearly unmatched, presenting no apparent weaknesses. Despite some complaints, the candidates knew they couldn't back out just because their opponent was a dragon guard. Nervous, Lu Bo looked anxious as his turn was coming up soon. At 10 o'clock, the assessment officially began. Zhao Dongdong was in charge of calling the numbers. She announced, "Candidate number 1, get ready to enter the arena. Countdown starts now. 10 seconds to begin the battle." As soon as she finished, a man in his 30s stepped onto the stage. With a wave of his hand, a standing black bear appeared, also of golden tier. The bear pounded its chest forcefully, creating a deafening sound. The dragon guard, however, remained still, a slight look of disdain on its face. Clearly, it wasn't in a good mood today, and wasn't thrilled about wasting hours facing 500 weaker opponents. The countdown ended, and the battle began. The dragon guard made the first move, taking a large step towards the black bear and sweeping its tail. The bear was sent flying off the stage, the battle lasting only a brief moment. The black bear's beastmaster stared in shock, unable to believe his eyes. The other candidates were equally stunned, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Was the dragon guard really that powerful? Moments ago, they had been speculating about the outcome of the match, only to see it end so swiftly. A beastmaster who had previously taken the professional assessment scoffed. This is why the rule is to last 1 minute. not to defeat the examiner. Another added, never underestimate the professional assessment. Even among golden tier beasts, the dragon guard is top-notch. Without mid-tier strength, there's no way to stand against it. Most of the candidates were newcomers, with beasts primarily at the early golden tier, and some even at the peak silver tier. Faced with such an opponent, they couldn't help but feel intimidated. Lu Bo was also in shock. It was his first time taking the assessment, and witnessing this scene made him reconsider. Maybe returning to the research institute as a researcher was a safer bet. The higher the rank of a beast tamer, the tougher the challenges become. The protagonist's Thunder Leopard has already reached the gold level, showcasing immense potential. Initially, he dreamed of becoming a professional beast tamer to make a living. However, reality soon taught him that obtaining subsidies is no easy task. Zhao Dongdong continued to fulfill his duties, but his voice grated harshly on the examinee's ears. Candidate number 2, much like candidate number 1, was defeated in an instant. The subsequent candidates fared no better. Even the strongest among them could only withstand one move before being swiftly taken down by the second. Soon, it was Lu Bo's turn, and as expected, he was also defeated in an instant. As he left the stage, Lu Bo's face was ashen. After calming down a bit, he advised Yi Tian, "Yi Tian, my Thunder Leopard has already advanced to the gold level, but it still suffered significant injuries from a single strike by the Dragon Guard. I estimate it will need at least a week in the beast space to recover. The beast space has healing properties for beasts. Your monkey, however, is only at the silver level. If it gets hit by the Dragon Guard, it might die on the spot. You should think it over carefully." This was his final warning. If Yi Tian ignored it, he would be courting disaster. The assessment continued. Many examinees, having witnessed the grim fates of their predecessors, chose to withdraw directly. Those who dared to send their beasts forward were either exceptionally brave or genuinely skilled. The longest anyone had managed to last so far was a full 30 seconds. His beast was a floating cloud, which could disperse the enemy's attacks, but eventually, it too was overwhelmed by the Dragon Guard's relentless assault. When it was candidate number 135's turn, a commotion broke out. It was Ma Fei. He was participating in the assessment too? He should be able to pass, right? Yi Tian looked at the examinee walking forward, a burly man with short golden hair. Lu Bo seemed to recognize him. "Oh, it's junior brother Ma Fei," he explained, noticing Yi Tian's gaze. "He's also a student at Shanwu Beast Academy, 2 years below me. He's a junior now, majoring in combat. I hear his beast's combat power ranks in the top 20 in the entire school."
Yi Tian nodded.
That made sense. From what he knew, Shanwu Beast Academy had thousands of students per grade, and making it to the top 20 out of thousands was no small feat. Ma Fei's beast was a rainbow horse. As the countdown ended, it engaged in a fierce battle with the Dragon Guard. Wow, it's incredible that the rainbow horse can fight so intensely with the Dragon Guard, many marveled. As Ma Fei stepped down, the crowd erupted in cheers. The assessment continued, and after Ma Fei, 3 more people passed, but they all did so within a minute. Clearly, the disparity in strength was evident. On the podium, Wang Lin sighed. Halfway through, and still no sign of them? With each candidate assessed, the likelihood of finding that beast master diminished. Zhao Dongdong consoled him. "Director, there is some good news. I think Ma Fei shows great promise, and his choice of Wuxi as his test site indicates his interest in joining us. He's worth nurturing. Perhaps in a few years, he could shine in the exchange competitions." Beast masters could choose to take their assessments in various cities, and wherever they took the test, they would become professionals of that city. Since Wuxi wasn't known for having strong beast masters, most talented young beast masters opted for other cities. In simple terms, it struggled to retain talent. Wang Lin felt somewhat reassured. "Ma Fei is a good kid," he said, shaking his head. "But unfortunately, he can't help us right now." Zhao Dongdong continued his duties as each candidate came up to the stage one by one and then left. Finally, it was Yi Tian's turn. When he summoned Dasheng, Wang Lin and Zhao Dongdong immediately stood up. Could he be the one? However, upon seeing Dasheng's face, they reluctantly sat back down. It wasn't him. The person who made a pact with the beast couldn't just be an ordinary stone monkey. Although Yi Tian's physique somewhat resembled the beast master in the video, it was only a superficial similarity. A stone monkey? Aren't they supposed to assist the beast? That's right. I once drank the wine brewed by the Stone Monkey King. This guy is incredible. I bet he's the strongest today. Haha, how dare he provoke? Is he looking for death? Haha, did you see the 2 judges were so shocked they stood up? And that monkey is holding a stick, could that be its weapon? Lu Bo covered his face, mumbling to himself, I don't know him. How embarrassing. The crowd below the stage was buzzing with discussion. Even the Dragon Guard seemed a bit hesitant. Should it go easy on him? It looked at its beast master, who signaled to proceed as usual, showing no mercy. Those who choose to step onto the stage must bear the risks. A dragon and a monkey stood facing each other. Yi Tian and Dashing were both a bit nervous. The Dragon Guard was undoubtedly the toughest opponent Dashing had ever faced. Stay in your drunken state. Dashing sees any opportunity to counterattack with full force. If it seems hopeless, they'll forfeit immediately. Winning would be ideal, but if not, we can always come back later. Roar. Got it. The countdown ended, and the fight began. The Dragon Guard left a blur in its original spot as a yellow flash fiercely attacked Dashing. This attack was as terrifying as ever. I thought the Dragon Guard might hold back a bit, but it looks like that little monkey is in trouble. Some spectators felt sorry for Dashing, thinking he might die under an unreliable master. Some timid beast masters even covered their eyes. Dashing, dodge. Yi Tian clenched his fists, ready at his sides. Bang! A dragon tail struck Dashing hard, smashing him to the ground. The Dragon Guard felt something off about the impact, looked at its tail, then turned to see Dashing had moved to its back in one leap. My god, he dodged it? This monkey is fast. The audience was in shock. Wang Lin stood up in surprise as well. This monkey is different from ordinary stone monkeys. The Dragon Guard was actually much faster than Dashing, but it lacked speed skills. Meanwhile, Dashing's drunken state had reached a mastery level. In comparison, their speeds were almost equal. However, Dashing was smaller and more agile. What was expected to be a decisive blow turned out not to be, irritating the Dragon Guard. Boom. The tail lashed out at Dashing again. Dashing, keep dodging. Yi Tian commanded. Ready to strike wasn't prepared yet. The mastery level of ready to strike needed 5 seconds, but it would result in nearly double the power. The great sage effortlessly leapt backwards, deftly dodging the Dragon Warrior's tail attack. After several exchanges, the Dragon Warrior still couldn't land a hit on the great sage, leaving Zhao Dongdong puzzled. Wang Lin, observing from the side, commented, even though the stone monkey is a king, its speed shouldn't be this fast. Zhao Dongdong blinked in surprise, prompting Wang Lin to explain, stone monkeys have a natural skill called drunken movement, which enhances their speed. I once saw a 50-year-old stone monkey with master-level drunken movement, and its speed was comparable to this little monkey's. Zhao Dongdong suddenly understood. Director, are you saying this little monkey has mastered the drunken movement skill? Wang Lin nodded. That's the only way to explain the great sage's astonishing performance. However, it still falls short compared to the monkey in the video. The audience, who had previously mocked Yi Tian, began to realize his extraordinary abilities and started to look at him with newfound respect. Even Ma Fei couldn't help but nod in admiration, acknowledging Yi Tian's prowess in training such a powerful stone monkey, albeit regretting the choice of beast. On the arena, the Dragon Warrior Guard grew increasingly agitated. To him, the great sage seemed incredibly weak, yet always narrowly evaded his attacks, making him feel mocked and infuriated. With a roar, the Dragon Warrior unleashed a storm that swept through the entire stadium, preparing to use his skill. His broadsword was enveloped in a blue energy, ready to release the Gale Slash, a wide-area attack. The audience held their breath as countless wind blades formed in the air, signaling that the Dragon Warrior was taking the battle seriously. Throughout the stadium, people's perception of Yi Tian shifted dramatically. Even Ma Fei had to reassess his opinion, nodding in recognition of the great sage's abilities. Training such a formidable stone monkey was no small feat, showcasing the beast tamer's considerable skill, though it was unfortunate that he chose the wrong type of beast. On the arena, the Dragon Warrior Guard's frustration boiled over. Despite perceiving the great sage as weak, each of his attacks only narrowly missed, making him feel humiliated. With a furious roar, he unleashed a powerful storm that engulfed the entire stadium, preparing to use his ultimate move. His broadsword glowed with a blue light, instantly forming a Gale Slash, a wide-area attack skill. The audience held their breath as the Dragon Warrior displayed his true strength. Ma Fei couldn't help but nod repeatedly, recognizing the great sage's impressive abilities. Training such a powerful stone monkey demonstrated the beast tamer's remarkable talent, though it was a pity about the choice of beast. A thunderous bang echoed across the arena as the armor shattered into pieces and several ribs of the Dragon Guard splintered. A surge of ferocious power sent it flying, tracing a graceful arc before crashing heavily outside the ring. The entire scene fell into a stunned silence, as if time had frozen. Everyone stared in disbelief at what had just transpired. The Dragon Guard had lost? The monkey had won? This dramatic turn of events was beyond the comprehension of the audience. Moments ago, the Dragon Guard held the absolute advantage, only to be suddenly overturned by its opponent. How did this happen? Lu Bo was puzzled, unwilling to accept what he had just witnessed. Yi Tian had managed to defeat the Dragon Guard, who had previously bested the Thunder Leopard, in an instant, causing Ma Fei's face to turn pale. He couldn't fathom why the stone monkey was so powerful. The beast master of the Dragon Guard was equally astonished. Once he snapped out of his shock, he shouted and rushed towards the injured guard, anxiously concerned for his companion. After examining the wounds, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the dragon guard had only broken a few ribs and had not sustained any internal injuries. They were filled with gratitude that the dragon guard had decisively used a defensive skill at the critical moment. Any hesitation might have resulted in a corpse. Zhao Dongdong's voice cracked with excitement as he jumped up, pointing at Yi Tian and shouting, "It's him! It's him!" Wang Lin, with only a few strands of hair left on his head, was so agitated that he unconsciously pulled out a couple more. He stood up, his eyes filled with astonishment. Everyone except Yi Tian himself was taken aback. Could it be that the great sage had become this powerful? Previously, due to the lack of suitable opponents, he had doubted the great sage's abilities. Without a doubt, Yi Tian had emerged victorious. After a few seconds, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. Amazing! So thrilling! Finally, someone had defeated that obnoxious dragon guard. The monkey had avenged everyone. Amid the cheers, there were many voices filled with curiosity. How did that monkey do it? What skill did it use with such overwhelming power? A soft explanation came from the crowd. If I'm not mistaken, the monkey used the 8-direction staff. The 8-direction staff? Impossible! My cousin also practices the 8-direction staff, and although he's proficient, he's nowhere near that powerful. Could it be that this monkey has not only mastered it, but has become an expert? That, I don't know. No one around here has reached such a level. Wang Lin, with Zhao Dongdong in tow, walked off the stands towards Yi Tian, his eyes sharply fixed on him. As the director of the professional house, he had seen all kinds of geniuses, but Yi Tian was a first. He guessed, "Yi Tian, your stone monkey used the advanced 8-direction staff skill, didn't it?" Though his tone was calm, inside, he was in turmoil. Even if the 8-direction staff was just a bronze-level skill, mastering it to such a high degree was astonishing. It was hard to imagine a young person achieving this. Not only did he recognize the skill used by the great sage, but he also immediately assessed its level of mastery. Yi Tian felt a bit surprised, but he couldn't hide his excitement. This person's skill truly impressed him. He nodded lightly in agreement. That's right. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Wow! Suddenly, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, captivating everyone's attention. Mastery? This was truly impressive. It was the first time in Yi Tian's life that he had witnessed such an extraordinary level of skill. He marveled inwardly at the almost unbelievable proficiency. Ma Fei couldn't help but touch his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed by the gap between himself and this mysterious figure. As a standout student at Shanwu Beast Academy, he had only mastered 2 skills. At their age, most people focused more on raising their beast level rather than perfecting skills. He knew that in the entire academy, those who could achieve mastery in their skills were already rare, let alone reaching the perfect level. To his knowledge, there might be only 1 or 2 such individuals. He never imagined he would witness a display of such flawless skill today. The difficulty of improving a skill was no less than leveling up a beast. To elevate a skill to an extraordinary level required a significant amount of time and effort, potentially as much as raising a beast from bronze to diamond level. Clearly, the value of such mastery was immense. Moreover, it is said that while reaching proficiency could be achieved through continuous practice, attaining mastery required long periods of insight and inspiration. Besides hard work, it also depended on the beast's comprehension. So, how did that stone monkey achieve this? The difficulty and power of a skill were proportional. Proficient skills already granted extraordinary abilities to a beast, so what would mastery bring? Ma Fei was filled with curiosity, as this was also his first time witnessing such a level of skill. Seeing Yi Tian nod in confirmation, Wang Lin's heart was stirred. This young man appeared to be under 20 years old. Many beast masters couldn't achieve this in their lifetime, yet he had done it before turning 20. Truly impressive. Wang Lin encouraged Yi Tian and continued to inquire. When your beast wielded the staff, it seemed to use another skill as well? Yi Tian, with a hint of pride, replied, "That's right, Dashing used 8-direction staff, while simultaneously performing ready to strike." Wang Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement, accurately guessing. Has the proficiency reached mastery level? Yi Tian nodded, confirming Wang Lin's sharp observation. Wang Lin's eyes shone with a kind of fervor, as if illuminating the entire hall. Yi Tian's performance genuinely delighted him. The skill ready to strike was discovered by Wang Lin's team in a secret realm less than 10 months ago, and it had been officially released for sale only 2 months prior. As for how long Dashing had practiced the 8-direction staff, Yi Tian wasn't entirely sure, but he knew that in at most 2 months, he had elevated ready to strike to a mastery level. The candidates below the stage were astonished, exclaiming in surprise. What? This monkey has mastered another skill to proficiency? Despite this, given the impressive display of the 8-direction staff, it wasn't so hard to believe. Lubo trembled as a familiar feeling surged within him, reminiscent of the miracle Yi Tian had performed just a few days ago. Zhao Dongdong applauded in admiration. Yi Tian's performance today was truly astounding. He scratched his head, a shy smile on his face. Zhong Dongdong, filled with curiosity, finally couldn't hold back the question that had been on her mind for a long time. Yi Tian, are you from Wushan City? Yi Tian felt puzzled upon hearing this, thinking, why is this examiner asking such a question? I grew up in Wushan City, so of course, I'm from here. Zhao Dongdong was also confused. Then why couldn't I find you at Shanwu Academy or any other beast taming academies in nearby cities? Did you not attend a beast taming academy? Yi Tian chuckled softly and replied, well, I'm still a high school student. I have about a month until my college entrance exams. Let's talk about it after I fill out my applications. Wang Lin, Zhao Dongdong, and the others looked at Yi Tian's youthful appearance, initially thinking he just looked young. They were shocked to realize he actually was young. The other candidates were equally stunned, expressing their disbelief. A high school student? You must be joking. I'm already 30 years old, living like an old dog. Ma Fei clutched his head in disbelief, squatting down. Beaten by a high school student? This can't be happening. Despite this, many candidates had yet to take their exams, and the assessments continued. However, a problem arose. The examiner originally in charge complained to Wang Lin. Long can't continue as the examiner, director. Wang Lin sighed, acknowledging the issue. He turned to Zhao Dongdong and said, quickly contact the other beast tamers who have served as examiners before, and see if anyone is available. 2 minutes later, Zhao Dongdong returned, looking troubled. Director, the previous examiners have all entered the secret realm and can't be reached. Should we find another golden level beast tamer to replace them? Wang Lin shook his head. No, it's not necessary. He then looked at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, can you take over as the examiner? The compensation is 50 points. Yi Tian hesitated. The compensation for the Dragon Guard Beast Tamer is only 10 points. Why am I getting 50? Wang Lin glanced at the Dragon Guard Beast Tamer, coughing slightly. It's an urgent situation, and we need special measures. Yi Tian is a beast taming prodigy. We must keep him with us. He was actually trying to give Yi Tian some benefits, as such talent must be retained promptly. Besides, while the other beast tamers were also at the golden level, they lacked experience as examiners, and calling them now would waste time. It was better to let Yi Tian take on the role. Yi Tian finally nodded. All right, I understand. Wang Lin suddenly remembered something. Make sure to control the power of the beasts, keeping it at the same level as the Dragon Guard. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. I'll be careful. The Dragon Guard Beast Tamer felt a sense of humiliation. When Zhao Dongdong announced that Yi Tian would continue as the examiner, the whole venue erupted in shock. Everyone felt incredulous. Did I just time travel? This is too unbelievable. A newly passed beast tamer becoming an examiner right away seems unreasonable. However, some people spoke up in Yi Tian's defense. At the exam venue, everyone faced a formidable opponent, and a sense of helplessness arose within them. The abilities displayed by this candidate were impossible to ignore, as if unmatched by anyone. For those who had already completed the exam, it was a relief that everything was over. However, for those who had yet to take the exam, their hearts were undoubtedly heavy. They felt a sense of despair, as the challenges before them seemed like an insurmountable mountain, intimidating and daunting. The dragon guards they had previously encountered had already exhausted them, and now an even stronger adversary appeared, adding unprecedented pressure and challenge. In such a situation, they could only silently pray that they would endure and not be overwhelmed. The exam continued, and candidate number 224 stood nervously in front of Yi Tian. However, he mustered up the courage, raised his hand, and greeted the examiner. Yi Tian responded with a kind smile, saying, "Hello, candidate." In this exam, Yi Tian showed compassion by allowing Desheng to use only the 8-direction staff, rather than unleashing all his abilities. On the arena, the golden-level beastmasters were being soundly defeated by a silver-level beast, creating a scene that, though odd, was strangely harmonious. Observers could clearly sense Wang Lin's satisfaction as he stroked his beard and squinted his eyes in contentment. Zhao Dongdong promptly congratulated. Congratulations, director. I must say, the power Desheng has demonstrated is even more impressive than in the videos and is on par with the previous candidates. Even without advancing his rank, Desheng's performance is already enough to represent Wushan City. Moreover, Desheng's rapid learning speed is making Wang Lin consider how to best allocate his skills. As long as Yi Tian is willing to stay in Wushan City and represent the House of Professionals, Wang Lin believes that even if this year's results aren't great, it won't be a problem. He is confident that given another year, Desheng's abilities will undergo a tremendous transformation. By then, he will reclaim everything Wushan City has lost, and everything he himself has lost. What's even more astonishing is that Yi Tian is still just a high school student, presumably only 18 years old. With the competition allowing beastmasters under 25 to participate, Yi Tian has the opportunity to represent Wushan City in 7 more tournaments. Wang Lin suddenly said, Yi Tian has just joined our house of professionals and has already taken on such a daunting task. We must properly compensate him afterward. Zhao Dongdong quickly nodded in agreement. The director is absolutely right. However, how could the Dragon Guard Beast Master forget to compensate me? Isn't this a double standard? Wang Lin thought for a moment and turned to Zhao Dongdong. Go to the logistics department and get a few recovery potions. Since Deshang can't compete with golden level beasts, his stamina might not last until the end of the assessment. During the break, give him the potions to take. Zhao Dongdong accepted the task and immediately set off, feeling a bit envious. Recovery potions are expensive, costing 30,000 dragon coins each, and he rarely used them himself. Are we just going to give them to Yi Tian? This clearly showed the director's regard for Yi Tian. It seemed that Zhao Dongdong would need to curry favor with Yi Tian in the future, or at least not fall out with him. Soon, Yi Tian had 5 potions in his hand. It was said that these potions could instantly restore a beast's stamina, but couldn't be used consecutively, requiring at least a 2-hour interval. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow and placed the potions into his beast space, thinking they would be quite useful. Deshang now had the skill to rest with his eyes closed, allowing him to recuperate between battles, and he could handle it. This time, Deshang fought with great enjoyment. Although more than half of the beast masters chose to forfeit, over 100 still participated in the assessment, each with their various beasts. In the end, only 5 passed the assessment. The other candidates felt grateful because Yi Tian hadn't used his strongest attacks against them. Yi Tian is truly a good person. Ultimately, 9 candidates passed this round of the assessment. Wang Lin hosted a grand card awarding ceremony for them, marking the successful conclusion of the professional assessment. Yi Tian held his identity card from the professional house tightly, feeling overwhelmed. From this moment on, he officially became a professional beast master. When he first arrived in this world, he set his sights on becoming a professional beast master, but he never expected to achieve it so quickly. With this qualification, he would enjoy numerous privileges. For instance, with his identity card, he could access over 90 of public service facilities for free. More importantly, through the professional house platform, he could accept various tasks to earn rewards and trade with other professionals. Although, given his current abilities, Yi Tian and Yi Ying could still lead a happy life even without the professional beast master title. The excitement was undeniable when he finally received his certificate. Of course, there are different levels within the professional beast master ranks, similar to researchers, classified into 3 levels: 3-star, 2-star, 1-star, and special grade based on accumulated points. Yi Tian was currently a 3-star beast master. After receiving the certificate, everyone got a booklet detailing the responsibilities and obligations of a professional beast master. Yi Tian skimmed through it and learned that once he became a 2-star beast master, he could apply for a free apartment. Naturally, the benefits would become more generous as the levels increased. After the card awarding ceremony, the other candidates left, while Yi Tian followed Wang Lin to his office. The other candidates gradually realized Wang Lin's identity. Seeing Yi Tian being able to converse closely with Wang Lin, they couldn't help but feel envious. Wang Lin sat in his chair, poured tea for the 2 of them, and said, although your beast level is only silver, its strength far surpasses that of an average gold-level beast. Are you interested in representing Wushan City in the City Youth Beast Master Exchange Competition? The City Youth Beast Master Exchange Competition? Yi Tian was puzzled. Wang Lin then explained the content of the competition and the potential rewards for achieving good results. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian said, I am willing. He swore that his intention was for the honor of Wushan City, not because he heard that entering the top 10 would earn 500 points. Such an event, which could both hone his combat skills and broaden his horizons while earning rewards, was certainly worth participating in. Wang Lin nodded with satisfaction. Very good. But don't set your expectations too high for this competition. Treat it as an experience. Your future lies in the next one. Yi Tian agreed. Wang Lin encouraged Yi Tian a bit more, and Yi Tian remembered he still had one more thing to ask. He inquired, Director, I want to know if the professional house has diamond-level beast bones? Wang Lin was slightly surprised. Yes, but what do you plan to do with them? Diamond-level items seemed premature for Yi Tian. Yi Tian excitedly responded, as long as they are available, how can I obtain them? Wang Lin explained, 10 points can be exchanged for 1 gram of bone powder. Yi Tian immediately felt relieved. It turned out that in the professional house, the bones were already ground into powder and sold by the gram. With just 10 points, he could complete his task, which eased his mind considerably. After a bit more conversation, Yi Tian finally left the office. On his first day at work, Xiaoming excitedly opened his phone and downloaded the Career Home app. Holding his newly received company ID badge, he registered as a member of this professional family. At this new starting point, Xiaoming was filled with anticipation and hope, fully aware that he was about to embark on a brand new career journey filled with endless possibilities. Yi Tian opened the app and saw that he had already accumulated 50 points in his personal account, which put him in a good mood. He found bone powder in the store, filled in his address, and placed the order without any issues. It was said that the product would be delivered to his home within 2 hours. As he stepped out of the career center, Yi Tian felt as if he was floating on air, completely satisfied and imagining himself as the protagonist of a golden future. Just as he walked out the door, he noticed Lu Bo waiting for him, accompanied by 2 unfamiliar faces. One was a blonde man, whom Yi Tian recalled as Ma Fei, and the other, although not immediately recognizable, seemed somewhat familiar. Lu Bo waved, and Yi Tian walked towards them. Lu Bo immediately introduced Ma Fei and the other person. This is my junior from the Beast Academy, Ma Fei, a third-year student, and this is a freshman, Song Yuan. Yi Tian noticed that Song Yuan seemed a bit nervous upon meeting him. Finally, Yi Tian remembered why Song Yuan looked familiar. Song Yuan had come along with Ma Fei to gain some experience. His beast taming skills had reached the silver level, so he had also signed up for the assessment. However, luck was not on his side, and he drew number 300-something, making him one of the candidates Yi Tian was responsible for assessing. Under normal circumstances, Yi Tian would have chatted with him for a bit, but at the moment, he was eager to go home and complete the simplified tasks of the Great Sage. He was very curious about the evolution path of the Great Sage, so he asked directly, "Is there something you need from me? My time is limited." Ma Fei smiled and did not seem offended. "Yi Tian, I saw that Senior Lu knows you, so I asked him to introduce us. I hope you can join the Mountain Mist Beast Academy. The college entrance exams are approaching, and if you agree, we can offer you a direct admission. Moreover, with your talent, the academy will provide substantial enrollment rewards." Song Yuan looked at Yi Tian with a hint of envy. Getting into the Beast Academy was no easy feat. Last year, the national acceptance rate was less than 1. Yi Tian recalled the hard work he had put in to earn his spot, and now it was being offered to him so easily. He felt a mix of emotions. Though a bit frustrated, he had to admit it was a flattering offer. Yi Tian frowned, realizing they were inviting him to join the academy. After a brief moment of thought, he declined the offer. "Sorry, that's not something I'm considering at the moment." To him, the question of whether he needed to attend school at all was already up for debate. Even if he did decide to go to a Beast Academy, it didn't necessarily have to be Mountain Mist. There were better options within the Dragon Kingdom. Ma Fei shook his head, seemingly expecting this outcome. "All right, I understand that someone with your talent might not be interested in our academy." Yi Tian didn't blame him. It was just an unfortunate situation. "I've joined the student council and am responsible for some recruitment tasks. If I miss out on a talent like you, my supervisor will give me a hard time." Yi Tian nodded. "It's okay, I have to go now." He turned and walked away, with Lu Bo following closely behind. "Yi Tian, wait, let's discuss the project." Their figures gradually faded into the distance, while Ma Fei's face showed a relieved expression. Today, Yi Tian once again demonstrated his dedication and responsibility. Song Yuan rolled his eyes nearby, seemingly unimpressed by Yi Tian's diligence. Despite this, Yi Tian remained steadfast in his principles. He knew very well that although the chances of him being recruited were slim, the doors of the Beast Taming Academy were open to him. This unfair reality left him feeling helpless. As Yi Tian walked on, he checked his phone and was immediately greeted by a series of missed calls and notification sounds. Chu Ying's name flashed on the screen. She seemed unusually anxious to reach him. Lu Bo noticed the unusual activity on the phone but didn't see the content of the messages. He jokingly guessed that it might be Yi Tian's girlfriend trying to contact him. Yi Tian reluctantly returned the call, and Chu Ying angrily questioned why his phone had been off all morning, making it impossible for her to reach him. Yi Tian patiently explained that he had been attending the professional beast tamer assessment, but Chu Ying didn't believe him, mocking that his little stone monkey was only fit for research, not for becoming a professional beast tamer. Lu Bo suddenly realized something, noticing how familiar Chu Ying's voice sounded. Could it be that Yi Tian's girlfriend was actually the department head? However, that wasn't the case. Chu Ying was looking for Yi Tian because there was an issue with the mixture he had provided. She suspected that Yi Tian had stayed up all night to get the results, which was why he hadn't answered his phone or opened his door all morning. Yi Tian sighed helplessly, insisting that everything he had said was true, but no one believed him. In the end, Chu Ying acknowledged Yi Tian's achievements, praised his hard work, and invited him to the project completion meeting to introduce him to other researchers. Lu Bo realized that Yi Tian had made another accomplishment and looked at him with envy. Yi Tian had grown accustomed to being misunderstood, yet he continued to uphold his principles and contribute to the development of the research institute. Mr. Yi Tian spoke with a hint of urgency and apology in his voice. "Minister, I might not be able to attend the meeting today. I have an urgent matter this afternoon." Lu Bo was taken aback. He couldn't understand why Yi Tian would refuse. Had he grown accustomed to frequent refusals? Lu Bo had always regarded Chu Ying as an authority, and her words had never been questioned. He secretly speculated that the minister would be angry and that Yi Tian would face consequences. Despite Yi Tian being a young researcher, offending a superior was asking for trouble. However, Chu Ying's response surprised Lu Bo. Her voice conveyed concern and understanding. She offered to host the meeting herself and advised Yi Tian to rest well. Lu Bo was astonished by the minister's kindness and empathy. But then, an email notification made Lu Bo uneasy. Chu Ying had sent out an urgent meeting notice, requiring all researchers in Shanwu City to gather at the Institute's third-floor conference room at 2 p.m. Such a formal notice was rare for Lu Bo, signaling the meeting's importance. He began to wonder what Yi Tian had done to warrant such attention from Chu Ying. Her resolute and meticulous attitude demanded a detailed reason from anyone unable to attend. Lu Bo felt puzzled. Could it be that geniuses like Yi Tian enjoyed special privileges? A surge of discontent rose within him. Suddenly, Yi Tian stopped in his tracks and dialed Chu Ying's number. Lu Bo guessed that Yi Tian had realized his impoliteness and was preparing to apologize. When Chu Ying answered, Yi Tian requested her assistance in finding a job for his older sister. He had learned that the institute could accommodate relatives of researchers, but didn't know the exact process. Chu Ying promised to help, and Yi Tian was overjoyed. More so than passing a professional assessment, Yi Tian's sister, Ying, didn't want to rely on his financial support and hoped to work independently. Determined to find her a better job, Yi Tian sought the minister's help. Lu Bo was furious. How could Yi Tian burden the minister with such trivial matters? He thought angrily, doesn't Yi Tian understand how valuable the minister's time is? Yet, Chu Ying's response was unexpectedly gentle and considerate, even offering to help personally. Lu Bo was overwhelmed with envy, wishing he could receive such attention from the minister. But when he snapped back to reality, he realized Yi Tian had already left. Finally home, Yi Tian closed the door and drew the curtains, his heart swirling with complex emotions. In his mind, he silently muttered, "Complete it for me." As 1,000,000 dragon coins and the bone powder vanished, he finally heard that familiar, melodious voice. Evolution path requirements met. Target detected with no existing evolution path. Please customize the evolution direction. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned. What does customize mean? But the next moment, he understood. An image appeared out of nowhere and his Mindit was the Great Sage. The Great Sage's form could change according to his thoughts. Amazing, Yi Tian marveled. As soon as he thought about making the Great Sage bigger, the image indeed grew larger. Make it taller than the sky. The Great Sage's image quickly expanded but stopped at 10 meters, followed by a prompt sound. Reached the potential limit for this evolution direction. Current path can enhance the beast's potential to gold level. Solidify? Yi Tian shook his head. Of course, he chose no. He wanted to keep experimenting. According to the information he had, once a path was solidified, there would be no other options in the future. Stopping at just 10 meters indicated that customization had its limits. Yi Tian stroked his chin in thought. Having finally completed the simplification task, he naturally wanted the best possible outcome, aiming to find the strongest evolution path. After much contemplation, the strongest image of a monkey in his mind was only one. Yi Tian licked his lips. The image in his mind quickly transformed. Standing on a somersault cloud, holding a Rui Jingu Bang, clad in golden armor, with a red cape fluttering behind him. His eyes burned with fire, and 2 long feathers adorned his head. It's you, Yi Tian Dasheng. But the shadow of Yi Tian Dasheng lasted less than a second before rapidly dimming, followed by a prompt sound. Evolution targets potential too vast, insufficient evolution energy. Yi Tian wasn't disappointed by the failure. Instead, he became excited. This meant it was indeed possible to evolve in this direction. The prompt didn't say he'd reached the limit, but rather that the potential was too great to achieve now. Yi Tian conceived a grand plan. Since the goal was too distant, he would break it down into smaller targets and complete them one by one. With a thought, the image of Yi Tian Dasheng reappeared, but this time without the cape. Still, it failed. He then removed the feathers from the head, still a failure. No golden armor. Failure. No somersault cloud. Current path can enhance the beast's potential to diamond level. Solidify? Yi Tian was overjoyed. Solidify. Solidify immediately. Since the Great Sage couldn't evolve into Yi Tian Dasheng all at once, it could evolve multiple times. Yi Tian believed that one day, it would become the figure in his mind. Please name the beast species. The evolution path Yi Tian had created didn't exist in this world, so he had the right to name the species. The image retained the Rui Jingu Bang and Fiery Eyes Golden Gaze. Yi Tian thought for a moment. Golden Staff Fiery-Eyed Monkey King? No, it sounds bad. Golden Fire Monkey King? Still no, it doesn't sound right. After coming up with dozens of names, he finally decided on Rui Monkey King. It also represented Yi Tian's hope for the future, all things as he wished. Simplified Rui Monkey King evolution path is being generated. Estimated time, 30 minutes. Full Rui Monkey King evolution path is being generated. Estimated time, 48 hours. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. So there's a simplified and a full version. He held an ancient book in his hand, its pages filled with a mysterious method of evolution that only he could comprehend and utilize. He knew that this book was his sole path to evolution, so he resolutely embarked on this long and enigmatic journey of transformation. Is the evolution path of the stone monkey really worth investing in? Yi Tian's eyes began to sparkle with anticipation. Time flew by, and within a mere half hour, a clear notification sound broke the silence. A new simplified task popped up in front of Yi Tian. If he could meet the requirements of 1,000 grams of diamond-grade active metal, 10 fire spirit stones, and achieve 100 in the silver realm, the great sage could successfully evolve into the wishful Monkey King. Yi Tian wasn't worried about the last requirement, as it was a necessary step. But the first two conditions, active metal and fire spirit stones, were unfamiliar terms to him. He opened his search software and accessed the trading platforms of both the research institute and the professional house. Suddenly, Yi Tian's eye twitched. He had expected evolution to be costly, but not this expensive. Active metal, a highly malleable special metal, was available on both platforms at a uniform price of 10,000 dragon coins per gram. This meant he needed 10 million dragon coins to fulfill the first requirement. That price was outrageous. As for the fire spirit stones, they were nowhere to be found on the trading platform. According to his search results, fire spirit stones were extremely rare crafting materials that only existed in fire attribute secret realms. Moreover, they required very specific environmental conditions and would quickly lose their spiritual properties once removed from the secret realm, explaining why they weren't available on the platform. Despite his initial frustration, Yi Tian quickly calmed down. Making money wasn't a difficult task for him. Once he had the complete evolution path, he could sell it to the research institute. If he still needed more funds, he could take on some projects to earn the required money. As for the fire spirit stones, he needed to investigate where fire attribute secret realms could be found. Professional beast tamers often ventured into various secret realms, so the professional house would surely have relevant information. Yi Tian let out a sigh of relief. There was no need to rush. The great sage still had a long way to go to reach 100 in the silver realm. Just as he was thinking of taking a bath to relax, his phone rang. It was Wang Lin. "Xiao Tian, I've already submitted your name," Wang Lin said. Yi Tian knew exactly what he was talking about. Wang Lin continued, "The exchange competition will start in half a month. Before the official competition, we plan to have a 5-day training camp. On one hand, we'll have professional trainers improve the participants' combat abilities, and on the other hand, it will help the participants get to know each other. I've sent you the training camp location. It's in a secret realm 100 kilometers outside of Wushan City. Participation is voluntary." Hearing the word secret realm, Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He asked, "Director, what attribute does the secret realm have?" Wang Lin replied, "It has gold, fire, and wood attributes. It's rare to find a secret realm with a single attribute. They usually have multiple mixed attributes." Yi Tian nodded. Since the secret realm had a fire attribute, it met the growth conditions for fire spirit stones, so there might be some there. "So, have you decided to go?" Wang Lin didn't press for an immediate answer and waited for Yi Tian's decision. Yi Tian furrowed his brow. If he went, the downside was that he would miss the start of the school term, and the college entrance exams were just a month away. The training camp would take up his school study time. But wait, this might not be a bad thing. Yi Tian suddenly realized a loophole. The purpose of the college entrance exams was to get into the Beast Taming Academy. If he wanted, he could even skip the exams and directly enter the academy. Yi Tian realized that staying in school any longer was pointless. He decided to ask Mr. Zhou for a leave of absence directly, believing that Mr. Zhou would understand his decision. Additionally, participating in the training camp had its perks, like free access to the secret realm, where he might find something he was looking for, adding more excitement to Desheng's life. Without hesitation, Yi Tian agreed. On the other end of the phone, the director could sense Wang Lin's joy. He encouraged Yi Tian a bit and then suddenly laughed, saying, "By the way, Xiao Tian, I encountered something interesting today, and it involves you." Yi Tian, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" Wang Lin laughed heartily and continued, "You know the Research Institute, right? Our organization and the institute are like siblings, often collaborating on various projects. Recently, we found a skill called Demengju and handed it over to the institute. In less than a week, they figured out the best combination. But that's not the main point. Do you know the name of the person responsible for this project?" Yi Tian fell silent, seemingly sensing something. Wang Lin went on, "Haha, his name is Yi Tian, exactly the same as yours." Yi Tian chuckled awkwardly, about to say something, but Wang Lin cut him off. "Xiao Tian, we should find an opportunity to have a meal with the people from the institute. Trust me, getting along with them has nothing but benefits." "Alright, that's all for now. I have something to attend to. Talk later." With that, the call ended. Yi Tian ignored Wang Lin's last words and rubbed his temples. Ever since he became a beast master, his life had become busier. But this busyness didn't make him feel anxious. Instead, he felt more fulfilled every day. He thought about the tasks ahead, like going to the ancient battlefield's secret realm tomorrow to form a contract with a new beast. After that, he needed to ask the minister about the price of Deshang's complete evolution path. With the new semester starting in a few days, this might be his last few days at the academy. He decided to ask Mr. Zhou for leave and end his student life. After taking leave, he planned to rest for 2 days before attending the training camp. Additionally, he needed to handle the previous deal with Lu Bo Yi Tian's side at how busy yet fulfilling his life was, knowing that the key was to tackle one thing at a time. For now, the priority was to complete the contract with the new beast. Yi Tian patted Deshang's head and asked, "Deshang, are you excited about a new companion?" Deshang looked confused, clearly not understanding the word companion. Yi Tian patiently explained, "A companion is an animal you can drink with." Upon hearing the word drink, Deshang immediately perked up. Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel at Deshang's simplicity. He realized that choosing the second beast was a significant decision that required careful consideration. Reflecting on the past, Yi Tian didn't seem to have much choice when he initially signed the contract. Despite having a system that could nurture any weak beast into a divine creature, there was no need for him to create unnecessary challenges for himself. Raising a low-potential beast to the same level as a high-potential one clearly requires more resources, including money and time. If Deshang inherently had diamond-like potential, Yi Tian wouldn't be in his current predicament. After summarizing his plans for tomorrow, Yi Tian made up his mind that the higher the potential of a beast, the more worthwhile it is to contract it. He glanced at his watch. It was getting late. Ying would be home soon, and he decided to quickly prepare dinner to surprise her. Yi Tian wanted to showcase his abilities to Ying so she wouldn't worry about him and to make her happy. On second thought, with his current financial means, he decided to order takeout and have a lavish dinner instead. While Yi Tian was pondering what to eat for dinner, in the large conference room at the Research Institute, the front screen was ready for a projection, displaying the words Project Completion Meeting. Researchers were seated, waiting for the meeting to begin. Compared to the breeding department, the evolution department had significantly fewer people, around 100 in total. With some members out, about 80 were present. Besides the evolution department members, the breeding department's head, Su Chonglin, and deputy head, Zhang Sheng, were also present. Zhang Sheng frowned, puzzled about what Chuing intended to do and why she insisted they attend this extremely important project meeting. What major project could the evolution department have that he knew nothing about? According to the Institute's regulations, when one department holds a project completion meeting, the other must send representatives to supervise and share information. Typically, this doesn't require high-ranking officials, but rather randomly selected subordinates. However, today, Chuing had specifically invited the two heads, without disclosing the project details, only emphasizing its importance and promising a significant surprise. Despite the tense relationship between the departments, they had to show some respect, so the two attended the meeting. Su Chonglin smiled and said, "It might just be another newly discovered evolution path for a beast." He shook his head. Young Chu is still quite young and eager to show off any achievements. Let's just give this young lady a bit of encouragement, haha. Given Chu Ying's younger age, calling her a young lady was not inappropriate. Zhang Sheng snorted. A complete waste of time. Our evolution department's research on skills is at a critical stage. Su Chonglin asked with concern, "How is the progress?" The Great Dream Technique is a special skill, and finding the optimal combination is far more important than other skills. It's also a perfect opportunity to showcase our breeding department's capabilities. Zhang Sheng smiled proudly. "We reached 24.5 yesterday. If nothing unexpected happens, we should break 25 today. In another week at most, we will meet the 28 delivery standard." Su Chonglin patted Zhang Sheng's shoulder. "Old Zhang, you've worked hard. By the way, I heard that Chuing also took over this project yesterday." With a mocking expression, Zhang Sheng said, "Don't worry, Minister. Based on my understanding of the evolution department's capabilities, even if they had 2 months, they wouldn't reach our current level." The members of the evolution department were buzzing with speculation, unsure of what message the director intended to convey. The email had not mentioned the meeting's topic, merely stating its importance. This left everyone in the room feeling puzzled. Although Lu Bo knew some inside information, he chose to keep his head down, looking somewhat dejected. Ichilai also felt disheartened, believing his achievements paled in comparison to his colleagues. This sense of despair spread within him, making him feel trapped. On the other side of the conference room, Zhang Qixing wore a frustrated expression. Sitting next to him was a middle-aged man with a bald head, glasses, and a pale face. The man tried to comfort Zhang, reminding him that failure is part of the experimental process and must be accepted. He shared that he himself had experienced 5,000 failures before finding the correct evolutionary path. 5,000 times? Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. The man smiled and confirmed, Yes, you heard correctly. But it was those 5,000 failures that ultimately led me to discover the path for gem coral to evolve from silver to gold. This path not only promoted me to a first-level researcher, but also earned me numerous accolades. When reporters interviewed me, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment, which stemmed from those 5,000 accumulated failures. Hearing this, Zhang had an epiphany, and his irritation dissipated. If the middle-aged man could endure 5,000 failures without giving up, then so could Zhang. He had plenty of time to spend. Finding the evolutionary path was inherently a challenging journey. Reflecting on his decision to join the evolution department, Zhang knew this road was not meant to be easy. Dozens of failures were insignificant in this context. He regained his composure and looked around, seemingly searching for someone. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, remembering Yi Tian. Why hadn't Yi Tian come to the meeting? Although researchers had the freedom to act independently, the institute provided the best research environment. Since the last assessment, Yi Tian had disappeared, leaving Zhang with mixed feelings. On one hand, he believed Yi Tian should not give up, as he had immense potential and talent to achieve his dreams. On the other hand, Zhang felt a slight sense of joy because he was progressing while Yi Tian remained stagnant. He was confident he would soon surpass Yi Tian. Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor silenced the room. Everyone turned toward the door, where Chu Ying walked in with a smile, greeted by a smile from Su Changlin. Chu Ying put down her files and officially announced the start of the meeting. The room was filled with an atmosphere of anticipation and tension. A curious crowd gathered around, their eyes fixed on Chu Ying. There weren't many researchers in the evolution department, so everyone was relatively familiar with each other. They all had some knowledge of the current projects and their progress, but no one had heard about any project nearing completion. Chu Ying glanced at the crowd, said a few polite words, and then officially started the meeting. According to the procedure, the first part of a project conclusion meeting was a brief introduction of the project and its team members. Chu Ying flipped through the slides on the big screen and reached the first page. On the left was the project overview, and on the right was the list of team members. The optimal ratio exploration of the Great Dream Technique project took 18 hours to complete and had a ratio of 35. Yi Tian was the project leader, and the team members were all indispensable. Zhang Qixing and Zhang Sheng stood up simultaneously, their chairs scraping against the floor with a sharp squeak. The old wooden door creaked open as Yi Ying returned. She sat on a small stool by the door, taking off her shoes while chatting with Yi Tian. Yi Tian, scammers are getting out of hand lately, and their tricks are becoming more varied. This afternoon, someone called me, claiming to be a recruitment officer from the Research Institute, trying to recruit me. Luckily, I was smart enough to hang up immediately. Otherwise, they would have tried every possible way to get me to pay. Yi Ying said. Yi Tian's mouth twitched slightly as he replied, Sis, could it be that he was telling the truth? Maybe it was just a misunderstanding? Yi Tian hadn't expected Chu Ying to be so efficient. She had just mentioned helping Ying find a job, and the arrangements had already been made. Ying shook her head and said, How could it be such a coincidence? I've never submitted a resume or had any relevant background. The chances of that are incredibly slim. She took off her socks and wiggled her toes. Yi Tian admitted, Actually, sis, I am your background. I mentioned before that I went to take an exam at the Research Institute, but you didn't believe me. But I did go that day, and I passed the exam. Researchers at the Institute can recommend family members to join, so the call you received was likely genuine. Yi Tian shared his achievement with a hint of excitement. Chu Ying stood up and said confidently, I still don't believe it. Yi Tian took out his ID from the Research Institute and handed it to Chu Ying. She took it and muttered, It does look quite official. She knew the difficulty of the Institute's exams. She had heard of a senior who had failed for 10 years. Yet her brother, who seemed to do nothing but daydream, had passed. Could it be that his daydreaming was actually studying? Yi Tian pointed to the QR code at the bottom right of the ID and said, Sis, you can scan this to verify its authenticity. All researchers' identity information can be checked on the Institute's official website. Chu Ying frowned, skeptical but slightly intrigued by Yi Tian's confident demeanor. Could it be true? She decided to give it a try. Upon scanning, her phone immediately redirected to a new page. In the center of the page was a photo of Yi Tian with a brief introduction of when he joined the Research Institute. Yi Ying, feeling exhilarated, clicked the back button at the top left corner of the page, and the homepage of the Institute's official website appeared before her eyes. Could this be real? With all the evidence laid out in front of her, Ying had to accept the truth. Yi Tian stood tall and proud, and Ying let out an excited scream, immediately grabbing Yi Tian's hand and jumping up and down joyfully. Xiao Tian, did you really get into the Research Institute? That's amazing, just amazing. After a brief moment of joy, Ying began to cry. Yi Tian quickly patted her back. Sis, what's wrong? This should be a happy moment. Choking back tears, Ying said, Yes, I'm just so moved. Xiao Tian, you've grown up. I can't help but think how wonderful it would be if our parents could see all this. Yi Tian remained silent. These words were somewhat unfamiliar to him, but they still stirred something deep inside. He sighed and said, "Sis, our future will be even better."
Yi Ying nodded firmly.
"It definitely will." Yi Tian comforted Yi Ying until she stopped crying, then led her to the dining table. "Sis, you found a good job, so we have to celebrate today." The small dining table, laden with an unprecedented number of dishes stacked in 3 layers, bore the weight of their past struggles. Ying swallowed and scolded, "Xiao Tian, this is too extravagant. Why waste so much money? Wouldn't it be better to use it to support Deshang or save for your future marriage?"
Yi Tian chuckled.
"It's okay to splurge once in a while. Your brother is a wealthy man now." Ying gently patted Yi Tian's shoulder and said no more. The siblings sat facing each other, chatting and enjoying the meal. "Sis, you should call that person back. If it doesn't work out, it's fine. I think your current job is quite good. It's enough to support yourself. Isn't it a bit foolish to pass up an easy and well-paying job?" "But I don't know anything. If I join the institute, won't people talk about me?" "I told you, didn't I? This is a benefit the institute provides to its researchers to ensure their families are taken care of. Don't you believe me? Let me call back for you." Yi Tian picked up Yi Ying's phone and saw only one number in the call history from that afternoon. He immediately dialed it back, only to find out that Yi Ying had blocked the number. He laughed and said, "You should call yourself?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yi Ying said, "I thought he might be a scammer." Yi Tian handed her the phone. "Give it a try yourself." Yi Ying unblocked the number and dialed again. 5 minutes later, she hung up with a face full of joy. "All set?" Yi Tian asked.
Yi Ying nodded firmly.
"The HR department of the institute gave me a month to hand over my current job. After that, I just need to bring my ID and report in."
Yi Tian nodded.
"That's good." He picked his teeth and looked around the old room. "In a few days, I'll find a new place. I've been planning to do this ever since Desheng almost broke the wall with his staff. It will give him more space to move around and improve our living conditions." Yi thinks her current life is pretty good, and moving houses would cost a fortune. Yi Tian couldn't be bothered to respond to her. Yi has always led a frugal life, and changing that spending habit would probably take a long period of adjustment. As night fell, most of the city's residents were already deep in their dreams. Outside the city of Wushan, on a small hill near the ancient battlefield's secret realm, 3 mysterious figures stood. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair, wearing a mask. Behind him were a man and a woman. The man was burly, shirtless, and covered in various mysterious tattoos on his chest and back. The woman had shoulder-length red wavy hair, and her delicate face looked exceptionally alluring under the moonlight. The burly man gazed at the ancient battlefield's secret realm with a slight frown and asked the leader, "Boss, sending me and Zhaixing on such a simple task seems like overkill, don't you think?" Zhaixing chimed in, "That's right, boss. I think I could handle it alone tomorrow. If Scorpion and I go together, it increases the risk of exposure. After all, both of us are regulars on the major bounty lists." The man referred to as boss shook his head. "To capture that thing, we even used great power to trigger an earthquake and forcefully open the secret realm early. The cost has been enormous. There can be no mistakes. You two will go together." Scorpion shrugged. "All right, even though we've been suppressed to the peak silver level, as gold level beast masters, our strength is still formidable despite the level restriction. Rest assured, boss, we will complete the task." The boss nodded. "I hope so." With that, he was enveloped in a layer of black mist, and then turned into a wisp of black smoke, disappearing before their eyes. Scorpion shivered involuntarily and muttered, "Every time the boss disappears like that, it gives me the creeps." He nudged Zhaixing with his elbow. "Zhaixing, what level do you think the boss really is? Diamond level? Or even higher?" Zhaixing shook her head. "I don't know. The boss is too mysterious. Aside from giving us tasks, we hardly have any contact with him." She then changed the subject. "There are less than 10 hours until the secret realm opens. Let's plan our actions." Scorpion laughed heartily. "We are both gold level beastmasters, even suppressed to silver level. Who in the secret realm could be our match? Most who enter are rookie silver levels, with only a few at the peak silver level. I think once we get in, we should head straight for the target, complete the task quickly, and get out. Simple and straightforward. No overthinking." Zhaixing nodded. "Agreed." The ancient battlefield secret realm only allowed silver-level beastmasters to enter. To ensure the mission's success, the boss had paid a high price to suppress their levels to silver. Despite the level reduction, their beastmaster abilities were largely unaffected. With each of them bringing a beast, they were confident no one in the secret realm could hinder their actions. "Hey, what do you think the boss wants us to capture?" Scorpion suddenly asked, filled with curiosity. "I reckon the cost of triggering the earthquake and suppressing our levels must have exceeded 1 billion dragon coins," he added. In the ancient battlefield realm, there was a silver deer beast. Although not the highest level, it was still quite remarkable. Capturing this silver deer beast cost a staggering 1 billion yuan, highlighting its extraordinary value. Zhaixing's cold expression made him difficult to read. He always maintained a detached attitude towards internal matters, speaking little. They only needed to follow the leader's orders to complete their tasks. Scorpion rolled his eyes disdainfully, appearing utterly bored. The next morning, the siblings got up early. As Yi Tian ate breakfast, he asked Ying, "Sister, what level has your fluffy sheep reached?" Ying replied, "It just advanced to silver deer."
Yi Tian nodded.
Ying was slightly more talented than him, managing to raise her beast to silver deer in just 2 years, showcasing her hard work and dedication. "I plan to go to the ancient battlefield realm today to contract a new beast. Do you want to join me?" Ying, now a silver deer beastmaster, was eligible to enter the realm. Initially, she declined, "No, the entry fee is too expensive." But then, she realized something. "Yi Tian, why are you going to the ancient battlefield realm? Didn't you just contract dashing? Are you telling me it has already advanced to silver deer?"
Yi Ying stared at Yi Tian in disbelief.
Yi Tian paused and then recalled, "It advanced to silver deer a while ago. How did you not notice?" Yi Ying was astonished. "How is that possible?" Yi Tian explained, "For a beastmaster, advancing to silver deer means the beast can be stored in the beast space. But Dashing prefers to stay outside to drink, so it hasn't been inside much." With a thought, Dashing disappeared from the table and reappeared in front of Yi Ying. Yi Ying's mouth dropped open, and she froze in shock. The dough stick in her hand fell onto the table, and an incredible feeling surged within her. She suddenly doubted if Yi Tian was truly her biological brother. Could their parents have made a mistake at birth? How could the Yi family genes be so exceptional? Raising a beast from infancy to silver deer in less than a month was unheard of. Yi Tian patted Yi Ying's shoulder and casually said, "Just basic stuff." "Oh, I forgot to tell you something last night." He took a small badge from his pocket and placed it in front of Yi Ying. "A few days ago, I passed the professional assessment. I'm now a professional beast master." Yi Ying exclaimed, "Isn't Dashing just a stone monkey? Don't professional beast masters need beasts with at least gold-tier combat power?" But Yi Tian's abilities and creativity were beyond her imagination, leaving her without any doubts. "Xiao Tian, you?"
Yi Ying pointed at Yi Tian, speechless.
The next moment, Yi Tian heard a thud. Yi Ying, overwhelmed with excitement, had fainted and fallen off her chair. Yi Tian quickly caught her. This breakfast had been full of surprises. Ultimately, Ying decided to accompany Yi Tian to the ancient battlefield realm. Entering the realm required a payment of 10,000 dragon coins, and upon contracting a beast, an additional fee based on the beast tier was necessary. Bronze tier required 50,000 dragon coins, while silver tier required 200,000 dragon coins. Entering the ancient battlefield's secret realm was both a money-making opportunity and a risky gamble for Ying. On the market, the price of a silver-grade beast starts at least at 50,000 and can go even higher. While the secret realm is filled with rare beasts, it also has many ordinary ones. If she were unlucky enough to contract a beast worth only 50,000, but had to spend 200,000 to break the contract, the pain would be unimaginable. Ying knew her own talents and didn't have high hopes for rare beasts. She had originally planned to save 50,000 to buy a beast contract, but after much persuasion from Yi Tian, she finally decided to go with him. They lived in the outskirts of Wu City, a medium-sized city. It took less than an hour by express bus to reach the entrance of the ancient battlefield's secret realm. A towering bronze gate, over 10 meters high, stood on the open ground, with staff from the Professional Beastmasters Association checking each entrant with instruments. Beside the gate was a small hut where one had to register and pay to enter the secret realm. The Professional Beastmasters Association not only managed professional beastmasters, but also oversaw the secret realms. When they arrived, there were already over 300 people present, some queuing outside the hut, others in front of the gate. Not all silver-grade beastmasters chose to enter the secret realm to contract beasts. Yi Ying was reluctant to come. If it weren't for Yi Tian's insistence, she wouldn't have come at all. The secret realm opened once every 5 years, and few people were willing to adjust their schedules to match its opening time. Moreover, the beasts inside were too random, making it impossible to guarantee contracting a desired beast. Yi Tian led Yi Ying to queue at the hut, but they were stopped by someone. It turned out to be Uncle Song. Song Wei was surprised to see Yi Tian, not expecting to meet him here. It had only been a day since Yi Tian contracted the stone monkey, and advancing it from infancy to bronze level was an incredible feat. However, considering Yi Tian's special talent in nurturing beasts, it wasn't too unbelievable. Song Wei confirmed and asked, "Yi Tian, what are you doing here?" Yi Tian answered honestly, "My beast has broken through to the silver level, so I came to try the secret realm." He then introduced Yi Ying to Song Wei. "This is my sister, Yi Ying. She's coming in with me." He also introduced Song Wei to Yi Ying. "This is Uncle Song, the father of my schoolmate, Song Qinghang." Song Wei looked at Yi Ying and offered a few compliments. but Ying was a bit hesitant. She recalled having met Song Wei before. He was the owner of Song's weapon trading company and had collaborated with her company, which surprised her. Ying couldn't help but smile and said, Yi Tian, I have to thank you. Yi Tian is a young man full of determination and drive. To surpass others, he dedicates himself daily to training his beast. This persistence and tenacity have caught Song Wei's attention. Song Wei encourages Yi Tian, asking if the weapon he chose earlier suits him well, and even offers to give Yi Tian a golden grade staff. Yi Tian humbly responds, gratefully addressing Song Wei as Uncle Song. He mentions that Deshang is very fond of the staff they selected last time and can't bear to put it down. This conversation leaves Ying, who is listening in, stunned, feeling the importance and care Song Wei shows towards her brother. Ying feels secretly proud, thinking how remarkable it is that her brother has gained such recognition. To her, Song Wei is a highly esteemed figure, and her brother earning his appreciation fills her with pride. Song Wei, with a proud expression, mentions his nephew. He says he is accompanying his nephew, who is a silver-level beast tamer. Song Wei reveals that his nephew could have advanced half a month ago, but chose to hold back his level to test himself in the secret realm. Yi Tian praises him repeatedly, acknowledging the nephew's impressive performance. According to official data, it takes an average of 20 months to advance from bronze to silver, and 18 years to advance from silver to gold. Song Wei's nephew accomplished in just over a year what takes others nearly 20 years, making Song Wei feel immensely proud. He smiles and suggests that Yi Tian exchange contact information with his nephew, so he can seek advice on training. Although the nephew hasn't passed the professional assessment, he has valuable experience to share with Yi Tian. Hearing the words, professional assessment, the Yi siblings are a bit surprised, recalling that Yi Tian seemed to have already passed it. Yi Tian, meanwhile, searches his mind, trying to figure out who Song Wei's nephew is. At that moment, Song Wei suddenly looks in a certain direction and waves, saying, Xiao Yuan, come over here. Let me introduce you to someone. Following his gaze, Yi Tian sees Song Yuan, who had been nervously standing by Ma Fei earlier. Song Yuan is surprised to see Yi Tian and wants to greet him, but upon feeling a pat on his back, hears Song Wei introduce Yi Tian as his cousin's schoolmate. Speaking of which, he's actually your junior. Yi Tian holds you in high regard and hopes to seek your advice on some professional assessment matters. Could you spare a moment to leave him your contact information? Song Yuan's eye twitched uncontrollably, and countless questions swirled in his mind. He felt like his uncle was playing a prank on him. Yi Tian asking him about the professional assessment left Song Yuan utterly baffled. He was on the verge of losing it. Uncle, are you joking? Song Yuan tried to make sense of it all. However, Song Wei seemed displeased with his reaction and patted Song Yuan's shoulder even harder. Song Yuan felt extremely awkward. Just then, Yi Tian burst into laughter, coming to Song Yuan's rescue. Uncle Song. So you're Song Yuan's uncle? I've known him for a while. Oh. Song Yuan looked gratefully at Yi Tian and quickly chimed in. Yes, Yi Tian and I have known each other for quite some time. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before Yi Tian waved and said, Uncle Song, my sister and I need to get in line. With that, the two of them left. Curious, Song Wei asked Song Yuan, Xiao Yuan, you have to tell me? How do you know Yi Tian? Song Yuan, who usually only stayed around the academy, should have had no contact with Yi Tian. Song Yuan explained, Uncle, I mentioned before that I participated in a professional assessment. Song Wei suddenly understood. So, you met Yi Tian during the assessment? He took the assessment too? Song Wei had already been impressed with Yi Tian's abilities, but learning that he also took the professional assessment left him stunned. He couldn't help but ask, does he even qualify for that? Song Yuan continued, during the assessment, I encountered an unexpected examiner. Song Wei interrupted. You mean you were both assessed by the same examiner? Song Yuan shook his head. No, Yi Tian was the examiner.
What?
Song Wei was utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and Yi Ying finally entered a small cabin. To their delight, they found a sign on the table that read, Professional beast tamers can enter the secret realm for free with an ID card. Yi Tian was ecstatic. I didn't expect such a perk. We can save some money. Despite this, Ying still took out money to pay. Each of them received a small wooden token to enter the secret realm. Ying, full of excitement, prepared to leave, while Yi Tian smiled at her. Ying, usually mature and composed, rarely showed such childlike enthusiasm, which made Yi Tian happy. As they were about to leave the cabin, someone entered from outside, obscured by the door curtain, causing both parties to miss seeing each other clearly. Ying accidentally bumped into a tall man dressed in black, wearing a black mask. She quickly apologized, but the man merely snorted coldly, his eyes piercing. Yi Tian immediately pulled Ying behind him, watching the man warily. At that moment, a shorter companion of the man gestured for him not to cause trouble. The man in black bypassed Yi Tian and Yi Ying and continued on his way. Though it was just a minor incident, Yi Tian didn't pay much attention. However, Yi Ying, a bit frightened, said, "That man's gaze was terrifying, like he was ready to fight." Yi Tian reassured her, "There are plenty of professional guild security forces nearby. It's very safe." Despite his words, he couldn't help but feel curious about the two mysterious men dressed entirely in black. Stepping outside, Yi Tian was immediately engulfed by the bustling crowd, but Song Wei was nowhere to be seen. As the gate to the secret realm opened, the crowd, organized into 8 lines, began moving forward. When Yi Tian passed through the gate, it felt as though he had passed through a thin membrane, entering a completely new space. Looking down, he saw that he was standing on solid ground that seemed like it was made of concrete. From a bird's eye view, it would be clear that the people were standing on a massive circle, which seemed somewhat sparse with a few hundred people on it. At the edge of the circle was a narrow path, leading to another circle. There were 3 such circles in total, connected by 2 narrow paths, resembling a skewer of candied fruit. These circles were called Yi Tai, Air Tai, and San Tai, respectively, and they progressively got smaller as one moved forward. Surrounding these circles was a dense forest, teeming with beasts awaiting a contract. All newcomers to the secret realm gathered on Yi Tai. Each circle had a square protrusion on its left side, serving as a stage for beast tamers to showcase their skills and attract beasts. "Let's keep moving," Yi Tian said, leading his companions forward. The newcomers were all heading towards Air Tai, where the quality of the beasts was relatively higher. Of course, the beasts on San Tai were the most exceptional. However, there was a membrane between each circle that tested one's beast taming aptitude, filtering out only the most talented tamers to proceed. While the abilities of the tamers varied, none were content with contracting a beast on Yi Tai. Yi Tian and his companions continued forward. Song Yuan approached Yi Tian and asked, "Yi Tian, with your talent, you should be able to reach San Tai with ease, right?" Yi Tian nodded slightly, without speaking. While others might think he was confident, Yi Tian was not a beast-taming prodigy. He had his doubts about whether he could advance further, but since he was already here, he had to give it a try. Song Yuan mistook Yi Tian's silence for agreement. Soon, the crowd of hundreds neared the edge of Yi Tai. They saw a passage ahead, glowing with green light. "Let me try," a young beast tamer volunteered, standing at the entrance and reaching out to touch the green light. As his fingers made contact, the light solidified, blocking his way. Disheartened, he kicked the solidified green light and returned to the crowd. The secret realm would be open for an entire day, so he wasn't in a rush to return to the display platform. "Let me have a go," another person stepped forward, but the result was the same. Dozens of people tried in succession, but none managed to pass the realm's test. The boy, initially downcast, felt slightly better upon seeing others also fail. With a hint of indifference, he remarked, "Maybe no one can pass this test." But in the next moment, a mysterious figure dressed in black effortlessly crossed the obstacle. To him, the green light ahead was merely a simple beam. The boy's name was Yi Tian, and he recognized the person who had just succeeded at it was the same mysterious individual from before. Another figure in black followed closely, and passed the test as well. This scene made everyone realize that passing was indeed possible. As more people stepped forward to try, only 4 managed to succeed. The low pass rate sparked discussions among the crowd. Song Yuan looked at Yi Tian and said, "Yi Tian, big brother, we'll give it a try. Wait for me at the second platform." With a bright smile, he went forward to attempt the test. Yi Tian smiled slightly, thinking that Song Yuan seemed quite confident. Indeed, Song Yuan was one of the top talents among their peers. As expected, Song Yuan passed the test with ease, increasing the number of successful candidates to 5. Yi Tian invited Yi Ying to try next. Yi Ying went first but unfortunately failed. Then it was Yi Tian's turn, and he also failed. "It seems we can't pass," Yi Tian remarked, shaking his head. Yi Ying was a bit surprised, wondering if there was something wrong with the secret realm since her brother was so intelligent. However, unexpectedly, Yi Tian did not leave immediately after his failure. Instead, he stayed in place, reaching out to feel the solid barrier. Someone mocked from behind, "Hey, brother up front, if you failed, just come back quickly and don't waste time. Yeah, no matter how unwilling you are, if you don't have the talent, you can't enter the second platform." Yi Tian seemed to ignore them, directly summoning Deshang. He decided to attempt breaking through the barrier with brute force. "Deshang, give it your all. Use Ready to Strike and 8-direction staff." Deshang roared, eyes gleaming with battle spirit. The crowd gasped in astonishment. "What's this guy doing? Has he gone mad? I've heard the barrier has powerful rebound forces. Previous attempts to attack it have only resulted in injuries to the beasts." "Hey, isn't that the Stone Monkey King?" Someone recognized Yi Tian's beast. "This guy must be crazy." The ancient battlefield's secret realm had existed for hundreds of years, and the experience of countless predecessors had taught them that if you failed the test, you must follow the rules. Yi Tian's actions were undoubtedly challenging these rules. Many people shook their heads in confusion, thinking Yi Tian was foolish and arrogant. They didn't urge him to leave immediately, but were curious to see the outcome of his defiance. Ying, with limited knowledge of the secret realm, had learned from others' words that Yi Tian was taking a risk. Yi Tian turned to her and reassured, "Don't worry, I'm just giving it a try." As he finished speaking, Deshang's attack was ready. Boom! The 8-direction staff swept across the barrier like lightning. The collision produced a deafening roar, causing the crowd to cover their ears in fright. Immediately after, to the crowd's astonishment, a white hole appeared in the barrier, surrounded by cracks that remained stationary. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed throughout the entire venue. The sound of shattering glass roared, and cracks spread visibly across the protective shield. People were astonished to see that the shield had broken. The cracks quickly expanded, and the shield ultimately shattered into countless fragments, as if the entire scene had frozen at that moment. Everyone stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Had Yi Tian just broken the shield with a single blow? The scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Some even slapped themselves to make sure it wasn't an illusion. Yi Tian was a bit surprised himself. He had only intended to give it a try, but he had succeeded unexpectedly. It seemed the shield had its limits. He estimated that releasing power close to the late golden stage would be enough to break it. Holding Deshang, he took large strides toward the passage, but then turned back to call out to Ying, "Sis, you should give it a try too." Ying looked at her brother in amazement. His powerful strike was beyond her imagination. She quickly took a few steps forward, only to find that as she approached the shattered area, a new shield regenerated. Yi Tian frowned, pondering. Could this be the secret realm's way of testing different talents? There was no other way but to surpass one's limits. Only those who could exceed their limits could pass the test. Unwilling to give up, Yi Tian had Deshang break the shield again. But every time Ying approached, a new shield appeared. Ying smiled wryly and said, "Brother, you go ahead. I'm already satisfied just to enter the secret realm." Yi Tian shrugged and replied, "All right, wait for me. We'll leave together." Ying smiled warmly and nodded in agreement. Yi Tian continued forward, while Ying returned to the crowd. The others in the venue snapped out of their shock and began to cheer. Who would have thought the shield could be broken? Amazing! If that young man could succeed, then so could they. Encouraged, they moved forward without hesitation, as the ironclad rule in their hearts had been shattered. The beast tamers who had previously failed reignited their hopes, determined that they too could achieve the same. A handsome man approached Ying and asked, "Excuse me, beautiful lady, may I befriend you?" Ying shook her head disinterestedly and walked past him. She understood their intentions. They merely wanted to get close to Yi Tian. These people had been mere spectators before, but now, seeing Yi Tian's impressive performance, they stepped forward. Ying walked away resolutely, and no one dared to stop her, still fearful from Deshang's powerful strike. Yi Tian took about 5 minutes to finally make it through the passage, where Song Yuan was waiting for him at the entrance. "Yi Tian, I knew you could do it," Song Yuan said, winking playfully. Yi Tian was a bit speechless, but didn't bother to explain. "Just call me Yi Tian, no need for any suffixes." "It feels weird," Yi Tian replied. They continued walking forward, with Song Yuan pondering whether he could make it to the third stage himself. The second stage was much smaller than the first, and they could see its entirety at a glance. Yi Tian counted the people and noticed that 2 were missing from those who had entered the second stage earlier. The absence of these mysterious individuals piqued his curiosity about their identities. Soon, they reached the passage leading to the third stage. Song Yuan gave it a try but failed in less than a second. "Well, I knew it would be like this," Song Yuan said, stepping back and looking at Yi Tian. "Yi Tian, it's all up to you now." Yi Tian was speechless again. "You sure have a lot of faith in me," Yi Tian said, patting Song Yuan on the shoulder. "Song Yuan, do you know that destiny is in your own hands?" Song Yuan was puzzled, not understanding Yi Tian's point. Within 10 seconds, he saw Yi Tian smash the protective barrier with a single strike and walk in leisurely, waving goodbye. Even though he couldn't hear what Yi Tian was saying, it looked like he was mouthing goodbye. Song Yuan exclaimed, "Wow, that's incredible." Yi Tian walked away, leaving Song Yuan alone, his eyes filled with admiration. He realized he had never had the courage to think about breaking the barrier before. Inspired by Yi Tian's success, he stepped forward again. However, his spirit beast was injured, and all he could hear was the sound of Yi Tian walking alone down the passage. In the third stage, 2 figures dressed in black removed their masks. They were none other than Scorpion and Zhaixing, who had scouted the area the night before. Given their talents, they wouldn't have passed the passage's test, but they used a mysterious technique that tricked the realm into misjudging their seal levels, transforming them into potential spirit beast masters. This technique was costly and normally not worth the expense. "Let's begin," Zhaixing said, taking off her black coat, revealing her impressive figure as a mysterious heat rose around her. "Got it," Scorpion responded, retrieving a star chart and a red candle from his spirit beast space. They walked to the display platform. They placed the star chart on the ground and lit the candle in its center, releasing a peculiar fragrance. According to the boss's instructions, we need to wait a few more minutes, Scorpion said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked forward to seeing what a billion-worth spirit beast looked like. Time passed slowly, but they remained patient. When the candle was halfway burned, they heard the rustling of leaves and branches not far from the forest. Stay alert, the target is approaching, Scorpion said seriously, preparing to summon his spirit beast. Understood, Zhaixing replied. As the rustling grew louder, the target drew closer. Suddenly, a small red dot darted out from the bushes. As the red dot approached closer, the Scorpion finally got a good look at it. It was a small red bird about the size of a palm. A hint of doubt arose in the Scorpion's mind. This little red bird didn't seem to be their target, perhaps just a lucky beast that wandered off course. Just as he was about to shoo it away, he heard Zhaixing urgently say, "That's it. The star chart has reacted." The previously dim star chart suddenly lit up, and with only the two of them and the little red bird present, it was clear that the bird had caused the change. Despite his doubts, the Scorpion decided to stick to the plan. As the little red bird was drawn to the scent of the candle on the star chart, the Scorpion immediately summoned his beast, the ice sprite. The little red bird's wings were faintly burning with sparks, clearly indicating it was a fire-type beast. The Scorpion finally understood why the organization had sent him. It was well known that ice could counter fire. The Scorpion directed the ice sprite to channel its ice powers into the star chart, which turned blue and then raised a net, tightly ensnaring the little red bird. Was the mission completed? The Scorpion felt a bit bored. The battle seemed to lack challenge. However, just as he thought victory was assured, a terrifying wave of heat burst from the center of the star chart. The Scorpion was shocked to realize that this silver-level beast possessed such immense power. He felt a sense of relief that he had brought along two gold-level beasts, as the aura the little red bird exuded indicated that in an unknown fight, even a gold-level beast would struggle to match it. It became clear why the organization had dispatched two people not to fend off other beast tamers, but because one person alone might not be enough to subdue the little red bird. The Scorpion and Zhaixing exchanged knowing smiles and summoned the other four beasts, surrounding the little red bird. With a series of deafening roars, the entire platform was engulfed in a terrifying shockwave, causing distant trees to sway wildly. After about 2 minutes of intense combat, the little red bird was defeated, heavily outmatched in the fortune fight, and left barely clinging to life. In a last-ditch effort, the little red bird tried to self-destruct but was trapped by the star chart, unable to escape. Seeing the bird was no longer able to resist, the Scorpion and Zhaixing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Scorpion took out a head-sized wooden box and roughly tossed the little red bird inside. Mission accomplished. Let's go, the Scorpion said, relaxed. The reward for this mission was substantial, far exceeding the total of the previous 10 missions combined. He turned to Zhaixing, "I plan to retire after this job. I've served the organization for so many years. It's time to enjoy life." Zhaixing scoffed, "Don't talk about retiring after one last job. That's a quick way to jinx yourself. Until we leave this secret realm, we can't let our guard down." The Scorpion laughed heartily. "Don't worry. Mist City is just a small place, and the beast tamers here are generally weak. I said it last night. No one can stop us." Zhaixing snorted. "If it weren't for the boss's orders to keep a low profile, we could wipe out all the beast tamers here without breaking a sweat." The Scorpion stood at the entrance of the passageway, arms crossed over his chest, a hint of disdain on his face. He glanced around at the empty surroundings. Apart from the two of them, it seemed there wasn't a single beast tamer in the entire Mist City capable of entering the 3 platforms. Just as he finished speaking, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Soon, a handsome young man walked into the 3 platforms. The Scorpion mocked, "Hey, kid. It seems you're not giving me any face." No sooner had he finished his sentence than the young man appeared, completely unexpected, as if to slap him in the face. The Scorpion seemed to recognize him. It was Yi Tian, whom one of his companions had bumped into before entering the secret realm. The atmosphere grew awkward as the Scorpion and Yi Tian felt the strange looks around them. Ignoring the two, Yi Tian headed straight for the display platform, which was his true purpose for being there. Suddenly, Zhaixing couldn't hold back a chuckle, glancing at the Scorpion, causing his face to redden slightly. Taking a deep breath, the Scorpion pretended not to notice Zhaixing's mockery and asked, "What now?" He made a throat-slitting gesture. Zhaixing shook his head, indicating it wasn't worth making a fuss since their objective was already achieved. The Scorpion frowned, but Zhaixing continued, "He's seen us. What do we do?" The Scorpion licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust, and said, "I've been holding back for too long. I have to act now." After a brief consideration, Zhaixing nodded, "All right, make it quick." The rules of the secret realm tested talent, but talent didn't equate to strength. Seeing Yi Tian's youthful face, likely under 20, it was clear he wasn't a match for the Scorpion. Zhaixing felt some sympathy for Yi Tian, recognizing his limitless potential. Unfortunately, he had encountered the organization's most bloodthirsty member. The scorpion not only enjoyed killing but also torturing his victims. With this in mind, Zhaixing reminded him, "You have 5 seconds." The scorpion snorted in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a 5-meter white bear appeared beside him. The scorpion looked at Yi Tian and shouted, "Hey, kid, are you talking to me?" Yi Tian turned his head in confusion. The scorpion smiled and nodded. "That's right." Then he said, "Die." As he spoke, the giant white bear leaped forward, its enormous paw, larger than a manhole cover, descending on Yi Tian, threatening to smash him into a pulp. Zhaixing crossed his arms and shook his head slightly, lamenting, "This guy is still so uncouth." Meanwhile, Yi Tian was dumbfounded, not understanding who he had offended to deserve such a fate. Desperately, he called out to Dashing for help. "Dashing, save me." Hearing Yi Tian's plea, Dashing decided to intervene. Despite facing a formidable opponent, it couldn't bear to see Yi Tian harmed. Swiftly, it displayed its miraculous 8-direction staff technique, ready to counterattack. The scorpion chuckled, "So loyal, are you? Then you die first." The white bear's paw, even larger than Dashing itself, was about to crush it. The scorpion could already envision Dashing's tragic fate. The collision of the two forces caused a massive shockwave, shaking the entire platform. The unexpected turn of events left Scorpion in shock. The seemingly stone monkey had managed to fend off the attack from the giant white bear. The disdain on Scorpion's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a hint of surprise. His expression suddenly grew serious as he heard the anguished cries of his own beast. In his astonished gaze, a staff struck the white bear directly, producing a loud crash. A terrifying fountain of blood erupted, revealing a massive hole in the bear's paw. Scorpion stared in disbelief at the wound on the white bear's hand, a wave of doubt surging within him. Who exactly was this monkey? How could it withstand the attack of a gold-level beast and even counterattack? The secret realm had limited the power of the beasts, but could there be others who possessed similar powers? Scorpion immediately suppressed his earlier disdain, feeling an inexplicable sense of regret. Perhaps they should not have provoked Yi Tian. Yi Tian was furious, feeling unjustly targeted. It was clear the other side intended to kill him, and he wouldn't hold back. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Dasheng, attack." Yi Tian's anger seemed to fuel Dasheng, who leaped into the air, swinging his staff towards the white bear's head. Scorpion made the best possible choice, quickly initiating a defense. The white bear, sluggish in its reactions, could not evade the staff's range in time and had to brace for the impact. Fortunately, the white bear's defense was formidable, and Scorpion believed it could withstand the monkey's attack. Meanwhile, Scorpion summoned his ice spirit, ready to launch a joint attack once the white bear successfully resisted. The white bear let out a terrifying roar, placing its other paw in front of its head as a layer of ice armor quickly formed over it. Dasheng, maintaining his high agility despite his drunken state, unhesitatingly targeted the white bear's eyes. A sense of foreboding rose within Scorpion, but it was too late. The staff pierced the white bear's eye, eliciting a howl of pain. Despite the bear's frantic attempts to swat at its own body, the agony was brief. As the staff was withdrawn, the white bear collapsed, creating a deep crater upon impact. Scorpion had initially planned to attack Yi Tian, but he hadn't anticipated the seemingly frail monkey to be so formidable, defeating his cherished beast in just 2 encounters. The death of the white bear filled Scorpion with despair. As a beast master, he coughed up blood, glaring at Yi Tian with hatred in his eyes. Zhaixing also realized that Scorpion alone was no match for the monkey. They had already offended Yi Tian, and the consequences were unimaginable. Thus, he urgently summoned his own 2 beasts, a large bluebird and a dandelion plant, both possessing formidable combat power, readying for a final showdown with Yi Tian. At the command of Scorpion, the 3 summoned beasts charged forward simultaneously. Yi Tian's heart was a mix of anxiety and excitement. He quickly realized that the opposing beasts were no ordinary silver-level creatures. "Great sage, do you have confidence?" Roar. "Then let's go." The atmosphere was charged with energy as both sides prepared to clash. Suddenly, Yi Tian's brow furrowed. Something felt off. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Red Wave Lady had already positioned herself next to Scorpion. "Give it to me," she demanded, snatching the wooden box from Scorpion's hands and retreating quickly. As she retreated, the 2 beasts she had summoned vanished. Yi Tian was puzzled, and Scorpion turned his head in disbelief. At that moment, the great sage's staff struck the ice spirit with tremendous force. Having built up power since his battle with the white bear, this strike was the peak of his current abilities. Boom! The ice spirit shattered instantly. With 2 beasts down in quick succession, Scorpion suffered a severe backlash. He spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. Zhaixing, who had just mounted her beast, widened her eyes and trembled at the sight of the shattered ice spirit. She never imagined that the monkey's attack on the white bear was not even its full strength. Realizing the danger, she urged her beast, Shao Qing, flee. She gritted her teeth in frustration. It's all Scorpion's fault, that fool. If he had listened to my advice and not provoked Yi Tian, we would be far away by now. Clearly, Yi Tian had no intention of attacking. A beast tamer who could reach the third stage was not to be underestimated. Moreover, Zhaixing had observed that the monkey's combat power surpassed even the redbird during the fight with the white bear. With one teammate down, their chances of success were slim. Scorpion had lost his mind due to the death of his beasts, and Zhaixing had no intention of dying alongside him. She quickly decided to betray her teammate and escape alone. However, she hadn't anticipated the ice spirit's fragility, unable to withstand even a single blow from the monkey. Great Sage, chase them, Yi Tian commanded. The great sage agilely leaped forward, rapidly closing in on the fleeing beasts. Despite the realm suppression, the golden-level beasts still felt its effects. Additionally, Zhaixing's escape was hindered by the speed limitations of her bird mount. The situation quickly turned dire, and Zhaixing felt a sense of despair. Freedom was just within reach. If she could enter the passage, she could use the treasures in her beast space in the narrow passage to block Yi Tian. But it would take at least 5 seconds to enter, and that damned monkey could easily catch up in that time. Damn it. No. Wait. Zhaixing suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. I'll take a gamble. She threw the wooden box away from the great sage's direction and shouted to Yi Tian. Inside is the most precious beast in the entire secret realm. It's in critical condition and can only survive with the wooden box. If it breaks, it will die within 5 minutes. She only took 5 seconds. For that brief moment, Zhaixing was willing to abandon the mission. Although failing the mission could lead to her death in the future, being stopped by the monkey meant facing death right now. At this point, she stood before Yi Tian. Yi Tian frowned. His initial purpose for entering the secret realm was to form a contract with the spirit beast. If the spirit beast inside was indeed dead, it would be regrettable. However, he knew he couldn't let the problem escalate. The woman looked like trouble, having already disrupted their plans. If she escaped, she could cause significant problems in the future. Even if he didn't care, Ying was too fragile and unable to protect herself. He couldn't let her get away. Yi Tian quickly made his decision. Great Sage, forget about the box and keep chasing her. There were countless rare spirit beasts in the world. Yi Tian didn't believe missing one would prevent him from finding another excellent spirit beast. Got it. The great sage pressed on. Zhaixing let out a wail. Ultimately, in her despairing gaze, the great sage shattered the bluebird's head with his staff, causing her to collapse in a heap. Then, he scattered the dandelion with another strike. With a thud, the box broke into several wooden pieces as Zhaixing had said, revealing a small bird covered in blood inside. The battle was decisively over, and Yi Tian emerged victorious. The scorpion lay in a pool of blood, letting out a hoarse growl, clearly in pain. He never expected that what he thought was a small ant he could easily crush would turn into a terrifying wolf. Now, he was filled with regret and despair, wishing he had never provoked Yi Tian. Zhaixing also regretted not stopping the scorpion's actions decisively. She never anticipated Yi Tian would be so powerful, or that he could make a split-second decision to go all out against her. Usually, even if a spirit beast master's spirit beasts all died, the master would not die. However, they had received a special curse upon joining their organization. If their spirit beasts all died, they would perish as well. Thus, their deaths were now inevitable. Yi Tian was unaware of this. He had the great sage move them 10 meters away and lay them side by side. He didn't approach them himself, fearing they had other tricks up their sleeves. Coughing twice, Yi Tian asked them, "If you don't want to die, tell me who you are, why you entered the secret realm, and why you tried to kill me." Filled with confusion, Yi Tian felt he was innocent, having done nothing to deserve someone wanting to kill him. The scorpion's face twisted in pain, his body convulsing, yet he let out a bizarre laugh. "I'm already doomed to die, haha." Meanwhile, Zhaixing groaned in pain, reaching out a hand toward Yi Tian, her eyes filled with fear. "Save me." Yi Tian was puzzled. As he stood there dumbfounded, Zhaixing spat out another mouthful of blood, her outstretched hand falling heavily to the ground. Her pupils quickly lost focus, appearing lifeless. The scorpion, possibly stronger, lasted a bit longer, but his voice grew weaker. "I'll be waiting for you in hell. In 3 months, Lord Xiexin will descend upon Wushan City." With that, he too collapsed, dead on the spot. Yi Tian, filled with confusion and bewilderment, stared at the scene before him. In Yi Tian's view, the moment he stepped into the arena, he witnessed a man and a woman, with the man attempting to kill him. Yi Tian decisively fought back, destroying one of the man's spirit beasts. Then, 3 more spirit beasts glared at him menacingly. The great sage faced the challenge head-on, defeating all three beasts one by one. Afterwards, the man and the woman lay dead on the scene. What exactly had happened? Who was this malevolent deity? Yi Tian shook his head, trying to piece together the events. Clearly, the couple was up to no good. He had to defend himself and ultimately survived. Knowing so little, he couldn't predict the outcome, so he decided not to dwell on it for now. Rubbing his temples, he felt a headache coming on. He decided to consult Director Wang, who was knowledgeable and might provide some insight. Yi Tian approached a barely breathing little bird. A small red bird let out a faint, sorrowful chirp. Despite his efforts to recall, he couldn't associate this bird with any spirit beast he had seen before. Using the spirit beast communication skills he learned in high school, Yi Tian established a telepathic connection with the redbird. "Thank you," the little redbird said softly. "You're welcome. I was only protecting myself," Yi Tian replied. Stroking his chin, Yi Tian fell into deep thought. The couple was likely part of a mysterious organization, and their target was this injured little redbird. This seemingly ordinary bird might possess extraordinary qualities, which piqued Yi Tian's curiosity. As the thought, "if only I could see this red bird's information," crossed his mind, a familiar prompt sounded. Condition met for simplified scheme generation. Requirement 1. 100,000 dragon coins fulfilled. Yi Tian was pleasantly surprised. This is amazing. Typically, to understand a spirit beast's details, one would need to take it to a professional place for measurement. He never expected this process could be simplified. Could this mean he could easily view all spirit beasts' data panels in the future? However, the price of 100,000 dragon coins made him wince. After some hesitation, he decided to proceed. Earning 100,000 wasn't difficult for him, but not checking might keep him up at night with curiosity. With a swoosh, 100,000 dragon coins were spent, and the red bird's information appeared before Yi Tian. Species: vermilion bird. Seal level: silver. Seal potential: skills: falling star, fire wings. Yi Tian was stunned. What does the seal represent? Why is the potential marked with question marks? The term vermilion bird reminded him of mythical legends. He never imagined such a creature existed in the real world. He vaguely remembered the four symbols: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Could this little red bird be related to the four symbols, or was it just a coincidence? The undefined potential suggested it might be beyond his current understanding. He only knew that above silver was gold, and above gold was diamond. Could there be a level higher than diamond, and this bird's potential surpassed even that? The thought excited Yi Tian. If true, this bird was indeed extraordinary. No wonder it became the target of a mysterious organization. Unfortunately, the bird was on the brink of death. Otherwise, he might have been able to learn more. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, contemplating. Should he try using the simplified system? He then silently commanded, "Generate a simplified scheme to heal the red bird." To his astonishment, it actually worked. Yi Tian looked at the frail little red bird in front of him, his heart filled with compassion and a desire to save it. He knew the bird was on the brink of death, but he also knew he could offer it a chance at life. Without hesitation, he proposed a pact to the little red bird. The bird appeared hesitant, as if weighing the choice between life and death. Yi Tian waited patiently, understanding that this moment of urgency wasn't his. Despite being a mere silver-tier beast, the little red bird possessed wisdom far beyond its peers. It understood Yi Tian's offer of help and realized that without him, its fate would be even more dire. Eventually, the little red bird decided to form a pact with Yi Tian, aware that its life was nearing its end and it couldn't continue on its own. Even so, it chose to trust Yi Tian's promise and establish a bond before its life concluded. Yi Tian smiled and extended his hand towards the bird, initiating the pact. A gentle white light flowed from his fingertips, linking them together. Although the bird's life was fading, it felt an unprecedented sense of peace and tranquility. In their final farewell, the little red bird expressed its gratitude to Yi Tian and prepared to dissolve the pact, hoping Yi Tian would find a better beast companion. However, just then, Yi Tian suddenly grasped the bird and placed it into his beast space. The bird looked at Yi Tian, puzzled. Yi Tian smiled and said, "Did you think I would accept your death? Go on, you still have a long journey ahead of you." With a flash of red light, the little red bird was taken into the beast space, its future now filled with unknown possibilities. Qiling felt a bit lost. At this critical moment, it never expected Yi Tian to interrupt its contract ceremony. Didn't he know this was the only chance to break our bond? However, once Qiling stepped into the beast space, it suddenly realized something was off. My life doesn't seem to be draining anymore. Its body was covered in wounds, with blood previously gushing out. But now, it was as if life had hit a pause button, with blood frozen in the act of flowing but not actually leaving its body. Qiling's eyes widened slightly as it sensed its own body. A mysterious force seemed to appear out of nowhere, halting the loss of life. This strange power reminded Qiling of Yi Tian's words. Could he really save me? A hint of curiosity about Yi Tian emerged in its heart. Qiling knew its perceptions were rarely wrong, and Yi Tian was just an ordinary silver-level beast master. Yet, Yi Tian had accomplished something that even diamond-level beast masters found difficult. At that moment, Yi Tian's voice echoed in Qiling's mind. I told you I would help you. Now, stay put here and wait for me to leave the secret realm. Then, I'll find a way to fully heal you. Qiling felt a touch of gratitude. It had thought it was destined to die, but unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope appeared. All right, thank you, it said. Yi Tian smiled and replied, you've already signed a contract with me. From now on, you, I, and Desheng are family. No need to be formal. Just then, Desheng interjected. Huh? Yi Tian, why aren't we a family of monkeys? Ever since contracting Qiling, Yi Tian discovered that all his contracted beasts could communicate with him, just like chatting in a group. Hearing Desheng's question, Yi Tian's mouth twitched. Qiling seems much smarter than you. Look at it, not asking why we aren't a family of birds. Despite this, Yi Tian patiently explained, Desheng, it's just a figure of speech. Huh? Whose speech? And why are you hitting him? After a brief moment of communication, Yi Tian gave up. He directly pulled out an unopened bottle of wine from the beast's space and tossed it into the air. Desheng immediately leaped up to catch it, completely forgetting the previous question. Qiling smiled, but the pain from its wounds twisted its expression. It suddenly felt that signing a contract with Yi Tian might not be a bad choice after all. Yi Tian stretched lazily. This secret realm adventure was almost over. Before entering the realm, Yi Tian's goal was merely to contract a gold potential beast. However, he unexpectedly contracted Qiling, a beast with unknown potential, which far exceeded his expectations. Although it was great, perhaps because Qiling was on the brink of death, the contract hadn't provided him with any power feedback. Yi Tian estimated that only by healing Qiling would he receive the feedback. He decided to ask the minister and director Wang about the origin of the starfire after leaving the realm. If that didn't work, he would seek the help of healing-type beast masters, confident they could heal Qiling. Finally, Yi Tian glanced at the two corpses on the ground and stepped into the passage. Soon, he was back at the second station. Hey, Yi Tian, you finally made it out. Song Yuan was waiting for him, with a turtle spraying water nearby. This water-spraying turtle is a royal beast that Song Yuan obtained through the second stage contract. Yi Tian quickly searched his memory and found information about this golden-level turtle. Although the turtle is quite small, not even as big as a palm, Song Yuan placed it in his hand and gently stroked its shell with the other hand. Proudly, he showed it to Yi Tian and said, this is the beast I just contracted. What do you think? Yi Tian nodded and sincerely praised, that's awesome. His tone revealed genuine admiration, as he knew from experience that contracting a beast with golden-level potential was already quite impressive. Moreover, he knew that the water-spraying turtle could potentially evolve further, reaching diamond-level potential. Song Yuan chuckled happily, feeling very pleased with Yi Tian's compliment. As they walked, Song Yuan curiously asked, Yi Tian, what about your contracted beast? Let me see it. Yi Tian shook his head and replied, not now. Qiling needs to stay in its beast space to maintain its life force. If it comes out, its life force will continue to drain. Song Yuan asked with some hesitation, then what level of potential does your contracted beast have? Yi Tian shook his head again and said, I don't know. Internally, Song Yuan cursed, stingy. If you don't want to show it, fine, but you won't even tell me its potential level. He was filled with curiosity about what kind of beast Yi Tian had contracted. But Yi Tian genuinely couldn't reveal Qiling's potential level. He estimated that it was at most golden level, or possibly even diamond level. In truth, Yi Tian didn't know Qiling's potential level either. When they returned to the first stage, Yi Tian raised an eyebrow at the sight of numerous injured beasts and people, feeling puzzled. He couldn't understand why so many beasts were injured since the ancient battlefield secret realm didn't require combat. Moreover, why did most people look at him with such resentment? The atmosphere was so heavy that it left him confused. Ying walked over and took Yi Tian's hand, followed by a white cloud, which was her gain this Tamiya healing cloud. Although its potential was relatively weak, it could perform healing skills, making it quite useful. As they conversed, Ying expressed her satisfaction with the healing cloud, and Yi Tian felt relieved. Suddenly, Yi Tian asked, Sis, what happened at the first stage? Why are so many beasts injured? He wondered if other members had encountered a mysterious organization besides him. Ying covered her mouth and smiled, saying, it's all because of you. Yi Tian was taken aback. What did I do? Ying continued to explain what had happened after Yi Tian left. Others saw Yi Tian break through the protective barrier and thought they could do it too. So, they all tried but failed. Later, someone suggested attacking it together, despite some believing it wasn't feasible since the passage could only accommodate one person at a time. Nevertheless, some decided to try. Their combined attack on the barrier led to the current situation. All the involved beasts were either lightly or severely injured, with a few on the brink of death. Their beast masters had already left the secret realm to seek treatment. Song Yuan silently lowered his head, recalling his own experience as he listened to Yi Ying's account. Yi Tian's face darkened. He sensed the strange looks from those around him and knew they must have discovered something he hadn't. For safety, he decided to leave this mysterious place immediately with Yi Ying. Worried that others might follow, he quickly exited the secret realm. After settling the necessary fees, he bid farewell to Yi Ying and Song Yuan. To his surprise, Yi Tian had successfully obtained detailed information on the evolution path of the great sage. This valuable information was now stored in his mind. Despite his urge to contact Chu Ying, Yi Tian headed straight to the House of Professions, making his way to Wang Lin's office. Wang Lin looked slightly puzzled and asked, Yi Tian, what's so important that you had to see me in person? Yi Tian had called Wang Lin right after leaving the secret realm to ask if he was in the office, but Wang Lin had only inquired why Yi Tian wanted to meet, without revealing more. Yi Tian glanced around and then said, Director Wang, have you ever heard the term, evil god? Wang Lin's expression shifted slightly. He sat up straight, staring intently at Yi Tian, and instead of answering, he asked where Yi Tian had heard the term. Yi Tian then began to recount his experiences. Yi Tian had limited knowledge about the mysterious organization, but Wang Lin, as the head of the House of Professions and a city guardian of Wushan City, represented official authority and was someone trustworthy. Each city had at least 3 guardians who had to be of diamond rank, heroes who had undergone rigorous testing. Although Yi Tian kept certain things hidden, such as the existence of a system, he fabricated a story about the beast taming space possibly having special healing abilities. Wang Lin frowned, looking quite uneasy. After a brief silence, he finally spoke, Yi Tian, your talent in beast taming is the most extraordinary I've ever seen. You will face certain challenges in the future, and I can share some information with you in advance. Yi Tian then learned that the House of Professions was originally established to combat the Beast God Society, which worshipped the evil god. They aimed to control all beasts and other humans. Thousands of years ago, there was a fierce battle between the Beast God Society and the House of Professions. The House of Professions emerged victorious, but the Beast God Society wasn't completely eradicated. They went underground, secretly gathering strength and occasionally launching actions. According to Wang Lin, this was classified information known only to diamond-ranked beast tamers. Yi Tian couldn't help but wonder why such information wasn't made public. Wouldn't it be easier to expose the Beast God Society's schemes if everyone knew? Wang Lin shook his head and said, because there are too many fools in the world. If this information were made public, their reaction would typically be to join rather than oppose. The duty of guardianship is far more demanding than the task of destruction. Yi Tian then asked, Director Wang, according to the 2 beast tamers I killed, the Beast God Society plans to act in Wushan City in 3 months. How should we prepare in advance? His main concern was Yi Ying, as he couldn't protect her all the time. She was his only family, and he would never allow her to be harmed. Wang Lin shook his head and said, we don't need to make any special preparations. The beast tamers of the Beast God Society always claim that the evil god will descend in 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months. These are just smokescreens they release intentionally. In hundreds of cities, these kinds of conversations take place almost every year. Yi Tian asked, what if the rumor is true? Wang Lin pondered for a moment before replying, we might encounter misfortune. We can't stay vigilant all the time, and Fog City can't handle such pressure. Suddenly, Wang Lin smiled lightly, patted his chest and said, don't worry. I am the city's guardian. If something really happens, I will stand in front of the people of Fog City, even if it means risking my life, while waiting for reinforcements from other cities. Yi Tian immediately asked, by the way, can you summon the contracted beast from the secret realm for me to see? Wang Lin responded, I have healing abilities, perhaps I can help you. Yi Tian's eyes lit up, that's great. In the outside world, Qi Ling might only survive for a few minutes. Instantly, Qi Ling appeared in Yi Tian's hand. What kind of beast is this? Wang Lin frowned, his right hand enveloped in a green glow as he gently touched Qi Ling's body. Yi Tian felt a warm and pure energy flow into Qi Ling, and he looked at Wang Lin with envy. When a beast master reaches the diamond level, they can share some of their beast's abilities. After half an hour of treatment, Qi Ling's wounds were completely healed, but Wang Lin's face looked a bit grim. Yi Tian, your beast has suffered a fundamental injury. I can only heal its external wounds, which means Qi Ling can live normally but can't fight or use skills. Yi Tian asked, how can Qi Ling's essence be restored? Wang Lin shook his head. Only time can heal it. I estimate it will take at least 10 years. He felt a bit regretful. Yi Tian was his most promising junior, but the second important beast would take 10 years to fully recover, a period long enough to change many things. Fortunately, Yi Tian still had Desheng, a beast strong enough to surpass 10 of others. Yi Tian nodded, not showing the disappointment Wang Lin had expected, making Wang Lin see him in a new light. Yi Tian said, "Thank you, Director. Anyway, now Qi Ling can move freely in the outside world." Wang Lin smiled. It was just a small effort. Then, Wang Lin changed the topic. "Yi Tian, do you want some points? The professional home is responsible for recording beast species information, and your Qi Ling might not be documented yet. If you're willing, we can use professional equipment to test Qi Ling's various parameters and reward you with 50 points after the recording." Wang Lin was very curious about the beast targeted by the beast god. After thinking for a moment, Yi Tian replied, "Sure." 50 points were equivalent to 500,000, not something to miss. He was also curious about Qi Ling's potential. Yi Tian didn't hide Qi Ling's potential because he knew that Qi Ling's growth would inevitably be revealed in the future, and showcasing its potential could lead to more nurturing opportunities. After Yi Tian agreed, Wang Lin immediately called Zhao Dongdong, "Dongdong, bring a beast measuring device over here. It doesn't need to be too large, 1 meter will suffice." Zhao Dongdong quickly approached with a square mechanical box in hand, his face brimming with anticipation and excitement. Following his instructions, Yi Tian gently placed the creature into the box and turned on the switch. As promised, the screen on the box lit up, displaying various detailed information about the creature. All three of them watched with eager anticipation. However, suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, and the mechanical box blew up. Yi Tian, Wang Lin, and Zhao Dongdong all looked a bit embarrassed. Zhao Dongdong scratched his head with an awkward smile, explaining that he had grabbed a machine in a hurry, which led to the mishap. He immediately promised to get a thoroughly inspected machine. Yi Tian watched Zhao Dongdong hurriedly leave, a peculiar thought crossing his mind. Could it be that the creature was so powerful it caused the machine to explode? Just 2 minutes later, Zhao Dongdong reappeared, panting, with sweat covering his forehead. He urgently assured everyone that this time there would be no issues, as the machine had been fully inspected that morning. Wang Lin nodded, casting a slightly displeased glance at Zhao Dongdong, hoping for a smooth operation this time. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing to use a faulty machine. Yi Tian looked at Zhao Dongdong with some concern and quietly asked, "Mr. Zhao, does this machine have any limitations in its detection range? What happens if it exceeds the range? Would it fail to detect?" Zhao Dongdong smiled and replied, "There's no chance of exceeding the range. This model has been in use for over 20 years and has never failed to detect." Yi Tian nodded, reassured, and placed the creature back in the designated spot, turning on the switch. Once again, the three of them watched the screen with anticipation. However, another explosion occurred. Yi Tian, Wang Lin, and Zhao Dongdong exchanged bewildered glances. Zhao Dongdong anxiously exclaimed that he was in big trouble, having made 2 mistakes in front of the director. He would definitely be blamed. He reluctantly wanted to get another machine to try again but was stopped by Wang Lin. Wang Lin realized that 2 consecutive machine explosions were no coincidence. The issue might lie with the test subject, the creature. Turning to Yi Tian, Wang Lin asked if he had heard anything else about the creature from the 2 people. Yi Tian admitted, "When I first brought in the 3 machines, they were chatting with their backs to me, and they seemed to mention something about potential and something beyond diamond." Wang Lin pondered, wondering if there was a level higher than diamond. Zhao Dongdong asked in confusion, "Isn't diamond the highest level for these creatures?" Yi Tian also inquired, "Director, is there a level above diamond?" Wang Lin nodded, "Yes, there is. If that's the case, it might explain why the machine malfunction at it can only detect up to the diamond level, and above diamond is the king beast level." Zhao Dongdong stared at Yi Tian in shock. Although he didn't fully grasp the concept of a king beast, as a gold-level beast master, he knew that the diamond level was the pinnacle of dreams, and a king beast was beyond that. Yi Tian was becoming increasingly unbelievable. Although potential and actual strength are not always synonymous, Yi Tian seems to be on the path to success, needing only to keep moving forward. However, for most people, the road ahead is already blocked. When Wang Lin mentioned the term king beast, Yi Tian felt a surge of excitement because the potential section on Qi Ling's data panel finally displayed the glowing words king beast instead of the usual question marks. It turned out that Qi Ling's maximum potential could reach the level of a king beast, but both its race and level were sealed. Yi Tian didn't understand the implications or whether this seal would affect Qi Ling's potential. He wanted to know more, but Wang Lin merely said that answers would come in due time and said no more. Yi Tian then asked Wang Lin about the starfire. Wang Lin knew what it was but couldn't provide it at the moment, suggesting that the research institute might have it. Since the professional house currently lacked the necessary equipment to measure Qi Ling's information, the related records had to be postponed. Nonetheless, Wang Lin rewarded Yi Tian with 50 points and scheduled him to come back for testing when notified. After Yi Tian left, Wang Lin dismissed Zhao Dongdong, unable to contain his joy. "Wonderful! Our Mist City finally has a beast with the potential to become a king. I must report this immediately." A beast with king potential is even rarer than a positively mutated one. Originally, Wang Lin felt regretful that Yi Tian's beast would need to wait 10 years to be nurtured, but now he had a different perspective. If I could have a beast with king potential, I'd be willing to wait 20, even 30 years. For most beasts, reaching the diamond level is their evolutionary limit, and Wang Lin's own beasts were no exception. However, king potential is something purely reliant on talent. Hard work seems to make no difference. Wang Lin couldn't help but feel envious. This was the first time since becoming the director of the professional house that he felt such emotions towards a junior. In 10 years, Yi Tian will soar. Wang Lin thought to himself. Meanwhile, Yi Tian left the professional house and, feeling a bit uneasy, entered the trading mall on his phone. After searching, he found that the Starfire was not listed. From Wang Lin's explanation, he knew that Starfire was a stone containing fire attribute power. However, he did find a bottle of golden grade spirit wine for 50 points and bought it without hesitation. Next, he checked the Research Institute's mall and surprisingly found the Starfire. Yi Tian was thrilled. Great. With this, I can completely heal Qiling. However, the Starfire was priced at a staggering 1,000 points, which Yi Tian couldn't afford, and the purchase required a level 1 researcher status, which he didn't have. Despite this, there was still a glimmer of hope, depending on how many points he could get from selling the evolution path of the Great Sage. Yi Tian understood that to become a level 1 researcher, he needed to accumulate 1,000 points. He couldn't wait 10 years for Qiling to recover slowly. So, he dialed Chu Ying's number, but coincidentally, she called him at the same time. When the call connected, a clear voice came through the receiver. Yi Tian, have you considered joining the Mist Beast Academy? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian replied, Minister, I don't have any plans for further studies at the moment. Chu Ying suddenly spoke up, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. I have an idea. Have you ever thought about teaching at the Shanwu Beast Taming Academy, Yi Tian? Yi Tian looked utterly shocked and asked in disbelief. What? Are you serious? Yi Tian had just joined the Research Institute as a level 2 researcher, and he often felt anxious, worried about whether his abilities would be recognized. Chu Ying looked at him and smiled, saying, You've independently completed 2 projects and achieved an excellence rate of over 30 in both. This is a rare accomplishment in our institute. You definitely have the qualifications to be a teacher. Hearing this, Yi Tian felt a wave of relief. He then inquired about the teaching content. Chu Ying told him that if he joined the academy, he would be responsible for 1 practical training class. Other teachers would teach the students experimental techniques in advance, and he would only need to supervise them in the lab to ensure their safety. Yi Tian thought about it and felt that the task wasn't too complicated. Next, he asked about the compensation, worried that he might be shortchanged. Chu Ying chuckled and replied, The institute offers an additional 3-point subsidy per month, and the academy salary is 20,000 dragon coins per month. Additionally, you can access the academy's resource library. After 2 years, if you take on more teaching tasks, the compensation will increase. Also, if you make contributions to the academy, there will be extra rewards. Yi Tian pondered for a moment, calculating in his mind. 50,000 dragon coins a month for just 1 class seems like a good deal. Yi Tian silently evaluated. The advantage of accessing the academy's resource library also tempted him. For nurturing beast companions, various materials were essential. More channels meant more opportunities. Seeing him deep in thought, Chu Ying smiled and asked, Have you decided?
Yi Tian replied without hesitation, im in.
Chu Ying then directed him to go to the Research Institute to complete the paperwork and prepared a recommendation letter for him. He only needed to sign at the breeding department. Just as Yi Tian was about to end the conversation, he suddenly remembered something and asked, Director, I've discovered an evolution path that can directly upgrade a silver potential to diamond potential. How many points is this worth? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. After a while, Chu Ying asked, Which species are you working on? Stone Monkey King, Yi Tian replied. Another pause followed, and then Chu Ying finally said, Come to the Research Institute immediately. In the evolution lab at the Research Institute, Zhang Qixing was staring intently at the screen, surrounded by other researchers who were also watching nervously. The numbers on the screen kept fluctuating and eventually settled at 100. Instantly, cheers erupted throughout the lab. Success! People jumped up and down with excitement, hugging each other. Zhang Qixing clenched his fist, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment. The experiment had passed the test, signifying that they had discovered a brand new evolutionary path. Feng Huan, the bald middle-aged man who was also the project leader, patted Zhang Qixing on the shoulder encouragingly. Qixing, you did an excellent job. Without you, it might have taken us at least another week to find this path. Zhang Qixing rubbed his prominent dark circles and smiled. It was just pure luck. He wasn't boasting, as luck indeed played a crucial role in finding the evolutionary path. Stimulated by Yi Tian the previous night, Zhang Qixing had stayed up all night. The preliminary work on the evolutionary path they were researching was already completed. leaving only the last step finding the most suitable growth environment. Out of thousands of simulated environments, Zhang Qixing was lucky to find the right one after testing only 10. Now, all that remained was to verify the entire process. The machine in front of them could simulate the evolution process of the beasts, consuming 200,000 dragon coins each time. The number on the screen reaching 100 meant the evolutionary path was feasible. Feng Huan chuckled. In experiments, luck is also a part of skill. Qixing, you shouldn't be too modest. Zhang Qixing slightly bowed his head and gratefully said, I have to thank you, Brother Feng, for giving me this opportunity. The bespectacled researcher nearby heard this and smirked, feeling a bit dismissive. He thought to himself, you should be thanking your uncle Zhang Shang instead. Project team members are usually determined from the start and not easily changed. But in this project, others had been researching for months, and Zhang Qixing joined near the end. He was able to directly participate in the experiment upon joining, which would be impossible for any other newcomer. Other newcomers would need at least 2 months of assisting before getting hands-on opportunities. Without Zhang Shang's influence, how could Zhang Qixing have been so lucky? The step of finding a suitable environment for the beast's growth was entirely trial and error, with no technical content. Even without Zhang Qixing, they could have tested it out in a short time. In essence, Zhang Qixing was just there to reap the rewards. So, aside from the bespectacled researcher, others also had some minor grievances against him. However, everyone maintained a harmonious facade. Feng Huan spoke again. Every year, our department selects the best newcomer, and I guess this year's title will go to you. Zhang Qixing humbly replied, I think the best newcomer should be Yi Tian instead. Feng Huan scoffed, this is the evolution department. Yi Tian's talent lies in cultivation, which doesn't count here. I suspect the minister only brought him in to undermine the cultivation department. Zhang Qixing remained modest, but the smile on his lips was undeniable. In the field of beast research, there was a clear hierarchy of disdain, with evolution always being at the top. Some researchers in the evolution department even looked down on those in cultivation research. While Yi Tian had an astonishing talent for skill pairing, what did it matter in the grand scheme? Zhang Qixing was in high spirits, finally tasting victory. At this moment, he longed for Yi Tian to share in his joy and to see Yi Tian's reaction. Feng Huan clapped his hands to get everyone's attention, and they all paused their work. With enthusiasm, he addressed his colleagues. Everyone has been working hard lately. Tonight at 6 p.m., let's celebrate at Longfu Grand Restaurant. Let's not leave until we're thoroughly drunk. I've already submitted our project for the award competition. Once we win the prize money, we'll have an even bigger celebration. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in cheers, as everyone understood the significance of the award competition Feng Huan mentioned. It was the Western Evolution Path Assessment Competition of Longhua, commonly referred to as the award competition. Held every 6 months, it allowed hundreds of cities to participate, including Wushan City. Research institutes could submit the new evolution paths they had developed within the last 6 months for evaluation. Making it into the top 10 would earn a reward, and placing in the top 3 would bring additional benefits to the city's research institute. As the excitement died down, Feng Huan nodded in satisfaction and continued, everyone, you've worked hard. Take some time to rest now. Just then, a knock on the door was heard, and it turned out to be Chu Ying's secretary, Yang Tong. Feng Huan curiously asked, Yang Tong, what's the matter? Yang Tong politely replied, Engineer Feng, the minister needs to use the lab next. I'm here to check if it's available. Feng Huan confirmed, the lab is free now. Curious about the minister's experiment, he asked, do you know what experiment the minister plans to conduct? Yang Tong shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Feng Huan let it go and led his team out of the lab. One of the researchers, a bespectacled man, looked at Feng Huan with concern and asked, Brother Feng, will the minister's experiment affect our project for the award? Feng Huan smiled and reassured him, it shouldn't. I haven't heard of the minister being in charge of any project, so it might just be a Spiro-Femin experiment. Besides, you should have confidence in our results. The bespectacled man nodded, agreeing with Feng Huan's reasoning. They had developed an evolution path to advance a creature called Thunderball Beast from silver to gold, which was quite an impressive achievement. This gave them confidence in competing with other cities' research institutes in the award competition. It was well known that the award competition focused on 2 main criteria, the magnitude of improvement and the scope of application. Most evolution paths developed went from bronze to silver, with few advancing from silver to gold, and even fewer from gold to diamond. Based on the competition's historical data, a path from silver to gold had a good chance of making it into the top 10, possibly even the top 3. In terms of application scope, the number of beastmasters in Longhua who had contracted with the evolved creature was a key factor. The more contracts, the broader the application. Their research on the Thunderball Beast already had a relatively high number of contracts, adding to their confidence. According to the latest statistics from the Dragon Kingdom, about 1 in 10,000 beast tamers have formed a contract with Thunder Dumplings. This ratio may seem insignificant, but considering the country's population of billions, it means there are at least hundreds of thousands of thunder dumplings in existence. A spark of enthusiasm lit up in Feng Huan's eyes. Imagine the economic value brought by hundreds of thousands of thunder dumplings. The number is truly staggering. Just selling the evolution materials and pathways could generate billions in profit. Therefore, he is confident in his research results, both in terms of enhancement and application range. This is undoubtedly the most satisfying achievement of his career. The group exited the research institute and went their separate ways. As Zhang Qixing stepped out of the gate, he saw a familiar figure approaching him. Yi Tian? Yi Tian responded politely. Zhang Qixing thought to himself, I was just wondering how to boast to Yi Tian, and now the opportunity has presented itself. He stepped forward to intercept Yi Tian. Long time no see. What have you been up to lately? Yi Tian answered impatiently, just busy. Zhang Qixing's eyes sparkled with excitement. How did you know our project team found an evolution pathway? Yi Tian looked puzzled. Are we even on the same channel? What are you talking about? Zhang Qixing couldn't hold it in any longer. He had always excelled academically, always coming first, and had never felt so defeated by anyone like he did by Yi Tian. He was eager to prove himself in front of Yi Tian. It took Yi Tian a moment to understand. Is this guy here to brag? He chuckled and said, well, congratulations then. Zhang Qixing laughed. Oh, it's not just my accomplishment, although I did make an indelible contribution to the project. Watching Yi Tian's hurried departure, Zhang Qixing laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Yi Tian arrived at Chu Ying's office, where she had been waiting for some time. As soon as she saw him, Chu Ying pulled him into the lab. She said seriously, Yi Tian, each use of this machine costs 100,000 dragon coins. Are you sure about this? Yi Tian smiled. Of course. Chu Ying was still skeptical. The whole thing seemed incredible. Yi Tian had only recently joined the research institute and had already found the optimal ratio, something even the cultivation department hadn't achieved. Moreover, he had discovered an evolution pathway that, according to him, evolved directly from silver to diamond. Typically, evolution occurs step by step, and such a leap in evolution pathways is extremely rare, even among hundreds of paths. Even more unbelievable was the species issue. Stone monkeys, one of the most common beasts, had been thoroughly studied. For centuries, countless research teams had tried to find its evolution pathway but failed. They concluded that the stone monkey had no further evolutionary potential. However, Yi Tian had found the evolution pathway for the stone monkey. Chu Ying desperately hoped that everything Yi Tian said was true. If it was, then the Wushan Research Institute would soar to new heights. Yi Tian stood in front of the instrument, following the clear instructions displayed on the screen step by step. First, Yi Tian carefully considered the species of the beast he wanted to choose. Then, based on the evolution paths that flashed through his mind, he gradually set the conditions. For 100 days straight, he meticulously carried out operations, ensuring he mastered the 8 directions staff to a level beyond perfection. The sound of clattering keys filled the room. About 10 minutes later, all the settings were finally completed. Now, they could only wait for the machine to simulate the process automatically. This device was truly remarkable, but unfortunately, its cost of use was prohibitively high. If it were more affordable, researchers wouldn't have to toil away in experiments every day. Even though they were confident the evolution path in their minds was effective, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a bit anxious as they awaited the results. Standing beside him, Chu Ying was even more on edge. Watching Yi Tian confidently input various parameters, her trust in him grew. If Yi Tian succeeded, it would be a historic moment, and Chu Ying would be a witness to history. The machine emitted a continuous hum as it operated at high speed. On the screen, a virtual stone monkey king evolved rapidly according to Yi Tian's set conditions, the speed of transformation leaving them in awe. The process Yi Tian set up required 100 days, so they obviously couldn't wait around for that long. Just half an hour later, the experiment neared its conclusion. Chu Ying clearly saw the monkey on the screen undergo a dramatic transformation, especially in its eyes, which became exceptionally sharp, completely unlike an ordinary stone monkey. Another minute passed, and the results finally stabilized at 100. Fantastic! Chu Ying was momentarily stunned, then burst into cheers. It worked, it really worked. Half an hour later, in Chu Ying's office, her face beamed with joy. This was an unexpected delight. As the head of the evolution department, she had seen many things and usually remained composed. However, Yi Tian's achievement was astonishing, and the potential future benefits made her incredibly excited. The evolution path, once discovered, offered a completely different reward model compared to the best skill combinations. The latter was a one-time deal, while the former provided a one-time reward plus ongoing revenue sharing. First, the Research Institute would evaluate the team that discovered the path and award them points. Then, the evolution path would be marketed through various channels, with the team earning a portion of each sale. 50% of the sales revenue would go to the research team, and the other 50% to the institute. This was the stone monkey, a common beast, with a staggering number of beast tamers associated with it, especially those who, due to poverty in their youth, could only contract with a stone monkey. Even after their circumstances improved, they couldn't enhance their stone monkeys. Chewing knew more than a few people like this. Who would have thought that even a lowly stone monkey could have a chance at transformation? During that half hour, Chewing also introduced Yi Tian to the details of the award competition. Upon learning that there was an additional bonus for winning, Yi Tian eagerly decided to participate. Chewing told Yi Tian that he only needed to set aside half a day to present the PPT. If he could stand out in the award competition, it would make the subsequent market launch of the evolution path much smoother. Given that this task was both easy and potentially very profitable, Yi Tian was more than willing to do it. So, Chewing first helped submit the evolution path, and then registered him for the award competition. The competition would be held in 15 days, and winning would formally kickstart the listing plan. What do you think? Chewing asked. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. This method is decided by you, the expert. He'll follow your arrangement entirely. Chewing continued. To maximize your benefits, the reward will be given to you in one lump sum after the competition. How does that sound? Yi Tian asked. How much will this one-time reward be? This will be evaluated by the Research Institute and the higher authorities, Chewing replied. If you perform well in the competition, they'll have more confidence in securing more points for you. Seeing Yi Tian's hesitation, Chewing asked with concern, Yi Tian, you seem a bit hesitant. Is there something on your mind? Yi Tian explained, Minister, it's like this. He went on to describe his need to purchase a stone worth 1,000 points to treat Qi Ling. Yi Tian was eager to cure Qi Ling as soon as possible, but having to wait 15 days for the points put him in a difficult position whether to wait for more points or get them quickly. Chewing smiled and said, this is a minor issue. They'll help you buy the stone. You can repay me once you get your points. Yi Tian looked gratefully at Chewing and said, thank you, Minister. That's a great idea. Chu Ying's efficiency was as high as ever. In less than 5 minutes, the starfire was handed to Yi Tian. The outer packaging was a jade box, and when Yi Tian gently opened the lid, he immediately felt the intense heat inside. He quickly closed the lid and stored the jade box in his beast space. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to handle it once he got home. As Yi Tian walked out of Chu Ying's office, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought, Qi Ling, they'll be able to cure you soon. His visit to the Research Institute had achieved its purpose, securing the starfire needed to treat Qi Ling and understanding how to convert the evolution path into points. The prospect of a one-time reward plus commissions greatly excited Yi Tian, and he secretly rejoiced, haha, as long as I keep selling the evolution path, I can make money while lying at home. Becoming a millionaire is just around the corner. Yi Tian stretched his arms and sighed, more tasks keep coming. I guess greater ability does mean greater responsibility. He realized that the competition might conflict with his upcoming training schedule, so he would need to take leave then. Yi Tian didn't leave the Research Institute immediately because he had one more task to complete. He held a recommendation letter from Chewing that would help him become a teacher at the academy. The letter needed signatures from 2 department deputy ministers or higher. After asking around, he found the location of Minister Su Chenglin's office. He knocked on the door but received no response. Asking further, he learned that Minister Su was in a meeting. So, he decided to find a deputy minister to sign. Mentioning Deputy Minister Zhang Shang brought back memories of the significant history between him and Yi Tian. Yi Tian knocked on the door of the deputy minister's office. Come in, a calm male voice resonated from the office, akin to a tranquil stream quietly flowing through a silent forest. Yi Tian pushed open the office door and found Zhang Shang busy with paperwork. His secretary stood nearby, her eyes fixed intently on Zhang Shang. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Shang looked up and was visibly startled to see Yi Tian. Mixed emotions welled up within him as he remembered the numerous times Yi Tian had caused him to lose face in the cultivation department. This had become common knowledge throughout the department. A former prodigy of the cultivation department had once wanted to join, but due to Zhang Sheng not giving him a referral, he had reluctantly joined the evolution department instead. What made matters worse was that Yi Tian had recently completed a project in an astonishingly short time, leaving the entire project team in shock. They had labored for a long time, only to see Yi Tian swoop in and take all the credit. Everyone blamed Zhang Sheng for this failure. Even the usually kind-hearted Minister Su Changlin had lost his temper with him. The secretary also cast a curious glance at Yi Tian, wondering if this was the person she had heard so much about. He looked so young. Yi Tian politely addressed him, Minister Zhang, and explained his purpose, placing a recommendation letter on Zhang Sheng's desk. Zhang Sheng was slightly taken aback. Could it be that Chu Ying had decided to allocate this year's spot to Yi Tian? On second thought, it made sense. Without causing any trouble, Zhang Sheng picked up a pen and signed the recommendation letter. Yi Tian picked up the letter, said goodbye, and was about to leave when Zhang Sheng called him back. The minister hesitated, then stood up, seemingly making a decision after a few moments of thought. He said, Yi Tian, if you join the evolution department because I didn't give you a referral, I apologize. The secretary's eyes widened. She had been working with Zhang Sheng for 2 years and knew he usually maintained a superior attitude toward most people. It was rare for anyone to converse with him as an equal. This was the first time she had seen him apologize. Yi Tian smiled and replied, Minister Zhang, there's no need to apologize. I never blamed you. If I were in your shoes, I would also find it hard to believe that a high school student with a contract stone monkey could enter the research institute. Zhang Sheng looked at Yi Tian earnestly and said, Yi Tian, you should join our cultivation department. Your talent shouldn't be wasted in the evolution department. This was Zhang Sheng's true intention. During previous evaluations, Yi Tian had found the optimal ratio on his first try, which could be seen as luck. But recently, he had found the best ratio for the Great Dream technique, which was definitely not luck. Yi Tian's talent for ratios far exceeded any genius Zhang Sheng had ever seen. If Yi Tian were willing to join the cultivation department, he might elevate the Wushan City Cultivation Department to a top-tier institution nationwide and even worldwide. Zhang Sheng solemnly declared, if you join the cultivation department, I will apologize to you in front of the entire institute. His words were firm and resolute. The secretary couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment. Could Yi Tian really have such charisma to make Zhang Sheng set aside all his pride? Yi Tian felt a bit helpless. He said, Minister Zhang, it's not about the apology. My initial goal in joining the institute was always to research evolution pathways. Zhang Sheng frowned and said. After listening to Yi Tian, Zhang Sheng was left speechless. He recalled Yi Tian's peculiar behavior during the evolution assessment and couldn't help but frown. Despite his efforts to explain, Zhang Sheng said, you might be able to find the optimal combination of skills in a short time, but what about discovering a perfect evolution path over a longer period, say 10 days? Yi Tian was silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought, then replied firmly, I believe I can. Zhang Sheng smiled slightly and questioned, even if you don't plan to join the breeding department, there's no need to make up such lies. Yi Tian shrugged and responded vaguely, Minister Zhang, I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I'll take my leave. As for whether I can do it, you'll just have to wait and see. Zhang Sheng watched Yi Tian's departing figure, a determined look flashing across his face, and he made a silent vow. One day, he would make Yi Tian turn back. Just then, Zhang Sheng's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Xie, an old researcher from the institute. Zhang Sheng felt a stir in his heart and answered the call. However, Xie angrily accused him of abusing his power by forcibly transferring talents meant for the breeding department to the evolution department. Hearing this, Zhang Sheng smiled wryly. It was the 20th similar call he had received recently. He calmly ended the call, sighing inwardly. Meanwhile, Yi Tian submitted the recommendation letter to the designated place and left the institute. He took a cab home, filled with anticipation. However, upon arriving, he found that Ying had already resigned and hadn't returned yet. He summoned Qiling and opened the box containing the starlight fire. Upon opening the box, he heard a familiar prompt and saw the starlight fire turn into a crimson liquid that infused into Qiling. On the data panel, Qiling's species and level displayed normally, but the potential column still flashed the word sealed. Qiling was delighted to find its strength restored and began to fly excitedly around the room. However, the room started to heat up, even causing the meat in the fridge to soften quickly, making both Yi Tian and Deshang uncomfortable. Qiling seemed oblivious to this, so Yi Tian had to remind it to restrain its powers. Realizing its mistake, Qiling quickly apologized, while Yi Tian couldn't help but remark that the heat was even higher than touching boiling water. Qiling, understanding its error, hurriedly explained, Yi Tian, I really didn't mean to. A person, a monkey, and a bird were gathered around a small tea table. Qiling had already controlled all the overflowing energy and was looking down at the little bird. Yi Tian's right hand held an ice pack, pressed against the spot where Qiling had touched him. Qiling, don't blame yourself. This isn't your fault. Qiling had never lived with humans before, so it lacked a sense of boundaries. Yi Tian didn't blame it. To be honest, what happened earlier was just an unconscious act by Qiling. If it controlled its power consciously, how strong would it be? Now that Qiling had fully recovered, Yi Tian finally had time to ask about its origins. Qiling, did you grow up in the ancient battlefield secret realm? The place where I made a contract with you. Yi Tian always felt that Qiling wasn't a creature born from the secret realm. He had researched past records, and finding a beast with diamond potential in the secret realm was almost unheard of. The official records even stated that the highest potential in the secret realm was diamond level. Qiling shook its head. I can't remember. I only recall darkness all around me. I don't know how long I was in that state. When the darkness faded, I was in the secret realm. Not long after, I smelled a scent that fascinated me. I followed it and then encountered those two bad people. Yi Tian fell into deep thought. Forgotten? That meant Qiling had only a short memory span. so it couldn't know why the beast god wanted those two men to capture it. He also thought about the word seal on the data panel. Could there be a connection? Shaking his head, he realized there was too little information to deduce anything. He decided to let things take their course. Suddenly, Yi Tian had an idea. Since Qi Ling was sealed, perhaps the seal could be broken. He silently chanted in his mind, "Simplify the process of unsealing Qi Ling." A prompt sounded. Simplification failed. Please cultivate the beast to the king beast level first. Although the unsealing failed, the good news was that it was possible. King beast? Yi Tian stroked Qi Ling's little bird head. Qi Ling, one day, I'll help you break the seal. Qi Ling looked confused. What is a seal? Nothing, Yi Tian said suddenly. Qi Ling, after dinner, I'll take you somewhere to test your strength. After the difficult process of healing Qi Ling, he was eager to see just how strong a beast chosen by the beast god could be. Test my strength? Does that mean a fight? The thought of a fight made Qi Ling inexplicably excited. Sure, sure. Then, a wave of heat surged again. Yi Tian glared at Qi Ling, and it finally restrained its excitement. Yi Tian went to prepare dinner while Deshang began chatting with Qi Ling. Qi Ling became somewhat serious. Both of us are Yi Tian's beasts, but there has to be a ranking. From now on, I'm the boss, and you're number 2. If Yi Tian contracts another beast, it'll be number 3. Any objections? Deshang suddenly opened his eyes, which had been closed in meditation. He instinctively felt that being the boss sounded cooler. So he argued, why am I not the boss? I've been contracted by Yi Tian longer than you. Qi Ling replied, the boss is determined by the size of their fists. My fists are bigger, so I'm the boss. To be honest, it didn't really regard Deshang highly. Just an ordinary stone monkey with silver-level potential. When Yi Tian battles other beast tamers in the future, he'll have to rely on himself. In the intense battle between Dashing and the beast god, 2 master beast tamers, Qiliang was trapped in a jar, teetering on the brink of death, and completely unaware of the outside world. From its perspective, it must have been Yi Tian's mysterious power that defeated those 2. Dashing extended his monkey paw, grasped Qiliang's bird claw, and said earnestly, see, my fist is bigger than yours, so I'm the boss. Qiliang hesitated for a moment, so Dashing clarified, I'm just making a point, don't take it too seriously. Dashing was puzzled and asked, what do you mean by making a point? Why do you and Yi Tian like to speak in metaphors? Qiliang patiently explained, I mean, whoever performs better in battle is the boss. Not satisfied, Dashing retorted, we haven't really fought yet, so how do you know I can't beat you? Qiliang provocatively replied, oh, the little stone monkey is quite arrogant, huh? Why don't we find a chance to have a match? At that moment, Yi Tian's voice suddenly rang out, hey, you two, don't fight here. Especially not inside the house, I don't want you to wreck the place. Yi Tian was actually curious about what a fight between the 2 beasts would look like. He planned to take Qiliang to the artificial secret realm at the professional home that night, perhaps to arrange something for the 2 beasts. Yi Tian continued preparing dinner while the 2 beasts continued their conversation. Dashing realized they were going to be together for a long time, and thought it necessary to establish a friendly relationship with Qiliang. Reluctantly, he handed his wine gourd to Qiliang. Qiliang, have a sip. This wine is good. Qiliang shook its head. No, I want to continue training. I feel that if I level up, I might remember some things. Although Qiliang had forgotten many things, it had an instinctive dedication to training. Qiliang asked curiously, what is training? Is it fun? Dashing was baffled. Isn't drinking wine enough to level up? Qiliang was even more puzzled. Can drinking wine really increase levels? Dashing nodded seriously, yes. Qiliang began to doubt whether what Dashing said was true. In the fragments of its memory loss, could drinking really level up? But in the artificial secret realm, it saw other beasts leveling up through regular training. Qiliang hesitated and tentatively sniffed the aroma of the wine. Just then, Yi Tian came over and patted his head. I remember now, I haven't simplified Qiliang's training method yet. As Qiliang was about to touch the wine, Yi Tian quickly grabbed it and silently chanted a spell to simplify Qiliang's training method. After a moment, 3 notification sounds rang out. The conditions for generating a simplified method were met, and Qiliang's training method was simplified. On the path to enhancing the power of their beasts, each beast tamer finds their own way. Deshang needs to drink alcohol, while Qi Ling requires fire attribute materials to evolve. Yi Tian has 400 points, ensuring that Qi Ling never has to worry about leveling up. He hopes that Daishang's evolution path can solve his financial problems. 3 pieces of information flashed through Qi Ling's mind, leaving it puzzled. These hints seemed to suggest that following the guidance would make it stronger. Qi Ling was utterly shocked, knowing the terrifying nature of this power. Information about Fire Wing's proficiency kept flooding its mind, filling Qi Ling with fear. Normally, it would take months of rigorous training to improve proficiency, but now it could reach mastery in just 100 hours? This was simply unbelievable. Qiling began to doubt if such an enhancement was too easy. After signing a contract with Yi Tian, Qiling realized the benefits for its growth. However, it didn't expect Yi Tian to provide such a huge surprise, allowing it to gain strength effortlessly. As night fell, Qiling relished the near-effortless feeling of improvement, experiencing immense joy. Leaning against the windowsill, it gazed at the night sky, watching the stars fall rapidly. Ying returned, having submitted her resignation letter. Although her boss initially wanted to stop her, the attitude changed when they learned Ying was joining a research institute. She successfully resigned, completing the handover in just an afternoon. After dinner, Yi Tian took Desheng and Qiling outside to test Qiling's strength and let Desheng spar with Qiling. He also bought fire attribute materials for Qiling to consume. Desheng had already finished the bottle of golden-grade spirit wine, and to Yi Tian's surprise, Desheng's drunken state reached a perfect level. Besides being drunk, its states of being ready to strike and meditative rest were also gradually improving. Soon, Yi Tian arrived at the entrance of the artificial secret realm, ready to face new challenges. The familiar receptionist was still there. As she heard someone approach, she looked up and met Yi Tian's gaze. She saw Yi Tian's face and immediately felt a surge of resentment. Last time, she missed her chance because she didn't take the initiative and Yi Tian slipped away. She regretted it deeply and felt guilty for days. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more nostalgic she became. She had thought it would be a long time before she saw Yi Tian again. Maybe never. But fate had other plans. Yi Tian waved and casually said, "Long time no see. I'm back in this secret realm. Please help me register." As per the usual procedure, he had to fill out a form. Since Yi Tian had been here before, there wasn't much information to provide. She felt a mix of disappointment and excitement as she said, "Long time no see. How have you been?" Yi Tian responded nonchalantly, "I've been okay, not too great." Before she could continue, Yi Tian interrupted her. He coughed slightly and reminded her, "Maybe you should get back to work first." She felt a bit disheartened but was filled with anticipation. Since Yi Tian had appeared again, she resolved to seize this opportunity. Last time, she had subtly hinted that she would be off the next day, but Yi Tian didn't catch on. This time, she decided to be clear. Yi Tian was young, handsome, and, more importantly, a promising beast master. She couldn't think of anyone more suitable to be her boyfriend. After completing the form, Yi Tian handed it to her, and she took out a wooden token, offering it to him with both hands. When Yi Tian tried to take the token, he noticed she was gripping it tightly. She gently said, "If it's okay with you, I'd like to start a new day with you and give you a kiss." Her words were an unmistakable confession, and she had mustered all her courage to say them. She had never been so straightforward in her life. She was determined to win Yi Tian's heart, no matter the cost. Even if she failed, she wouldn't regret it. Yi Tian hesitated slightly and said, "I just woke up. Won't my breath be bad?" She was stunned, and Yi Tian suddenly pulled the token from her hand and walked away. She angrily shouted, "What's wrong with you? I want to have a romantic moment with you." Yi Tian, holding the token, walked towards the entrance. Before entering, he called Zhao Dongdong. Zhao had previously reminded him to contact him before entering the man-made secret realm to enhance its capacity. Once the call connected, Yi Tian explained his purpose and provided the code on the back of the token. The setup was quickly completed. He asked, "Mr. Zhao, after I complete the challenge, can I stay inside for a while?" Zhao replied, "Sure, I'll set it up for you. Is 5 minutes enough?" Yi Tian gratefully said, "That's enough, thank you, Mr. Zhao." After hanging up, he was finally ready to enter the secret realm. He smiled at Qiling and said, "Let's see if you can break the great sage's record." Qiling, a bit haughty, replied, "Piece of cake." The great sage, eyes full of determination, said, "I want to be the leader." With that, Yi Tian entered the secret realm with his two beasts. The scene was the same. A vast, empty field with 100 silver-level scarecrows. "Qiling, show your skills," Yi Tian commanded. Qiling soared into the air and unleashed falling starfire. Instantly, the sky of the secret realm was filled with fiery clouds. With a loud cry, Qiling sent the fire clouds crashing down like meteors. The thunderous sound echoed like cannon fire in his ears. The scarecrows stood no chance, helpless against the raging flames. They were reduced to a pile of charred remains. Yi Tian watched the scene unfold, his eyes widening in awe, a sense of amazement welling up inside him. Wow! From entering the mysterious realm to engaging in battle, does it really only take a second? Is this the infinitely potential Beast King? It's truly intimidating. For the first time, Yi Tian felt the terror of such potential up close. He walked forward slowly, knelt down, and touched the charcoal on the ground. The heat from the charcoal seared his hand, causing him immense pain. Qiling flew onto Yi Tian's shoulder and glanced at the Beast King again. "Do you still dare to fight me?" the Beast King asked. "Of course."
Qi Ling responded, somewhat surprised.
He had thought the Beast King would be too scared to continue after witnessing such a terrifying attack. Isn't it afraid of being reduced to ashes itself? Qi Ling felt a bit embarrassed. We can fight, but you'll have to wait for 3 minutes. That last move, Starfire Fall, was not only impressive but also incredibly draining. It almost exhausted all my energy in one go. Plus, I can't use it consecutively. It requires about 3 minutes of cooldown after each use, the Beast King said, swinging the staff in its hand. All right, I'll wait, Qi Ling said, trying to figure out the Beast King. Could it really be this foolish? The gap in potential between them was immense, 3 whole levels from Silver to King Beast. Any other Silver-level beast would have likely been overwhelmed by Qi Ling's dominance by now. Why does the Beast King still maintain such a strong fighting spirit? At this moment, Yi Tian smiled slightly and turned to Qi Ling. Qi Ling, don't underestimate the Beast King. You might not be its match. Qi Ling was taken aback. Even Yi Tian's words made him reconsider his underestimation of the Beast King. Despite this, he still held an unwavering belief in his victory. If Yi Tian were to judge the outcome between the two beasts, he couldn't give a definitive answer. Qi Ling had just set a record by annihilating all the scarecrows in one move, far surpassing the Beast King. However, Qi Ling had an area effect skill, while the Beast King did not. The Beast King had to knock down each scarecrow one by one. Many factors affect the outcome of a battle between beasts, including status, attribute advantages, skill counters, combat experience, and more. Therefore, the fact that Qi Ling lost to the Beast God Association's 2 beasts, while the Beast King won, doesn't directly indicate that the Beast King is stronger than Qi Ling. It all comes down to the actual battle. Of course, deep down, Yi Tian leaned more towards supporting the Beast King. After all, he had spent more time with the Beast King. Several minutes passed, and Qi Ling's energy had somewhat recovered, and its skills were ready again. A monkey and a bird stood at opposite ends of the mysterious realm, with Yi Tian acting as the referee. As soon as he gave the signal, the battle would commence. Beast King, Qi Ling, remember, you can fight, but show restraint. Competition comes second. Friendship comes first. Understood? Both beasts responded in unison. Understood. Good, let the battle begin. As Yi Tian's voice fell, the Beast King raised its staff and lunged towards Qi Ling. Qi Ling soared into the air, its wings igniting with orange-yellow flames. Originally, Qi Ling was only the size of a palm. Even with its wings fully extended, they were no wider than 2 palms. But the suddenly grown flaming wings now extended over a meter wide. The Beast King took a swig from the wine gourd at its waist, and its speed surged once more. The perfect level of drunkenness turned the Beast King into a blur. Even Yi Tian's eyes couldn't keep up.
So fast! Qi Ling exclaimed in astonishment.
Thinking about Yi Tian's extraordinary abilities, it's no wonder this monkey is so brave. Besides his speed, the Great Sage also displayed exceptional agility, putting Qi Ling under immense pressure. Qi Ling decided to stand his ground, but was seriously injured in the Great Sage's surprise attack. Although his fiery wings were shattered, they weren't physical and could regrow. In their first intense clash, Qi Ling was at a disadvantage, while the Great Sage showed his formidable strength. Standing on the ground, the Great Sage pointed triumphantly at Qi Ling, signaling for him to surrender. Qi Ling's previously disdainful look had vanished, replaced by a serious and focused expression. The Great Sage's strength far exceeded Qi Ling's expectations. Even among the elite golden-ranked beasts, he had few rivals. However, Qi Ling wasn't ready to give up easily and prepared to counterattack. A fireball formed in front of him and shot towards the Great Sage like a cannonball. Although the Great Sage shattered the fireball with his staff, Yi Tian keenly noticed he was slightly strained. The battle heated up, with both sides exchanging blows, and Qi Ling gaining a slight advantage. Qi Ling continuously unleashed fireballs, forcing the Great Sage into a defensive position. Yet, the Great Sage wasn't one to back down, seizing opportunities to counterattack. Qi Ling began to regret underestimating him, thinking he could easily defeat the Great Sage. However, the Great Sage's stamina miraculously increased every time he closed his eyes to rest, frustrating Qi Ling. As the fierce battle continued, Qi Ling's energy gradually waned, while the Great Sage remained at peak condition. Facing the Great Sage's overwhelming strength, speed, and ability to recover, Qi Ling felt helpless. Finally, Qi Ling decided to use his ultimate move, Starfire Descent, in an attempt to end the fight. Just then, Yi Tian's voice called out, urging them to continue the battle another time. As time was running out, both Qi Ling and the Great Sage understood they had to stop. Yi Tian's urging made them realize time was indeed short. They both responded in unison, no way, Yi Tian. Yi Tian realized that both of his spirit beasts shared one common trait. They were both battle-hungry. Qi Ling looked down at Desheng, whom it now regarded as an equal opponent. Desheng, if you can withstand my next move, you win, Qi Ling declared. Suddenly, The sky was filled with fiery clouds. That move again? Yi Tian said with a smile. If it's just that, you won't beat Deshang. No, it's not over yet, Qiling replied. The fiery clouds didn't descend immediately, but instead converged at a single point. Deshang waited silently for the right moment. Within seconds, the clouds merged into a massive firebird, similar in shape to Qiling but much larger. Even from a distance, Yi Tian could feel the overwhelming pressure from the firebird, as if it could incinerate everything in its path. Facing the firebird, Deshang was drenched in sweat, his fur disheveled, looking somewhat bedraggled, but his eyes still shone with determination. Deshang, you still have time to surrender, Qiling said, her voice both clear and commanding. Deshang roared, bring it on.
Qiling smiled gently.
You stubborn second brother, I give up. Go. Boom. The entire sky in the secret realm was cast in an orange-yellow hue. The firebird flapped its wings and sped towards Deshang. Qiling, exhausted from the effort, reverted to her original form. Just as the firebird was about to land, Deshang didn't attack immediately but retreated several meters.
Qiling chuckled.
Trying to run? Do you think you can escape like this? The firebird and Qiling were connected, and Qiling could control its flight direction. No, that's not right. Qiling's eyes widened as she prepared to change the firebird's direction, only to see Deshang charging towards it.
Yi Tian yachetta sheng with excitement.
So that's it. Boom. Deshang unleashed an astonishing divine skill, the 8-direction staff. Golden staff shadows erupted violently from below. The gold and orange clashed, creating a deafening roar. The ground shook, the air twisted, and even the sky seemed to be split in two. The terrifying energies pressed against each other. Sparks and lightning crackled at the point of collision. I will be the leader, Deshang roared, gripping his staff with all his might. Boom! Finally, the outcome was about to be decided.
Bang!
The firebird, exhausted, was shattered by Deshang's staff, scattering into countless sparks. Deshang raised his arms and roared in triumph, I won. Yi Tian and Qiling stared in shock at the scene. The sparks flew everywhere, some landing on Deshang and scorching his fur black. Deshang didn't care at all. Qiling sighed, I lost. Yi Tian walked over to Deshang and patted his head. Well done.
Deshang enjoyed Yi Tian's touch.
Unnoticed, Deshang had grown to almost Yi Tian's chest height. Deshang's final strike was not just a combination of the 8-direction staff, but also utilized drunken acceleration. Preparing to attack from several meters away, he reached peak speed before swinging the staff, further amplifying its power. It was the perfect fusion of 3 skills. Without it, the outcome would have been uncertain. Qiling finally acknowledged Deshang, though with a hint of pride in her voice. If only I weren't so exhausted. If my skills were as polished as yours. If I knew how to use combo techniques, I wouldn't have lost. Sun Wukong scratched his head, his determination to succeed burning brightly in his heart. No matter what, as long as I win, I'll be the boss. Qiling lowered his head and silently vowed. 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west. One day, I'll reclaim my position as the leader. The fact that a beast with the potential of a king lost to a beast with only silver potential was hard to accept. Yi Tian said with a smile. After this battle, the relationship between the two beasts should improve. Qiling truly lives up to its kingly potential. Even though its skills are at the gold level, its proficiency is far below Sun Wukong's, yet it can still hold its own. Once its skill proficiency increases, how powerful will it become? However, Yi Tian would not overlook Sun Wukong because of Qiling's impressive potential. After evolving, Sun Wukong's potential will also see a huge boost. That day is not far off. Time is running out. Let's go. Yi Tian prepared to leave the secret realm. But just as they were about to exit, he suddenly noticed a black, irregular line appearing in the air where Sun Wukong's final strike landed, like a crack. The crack was spreading rapidly. Yi Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Is the secret realm going to have problems again? Once we leave, I must inform Engineer Zhao immediately. A few seconds later, the countdown ended, and Yi Tian was teleported out of the secret realm. Back in the real world, he looked up to see Zhao Dongdong standing ahead. Was he waiting for me? Hello, Engineer Zhao, Yi Tian greeted. Zhao Dongdong quickly responded. Despite his high status in the profession, he did not dare to underestimate Yi Tian. According to Zhao Dongdong, he was just about to conduct an inspection, so he came to check the secret realm. Yi Tian said, Engineer Zhao, you came at the right time. I think I might have caused another problem in the secret realm. Zhao Dongdong was momentarily stunned and instinctively said, That's impossible. The secret realm's tolerance level has been increased. As long as the power doesn't exceed the gold level, it shouldn't damage the secret realm. He suddenly remembered that this was only Yi Tian's second visit to the secret realm and immediately understood. Zhao Dongdong explained, Yi Tian, causing some damage to the terrain during battles is normal. The secret realm has self-repairing abilities. The next beast master who enters will find it restored to its original state. This isn't just your question. Many first-time beast masters have the same concerns. For example, creating large craters or burning down all the trees on a mountain. Seeing Yi Tian still looking worried, Zhao Dongdong smiled and said, "I'll pay special attention when I go in for inspection later." "Don't worry." Yi Tian nodded, finally feeling reassured. He handed the wooden token to Zhao Dongdong, said goodbye, and left. Watching Yi Tian leave, the receptionist looked a bit disappointed, while Zhao Dongdong curiously checked Yi Tian's results this time. He got second place on his first try. This time, he should be first, right? Soon, Yi Tian's results were displayed on the screen. As Zhao Dongdong had anticipated, the title Great Sage climbed the silver rank leaderboard once again, mercilessly claiming the top spot. Yet, Zhao Dongdong still stood there, wide-eyed and incredulous, staring at the screen before him. In Zhao Dongdong's mind, he was hoping Yi Tian would be faster than last time, perhaps by a few seconds or even more. However, when the screen displayed a result of just 1 second, Zhao Dongdong could hardly believe his eyes. Feeling a wave of helplessness, he rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. His mouth twitched, and a sense of witnessing history surged within him. He began to suspect that Yi Tian's record might never be broken. After standing there in a daze for a while, Zhao Dongdong finally calmed down. He realized he had to inform the director about this. Just as he picked up his phone, he noticed that the scheduled inspection time was fast approaching. According to regulations, he had to clock in at the secret realm on time, or he would face a pay deduction. So, he decided to complete the inspection task first and then report to the director. Zhao Dongdong grabbed a box of beginner cards and quickly walked towards the entrance of the artificial secret realm to start his daily work. Checking Bronze 01 and Bronze 02 in sequence, everything seemed normal, but when he entered Silver 04, he found that the realm had largely collapsed. Isn't this the secret realm Yi Tian entered? Could he have caused this? Zhao Dongdong started to doubt everything. After all, he had temporarily reinforced Silver 04, and it should withstand anything short of an attack beyond the gold level. Could Yi Tian's beast be that powerful? But Yi Tian was only a silver beast master, so how could he be so strong? Zhao Dongdong was filled with questions. After completing the inspection of all the secret realms, Zhao Dongdong returned to the hall and immediately called Wang Lin. Once the call connected, he hurriedly said, "Director, I have something important to report." Wang Lin responded, "I'm not available right now. Can it wait until tomorrow?" Zhao Dongdong reluctantly hung up, but then suddenly thought that the director might be interested in Yi Tian. So, he called back. This time, Wang Lin agreed to listen, saying, "All right, go ahead. I can spare a few minutes." Zhao Dongdong hesitated for a moment before continuing. Yi Tian entered the artificial secret realm again, not only breaking the record but also taking first place. Wang Lin, impressed, responded, "Not bad. I had a feeling he could do it. My guess is he did it in under 20 seconds, right?" Zhao Dongdong, admiring the director's foresight, nodded in agreement. After a brief silence, Wang Lin said, "1 second? That's incredibly fast. Even I'm surprised." He began to ponder how Yi Tian managed to achieve this. Zhao Dongdong paused before adding, "Not only did Yi Tian complete the challenge in 1 second, but his power also exceeded the realm's limits, causing it to be destroyed." Wang Lin furrowed his brow and asked, "Didn't you adjust the difficulty of the realm? It's understandable if Yi Tian could destroy it." Zhao Dongdong explained, "Even with the difficulty increased, the realm was still destroyed." Wang Lin fell silent again before asking, "What about the surveillance footage?" Zhao Dongdong, with a wry smile, replied, "Unfortunately, when I entered the realm, the surveillance cameras had already been destroyed by the cracks, and the storage chip was shattered beyond repair." Wang Lin remained silent for a while, finally at a loss for words. A possibility crossed his mind. Perhaps Deshang had mastered an area attack skill. Given Yi Tian's training capabilities, this was entirely plausible. As for Qiling, Wang Lin overlooked it. Qiling's potential would be revealed in the next 10 years. This was good news for them, as the stronger Deshang became, the better their chances of performing well in the exchange competition. Wang Lin gently tapped his desk, filled with anticipation. Yi Tian was anxiously waiting for a response from the school, but there was still no news. Returning home, he lay lazily on his bed, with only a few days left before he would leave the school. Yi Tian decided that on the day of his departure, he would go directly to Zhou Tiangang to handle the withdrawal procedures. Finally, he could take a proper rest for a few days. He thought about taking some time tomorrow to check out his new house. He opened his phone and entered the class group chat that he hadn't checked in a while. The messages had piled up, but he had lost interest. The discussions were mostly about how to advance their contract beasts to the bronze level. Class monitor Zhang Hao's beast had successfully broken through 5 days ago, making it into the top 100 in the training speed rankings, bringing honor to the class. Additionally, 2 dark horse candidates had also successfully broken through 2 and 3 days ago, respectively. Yi Tian gradually drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, outside the ancient battlefield's secret realm, a man in black was swaying in the cold wind. The secret realm was about to close, so why hadn't Zhaixing and Scorpion shown up yet? The man in black began to feel that something was amiss. While Yi Tian was asleep, the man in black fell into confusion, and Song Qingheng of the Song family was diligently training his contract beast. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and the sound of a fingerprint scanner outside his room. Turning around, he saw that it was his father, Song Wei, and his cousin, Song Yuan. Song Yuan asked, Qingheng, are you still training your contract beast? I heard from uncle that you've been training from morning till night without a break. Song Qingheng nodded, yes, I've been having Lan train continuously. Song Yuan was surprised by Song Qingheng's dedication and advised, Qingheng, remember to balance training with rest. The moonlight cat, Lan, who was absorbing spiritual energy, seemed to echo Song Yuan's words. Song Qingheng shook his head, cousin, I have a goal I must surpass. He must be working hard too, so I have to work even harder. Song Yuan smiled, reminiscing, I once had a rival like that. We competed against each other relentlessly, and in the end, we both got into the Mountain Mist Beast Academy. Song Qingheng continued his training but felt a bit thirsty, so he went to pour himself a glass of water. When he returned, he noticed a rubber dummy next to the moonlight cat, with a piece of paper stuck to its head. Song Yuan laughed and said, let me see who Qingheng's chosen rival is. As he got closer, he saw that it was Yi Tian's name. Song Yuan exclaimed, your rival is Yi Tian? Could it just be a coincidence? But he seemed to remember that Song Wei had initially introduced Yi Tian as Song Qingheng's classmate. He tentatively asked, Qingheng, is Yi Tian's contract beast a stone monkey? Song Qingheng nodded unexpectedly, cousin, how did you know? The truth was finally revealed. Song Yuan felt a surge of admiration as he looked into his cousin's determined eyes. No wonder people often say, ignorance is bliss. He had met Yi Tian once, but to be more precise, he had been utterly outclassed by him. Song Qingheng was struggling to catch up, hoping to surpass Yi Tian. Cousin, should we perhaps adjust our goals? Why? Song Qingheng frowned. Cousin, do you know Yi Tian too? Do you think I'm not as good as him? Qingheng felt a flicker of anger. Maybe I'm not as good as him now, but I believe with hard work, I can close the gap. One day, I will surpass him. Song Yuan silently vowed. Perhaps, Qingheng would only fall further behind. Just as he was about to reveal some information about Yi Tian, a cough interrupted them. Song Wei approached, pulling Song Yuan aside. Xiao Yuan, come with me. We need to discuss something. Confused, Song Yuan followed him away from Song Qingheng. Realizing what was happening, he asked, you don't want me to tell Qingheng about Yi Tian, do you? Song Wei nodded. For the first time in years, I see such strong determination in Qingheng. It's all because of Yi Tian. If Qingheng knew catching up to Yi Tian was impossible, I'm afraid it would affect his motivation. At least until the college entrance exams, I want him to maintain this drive. Song Yuan nodded, looking at Song Qingheng with a hint of pity. If he ever finds out that his goal is unattainable, how devastated he will be. In just 2 days, Yi Tian had settled into his new rented 3-story villa with a yard and a basement. The monthly rent of 30,000 dragon coins was considered expensive in Wushan City, a lesser-known city. There were 2 reasons for choosing this place. Firstly, his current earning power was strong, so there was no need to skimp on living quality. If he was going to move, he might as well choose the best. Secondly, the house was close to the professional association and highly secure. Although Wang Lin's talk of a beast god attack was likely a bluff, Yi Tian still felt a sense of crisis. Better to be safe than sorry. If the beast god did launch an attack, the area around the professional association would be one of the safest places in the city. The siblings didn't have many belongings, so they hired a moving truck and completed the move in one go. Standing in the yard, watching Ying bustle in and out, Yi Tian felt a sense of accomplishment. Sis, let me help you, he offered. That evening, the family sat comfortably on the soft sofa. Ying was completely exhausted but wore a joyful smile. Sis, why don't we hire someone to help? Yi Tian suggested. Why waste money on that? I'll take care of the housework. My job at the research institute is quite relaxed. I finish work at 3:30 p.m. every day. I need something to keep me busy, Ying replied, biting her lip. It's just a 3-story house with a basement. It's a piece of cake.
Yi Tian Shuruk.
Ying clearly enjoyed the hard work. All right, as long as you're happy. Not only was Ying content, but their 2 guardian beasts were also thrilled. The spacious yard at the back had become a playground for Desheng, and Qi Ling Desheng could finally hop around freely in the yard. The old room, less than 50 square meters, had been divided into 2 rooms and a living room. Yi Tian, with his great strength, often couldn't help but break things, whether it was the sofa or the bed. Nevertheless, everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. After dinner, Yi Tian called Zhou Tiangang. With the start of the school year approaching, He wanted to talk to Zhou Tiangang in advance. Mr. Zhou, I'm planning to drop out, Yi Tian said. Learning that Yi Tian had been recommended by the Research Institute to teach at the Beast Taming Academy, Zhou Tiangang was visibly taken aback. Considering Yi Tian's current situation, staying in school indeed seemed unnecessary. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Tiangang said, Xiao Tian, how about this? You don't need to attend school anymore. I'll help you take a leave of absence, and when the other students graduate, I'll send you your diploma. This way, it gives a perfect ending to your student life. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow and asked, won't this be somewhat irregular? Zhou Tiangang laughed heartily, I'm the principal. I make the rules. Besides, the purpose of running a school is to nurture talent. As long as that goal is achieved, the process can be flexible. Only then did Yi Tian nod. All right, thank you, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Tiangang replied, no need for formalities between us. After a pause, his tone turned serious. Yi Tian, you are the most outstanding student I've ever had. I am proud of you. After hanging up the phone, Yi Tian felt a surge of emotions. The sense of recognition made it hard for him to stay calm. Not long after, the phone rang again. It was Zhou Qiong. Xiao Tian, I heard you're going to teach at Shamu Beast Taming Academy? Yes, Yi Tian replied, wiping imaginary sweat from his forehead. Mr. Zhou sure knows how to spread news. I know the academy well. When do you plan to report? If you need, I can accompany you and give you a brief introduction. Honestly, I'm a high school teacher. Seeing you grow step by step into a university teacher makes me a bit envious. But overall, I'm very happy for you. After all, Zhou Qiong had witnessed Yi Tian's journey from an ordinary student to a genius student, to a research institute member, and now a university teacher. Yi Tian first thanked Zhou Qiong for her kind offer, and then said, I haven't received the notification yet. If I need help, they'll reach out to you, Sister Qiong. They chatted for a while, mostly Zhou Qiong talking, and Yi Tian listening. After hanging up, Yi Tian realized Ying had quietly stood behind him at some point. Her ears perked up with a gossiping expression on her face. Xiao Tian, who was that? She sounded like a girl, and you two talked for so long.
Ying nudged Yi Tian with her elbow.
Tell your sister, is she your girlfriend? You're an adult now, and if you plan to date, I'll fully support you. Seeing the excitement in Yi Ying's eyes, Yi Tian sighed helplessly, no, it's just an older sister. Sister? Yi Ying was dumbfounded and said in confusion, what's going on? Does my brother have another sister outside? Yi Tian was in high spirits, letting out a few cheerful laughs before getting up to head to his brand new bed. Soon, he wouldn't need to attend school. He just had to wait for the training camp for the city exchange competition to start. He carefully calculated the remaining time, realizing it was less than a week. Wang Lin had already emailed the specific training schedule and location to Yi Tian's phone. At the moment, Yi Tian had some spare money, so before falling asleep, he opened the apps for Professional Home and the Research Institute, browsing for a while. He wanted to buy a few bottles of golden-grade spiritual wine. However, this wine was rare and only occasionally available on the market. If he wasn't quick enough, others would snatch it up. Yi Tian rubbed his chin in thought. If buying golden-grade spiritual wine was this difficult, how hard would it be to get diamond-grade? It seemed he needed to relearn the brewing skills of the great sage. These days, Yi Tian's life had been relaxed and pleasant. He even found time to fulfill a previous promise to Lu Bo, helping him complete 50 of a project. Why not 100? Naturally, because Yi Tian didn't want Lu Bo to feel completely left out. Yi Tian had set up 4 lounge chairs in the yard for himself, Lu Bo, and their 2 companion beasts. That afternoon, the great sage brought some exciting news. It had broken through with 2 of its skills. The great sage was used to keeping its eyes closed most of the time, only opening them when necessary. Suddenly, its tightly shut eyes flew open, emitting a faint aura. Yi Tian then saw that the skill, Meditative Rest, had advanced to the mastery level, which surprised him greatly. 1,000 times? That seemed a bit much. But slowly accumulating it, the great sage had become so strong that even with its eyes closed, it rarely lost to beasts of the same level. Less than half an hour later, the great sage stunned Yi Tian once again. The skill Ready to Strike had broken through to perfection. Yi Tian was a bit dumbfounded by the coincidence. 2 simplified tasks could be completed simultaneously. All he needed was for the great sage to close its eyes at night and defeat 1,000 enemies. It was time for the great sage to learn a sensory skill. Unfortunately, sensory skills were exceedingly rare. Yi Tian spent an entire afternoon at the mall, but couldn't find a suitable skill for the great sage. He had to leave his contact information with the store manager, asking to be notified as soon as they had stock. Apart from the great sage, Qi Ling was also steadily improving. In front of it was a pile of small red stones. Qi Ling would occasionally grab one, pop it into its mouth, and crush it like eating sunflower seeds. These were silver-grade fire attribute materials Yi Tian had bought. Like the great sage, Qi Ling needed to consume materials of the corresponding grade to level up. The money Yi Tian had earned was nearly gone. Fortunately, it should last for another 10 to 20 days. 2 days later, just before 8 in the morning, Yi Tian was woken up by noises from downstairs. Annoyed, he thought, how many times had he told the great sage not to make a racket in the morning? But it never listened. He habitually lit up his phone screen. Today is a special day, the start of January. For most students, it's the day they return to school, but for Yi Tian, it seems irrelevant. He lazily shuts off his screen, curls up under his blanket, and ignores the school bell, continuing to enjoy his drowsy sleep. Meanwhile, Song Qingheng arrives at school early. On his way, many classmates greet him warmly, and he responds politely. His companion, the moonlight cat on his shoulder, attracts curiosity and admiration from those around him. Some praise its cuteness, but the moonlight cat seems unsatisfied, exuding a powerful aura that makes others take notice. At school, Song Qingheng is always in the spotlight, whether it's for praise or gossip. Initially, he walks with his head held high, but soon he feels embarrassed by all the attention, his cheeks turning red. It's only after he walks away that his classmates dare to continue their discussions. On the other side, the homeroom teacher of class 17, Sun Chong, is also on her way to the classroom. She is greeted enthusiastically by students, filling her with pride and joy. Although she is approaching her 40th birthday, she remains confident, believing she still retains her charm. Accompanying her is teacher Lu Zhang, with whom she shares a good rapport. Lu Zhang teases Sun Chong with compliments, catching her by surprise. The school rewards not only students for their excellent performance, but also shares the success with the teachers. Though Sun Chong considers the bonuses insignificant, she still feels a hint of delight. She knows that at least 3 students from her class made it into the top 100, with class president Zhang Hao performing exceptionally well. Among the 40 classes in the grade, most top spots are taken by the 2 elite classes, but having 3 students from class 17 in the top 100 is a remarkable achievement. Lu Zheng leaves her with a mysterious smile, leaving Sun Chong puzzled. As she walks into the class 17 classroom, most students are already present. 9 o'clock quietly arrives, and Zhao Liang sits at his desk, occasionally glancing at an empty seat in the back of the classroom. He worries that Yi Tian might oversleep and be late, as they are close friends bonded by their contract stone monkey. Zhao Liang has many things he wants to share with Yi Tian. Sun Chong cleared his throat, capturing everyone's attention. The crowd quickly gathered, forming neat lines as they followed him into the gymnasium for the awards ceremony. Suddenly, he announced another piece of good news. The principal had informed him yesterday that the school had specially invited a distinguished alumnus to be the guest speaker. Any questions? He asked. With no questions from the group, he said, let's head out. Class 17 prepared to depart, but they noticed that Yi Tian was still absent. Normally, Yi Tian was so low-key that he barely drew anyone's attention. No friends, no enemies. Yet, after almost 3 years together, he had left an impression on everyone. When someone asked Sun Chong about Yi Tian, they were told he had taken an extended leave. This puzzled everyone. With the college entrance exams approaching, why would he take a long break? Given Yi Tian's usual performance and his contract with a beast, it seemed whether he took the exams or not might be irrelevant. For most beast masters contracted with stone monkeys, the future seemed destined to be in the local distillery, where they would work on evolving the stone monkeys and developing brewing skills. Sun Chong had similar thoughts, but he was surprised to learn that Yi Tian was somehow connected to Zhou Tiangyang. The news of Yi Tian's leave had come from Zhou himself. The students chatted excitedly on their way and soon gathered in the packed gymnasium. 40 classes filled the space, and the school leaders sat solemnly on the stage. In the center, next to Principal Zhou Tiangyang, stood a slightly plump young man. Could he be the distinguished alumnus? The ceremony began with Zhou Tiangyang personally hosting. He started by introducing each member on the stage. The students recognized everyone except the young man, so they listened attentively during his introduction. Class 17's monitor, Zhang Hao, was filled with anticipation. Let's see just how outstanding this alumnus is, he thought. Zhou Tiangong's voice boomed. This is Lu Bo, a graduate from the class of 3018 5 years ago. Your senior Lu Bo not only graduated with honors from the Shanwu Beast Academy, but also passed the Shanwu City Research Institute's assessment within a year of graduating. The room buzzed with excitement. While it wasn't uncommon for students to get into a Beast Academy, what surprised everyone was that the seemingly ordinary Lu Bo was now a working researcher. Some students, unfamiliar with the significance of a researcher, curiously asked their peers. The response was immediate and incredulous. Researchers are even rarer than professional beast masters. Every researcher is a top talent. In our entire city, with millions of people, there are fewer than 1,000 researchers. That shows how rare they are. The revelation left everyone in awe. Lu Bo's achievements were indeed impressive. Even Song Qingheng, whose father was a wealthy businessman, couldn't help but take notice. Despite his father's wealth surpassing that of most researchers, their social status was lacking in comparison. Zhou Tiangang was pleased with the student's reaction. Inviting Lu Bo had been a good decision. He thought to himself, actually, I'm a researcher too, though only a level 2. He felt a bit proud. However, Lu Bo worked in the evolution department, while Zhou was in the cultivation department, 2 fields not easily compared. After introducing everyone else, it was Zhou Tiangong's turn to speak. He started with a brief introduction before launching into a long speech that lasted nearly half an hour. In the audience, Song Qingheng looked around anxiously, his brows slightly furrowed. He wondered to himself, where was Yi Tian? As the second-place finisher, Yi Tian wasn't genuinely interested in attending the awards ceremony. He only wanted to seize the opportunity to find Yi Tian and challenge him. Song Qingheng thought it would be cool to do so, but Yi Tian was nowhere to be seen, making Song Qingheng increasingly impatient. Finally, he decided to leave. He went to his homeroom teacher to ask for permission. Although the teacher felt it was a pity that Song Qingheng would miss the awards ceremony, he gladly approved his leave. After all, Song Qingheng was his most prized student, and a small request like this deserved to be granted. As Song Qingheng prepared to leave the gymnasium, everyone watched in silence, their eyes following his departing figure until he disappeared through the doors. They all felt a sense of admiration and envy, thinking that Song Qingheng's first-place finish wasn't just due to his outstanding talent, but also his hard work that surpassed everyone else's. The first thing Song Qingheng did after leaving the gymnasium was call Yi Tian. Yi Tian, annoyed because he had been woken up by his roommates, was lying in bed unable to sleep. When his phone rang, he was puzzled about who could be calling so early. He answered and realized it was Song Qingheng. Yi Tian, why aren't you at school yet? Song Qingheng asked. I don't feel like going, Yi Tian replied, his voice still groggy from sleep. How can you be so lazy? Song Qingheng rebuked. Have you forgotten our agreement? Even though you are destined to be surpassed by me, I don't want it to be too easy. Yi Tian was confused. What are you talking about? Are you sick? Song Qingheng chuckled lightly. You're the one I see as my rival. I want you to work harder. Yi Tian was speechless. Stop watching those childish things. Song Qingheng blushed. Do you understand passion? I'm not childish. He paused and then asked, by the way, Yi Tian, which academy are you planning to go to? Yi Tian answered honestly, the Mountain Mist Beast Academy. Song Qingheng suddenly raised his voice, nearly shouting, Yi Tian, I'll be waiting for you at the Mountain Mist Beast Academy. With that, he hung up abruptly, leaving Yi Tian bewildered. I haven't even finished talking. I'm going there to be a teacher, Yi Tian sighed. This guy, he hangs up so quickly. Meanwhile, the awards ceremony continued smoothly. Finally, it was time to honor the top 100 Beast Masters. Zhou Tiangang held the list and read the names from the bottom up. 100th place, Class 2, Wu Pengyu, completed in 25 days and 1 hour. Then came the 99th place, the 98th place. Sun Chong gradually understood why Lu Zhang had congratulated him. It turned out that in their Class 17, there was another student who had never spoken in the group chat, but also made it into the top 100. Haha, there are actually 4 students from my class in the top 100. That's fantastic. Among the many ordinary classes, Class 17 stood out. The list continued to be read, and soon it was time for the second place. Second place, Class 1, Song Qingheng, completed in 2 days and 12 hours. Everyone was stunned. How could Song Qingheng be in second place? Then, Zhou Tiangang announced, first place, Class 17, Yi Tian, completed in 1 day. As Yi Tian's name was announced, the entire venue erupted. For most people, the name Yi Tian was too unfamiliar. Moreover, how could such a genius emerge from an ordinary class like Class 17? Zhang Hao's mouth hung open as he stiffly turned to look at his classmate. Did I just imagine that? How, what a coincidence. I thought I imagined it too. Me too. Several others chimed in simultaneously. Zhang Hao fell silent. 1 or 2 people having auditory hallucinations was one thing, but a whole group at the same time?
Impossible.
There was only one explanation, but it was one he didn't want to face. Not far away, Zhao Yang was also questioning his reality. Have my partners in misery abandoned me? Yi Tian might be a common name, but in Class 17, there was only one Yi Tian. Meanwhile, Sun Chong was nearly knocked out by the sudden surprise. What? The top student is in our class? Is this the surprise Lu Zhang was talking about? This is too much of a surprise. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 was also stunned and stepped forward to ask Zhou Tiangang, Principal, is there some kind of mistake? Zhou Tiangang glared at him. I personally verified the results. Do you think there's a problem? Faced with Zhou Tiangang's authoritative presence, the teacher backed down. But it only took 1 day. Isn't that too unbelievable? Others also looked at Zhou Tiangang. Yi Tian is a true beast-taming genius. Zhou Tiangang declared conclusively, leaving no room for further doubt. For most of the people present, they were only mildly surprised and didn't have much of an emotional reaction. After all, the top spot had nothing to do with them. Whether it was Yi Tian or Song Qinghang, what difference did it make? Of course, those who had some connection to Yi Tian or Song Qinghang felt differently. Those who had previously congratulated Song Qinghang were now deeply embarrassed. They finally understood why Song Qinghang had left early. Meanwhile, the students of Class 17 were in a state of dead silence. They couldn't accept that Yi Tian, who had been an unremarkable figure for 3 years, had suddenly become someone everyone looked up to. Zhao Yang remembered running into Yi Tian on the road earlier. Damn, so he was telling the truth then. He also recalled Yi Tian's bet about eating the table and lowered his head deeply, thinking, I'm invisible, I'm invisible. Zhang Hao also remembered tagging Yi Tian in the group chat earlier. Obviously, Song Qinghang had known all along that Yi Tian was the top student. How embarrassing. If you were the top student, why didn't you say so earlier? Of course, even if Yi Tian had claimed to be the top student, Zhang Hao probably wouldn't have believed him. Suddenly, someone muttered jealously, Humph. What's so great about being first? Fast progress doesn't mean anything. It just means he'll evolve sooner and master brewing skills earlier. Besides, with Yi Tian's family background, he can't afford the evolution materials and paths. He'll have to find a job at a brewery to save up money, just like any other beast master with a contract monkey. Several people nodded in agreement. Yeah, the contract with the monkey limits him. But someone else chuckled coldly. Oh please, I can almost taste the sour grapes. Don't forget what the reward for first place is this year. Reminded of this, the others remembered that this year's top prize was unprecedentedly generous. The evolution path and materials had already been prepared for Yi Tian. Damn, I'm so jealous. The first person to speak blushed, but refused to admit defeat. A momentary lead doesn't mean forever. Let's look back in 20 years and see who has gone further. Maybe this temporary lead is just because Yi Tian used some unknown methods. Quiet down. Suddenly, the homeroom teacher, Sun Chong, frowned and stopped the students' chatter. Although she couldn't figure out how Yi Tian managed it, since the principal hadn't said anything, it wasn't her place to comment. Besides, Yi Tian was her student. No matter what everyone thought, the awards ceremony continued. After announcing the 100 award winners, Zhou Tiangang praised them, and then it was time for the outstanding graduate, Lu Bo, to give his speech. As soon as Lu Bo stood up, the whole auditorium erupted in excitement, including the students of Class 17. Lu Bo is incredible. I've decided that I want to become a researcher too. You? Look in the mirror. You can't even get into the Beast Taming Academy, and you want to join the Research Institute? Lu Bo is truly remarkable. Did you see how even the principal respects him? Sure. Be quiet. I want to hear Lu Bo's speech. Lu Bo began his speech by reflecting on his student days, then showcased his years of hard work, and finally encouraged all the students. 5 years ago, I stood in this gymnasium just like you, my eyes filled with confusion. At that time, I was very insecure because no matter what I achieved, there was always someone better. No matter how hard I tried, I would never be the best. But so what? Should I give up because I can't surpass others? No, I don't think so. This year, when I took the Research Institute's exam, I encountered an extraordinary genius. His talent was astounding, and I could never catch up to him in my lifetime. But why should I compare myself to him? I only need to compare myself to who I was yesterday and ensure that I am better today. That's enough. Lu Bo's speech continued, and everyone present felt a sense of aspiration. Lu Bo was already a significant figure in their eyes, so what kind of person could this genius, whom even Lu Bo admired, be? After the speech, the audience erupted in applause. Zhou Tiangang summarized a few points and announced the end of the ceremony. The classes exited in an orderly fashion, and the people on the stage prepared to leave. Lu Bo walked up to Zhou Tiangang. Mr. Zhou, haha, did I embarrass myself? Zhou Tiangang patted him on the shoulder. You did an excellent job. By the way, Mr. Zhou, which class is Yi Tian in? Class 17. Great. Can I speak with the homeroom teacher of Class 17? Haha, go ahead. Zhou Tiangang pointed to Sun Chong. She's the one in the yellow jacket.
Lu Bo nodded.
Thank you, Mr. Zhou. This was one of Lu Bo's purposes for coming to give the speech. He wanted to learn more about Yi Tian through his homeroom teacher. What kind of person was he? What were his interests and hobbies? Yi Tian's rise was unstoppable, and he was destined to become a significant figure in the future. This was what people called hugging the thigh, in other words. Lu Bo wanted to win Yi Tian over and needed to understand his interests first. The gymnasium was gradually emptying, starting with Class 1, but Class 17 had yet to be called. Sun Chong was basking in the congratulations of other homeroom teachers, feeling quite pleased. Suddenly, Lu Bo approached, drawing the attention of the crowd. Everyone looked at Sun Chong curiously, speculating about Lu Bo's intentions. Sun Chong herself was puzzled, wondering if Lu Bo had some special reason for seeking her out. She absent-mindedly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, pondering the situation. As Lu Bo got closer, the students grew tense and excited, eagerly awaiting his first words. With a smile, Lu Bo stopped in front of Sun Chong and greeted her. The room fell silent, and everyone held their breath, anticipating the exchange. Lu Bo asked if Sun Chong was Yi Tian's homeroom teacher, which caused a wave of surprise. It turned out Lu Bo wanted to talk to Sun Chong because he and Yi Tian were colleagues, and he was interested in learning about Yi Tian's high school days. Although Sun Chong felt a bit disappointed, she responded politely. Lu Bo invited Sun Chong to share stories from Yi Tian's high school years, prompting even more speculation and astonishment. As Lu Bo led Sun Chong away, the students remained in a stunned silence. Meanwhile, Yi Tian received a flood of messages from his high school classmates, congratulating him or seeking his advice. Some girls even invited him out for milk tea, causing Yi Tian to furrow his brow in hesitation. Yi Tian initially believed that he could achieve his weight gain goals with the help of his friends, but he soon realized there was no substantial progress. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he put down his phone. In the afternoon, while Yi Tian was diligently searching for information, he suddenly felt a surge of intense heat nearby. It turned out that his companion, Qi Ling, had advanced his Fire Wings skill to a master level. Initially, Fire Wings was just a basic skill for him, while Falling Stardust was a more advanced one. However, due to the specific conditions required to enhance Falling Stardust, Qi Ling's skill progression had been somewhat delayed. Excited, Qi Ling displayed his flaming wings, soaring over 10 meters high. The heat wave made Yi Tian sweat profusely, prompting him to quickly order Qi Ling to revert to his normal state. The scorching summer was truly unbearable. However, Yi Tian thought about winter and how Qi Ling's fire wings would be incredibly useful then. The great sage was meditating with eyes closed when the scorching air woke him up. As he opened his eyes, Qi Ling was already diving towards him. Tauntingly, Qi Ling said, "Great sage, let's have another match. This time, I won't lose to you." Qi Ling's two skills were closely connected. Fire Wings could summon fiery energy for attacks, while Falling Stardust relied on the fire energy summoned by Fire Wings. Despite Fire Wings being at an entry level before, Qi Ling could already match the Great Sage in combat. Now that Fire Wings had advanced twice, Qi Ling felt it was time to reclaim the top spot. The Great Sage shook his head, declined the challenge, and closed his eyes again. Wise and intelligent, he knew that by refusing to accept the challenge, he could maintain his top position. Qi Ling, frustrated, exclaimed, "Are you chickening out?" The Great Sage lazily replied, "As the leader, I have the right to refuse any challenge." Yi Tian couldn't help but laugh, finding the Great Sage's demeanor quite endearing. Although Qi Ling was furious, he couldn't change the fact that the Great Sage refused to fight. Yi Tian didn't allow his beasts to fight at home. If they wanted to spar, they had to go to the secret realm. Yi Tian decided to simplify Qi Ling's Fire Wing skill but realized he didn't have enough dragon coins. He decided to put this problem aside for now. Suddenly, he remembered that Qi Ling needed a fire attribute environment to enhance his skills, which perfectly matched his plan. Qi Ling left, feeling a bit dejected, while the Great Sage sipped wine and dozed off. Yi Tian, on the other hand, was preparing for the upcoming training camp, which would start in 2 days. He needed to plan ahead. This time, the destination was the Three Kings' secret realm, named after the 3 beast masters who discovered it, all surnamed Wang. The secret realm encompassed gold, fire, and wood attributes, and Yi Tian's objective was clear fire attribute. On his forum, he found that someone had previously discovered fire spirit stones in the Three Kings' secret realm, which were necessary for the Great Sage's evolution. Besides helping the Great Sage find evolution materials, Yi Tian had another reason to go to the secret realm. He needed to find an environment with a fire attribute energy concentration exceeding 50 to help Qi Ling enhance his skills. In the secret realm of the Three Kings, Yi Tian discovered that there are 3 locations, each with a unique elemental environment. One of them is Chuashan, renowned for its fire element. From the peak of Chuashan, one can see several hot springs, rumored to have precious fire spirit stones hidden at their bottoms. For the adventure-loving Yi Tian, Chuashan became an irresistible destination. He decisively spent 2,000 dragon coins to purchase a map of the secret realm of the Three Kings and meticulously recorded the advice from his predecessors in his notebook. With his preparations complete, he eagerly awaited the moment of departure, filled with anticipation for the unknown adventure ahead. At the professional house, Wang Lin was making calls to the beast tamers who were undergoing training. He showed great concern, asking about each of their situations. One could sense his attention to everyone through the duration of the calls. While others finished their conversations within a minute, Yi Tian's call lasted a full half-hour. After hanging up, Wang Lin felt reassured about Yi Tian's condition. When he connected the last call, Wang Lin asked Mu Yin how he was preparing. Mu Yin replied that he was doing well. Wang Lin smiled and said that this training session depended on him. Not only was Mu Yin a participant, but he was also the coach appointed by Wang Lin. Mu Yin was chosen as a coach not just for his formidable skills, but also for his unique talents. With an exceptional memory and remarkable calculation abilities, he was often referred to as a human calculator. Wang Lin believed that if Mu Yin were interested in a research position, he would undoubtedly top the entry exams. Wang Lin first expressed his concern, and then asked Mu Yin if he had reviewed the materials he had sent. Mu Yin confirmed that he had, and thought the beast tamers this time were quite good. Regarding Yi Tian, Wang Lin asked for Mu Yan's opinion. Mu Yin remarked that Yi Tian was a young prodigy, but not yet on his level. Mu Yin had witnessed Yi Tian's professional assessment and was astonished by his youth and strength, but he was confident that he could easily defeat the dragon guards himself. Wang Lin laughed and expressed his hope that Mu Yin would pay special attention to Yi Tian, considering him a promising talent. Mu Yin agreed. Wang Lin cautioned Mu Yin to be mindful of his methods and not to cause any psychological pressure on Yi Tian. Mu Yin nodded in understanding. After hanging up, Wang Lin was filled with anticipation. After 2 days of training, both beasts had shown significant improvement. Qi Ling's level had reached 30 of silver, and Deshang, thanks to the 2 bottles of gold-grade spirit wine Yi Tian gave it, had progressed to 90, advancing rapidly. According to Yi Tian's estimation, finishing the remaining half of the wine would bring Deshang to 100 in just 2 more days. Yi Tian stretched and prepared to leave, saying goodbye to his sister, Ying. Ying supported his participation in the training and city exchange competition, reminding him to stay safe. Yi Tian took a cab to the Three Kings' secret realm, spending nearly 200 yuan. From a distance, he saw a pale yellow circle standing in the open space, which should be the entrance to the secret realm. The entrances to secret realms vary. Some are actual doors, while others are variously shaped transparent films. The Three Kings' secret realm was the latter. According to Wang Lin's email, Yi Tian needed to wait at the pavilion for someone named Mu Yin to lead him into the secret realm. Several people were already sitting in the pavilion, so Yi Tian decided to go in and take a look, as the rules did not allow taxis to drive directly to the entrance. Halfway there, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw a stranger with a round face. When Yi Tian saw the man, their eyes met. The man paused, seemingly captivated by Yi Tian's youthful aura. He quickly walked over to Yi Tian, scratched his head, and said with a smile, "Hey, sorry, I might have mistaken you for someone else. Are you here to challenge the Three Kings' secret realm? Only beast tamers of gold rank or below can enter. Many students from different academies come here to test themselves." He then introduced himself. "I'm Wu Hongyu. What's your name?" Wu Hongyu seemed very talkative, while Yi Tian responded with a wry smile. "I'm Yi Tian, and yes, I'm here for the training in the Three Kings' secret realm." Wu Hongyu laughed and said, "Oh, it's organized by your academy? Haha, I used to participate in similar activities when I was in college." Yi Tian rolled his eyes and added, "It's an inter-city exchange competition." Curious, Wu Hongyu asked, "How old are you, brother? And what's your current beast tamer rank?" Yi Tian answered calmly, "I'm 18, currently a silver rank beast tamer." Wu Hongyu looked Yi Tian up and down again, his face filled with surprise and admiration. Realizing that reaching silver rank at 18 meant Yi Tian had exceptional talent, he thought Yi Tian might be here as a reserve candidate to get a feel for the competition atmosphere. Wu Hongyu patted Yi Tian on the shoulder and reassured him, "Haha, don't put too much pressure on yourself. The official competition is still a few years away. For now, let me show off a bit this year." Yi Tian nodded and followed Wu Hongyu into the pavilion. When others saw Yi Tian, they paused for a moment but made no comments. As Yi Tian sat down, an eagle's cry echoed from afar, catching everyone's attention. They looked up to see a black dot approaching in the sky. Soon, a large gray-black eagle with a wingspan of over 5 meters landed in front of the pavilion. A serious-looking man wearing glasses jumped off the eagle, and someone immediately stood up to greet him. The man walked into the pavilion, glanced around, and finally fixed his gaze on Yi Tian. After a moment of scrutiny, he introduced himself. "Some of you might not know me. I'm Mu Yin, a participant in the exchange competition and the person in charge of this training session. Now that everyone is here, follow me into the secret realm." Mu Yin then took out 14 wooden tokens from his beast space and distributed them to the 14 beast tamers present. He led the way towards the entrance of the secret realm, with everyone else following closely behind. As Mu Yin's figure gradually disappeared into the space, someone curiously asked, "How can Mu Yin be both a participant and the training coach?" Someone immediately replied, "Is this your first time in training? It's because he's incredibly strong." Another person asked, "How strong?" The first speaker glanced around with a smile and said casually, "At least stronger than everyone here." With that, he followed Mu Yin into the secret realm. Beside Yi Tian, Wu Hongyu muttered under his breath, "With such a grand entrance, I wonder how many moves he can withstand against me." The beast tamers entered the secret realm one by one, with Yi Tian being the last. He felt a moment of darkness, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely new world. Looking around, a vast expanse of green lawn stretched out before them, with 3 towering mountains faintly visible in the distance. Relying on the clues from his memory of the map, Yi Tian quickly confirmed their destination, Blazing Mountain. Suddenly, Mu Yan's stern voice broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention and causing them to gather around. Once they were all assembled, Mu Yan officially announced the training theme. He succinctly explained the plan for the next 5 days. Heading to its spirit mountain to engage in consecutive battles with the beasts there, with each person required to complete at least 1,000 battles. Mu Yan promised to record data for each battle and provide post-battle analysis and guidance. The sole purpose of this training camp was to enhance the beasts' combat abilities. In 5 days, they would compete in a match against the beast tamers from Fire City. Fire City was near Mist City, just a 3-hour drive away. Hearing this, the group couldn't hide their worry. 1,000 battles? That meant at least 200 intense battles each day. Mu Yan's eyes turned cold as he asked if anyone had any objections. Someone quietly voiced a concern. Coach, 200 battles a day? Our beasts can't possibly sustain that. Mu Yan calmly responded, I anticipated this situation. After discussing with the director, we specially invited a healing expert to restore the beast's stamina and provide treatment. Any other questions? Another person raised their hand and asked, Coach, there are 20 participants in the main and backup teams, but we only have 14 people. What should we do? Mu Yan explained, participation in the training camp is not mandatory, but it's too late to back out now. Yi Tian suddenly asked, Coach, do we have to stay at Wood Spirit Mountain the whole time? It's full of wood-type beasts, which doesn't align with my destination. Mu Yan confirmed, yes. Yi Tian tentatively asked again, do we have any free time?
Mu Yan firmly replied, no.
Frustrated, Yi Tian asked once more, if I complete 1,000 battles ahead of time, can I get free time? The group was shocked by Yi Tian's question, while Mu Yan coldly stated, 1,000 battles is just the minimum requirement. Free time is not the priority. Blazing Mountain is the key focus of this expedition. Yi Tian frowned and persisted, can I take a leave of absence, or is there any condition under which I could get some free time? Annoyed by Yi Tian's repeated questioning, Mu Yan bluntly refused. No means no. Unless you can defeat me, my orders are law in this expedition. Those who knew Mu Yan took a step back, aware of his formidable skills. They thought Yi Tian would give up, but he seemed deep in thought. Mu Yan smiled, recalling Wang Lin's instructions to pay special attention to Yi Tian. This kid needed a lesson to understand his place. At that moment, someone else stepped forward before Yi Tian could respond. Wu Hongyu, picking his nose disdainfully, stared directly at Mu Yan. Hey Mu Yan, I can't stand you the moment I see you. Want to be my coach? Then spar with me first. If I win, you follow my orders in this expedition. Mu Yan curled his lips in disdain and looked down at the crowd. Anyone else want to challenge me? Come on up, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more beast tamers stepped forward. One of them smiled and said, I'm just curious about how strong you really are, coach. The other bowed and added, I'll give it a try too. Mu Yan casually waved his wrist. He had anticipated some discontent. Better to let them see his prowess now than face issues during training. Everyone representing the city were geniuses, and geniuses often carried a touch of arrogance. Mu Yan specialized in dealing with such talents. Many beast tamers who had interacted with Mu Yan started chuckling. One of them remarked, this is the 4th training session with Brother Yan. Pre-training challenges have almost become a tradition. Haha, we were just like these young ones back then, another veteran chimed in. A newcomer overheard the conversation and curiously asked, this is my first training session and my first time being selected for the exchange competition. How many times have you veterans participated? I've been in 2 sessions, one replied. This is my 3rd, said another. The most experienced instructor here has been in 4 sessions, someone added. The newcomer asked, so, did the coach win all 3 previous times? The instructor who had participated 4 times smiled and said, just remove the did from that sentence, and you'll have your answer. On the other side, Wu Hongyu frowned and said to the 2 who had stepped forward, challenges should follow the order. We agreed beforehand that you both are after me. Yi Tian coughed lightly and said, I should be the first to challenge. After all, they were already in the secret realm, and reaching the fiery mountain as soon as possible was the best choice. Mu Yan scoffed, no need to argue. Come at me together. With that, he waved his hand, and a pitch-black humanoid beast appeared before everyone. You can send out all your beasts. I'll only use this one. One instructor laughed and said, is Brother Yan not going to let Shaoqing join the fight? Not necessary, this one will suffice, another replied. Wu Hongyu raised an eyebrow and said, how arrogant. He then summoned a tiger over 3 meters long. I'm enough on my own, he declared to the others. Don't try to take my turn. Having been preempted by Wu Hongyu, Yi Tian could only reluctantly comply. Mu Yan smirked, you'll regret this. Banlan, attack. Wu Hongyu shouted. Banlan was the name he had given his tiger. The tiger stretched its body, preparing to launch an attack, but the shadowy beast stood still, unfazed even as the tiger's claws came within an arm's length. This tiger is formidable. The onlookers marveled, feeling a sense of awe from the tiger's imposing presence. Even Yi Tian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, thinking, no wonder Wu Hongyu is so confident. This tiger's power surpasses any gold-ranked beast I've ever seen. The newcomer, feeling nervous, said, the fight can't end like this, right? If I'd known, I would have stepped up too. The instructor immediately scoffed, exactly. The battle is about to end. In just a moment, the tiger could tear the shadowy beast apart. However, just as the claws were about to touch, the shadowy beast sidestepped and casually raised a hand. Maintaining a defensive stance, the shadowy figure pointed in a direction with a fluid, effortless motion. Some onlookers raised their eyebrows. What could this gesture mean? Pointing at thin air? But in the next moment, they understood the shadow's intention. The tiger, driven by its own momentum, surged forward uncontrollably. Its belly, however, exposed a glaring vulnerability, colliding directly with the shadow's outstretched finger. Wu Hongyu's face showed alarm. Such an obvious weak spot. It's over. Blamlin. Wu Hongyu was frantic, but just as the finger was about to pierce the tiger's body, the shadow suddenly became insubstantial. The sharpness on the finger vanished, merely brushing the tiger's belly without causing harm. Wu Hongyu breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Mu Yan's voice rang out. Good strength, but poor agility and no sense of defense. Too weak. This time, Wu Hongyu didn't argue, feeling somewhat dejected, and stared unblinkingly at Mu Yan. How did you do that? Mu Yan's beast had anticipated Blanlin's attack path, prepared in advance, and seized the opportunity. It was as if he was toying with a puppet. Mu Yan raised his glasses with his middle finger, a glint of intelligence in his eyes, and said, I've watched your beast's battle recordings, so I know its attack style, strength, and speed. I understand what every movement signifies. I also know what will happen in the next moment. How is that possible? Wu Hongyu was incredulous. Combat is a dynamic process. There's no time to slowly contemplate. Even with a camera slowing down the action by 100 times, predicting the opponent's next move precisely would be difficult. But this is not a simulation, Mu Yan smiled. This is the power of data. Behind him, faint hisses could be heard. Many newcomers were in awe of Mu Yan, practically worshipping him. No wonder Mu Yan was chosen as our coach. He was indeed the perfect candidate. The veteran players, however, were used to it. As expected. Just kidding, Brother Yin is practically a living calculator, Yi Tian remarked, surprised. Mu Yin is the real prodigy here, truly extraordinary. Mu Yin turned to Wu Hongyu. According to my rules, you can all fight together, so you have another chance. He paused and added, it's really hard to defeat me. How about this? If the four of you can make my beast retreat even half a step, you win. I can raise the stakes. If you win, I'll give up my position as coach. Mu Yan's voice was calm, but exuded strong confidence. Wu Hongyu, burning with anger and feeling humiliated, gritted his teeth and said, you have my word. I admit defeat. For the next 5 days, I'll do whatever you say.
Mu Yan nodded.
Good character, better than I expected. He turned to the others. And you? Although the two others were ready to concede after the previous battle, Mu Yan's near-taunting words made them decide to fight. They exchanged glances. Are we going for it? We are. It's not about pride. If the four of our beasts can't even make the shadow retreat half a step, we might as well smash our heads against a wall. They didn't consider Yi Tian because he wasn't standing with them, so they assumed he had given up. 1 minute later, all four beasts were defeated in a single move. Mu Yan sternly pointed at the ground, indicating that within the secret realm, there were no walls, and crashing into the ground could be just as fatal. The two beast tamers felt quite embarrassed and could only pretend ignorance as they retreated into the crowd. However, they resolved never to provoke Mu Yan again, as his power was truly terrifying. In front of Mu Yan, their four beasts seemed like fools, appearing as if they were voluntarily running into his attacks, which was extremely humiliating. As Mu Yan turned around, Yi Tian's voice unexpectedly came from behind him, catching him off guard. Mu Yan looked back at Yi Tian and realized he wasn't joking, which was quite surprising. Mu Yan asked, you still haven't given up? Others also looked at Yi Tian with strange expressions, as if to say, you're really brave. A newcomer couldn't help but complain, don't waste everyone's time. After witnessing Mu Yan's strength, this newcomer was eager to start training. Wu Hongyu patted Yi Tian on the shoulder, encouraging him, good luck, brother. Although he didn't believe Yi Tian could win, he admired the spirit of a man who would face an unbeatable opponent head-on. Mu Yan reluctantly said, all right, let's begin then. According to Wang Lin's instructions, Yi Tian could only use one beast for now, and he only had the stone monkey. During the previous professional assessment, Yi Tian, as an examiner, had his stone monkey fight hundreds of battles. These data were deeply imprinted in Mu Yan's mind. He might even understand the stone monkey better than Yi Tian did. Yi Tian asked the two beasts in his beast space, which one of you will go? Both beasts volunteered, and they decided the winner by playing rock, paper, scissors. The stone monkey had better luck. As soon as the stone monkey was summoned, Mu Yin frowned, sensing something was off. The monkey had suddenly grown much larger, at least a third taller than during the previous assessment. However, he quickly relaxed, adjusting the data to account for the 30 increase, keeping everything under control. Stone monkey? No, it should be called Stone Monkey King. Many people couldn't help but widen their eyes, surprised by this unique presence among the contestants. The Stone Monkey King stood 20 meters away from the shadowy figure, curiously observing its opponent. This beast looked very peculiar, with no facial features and being entirely black. Yi Tian asked, "Shall we start, coach?" Mu Yin nodded, "Yes, go ahead, Stone Monkey King." Upon Yi Tian's command, the Stone Monkey King took a swig of liquor and swiftly charged at the shadow, swinging its staff. The shadow maintained its previous elegant posture, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. Though its movements were light, they exuded an aura of grace. It was clear that even a slight delay or a smaller sidestep would have resulted in a direct hit. Mu Yin had already anticipated the Stone Monkey King's next move and mentally instructed the shadow. The shadow raised its hand, and as expected, the Stone Monkey King moved towards the black hand. However, just as they were about to make contact, the Stone Monkey King's speed suddenly surged, closing in on the shadow before the black hand was fully raised.
Bang!
The 8-direction staff struck. This blow was much stronger than the first, and alarm bells rang in Mu Yan's mind. In an instant, he analyzed the Stone Monkey King's current data. He kept warning himself, "Something's wrong. There's a problem with this Stone Monkey's data." Mu Yin gripped the upgraded 8-direction staff, its power surpassing its former self, which was not surprising. However, its speed had increased by 2.19 times, a change that caught him off guard. Wow, has the monkey's skill improved again? He thought, striving to stay calm. A perfect model of the great sage quickly formed in Mu Yan's mind, detailing every muscle. The direction of these muscles' movements indicated the great sage's next moves, with speed and power that were unmistakable. Mu Yin quickly concluded. This strike was unbearable, and dodging in place was impossible. He retreated. 7 o'clock, 32 centimeters, at a speed of 35 meters per second, ready to counter. Mu Yin made the optimal choice. Despite the great sage's performance exceeding his expectations, a brief calculation restored Mu Yan's confidence. Whoosh! This time, the great sage's staff missed its target, the storm-like shadows of the staff sweeping the ground and leaving massive cracks. At 2 o'clock, extending his arm, speed 40 meters per second. To Mu Yin, although the great sage had many vulnerabilities, his explosive speed and power were too overwhelming to decide a winner in a short time. Only continuous combat, exhausting stamina, and seeking opportunities would work. However, Yi Tian's next move left Mu Yin stunned. "All right, great sage, stop." The great sage turned his head in confusion and obediently stepped back. The shadow's hand was already suspended in midair, following the great sage's normal trajectory. It should have been touched long ago. Yi Tian's voice slowly came, "Coach, does this mean I win?" It was then that Mu Yin realized what had happened. The great sage's unexpected performance had put him in a combat state, making him forgetful of their previous agreement. Though the shadow had retreated a step, according to their prior rules, he had already conceded. Damn! The great sage happily leaped back to Yi Tian's side, full of confusion. "Yi Tian, why did you want me to stop?" Yi Tian patted the great sage's head. "Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities." Yi Tian also realized that Mu Yan's strength was formidable and tenacious. If the great sage and the shadow continued to fight, given the endurance of a golden-level beast and the great sage's resting recovery, it could take hours to determine a winner. He didn't want to waste time. The onlookers had fallen into a deathly silence, especially the veteran competitors, their faces filled with disbelief. Their idol had been shattered. Wu Hongyu had failed, and even 2 beast masters working together had failed. And the least favored Yi Tian had succeeded? It was beyond comprehension. When did the stone monkey become so powerful? The speed and strength the great sage displayed just now were hard to fathom. Wu Hongyu's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an apple. This kid, how is he better than me? He had personally experienced Mu Yan's prowess. When he first entered the secret realm, he was confident he was the best in the team. But after fighting Mu Yan, he became the second. Now, he might be dropping to third place. The other competitors were gradually realizing this too, a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. Mu Yan's face was pale, full of regret. He should have known better than to show off. How did he end up facing a freak like Yi Tian? In fact, Mu Yan didn't always set the same rules. He would first input the challenger's data, simulate the battle in his mind, and ensure he wouldn't lose before issuing the challenge. Mu Yan and the others fought valiantly against the dark figure, but they hadn't anticipated encountering a genius like Yi Tian. In a short period, Yi Tian's strength had soared beyond everyone's expectations. Mu Yin felt at a loss and began to waver on whether he should hand over the coach position to Yi Tian. However, doing so would render the past few days of intensive training pointless, and the director would undoubtedly reprimand him. Mu Yin even considered pretending nothing had happened, but everyone on the scene had heard it. He didn't dare be shameless about it. At that moment, Yi Tian coughed twice, catching Mu Yan's attention. Mu Yin began to suspect that the coach might be deliberately playing tricks, which made him angry. He insisted on keeping his word and was indignant at Yi Tian's behavior. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction, then announced that he would take over as the coach. He looked at Mu Yin and appointed him as the assistant coach, responsible for the 5-day intensive training. Mu Yin felt humiliated, but had no choice but to reluctantly accept. Yi Tian signaled everyone to set off towards Mu Ling Mountain. Mu Yin could clearly sense that Yi Tian didn't want to travel with them, but as the assistant coach, he couldn't oppose Yi Tian's decision. At that moment, Yi Tian brought Desheng to Mu Yin, entrusting him to take care of it for a few days. Yi Tian thought it was unnecessary to bring Desheng to Qihua Mountain, but he was quite interested in Mu Yan's training plan. Desheng lacked practical combat experience and mainly relied on skill proficiency to win, while Mu Yan's abilities could help Desheng quickly improve its combat skills. Although Mu Yin couldn't argue, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Desheng clung to Yi Tian's pant leg, showing reluctance. Since forming a contract with Yi Tian, it had never left his side. Yi Tian could only patiently reassure it, promising to return in no more than 3 days. Just as Yi Tian was about to leave, Mu Yin called out to him, hoping for another sparring match. Yi Tian agreed to a duel after the training was over, then waved goodbye and headed straight for Qihua Mountain without looking back. Watching Yi Tian's departing figure, Mu Yin suddenly recalled Wang Lin's assessment of Yi Tian. He was astonished by Yi Tian's prowess. Determined not to let Yi Tian down, he led Desheng towards Mu Ling Mountain, devising a plan to rigorously train Desheng. He decided that each beastmaster would engage in 200 battles daily, with at least 100 battles for each beast. When the beastmaster was absent, the great sage had to face 200 battles alone, a task that seemed beyond his capabilities. However, he neither complained nor retreated. Instead, he demonstrated remarkable resilience. He faced each battle without fear, diving in with unwavering determination despite his exhaustion. Throughout these prolonged confrontations, the great sage exhibited extraordinary courage and perseverance. Every duel was a struggle against fate, and each victory was a testament to his indomitable spirit. Fear might have gripped his heart, but he never let it dictate his actions. Instead, he navigated each crisis with calm and decisiveness, using wisdom and bravery to secure every win. Even in the midst of danger, the great sage never abandoned his beliefs. He understood that only through trials could he grow stronger. Every battle was an opportunity for growth, and every challenge was a driving force for him to move forward. He firmly believed that he could overcome any obstacle because an unquenchable fire burned within him, propelling him onward. In the end, the great sage successfully completed the task of 200 battles, achieving a glorious victory. His efforts and sweat transformed into the brightest light, illuminating the path ahead. He was not just a brave warrior, but a tenacious hero. His story will be told for generations, inspiring countless others to forge ahead with courage. Yi Tian propped his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. He cast a resentful glance at Qi Ling, filled with anticipation. Qi Ling, I hope you grow up quickly so I can soar through the skies on your back. I long to experience the thrill of flying. Thinking of Mu Yin, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel envious. Look at his dashing entrance. It's the hallmark of a true expert. Although Yi Tian's stamina had noticeably improved due to his bond with his beast, running nonstop for 2 hours was still exhausting. However, they were finally nearing their destination. The Crimson Mountain gradually came into view. From a distance, Blazing Mountain resembled a red gemstone embedded in the earth, its bare slopes dotted with sparse, heat-resistant vegetation, barely noticeable unless closely observed. Qi Ling flapped its tiny wings and flew above Yi Tian's head, filling him with joy. Suddenly, Qi Ling extended its claws, grasped Yi Tian's collar, and with a gentle lift, Yi Tian felt himself becoming weightless, soaring into the air. Though the position was somewhat awkward, it was fundamentally no different from riding on Qi Ling's back. Yi Tian smiled wryly, resigning himself to let Qi Ling carry him the rest of the way. Running the remaining distance alone would have taken at least another half-hour. The wind brushed against his cheeks, and their speed had indeed increased significantly. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Tian and Qi Ling reached the foot of Blazing Mountain. A group of people noticed their arrival and stared in astonishment. Hey look, that guy is flying. A girl followed her companion's finger pointing at Yi Tian and couldn't help but laugh. He looks kind of weird. Normally, only diamond-level experts could gain some abilities from their beasts, enabling them to fly. But wasn't the Three Kings' secret realm supposed to be restricted to those below the gold level? The people on the ground exchanged puzzled glances. As Yi Tian approached, They realized it was the beast flying. But Qi Ling was so small compared to Yi Tian that it was hard to notice at first. Yi Tian felt his face flush with embarrassment as he landed, and the onlookers, realizing it was impolite to stare, quickly looked away. Among them were 2 men and a woman, all appearing to be in their 20s. One man was tall and burly with a square face and glasses, while the other was short and slightly hunched. The girl was somewhat plump, with baby fat on her face and curly hair. Yi Tian gave them a casual glance before turning his attention back to the mountain. Blazing Mountain was ideal for fire attribute beasts to train, so encountering other beast tamers here was not unusual. It's time to get started. Qi Ling, do your best and go ahead. According to Yi Tian's strategy, the temperature of Blazing Mountain increased the higher one went, surpassing what humans could endure. Therefore, even with fire attribute beasts, tamers could only let their beasts ascend the mountain while they stayed at the base to observe, much like the other tamers seen in the distance. Yi Tian had 2 clear objectives: to find fire spirit stones and to improve his skill proficiency. Qi Ling nodded, then flapped its tiny wings and began to fly up the mountain. A faint red membrane separated the mountain from the outside air. As Qi Ling passed through this membrane, it instantly disappeared from view. Qi Ling bathed in the warm fire spirit spring, feeling the comforting temperature that seemed like home. It had a special preference for high temperatures and only felt satisfied when bathing in boiling water. Yi Tian monitored the data panel intently. The concentration of fire attributes was still insufficient, and skill growth had not yet commenced. Despite no urging, Qi Ling spontaneously flew upwards. Not far away, 3 people started discussing Yi Tian. Xing, how strong do you think that guy's beast control is? Wei Xing asked with a smile. Daring to enter the 3 kings' secret realm, I'd guess at most the 4th level. Fu Bo, the short-statured one, interjected. Wei Xing, with a square face, looked at the round-faced woman, Yang Xiaoxiao, and asked, Xiaoxiao, can you identify that little red bird's beast type? Yang Xiaoxiao shook her head and replied with a smile, I've never seen a beast like that before. It might be a mutated flame bird. Both Wei Xing and Fu Bo were surprised but did not question Yang Xiaoxiao, knowing she had unique methods to determine a beast level. Qi Ling flew to halfway up the mountain, already reaching the 5th level. The 3 from Huahua City began to joke, Brother, you're really not giving us any face, at least let us handle one. Wei Xing and Fu Bo simultaneously looked at Yang Xiaoxiao and asked doubtfully, Are you sure this is a silver-level beast? All 3 were gold-level beast masters, with their beasts at the peak level, yet they were only at the 5th level. Yang Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed and said, I should be right. After all, it's a mutated beast, so some peculiarities are normal. Qi Ling paused halfway up the mountain and did not continue flying upward. Yi Tian, down the mountain, couldn't see, but from a bird's eye view, one would notice many holes, each containing a fire spirit spring. The liquid in these springs was blood red, the very place where fire spirit stones needed by the great sage grew, and they also accelerated the fire attribute training of beasts. Around the mountainside, there were over 20 fire spirit springs. Qi Ling chose one at random, held its breath, and dived in. Yi Tian had shown Qi Ling what fire spirit stones looked like before. After circling in the spring, Qi Ling responded, None here. It continued to search the next spring but still found nothing. Yang Xiaoxiao walked over and asked with a smile, Are you looking for fire spirit stones? We searched here when we first arrived, but unfortunately, there are no fire spirit stones in the springs on the 5th level. Yi Tian was not overwhelmed by the predicament. He had anticipated it, as if such a situation was inevitable. Xiao Yang told him that to find the fire spirit stone, he would need to reach at least the 8th level. The first 7 levels had been explored countless times, so giving up on them was wise. Yi Tian didn't argue but humbly expressed his gratitude. Xiao Yang introduced herself, I'm Xiao Yang, this is Xing Wei, and this is Bo Fu. We are all beast tamers from Huahua City. What about you? She extended her hand, and Yi Tian shook it. Yi Tian was from Wushan City. To Xiao Yang and her companions, Yi Tian's beast reaching the 5th level was already a testament to his strength. This made them feel that it was worthwhile to associate with him. The 3 of them began to chat casually. Curious, Xiao Yang asked, Yi Tian, is your beast a variant of the firebird? Yi Tian smiled without answering. She continued, What level is your beast? It's okay if you don't want to disclose it. Yi Tian replied, It's at the silver level. Xiao Yang looked at Xing Wei and Bo Fu, whose expressions became more serious. They hadn't expected to encounter someone so exceptionally talented. While chatting, Yi Tian directed Qiliang to fly higher. Qiliang seemed to soar effortlessly. Yi Tian encouraged, Qiliang, keep flying towards the summit. The 3 watched in amazement as Qiliang ascended to the 8th level. Although their beasts could also fly higher, they couldn't stay aloft for long or linger in the fire spirit springs. The 5th level was more suitable for them. However, Qiliang seemed unaffected by the temperature, leaving them puzzled. Xiao Yang began to doubt her judgment about Qiliang. When Qiliang reached the 8th level, the 3 were stunned. Xiao Yang's mouth dropped open as she realized she had told Yi Tian about the possibility of finding the fire spirit stone on the 8th level, but she hadn't expected Qiliang to actually achieve it. Thinking about the value of the fire spirit stone, their hearts began to race. However, as Qiliang was about to enter the water, a monster formed from the spring water blocked its path. Yi Tian was confused. What is this? Shouldn't there be no beasts on Mount Qi? Xiao Yang quickly grabbed Yi Tian's sleeve and said, Yi Tian, call your beast back. This is a monster created by the mountain's self-protection mechanism. Yi Tian asked in surprise, a protection mechanism? Can a mountain have consciousness? This sounds too unscientific. The monster let out a deafening roar, causing the entire mountain to tremble. The 6 beasts soaking in the springs on the 5th level simultaneously raised their heads, looking towards the summit. The presence of the blood-red monster instantly spread throughout the mountain, causing the 6 beasts to shudder. Nervously, Xiao Yang reminded, Yi Tian, stop dawdling and get it down. According to historical records, this monster's combat power is comparable to a diamond level. We can't match it. Many predecessors have met their end here. However, Xiao Yang didn't notice the gleam in Yi Tian's eyes. The skill panel in Qiliang's data finally began to flash. In the depths of the blazing volcano, the flames roared, and the scorching air was almost unbearable. Yi Tian and the Huoshishi trio discovered an extraordinary spot where the fire element concentration exceeded 50, which excited them immensely. Faced with the challenge ahead, Qiliang displayed an unparalleled fighting spirit, ready to battle the monsters. Qiliang, go! Yi Tian commanded. Qiliang soared high with its fiery wings spread wide, bravely charging towards the monster. Qiliang let out an excited cry, as if to say, fighting is my favorite. However, at the last moment, the monster vanished, leaving the Huoshishi trio puzzled and disappointed. The second encounter with the monster played out similarly, with the monster disappearing just as they were about to engage, causing them to feel exceptionally tense. Yi Tian began to suspect whether the blazing volcano's defense mechanism had failed, or if there was a problem with the monster itself. Qiliang's performance made everyone wonder if its dominating presence had conquered the entire blazing volcano. While they were feeling bewildered, a joyful voice echoed in Yi Tian's mind. Qiliang had found the fire spirit stone. Qiliang returned, clutching the red gem in its claws, and handed the fire spirit stone to Yi Tian. The warmth from the stone in his palm filled Yi Tian with joy. Realizing the importance of the fire spirit stone, Yi Tian knew he had to complete the Great Sage evolution within 3 days, which meant gathering enough fire spirit stones in a short time. Yi Tian decided to have Qiliang continue searching for more fire spirit stones to prepare for the Great Sage's evolution. In this secret realm, time was of the essence, and every fire spirit stone was crucial. The Huoshishi trio's eyes sparkled with anticipation. They knew that the coming days would be filled with challenges, but they were also brimming with confidence and expectation. If we can arrange a deal with outsiders, we can sell a single fire spirit stone for more than 500,000 dragon coins as soon as we leave the secret realm. Fu Bo, driven by greed, nudged Wei Xing and glanced subtly at Yi Tian. However, Wei Xing shook his head, signaling not to take action. Yang Xiao noticed their discreet exchange and shot Fu Bo an annoyed look. With 2 out of the 3 against taking action, Fu Bo had no choice but to drop the idea. Wei Xing's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Brother Yi Tian, you're truly extraordinary. Yi Tian just smiled. Ah, I was just lucky. The 3 of them inwardly rolled their eyes, not believing a word he said. At this moment, Yi Tian's image in their minds became even more mysterious and imposing. Brother Yi Tian, are you interested in selling the fire spirit stones? Wei Xing asked expectantly. I run a forging business, and we really need those stones. The fire spirit stone had many substitutes, but none were as effective. If his guild could acquire a batch of them, they could produce equipment far superior to the market standard. This would be a great opportunity to capture the market and build a reputation. Yi Tian pondered for a moment. He only needed 10 stones himself, so selling any extras could indeed bring in some much-needed cash. But it all depended on how many he could gather in the end. After sharing this with Wei Xing readily agreed. Of course, Brother Yi Tian. We'll meet your needs first. For anything over 10 stones, I'll take as many as you can sell. How about that? The current situation was such that only golden-level beasts like the Red Spirit could reach the 8th level, and those that could reach it couldn't enter the secret realm. It had accumulated who knows how many stones over time. Someone had estimated that there were 50 fire spirit springs on the 8th level, and even conservatively, if only half produced stones, that would still be at least 25 stones. Yi Tian nodded, and the 2 began discussing the price. How about a flat rate of 500,000 dragon coins per stone? If sold individually, they could potentially fetch more than 500,000 each, but finding that many buyers quickly would be challenging. Moreover, fire spirit stones had a shelf life of only 3 days. The market would dictate that the rarer the item, the higher the price. Flooding the market would inevitably cause prices to drop. A single fire spirit stone could be ground into powder and used sparingly in equipment manufacturing to achieve a remarkable effect. 10 stones would already be considered a significant amount, so Yi Tian was actually getting a good deal. Deal, you're generous. They shook hands, both satisfied with the transaction. After discussing the timing of the exchange, the two groups parted ways. Wei Xing planned to cut his secret realm journey short to inform his family to prepare for the transaction in 3 days at the secret realm's entrance. Fu Bo, Xiao, I'm heading out early. Do you want to come along? Wei Xing asked. Yang Xiao shook her head. We've come all this way. I'd like to stay a couple more days. Fu Bo echoed. Same here. Once they were sure they were far enough from Yi Tian and could speak without being overheard, Fu Bo pulled Wei Xing aside. Brother Xing, why bother with all this trouble? We could just wait for Yi Tian's beast to collect the stones, and then force him to hand them over. There are 3 of us, and only one of him. Wei Xing gave him a sidelong glance. Can your beast stay on the 8th level? Can it ignore the rule monsters? Fu Bo shook his head. Here, their team has a total of 6 beasts. Wei Xing frowned and said, what if our 6 beasts can't defeat their one? Fu Bo stood there, speechless. That shouldn't happen, right? Wei Xing shook his head. The strength that Qi Ling displayed was beyond their expectations, making it difficult to gauge his true power. Things always have unexpected turns. We must be prepared for anything. And if we can't win, Qi Ling can always fly away and take Yi Tian with him. We don't have any flying beasts on our side. If they escape, our reputations will be ruined. More importantly, Wei Xing saw potential in Qi Ling, perhaps even a chance for long-term cooperation. Wouldn't it be better to do business honestly?
Yang Xiao scoffed.
Fu Bo, I can't believe you're thinking like this. We're beast tamers, not bandits. Fu Bo felt a bit wronged. After all, he was thinking of the team's benefit. Defeating Yi Tian and splitting the fire spirit stones could earn each of them millions. Wasn't that a good thing? After Wei Xing left, Fu Bo and Yang Xiao fell silent, perhaps due to their earlier quarrel, making the atmosphere between them awkward. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was lost in the joy of his harvest, with good news coming in waves. Qi Ling had explored 50 spirit springs, yielding more than expected. Yi Tian's beast space was now filled with 32 fire spirit stones. After giving 10 stones to Desheng, at a price of 500,000 dragon coins each, the total value was 11 million dragon coins. This was unprecedented wealth. Yi Tian had completed the search of the 8th layer, and Qi Ling began heading to the 9th. If there's nothing there, then continue to the 10th layer. But soon, Qi Ling reached the mountaintop. Yang Xiao and Fu Bo were completely numb by now. Even a fire-type beast enduring 500 degrees was unbelievable. Fire-type beasts can control fire elements for attacks, but that doesn't mean they can withstand high temperatures. However, fire-type beasts do have a higher heat tolerance than other types. This firebird's mutation direction must be exceptional in high-temperature resistance, Yang Xiao said softly. Fu Bo was filled with jealousy, cursing inwardly. Damn it, why doesn't my beast have such abilities? If it did, earning millions of dragon coins would be a breeze. Fu Bo worked hard his whole life, yet it was uncertain if he could ever earn this much. Why is it like this? Qi Ling sent a message, discovering a spring at the mountain top, but this time the liquid was clear instead of red. Yi Tian, I have a strong feeling that if I consume this spring water, I'll become even more powerful. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. What a pleasant surprise. According to the simplified system, Qi Ling needed to consume fire-type materials to level up, and whether the material qualified as fire-type was determined by the system. The spring water from the previous layers had no effect on Qi Ling. Try a sip, and if it feels wrong, spit it out immediately. Got it. Qi Ling took a sip of the spring water and swallowed it slowly. Yi Tian then saw the level progress on the data panel increase by 0.05. Yi Tian was ecstatic. It works. This is a huge gain. Qi Ling, how much of this spring water is there? A lot. Maybe as much as a small swimming pool? Yi Tian exclaimed excitedly. Is Qi Ling about to advance to the gold level? At the same time that Qi Ling reached the summit, Desheng and Mu Yin also arrived at their destination, Mu Ling Mountain. Mu Yin, familiar with the terrain, led the group into the mountain. After several twists and turns, they finally reached a basin. Wu Hongyu squinted in confusion, looking around to see nothing but an ordinary grass field about the size of a football field. He couldn't help but wonder why they had been brought here for training. Along the way, everyone got to know each other a bit. Sun Hongwei, an experienced veteran, smiled and said, "This is no ordinary flatland." Wu Hongyu looked up, puzzled. Mu Yin clapped his hands to get everyone's attention and demonstrated by summoning a shadow. "Now it's your turn," he said. The shadow moved to the center of the grass field, and suddenly, a green figure materialized and began to engage in a fierce battle with the shadow. Mu Yan's voice echoed. "This is the trial of Mu Ling Mountain. Only by passing the trial can you move forward." Wu Hongyu suddenly understood they had to continue onward. Mu Yan explained, We use the trial mechanism to hone the combat skills of our beasts. That's why this is our destination. Wu Hongyu felt enlightened. They were here for specialized training. Mu Yin continued, remember, do not defeat the trial monsters. You must only engage in combat. Each battle lasts 3 minutes. After the battle, have your beast retreat. The newcomers frowned. The challenge seemed tough. However, when they commanded their beasts to enter the grass field, they found it was not as simple as they had imagined. One newcomer's beast, a lightning leopard, was knocked out in less than 10 seconds by a monster's tail swipe. Embarrassed, the newcomer said, I think I'm a bit rusty. It turned out the grass field generated monsters based on the form of the beast, and the lightning leopard faced a leopard-like monster. Unfazed, the newcomer commanded the lightning leopard back into the field, and this time it lasted a full 12 seconds. The two leopards clashed, but eventually, the lightning leopard made a mistake and was swatted away, leaving a scratch on its back. The newcomer muttered in frustration, how can I last 3 minutes? After the first round of attempts, only Wu Hongyu managed to last a bit longer, while the others ended their battles within 20 seconds. As everyone was feeling disheartened, Mu Yin quietly appeared and handed them a piece of paper. The paper contained data analysis from the recent battles. Using this data, Mu Yin could identify weaknesses in the beast combat and provide optimization suggestions. The newcomers found the information extremely valuable, and Wu Hongyu felt a deep sense of admiration. Mu Yin smiled and said, the crowd was terrified by the harsh punishment from the director, as if they had heard a stern warning. The newcomers loudly voiced their dissatisfaction, while the seasoned participants exchanged knowing glances and smiled, recalling their own past experiences. They understood this was a form of training, a challenge. Without hesitation, they stepped onto the field. Mu Yin, with a steely gaze, looked at Desheng and said firmly, Desheng, follow me. For the next few days, you need to follow my commands and give it your all. Desheng rolled his eyes in response, feeling a bit discontent. He knew Yi Tian's sense of responsibility, but also understood Yi Tian's efforts for his growth. With a loud screech, Desheng leaped onto the field, instantly turning into a green monkey, drawing everyone's attention. They were curious about Desheng's abilities, especially since this monkey was key to Yi Tian becoming a coach. Desheng, full of fighting spirit, followed Yi Tian's instructions, pushing himself to improve his combat skills. However, through interactions with Yi Tian and Qi Ling, he learned that Qi Ling was rapidly growing stronger, which pressured Desheng greatly. He couldn't forever avoid Qi Ling's challenges. He had to become stronger. The two monkeys quickly clashed, their staffs clanging with metallic sounds. Desheng felt overwhelmed by his opponent's superior attributes and was at a disadvantage. Just as he was about to use a special skill, Mu Yin stopped him. Mu Yin reminded Desheng that the purpose of training was to enhance basic combat skills, not to rely on skill advantages. Desheng understood the coach's intention and continued fighting his opponent. Despite being thwarted in 2 consecutive moves, Desheng persevered, internally shouting his determination to become the best. The intense battle between the monkeys amazed everyone with Desheng's resilience. After 3 minutes of fierce combat, Desheng, bruised and battered, left the field to the cheers of the crowd. A healing beastmaster arrived and treated Desheng's wounds with herbal medicine, quickly healing him. Mu Yin approached Desheng, patiently analyzing the combat process and providing thorough guidance. Mu Yin was always diligent and responsible, treating every participant with the same level of dedication. The great sage had a peculiar habit. Every time he launched an attack, his body would slightly shift to the right due to inertia. This tiny movement became his weakness. Mu Yin was passionately explaining knowledge, while the great sage was eagerly absorbing it. With his eyes closed, he occasionally nodded and shook his head as if deep in thought. When Mu Yin finally finished speaking, he stood up from his crouched position. Take a break and regain your strength, he said. But no sooner had he spoken than the great sage sprang to his feet, staff in hand, and walked determinedly towards the lawn. Mu Yin advised, there's no need to push yourself, my friend. The healing technique from Banlangen is effective for treating injuries, but has limited impact on restoring stamina. Each battle may only last 3 minutes, but those 3 minutes are intense. That's why other beast masters rotate their beasts. Each beast fights for 3 minutes and then rests for 4 minutes. This cycle ensures that each beast gets 7 minutes of rest after every battle. This 7-minute rest period is the optimal recovery time Mu Yin calculated. While it doesn't allow for full recovery, it ensures each beast maintains high performance throughout the day. Mu Yin had once secretly considered having the great sage fight 200 battles a day, but he realized that was impractical and would only exhaust him. Therefore, he set the same standard for the great sage as for the others. 100 battles a day would suffice. Ignoring the advice, the great sage raised his staff and began sparring with the dummy monkey. Mu Yin shook his head and sighed, such a stubborn monkey. You'll only realize the plan I devised is the best after you've suffered. Wu Hongyu watched the great sage with a glint of determination in his eyes. Look how diligent he is. I can't let Yi Tian's monkey outdo me, he thought. Thus, under Wu Hongyu's command, the Bengal tiger, which had only rested for 2 minutes, returned to the lawn. Watching this scene, Mu Yin felt a mix of emotions. It's not just him. Other newcomers are also motivated. Hard work can make up for lack of talent. We should learn from the great sage and cut our rest time by a few minutes. Over a day, that adds up to several extra hours. We can't miss out on such valuable training opportunities. Let's go. Mu Yin sighed inwardly, these fools. Nevertheless, he diligently carried out his guidance. The combat experience of all the beasts was rapidly increasing, particularly the newcomers, whose progress was astonishingly fast. The most impressive of all was the great sage. While other beasts at least symbolically took 3 or 4 minutes to rest, he would charge back into action immediately after Mu Yan's guidance. 2 hours later, a newcomer began to sense something was wrong. Despite resting for several minutes, his beast couldn't even stand up. Worried, he approached Mu Yin for advice. Mu Yin snorted. Its stamina is severely depleted. It needs at least 3 hours of rest before it can fight again. The newcomer asked in surprise, is there any way to recover quickly? Mu Yin replied calmly, if you don't want to damage its foundation, you'd better let it recover naturally. He then patted the newcomer on the shoulder. The most important thing is to know your limits. At least you've learned a bit of experience this time. The newcomer looked regretful, deeply sorry for his mistake. If he had known earlier, he should have followed Mu Yan's strict schedule for rest. Damn it. Others were gradually realizing something was wrong. The various beasts were on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. Each beast had different innate potential. Some were physically strong, while others were weaker. Even the fittest, like the Bengal tiger, needed a full 2 hours to recover. The group thought about it and realized it wasn't worth it. Instantly, they all glared resentfully at Dashing. It was all because this monkey started it. But to everyone's surprise, Dashing still maintained a strong fighting spirit without any signs of fatigue. Dashing's stamina was simply astounding. Wu Hongyu's mouth twitched. Mu Yin also found it puzzling. Could Dashing have secretly taken some kind of drug? I've been watching it closely and didn't notice anything. Could it have a special skill for restoring stamina? Upon closer observation, even if it did, there should be a limit. He knew that Dashing's speed and mastering skills was extraordinary. However, skills varied. Stamina recovery skills were notoriously hard to improve. Offensive skills relied on proficiency and insight, while stamina recovery skills required sheer time investment. Unless Dashing had mastered an advanced level stamina recovery skill, it couldn't maintain this pace purely on willpower for more than half an hour. Even seasoned beastmasters, who hadn't pushed themselves as hard, were exhausted after multiple battles. So Dashing stood out even more. It seemed to have inexhaustible energy. Could this monkey be on stimulants? It was baffling, completely baffling. One could only say it was indeed a formidable entity that had driven away the shadow. How much longer do you think it can last? Maybe just another 10 minutes. Continuous fighting can't be without any harm. I suspect it's already at its limit, but just not showing it. I think so too. All the other beasts that didn't follow Mu Yan's advice are already down. Why is this monkey so special? Half an hour passed, and Dashing was still standing strong. Everyone, including Mu Yin, watched as 3 more hours went by. The previously exhausted beasts had mostly recovered and rejoined the training, now strictly following the 334 time allocation. However, Dashing remained as energetic as ever. In fact, it seemed to be in even better condition than before. Under Mu Yan's constant guidance, Dashing went from being overwhelmed in battles to now being hit less than 3 times in a single fight. Dashing did this without using any skills, relying solely on technique and experience. The crowd fell silent in awe. It was unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Wu Hongyu was stunned. This creature was no ordinary monkey. What kind of species was this? Mu Yan's face was also filled with shock. Even a mastery-level skill shouldn't sustain it this long. Could it be perfect? How was that possible? As night fell, after an entire day of intense battles, all the beasts had nearly reached their limits. The seasoned fighters had met their goal of 200 battles. The novice fighters, unable to fight for the full 3 hours initially and distracted by Dashing, hadn't completed their tasks. Even Wu Hongyu, who had fought the most among the novices, only managed 170 battles. Of course, Dashing was an exception among exceptions. According to reliable statistics, Dashing has already been through over 300 battles. These aren't just simple tests, they're real, tough combat experiences. His growth rate is astounding, and he can now effortlessly dodge all attacks, even starting to toy with his opponents. What's even more unbelievable is that he seems to be getting a bit cocky. During intense battles, he often closes his eyes, as if he's detached from the situation. If those mystical creatures had any awareness, they'd surely feel ashamed for not being able to land a hit on him. 300 battles aren't his limit. It's a number that's still growing. Mu Yin couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. almost cramping up. Wu Hongyu was completely in awe, practically worshipping him. Nowadays, everyone no longer calls him Dashing, but respectfully refers to him as Brother Monkey. Brother Monkey, please, don't push yourself so hard. Everyone has unknowingly grown, but there's a heavy feeling in their hearts. Mu Yin, exhausted from a whole day of guiding, said to the group, "It's rest time now. Everyone, get into your tents and rest. I'll wake you up at 6 tomorrow morning for more training." Although everyone heard him, they seemed too weary to respond. Wu Hongyu pointed at Dasheng, who was still fighting. Mu Yin rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on, and said, "Let him play by himself." So, everyone went into their respective tents. Mu Yin, utterly exhausted, fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. In his dream, he felt someone tugging at him. The ground-shaking tremors forced him to wake up, and it turned out to be Dasheng. Mu Yin asked, "Brother Monkey, what's up?" Dasheng replied, "Oh, why are you sleeping? Aren't you going to guide me?" Mu Yin looked at his watch. He'd only been asleep for 3 minutes. Seeing his silence, Dasheng sighed and said with concern, "Can't keep up? Then you should rest well." Mu Yin was shocked. Being looked down upon by a beast? The last time someone told him he couldn't keep up was in a hotel next to the school. This humiliation was unbearable. Mu Yin suddenly stood up, "Brother Monkey, let's go." Dasheng, a bit puzzled, followed him. Mu Yin thought, this guy is really strange, changing his mind so suddenly, but as long as he could help him improve, it was all good. They walked to the lawn, and Dasheng pointed at it, saying, "I want to challenge 2 of them. Can you help me?" Mu Yin raised an eyebrow and smiled. This little monkey is really fired up. So, Mu Yin summoned Shadow and let Dasheng face 2 mystical creatures alone. Mu Yin couldn't help but wonder, even with the strongest stamina recovery ability, one would still feel mentally exhausted, right? Could he really not keep up with a little monkey? As Mu Yin, he would never admit defeat. If Yi Tian were here, he would surely pat him on the shoulder sympathetically. Could it be a difference in constitution? Dasheng's mental strength is simply extraordinary, often going days without sleep or rest. Battling him is practically asking for a beating. The next morning arrived quietly, and Wu Hongyu was the first to wake up. Because he hadn't completed his task yesterday, he decided to get up early today to practice more. So, at 5:30, he stepped out of his tent and saw Dasheng fighting 3 creatures. As the night passed, Wu Hongyu opened his eyes to find himself in an entirely new setting. The previous night, Dasheng had managed to handle 2 monsters simultaneously, prompting him to ask Mu Yin for a greater challenge. Without hesitation, Mu Yin summoned another beast to meet Dasheng's request. Wu Hongyu felt bewildered, wondering if he was hallucinating from exhaustion. He decided to splash his face with water in an attempt to wake himself up. Using the water he had prepared earlier, he washed his face vigorously. However, when he opened his eyes again, he still saw Dasheng fiercely battling 3 monsters. Wu Hongyu's eyes widened, and his jaw nearly dropped to the floor, could hardly believe what he was witnessing. Dasheng's skyrocketing combat prowess left him in awe. He took a couple of steps forward and noticed that Mu Yin looked pale, with deep dark circles under his eyes, clearly on the verge of collapse. Mu Yan's exhaustion made Wu Hongyu feel a pang of sympathy. He couldn't help but wonder if this monkey even knew what fatigue was. Despite fighting all night, Dasheng remained at peak performance, which seemed unbelievable to Mu Yin. Others might think Dasheng was just an ordinary beast that resembled a stone monkey, but Mu Yin knew better. Dasheng was a pure stone monkey. Mu Yin was astonished by Dasheng's overnight progress and couldn't help but marvel at Yi Tian's exceptional beast cultivation skills. However, it was regrettable that the evolutionary path of the Stone Monkey King had been cut off. Although Dasheng might currently surpass other beasts, he could eventually be overtaken in the future. Mu Yin felt a sense of frustration but was resigned to the situation. After finishing a battle, Dasheng returned to Mu Yan's side. Mu Yin tried to persuade him to rest, but Dasheng refused, aware that his competitors were getting stronger and he couldn't afford any slack. Mu Yin looked at him helplessly. It seemed Dasheng didn't understand his concerns. Mu Yin appeared to be standing there casually, but in reality, he was pushing himself to the limit. Every time he used his abilities, it drained a significant amount of his energy, and his body was starting to give out. Wu Hongyu quickly supported him, asking if he was okay. Mu Yin forced a smile and said he was fine, just a bit stiff from standing too long. He didn't want to be outdone by Dasheng, so he continued to persevere. Other Beastmasters also noticed Mu Yan's unusual state, but he kept holding on. By noon, Dasheng appeared before Mu Yin again. Mu Yin suddenly gave a strange smile and then collapsed to the ground. The crowd gasped in shock while Dasheng looked at Mu Yin innocently. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, through his communication with Dasheng, also learned about the situation at Muling Mountain. Yi Tian had always been a brave and resolute person, but this time he suddenly fainted. Mu Yin hurriedly approached and asked, "Yi Tian, what happened? Did you encounter any danger?" Yi Tian wobbled to his feet and gave a bitter smile. No, I just wanted some more guidance from you, Mu Yan. But then I suddenly felt dizzy and passed out. Mu Yan's brow furrowed as he looked at Yi Tian with deep concern and unease. The deep bond and trust between them made the scene particularly touching. Determined to uncover the truth, Mu Yan vowed to protect his comrade who had fought by his side. Yi Tian felt a wave of confusion rising within him. He furrowed his brows, as if contemplating everything that had happened from yesterday to today. After a moment, his eye twitched, and an indescribable expression crossed his face. Are you saying you guys pulled Mu Yin along and worked non-stop for an entire day, night, and then some? The great sage also looked puzzled. Could there be something wrong?
Yi Tian shook helplessly.
Great sage, maybe humans really do need sleep to rest. The great sage frowned, seemingly pondering the issue. But Mu Yin himself said he was fine. Yi Tian replied calmly, as if understanding something, and a hint of sympathy appeared on his face. After explaining to the great sage, Yi Tian and the great sage each went their separate ways, returning to their own training. Yi Tian's gaze shifted back to Qi Ling. At this moment, Qi Ling's level progress had reached 93, and less than 1/10 of the spring water on the mountaintop remained. Qi Ling couldn't continuously consume the spring water. Each sip required a buffer of several minutes. As the level increased, the speed slowed down, but reaching the gold level should not be a problem. If everything went smoothly, Qi Ling would break through by the latest evening. Thinking of this, Yi Tian couldn't help but clench his fist, a look of anticipation on his face. Yang Xiaoxiao brought Fu Bo over to chat with Yi Tian. After Fu Bo apologized yesterday, Yang Xiaoxiao forgave him. Yi Tian, have you ever heard of the legend of the Three Kings' secret realm? Legend? Yi Tian shook his head. Never heard of it. After some conversation, Yi Tian realized that this girl indeed had extensive knowledge. Yang Xiaoxiao continued, I once read in an ancient myth that the Three Kings' secret realm is actually the burial ground of three very powerful beasts. It's called the Three Kings' secret realm not because the first three beast tamers who discovered it were all surnamed Wang, but because the three buried beasts were kings of their species. Do you think such a legend could be true? Yang Xiaoxiao's tone was full of sincerity, but Fu Bo scoffed. Xiaoxiao, you said it yourself, it was just in a myth. It's obviously fictional. Yang Xiaoxiao glared at him. History often has gaps. Who can say for sure whether the myths we know now were real before those gaps? Modern beast-taming civilization emerged about 3,000 years ago. But with the advancement of exploration technology, more and more evidence suggests that there was another beast-taming civilization before the modern one. Fu Bo responded coldly. Sounds like we're dancing on someone else's grave right now. Yi Tian, what do you think? Yi Tian shook his head. Not sure. But the story Yang Xiaoxiao mentioned made me think about the concept of king beasts. I've always wondered why the highest level most people know is diamond, not king beast. Is there something special about king beasts? The three continued chatting, with Yi Tian responding casually. Most of his attention was on Qi Ling. Qi Ling's level progress had reached 95, steadily climbing. Suddenly, Qi Ling communicated with him telepathically. Yi Tian, I have a bad feeling. Yi Tian felt puzzled. What's wrong? Qi Ling replied, I can't explain it, it's just a feeling. It seems like the blazing volcano is rejecting me. Yi Tian fell into deep thought. Maybe it's just an illusion. After a while, Qi Ling communicated again. At the foot of the blazing volcano, Qi Ling was intently absorbing the spring water when a mysterious voice suddenly warned it to stop. Startled, Qi Ling felt a surge of fear. Yi Tian also sensed that something was wrong, recalling the story Yang Xiaoxiao had told, which sent a chill down his spine. Could the mountain have developed self-awareness? Or were there other inexplicable forces at play? Faced with a dilemma, they had to either leave quietly or take the risk to explore further. Yi Tian's eyes gleamed with determination as he made his decision without hesitation. Qi Ling, speed up the absorption, stay alert, and if there's any danger, escape immediately. Qi Ling nodded and continued to draw energy from the spring water. Just as Qi Ling began to absorb the spring water, the blazing volcano started to tremble. The three people nearby also felt the intense vibrations. Yi Tian knew very well that the spring at the mountain's peak was crucial to the entire mountain range. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a violent reaction. He hurriedly shouted to his companions, Quick, get your beasts down the mountain. At the same time, he commanded Qi Ling to temporarily retreat from the peak and stay vigilant. The two companions from Huahua City hesitated slightly. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the mountain top, and the fire spirit spring on the 8th level gushed out, forming a massive red hand. Fu Bo was terrified, and Yang Xiaoxiao took a few steps back in fear. The giant hand struck down at Qi Ling, making it appear as insignificant as dust. If hit, Qi Ling would be obliterated. However, with the aid of its fire wings, Qi Ling managed to dodge the fatal blow in time. The giant hand struck again, causing the peak to collapse and water to splash everywhere. Qi Ling skillfully evaded the attacks with astonishing speed. Although the giant hand was immensely powerful, its lack of agility prevented it from trapping Qi Ling. Ultimately, Qi Ling successfully escaped the blazing volcano, while the giant hand lingered at the edge, unable to step beyond the mountain's boundary. Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the giant hand couldn't leave the mountain range. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoxiao and Fu Bo realized the danger and quickly ordered their beasts to descend the mountain. Although their beasts couldn't fly, they were incredibly fast runners. Yang Xiaoxiao's beasts were a red hedgehog and a round, rolling ball, while Fu Bo's beasts included a fire-breathing rat and a spherical beast similar to Yang Xiaoxiao's. All four beasts were fire type, with the rat gaining speed from its fire propulsion. Despite the hedgehog's short legs causing it to lag slightly, they all raced downhill with all their might. Yang Xiaoxiao anxiously glanced at Fu Bo, hoping they could escape this perilous area as quickly as possible. Fu Bo is a kind-hearted young man who has an adorable hedgehog as a pet. Though the hedgehog is light, it holds immense value for Fu Bo whenever he watches the hedgehog curl up in his hand. A warm feeling flows through him like a gentle stream. Fu Bo often wishes for his hedgehog to experience the outside world, and he comes up with an idea. Let his little mouse take the hedgehog for an outing. Although the hedgehog's weight is negligible, for the mouse, this is an extraordinary experience. The mouse is a lively and clever creature, usually enjoying its freedom and solitude. However, when Fu Bo gently places the hedgehog on the mouse's back, the mouse appears hesitant and uneasy. It cautiously looks at the hedgehog, as if contemplating how to deal with this unexpected companion. Slowly, the mouse begins to move, its steps tentative, afraid of disturbing the hedgehog. The hedgehog, on the other hand, remains quietly curled up, allowing the mouse to carry it through various corners of the room. This scene is heartwarming and touching, like a silent exchange and mutual assistance between small lives. Through this unique interaction, the mouse and the hedgehog seem to develop a subtle understanding. Despite being different species, they exhibit a silent friendship and comprehension at that moment. Fu Bo watches this, his heart filled with emotion and joy. He realizes that even the smallest details in life can bring boundless warmth and happiness. Fu Bo furrowed his brows. This was the first time Yang Xiaoxiao had asked him for help. He wanted to agree, but seeing the red hand rushing towards the four escaping beasts, he made a quick decision. This situation was too dangerous. He couldn't help. Now wasn't the time to consider friendship. In this scenario, he had to address the immediate threat, just like he had to deal with the hedgehog obstacle first. He could buy time for the other beasts to escape. If he chose to help Yang Xiaoxiao, he'd have to send the mouse back. Perhaps the hedgehog could escape smoothly, but the risk was too great, and Fu Bo was unwilling to take it. A rumbling sound echoed as the hand created a storm, quickly closing in on the hedgehog. Yang Xiaoxiao felt a wave of despair and was on the verge of tears. At that critical moment, a clear cry pierced the air. Yi Tian commanded Qi Ling to act and save the little hedgehog. The crisis had arisen because of him, and the beasts in Huahua City were innocently implicated. Yi Tian couldn't bear to see the hedgehog killed, so he ordered Qi Ling to rescue it. Qi Ling flapped its fiery wings, releasing countless sparks, swiftly passing through the barrier and returning to the range of Chuashan. According to Yi Tian's prediction, the hand's target was Qi Ling. As long as Qi Ling entered Qi Huashan's range, the hand would change its target. This would give the hedgehog a chance to escape while Qi Ling and the hand were entangled. However, what Yi Tian didn't anticipate was that the hand didn't give up. Perhaps it realized it couldn't deal with Qi Ling, so it chose a new target. Yang Xiaoxiao gave Yi Tian a grateful look, but the anxiety in her heart did not diminish. Qi Ling's current speed was simply too slow to save the hedgehog in time. Time was running out. The hedgehog was about to be struck by the hand. The hedgehog curled up into a ball, trembling with despair. Fear gripped Yang Xiaoxiao's heart. At that moment, Qi Ling cried out once more. Sparks descended. The entire sky turned a brilliant orange-red, illuminating all of Chuashan. This attack was far more powerful than any before. The sparks, powered by fiery wings, gathered into a flame bird larger than the hand itself. With a thunderous roar, the flame bird soared upward. Then, the people of Huahua City witnessed a scene they would never forget. A flame bird, over 100 meters in size, became the master of the world. With a deafening boom, the blinding light forced everyone to close their eyes. Even the people far away in Muling Mountain felt the intensity of the light. As the sound gradually subsided, so did the light. Tears streamed down the faces of the three in the intense light. Yi Tian anxiously asked, "How is it?" He wasn't worried about Qi Ling but feared the hedgehog might have vanished under the attacks of the hand and the flame bird. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings was heard. Qi Ling, having exhausted itself, finally returned to normal. In its claws was a small, blackened ball. The hedgehog was still breathing, and Yi Tian felt conflicted. Suddenly, Qi Ling returned to Yi Tian's side, and the black orb also appeared in his hand. Carefully, he handed the hedgehog to the still stiff Yang Xiaoxiao. This is your beast, he said softly. Yang Xiaoxiao snapped out of her shock, trembling all over, her legs weak with fatigue. As she took the hedgehog, tears streamed down her face, and she almost screamed, "Little hedgehog." She then noticed the hedgehog moving slightly, stretching its body to reveal the tender flesh protected by its hard shell. "Oh, you're still alive?" Yang Xiaoxiao exclaimed with joy, her previous sorrow vanishing instantly. Yi Tian also breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thankful the hedgehog was still alive. "I've heard hedgehog shells are tough, and it seems they really are." Yang Xiaoxiao's tears flowed again, this time out of happiness. In her earlier panic, she hadn't had time to react, and if the hedgehog had died, she would have felt immense guilt. Thank goodness. At that moment, the other three beasts also successfully escaped the fiery mountain, and the crisis was over. Yang Xiaoxiao, holding the hedgehog, bowed deeply to Yi Tian. "Yi Tian, thank you. If it weren't for you." Yi Tian helped her up and gently reassured her, "It's nothing, don't mention it." However, he couldn't help but think to himself that if he hadn't intervened, the hedgehog might not have survived. Yang Xiaoxiao, filled with gratitude, saw Yi Tian as the savior of her hedgehog. In contrast, she felt a bit disappointed in her companion. She understood that Fu Bo's decision was wise to some extent, but being abandoned in a moment of crisis was hard to accept. Fu Bo walked over to Yi Tian, his voice tinged with nervousness, and said, "Yi Tian, you really opened my eyes." He felt immense relief and gratitude, thankful they hadn't offended Yi Tian. "Damn, it's a good thing we didn't cross him." Fu Bo realized that Yi Tian's strength might be far beyond what he had imagined, even suspecting that Qi Ling could be a diamond-level beast. The hedgehog's survival was merely due to collateral damage from the battle, not a direct attack. Whether it was the slap or the firebird, both were beyond the hedgehog's capacity to withstand, and yet the hedgehog had the strongest defense among the six beasts. Yi Tian responded indifferently, it was nothing. He felt a bit displeased with Fu Bo's behavior, thinking that such a person wasn't worth befriending. If Fu Bo lacked the strength to help, that would be understandable, but it was evident that the appearance of the rat had saved the hedgehog. Fu Bo gave a bitter smile, feeling a bit regretful himself. "So, what do you plan to do next?" Yi Tian asked the two of them. Yang Xiaoxiao replied, "I plan to leave the secret realm and rest for a couple of days. The recent experience terrified me, and I'm still shaken." Fu Bo agreed, "Me too." He glanced at the fiery mountain, where the slap had shrunk to half its size but still lingered. "The fiery mountain will be inaccessible for a while. Both Mai and Xiaoxiao's beasts are fire type, so staying in the secret realm doesn't make much sense." Yang Xiaoxiao frowned slightly at being called Xiaoxiao by Fu Bo but didn't react. "All right, I have other matters to attend to in the secret realm, so I'll see you later," Yi Tian said. The spring water at the mountain peak was scattered by a slap, penetrating deep into the mountain. Yi Tian knew that unless the mountain was completely excavated, it would be difficult to find the source of the spring. However, he wasn't foolish old man, so why undertake such a futile effort? Bidding farewell to the spring, Yi Tian left the peak with Qi Ling. To save face, he didn't allow Qi Ling to carry him directly but decided to walk a bit first. He watched Yi Tian's figure until it gradually disappeared from sight. Fu Bo scratched his head awkwardly, trying to break the silence. "Xiaoxiao, we should leave too." A slight smile appeared on Yang Xiaoxiao's lips. "You go ahead," she said, turning to leave. Anger surged within Fu Bo. He wondered why his companion chose to stand by idly at such a critical moment, while a stranger he had just met stepped in to help. He quickly caught up to her. "Xiaoxiao, don't be mad. We still have the exchange competition to attend." At the mention of the competition, Yang Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly turned serious. "Is Yi Tian, who is so outstanding, also going to participate in the exchange competition?" Although Huoshushi and Wushi weren't powerful cities, Huoshushi had been performing slightly better in recent years. Yi Tian's participation was undoubtedly a significant variable. She needed to inform the team leader immediately. Meanwhile, Yi Tian didn't head directly to Mulingshan to meet with Dasheng. He had agreed with Wei Xing to leave the day after tomorrow, giving him one more day. He decided to visit the Metal Attribute Mountain in the Three Kings' secret realm Jinqingshan. His trip to Chuashan had been quite fruitful. Initially, he just wanted to help Dasheng obtain 10 fire spirit stones and improve Qi Ling's skill proficiency. Unexpectedly, he managed to close a deal worth millions, raising Qi Ling's level to 93. Although it hadn't reached the gold level, greed was not advisable. Perhaps in the future, he would have another chance to explore more secrets of Chuashan. Chuashan and Mulingshan each had their strengths, so naturally, Yi Tian was curious about Jinqingshan. He also looked forward to finding treasures. With Qi Ling leading the way, they quickly reached Jinqingshan. A day later, Yi Tian left the peak, muttering to himself. The mountain was utterly unremarkable. Apart from its hard terrain, Jinqingshan had no other features. Was he approaching it the wrong way? With no time to spare, Yi Tian decided to explore it further another day. Qiling, let's head to Mulingshan. It's getting late, and we should leave the secret realm. Soon, Yi Tian and Qiling arrived at Mulingshan and, following Dashing's guidance, reached the edge of the basin. Dashing had been taken care of by Mu Yin these past few days, so it was only right to thank him before leaving. As Yi Tian stepped into the crowd, many beast tamers sitting on the ground immediately stood up. In just 3 days, they had been completely won over by Dashing. This respect naturally extended to Yi Tian. Yi Tian responded politely, "Excuse me, where's Mu Yin?" Wu Hongwei pointed to a slightly tired figure not far away. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. Although I saw him when I first arrived, I didn't recognize him because his demeanor was so different. As he got closer, he was taken aback. Mu Yan's eye bags almost hung down to his nose, his face showing signs of exhaustion. "Yi Tian, you're here?" Yi Tian asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Mu Yan replied with a wry smile, "I'm fine, just haven't had enough rest." Yi Tian was speechless. Mu Yin has always demonstrated extraordinary abilities, but his energy consumption is equally astonishing. That day, after he fainted, he was back on his feet within just 2 hours, seemingly recharged with strength. Since then, he has been by the great sage's side, persisting until now. Mu Yin has shown strength comparable to the monkey throughout his life. He watched the great sage progress from being completely inexperienced to becoming skillful and adept, which filled him with immense satisfaction and pride. The great sage possessed terrifying talent, nearly limitless energy and endurance, combined with an extremely diligent attitude. If all the beast tamers he had mentored could be considered his students, then the great sage was undoubtedly the one he was most satisfied with. A few days ago, the great sage faced off against the shadow. Initially, the shadow had a 10 out of 10 chance of winning. But now, 9 out of 10 chances favored the great sage, with the remaining one due to some lingering bad habits that occasionally surfaced. At this moment, the great sage had just finished a battle and, overwhelmed with thoughts of Yi Tian, rushed towards him and hugged him tightly. Yi Tian comforted the great sage and then looked at Mu Yin seriously, expressing his gratitude. Mu Yin waved it off humbly, indicating it was merely his duty, and there was no need for thanks. Yi Tian then mentioned that he planned to leave early and would take the great sage with him. Upon hearing this, a trace of regret flashed in Mu Yan's eyes. Yi Tian asked, "You seem to be looking forward to the great sage leaving, aren't you?" Mu Yan quickly composed himself and replied, "That would be a real shame." In the end, Yi Tian left with the great sage. Mu Yan sighed with relief and set a goal for all the beast tamers to engage in 1,000 battles, with each beast participating in 500. The great sage had already met this target long ago, even handling 3 opponents at once in the later stages. As the assistant coach, he couldn't influence the head coach's decisions. Yi Tian, carrying the marker for entering the secret realm, returned to the initial entry point. He crushed the marker and was immediately enveloped by a light membrane, instantly returning to the outside world. He exhaled with a sense of fulfillment. At the entrance of the secret realm, Wei Xing and a group of people awaited him. The transaction was completed, and 11 million dragon coins were in hand. The next task was to collect 1,000 grams of diamond-grade active metal within 3 days. The great sage's power had already reached 100 of the silver level, just one step away from evolving to the gold level. Yi Tian declined Wei Xing's social invitation and took a cab home. By then, his phone had over 100 missed calls, almost all from Chu Ying. Yi Tian's expression changed slightly as he suddenly realized he had forgotten to inform the minister before entering the secret realm. With a sense of urgency, he dialed Chu Ying's number, and she picked up almost instantly. "Yi Tian." Chu Ying's voice had a hint of a roar. "You better have an explanation for where you've been these past few days. The awards competition is tomorrow." Yi Tian felt a bit flustered and was about to explain when Chu Ying interrupted him. With a serious expression, she said, "No more talking. Get to the research institute quickly. I'll be waiting for you in the garage." 2 days ago, they had drawn lots to determine the evaluation location, which was set in Tianlin City. Yi Tian nodded nervously and said gratefully, "Thank you, Minister." To ensure the fairness of the competition, the evaluation locations were randomly chosen, and the projects were not revealed until the competition began. Yi Tian had some impression of Tianlin City, located east of Shanwu City, not too far away. It would take about 4 to 5 hours to drive there. He first called Yi Ying to assure her he was safe, then hurriedly took a cab to the research institute. Chu Ying was already waiting there. As he got into the car, Chu Ying glanced at him with a look full of resentment. As the head of the evolution department at the institute, she had never experienced such treatment. Yi Tian felt a bit embarrassed under her piercing gaze. Chu Ying snorted and started the car. "You like going off the grid, don't you?" she scolded. Despite her status, which afforded her a personal driver, Chu Ying preferred to drive herself. "I've sent the competition procedures and rewards to your email. You should take a look," she said. Yi Tian nodded and opened his phone to check the email. According to the email, The competition projects would be drawn on-site to determine the presentation order. The results would then be evaluated by a panel of 100 experts based on application scope and improvement magnitude, culminating in a comprehensive ranking. The top 10 participants would receive substantial rewards. Projects ranked 4th to 10th would each receive materials worth 3 million yuan. The most surprising part was that the top 3 projects would receive material rewards worth 5 million, 8 million, and 15 million yuan, respectively. Minister, what do they mean by any materials? Yi Tian asked curiously. Chuing explained, you can specify your requirements, and the institute will find the necessary materials for you nationwide. Yi Tian couldn't help but ask, Minister, do you think I have a chance of winning first place? Chuing shook her head without hesitation. It's a bit difficult. Your project has a significant flaw at the moment. Yi Tian was surprised and asked, what flaw? Chuing patiently explained, it lacks successful case studies. Typically, without successful cases, your score will be reduced by about 20. Chuing comforted him, don't be discouraged. Your evolution path is definitely one of the best. You can certainly make it to the top 3, and with a bit of luck, you might even win first place. Her words were not empty reassurance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so excited before. Yi Tian's expression changed slightly. He had just been fantasizing about winning first place and directly exchanging for spiritual metals to help Deshang evolve. However, a problem arose. If Deshang didn't evolve, the chances of winning first place were slim. Wasn't this a vicious cycle? Thinking about the scoring criteria, it seemed to make sense. When presenting the evolution path results, they couldn't disclose all the details. Therefore, they could only show a simulated result and the amount of dragon coins required for the evolution path. The judges wouldn't know the true difficulty of the evolution, as the challenges were hidden in the details. Although many evolutionary paths are feasible, the difficulty of actual implementation is quite high, resulting in relatively low scores in the application domain. If an evolutionary plan is found but no successful example can be cited, it sends a message to everyone that the evolutionary path is only theoretically feasible but practically extremely challenging. Yi Tian pondered deeply, realizing that to secure first place, he must ensure Deshang completes its evolution before the demonstration. He gently rubbed his chin, feeling quite anxious. After obtaining a simplified plan, Yi Tian searched for diamond-grade spiritual metals on 2 platforms. On the career house trading platform, the quantity of spiritual metals was already scarce and now completely sold out. At the research institute, only 600 grams were left, which was clearly insufficient. Moreover, Yi Tian had money on hand, not points, and thus couldn't make a direct purchase. Fortunately, the department head was sitting right next to him. Yi Tian organized his thoughts and looked at Chuing. He said, Minister, if I can get enough spiritual metals, I'm confident I can complete Deshang's evolution within a day. I hope you can help. Suddenly, the sharp sound of brakes screeched, the tires skidding against the ground with a piercing noise. The strong inertia caused Yi Tian's body to lurch forward. Thankfully, he was wearing a seatbelt, which prevented him from crashing into the car. Chuing reacted strongly to Yi Tian's request. Yi Tian repeated his request. If anyone else had said this, Chuing would have dismissed it as boasting. But Yi Tian was different. He had accomplished many seemingly impossible feats, earning Chuing's peculiar trust. It seemed that no matter how unbelievable something sounded, if Yi Tian said it, it would come true. Chuing stared at Yi Tian and asked, how exactly do you want me to help you? The Wushan City Research Institute, where they were, had never won first place in any competition. Winning first place would be a significant milestone in the institute's history. It would not only greatly enhance the institute's reputation, but also secure more resource support from higher-level research institutes. In short, the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. Yi Tian made his request, 1,000 grams of diamond-grade spiritual metal. Of course, Yi Tian wasn't asking for these materials for free. He immediately produced a bank card with over 10 million in deposits and handed it to Chuing. Chuing's connections were undoubtedly more extensive than his own. Now is not the time for modesty. If help was needed, one had to ask boldly. Recalling the starfire Chuing had provided earlier, Yi Tian realized she was now his biggest benefactor. To Yi Tian, Chuing was not just a minister but more like a caring elder sister. Thinking of this, Yi Tian suddenly realized that all his benefactors were elder sisters, and there wasn't a single younger sister. Chuing immediately took action. She first used her points to purchase all of the remaining 600 grams of spiritual metal from the institute, specifying the delivery address as the hotel in Tianling City where they would be staying that night. Next, she called friends at research institutes in other cities to inquire, but unfortunately, they all reported no available stock. Someone was suddenly buying up spiritual metals on a large scale, causing Chuing to frown. She decided to try her contacts at the Chamber of Commerce. Yi Tian's eyes lit up, thinking, as expected of the minister, the Chamber of Commerce friends will surely be able to help. Soon, the call connected, and a slightly gruff middle-aged man's voice came through. Minister Chu and Chairman Song are highly respected leaders within the company. Minister Chu has always been a meticulous and dedicated leader. He works diligently, carefully considers every issue, and never takes things lightly. He consistently handles complex situations calmly, providing wise advice and decisions. Additionally, Minister Chu is well loved by the employees because he always listens to their opinions, cares about their work and lives, and offers them encouragement and support. In contrast, Chairman Song is a leader full of passion and energy. He is always brimming with imagination and creativity, bringing many new ideas and opportunities to the company. Chairman Song enjoys challenging himself and his team, believing that only by constantly pushing their limits can they achieve greater success. His charisma and drive always inspire team members to move forward actively and pursue their goals together. Despite their differences in work style and personality, both Minister Chu and Chairman Song strive for the company's development and the well-being of its employees. Their collaboration and complementary strengths enable the company to progress steadily in a highly competitive market and achieve greater accomplishments. Their presence is like a beautiful landscape, illuminating the path of the company's growth. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow as he looked at familiar faces at the Chewing Commerce Association. A sense of familiarity washed over him. Oh, isn't that Uncle Song? Misty City really is a small world. It made sense that Song Wei and Chu Ying, both prominent figures in the business world, would know each other. Chu Ying succinctly expressed her needs and promised to purchase at market value, ensuring that Song Wei wouldn't suffer any losses. However, Song Wei seemed to be deep in thought. Minister Chu, I'm sorry, but I might not have much stock of spiritual metals here. Chu Ying's brow furrowed slightly. How much do you have then? Song Wei pondered for a moment. About 100 grams, give or take. Chu Ying was a bit disappointed. That's all? Given the scale of your association, I expected you to have a substantial reserve of spiritual metals. Song Wei explained that he was in the equipment industry, and spiritual metals were almost indispensable for crafting high-grade gear. Minister Chu, I have to be honest. The metal market has been unusually volatile recently, with someone hoarding large quantities. Our association's supply has been affected. Actually, I have over 500 grams of diamond-grade metal, but I need to ensure the smooth operation of the association. So, I can only spare 100 grams, and that's my limit. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't sell even a gram. Who was hoarding and buying up all the metals? This issue wasn't confined to other cities. Even Misty City was affected. Fortunately, Yi Tian sought help in time. Otherwise, the research institute's stock might have been depleted through various means. Just as Chu Ying was about to speak, Yi Tian interrupted her. Uncle Song, it's Yi Tian. I'm the one who asked the minister to help find spiritual metals. Are you interested in making a deal with me? I promise you won't lose out. If Yi Tian had known that Song Wei had so much metal, he might have contacted him directly. Song Wei's concern was mainly about potential losses. If Yi Tian could offer a way for him to make more money, he might consider the deal.
Yi Tian.
On the other end of the line, Song Wei was slightly perplexed. How did Yi Tian know Chu Ying? When did they start interacting? This young man seemed far from ordinary. He chuckled. I'm very interested. What kind of deal are we talking about? Yi Tian replied calmly. Information. Some intel that will inevitably lead to a rise in material prices. Chu Ying was slightly surprised. How did Yi Tian know Song Wei? This young man's network seemed quite extensive. After hearing Yi Tian's words, she understood. This could be a rare opportunity for Song Wei. Oh. Song Wei was intrigued. Yi Tian then shared his upcoming participation in an award competition and mentioned that he had discovered the evolution path for the Stone Monkey King, which could elevate the stone monkey's potential to diamond grade. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Song Wei held a cigarette, lost in thought until it burned down to his fingers. Was he hearing a legend? The stone monkey had an evolution path? It could even evolve to diamond grade? If this news were true, it would cause a massive stir throughout Longhua. Typically, students with low aptitude would form contracts with beasts of lesser potential. The stone monkey was one such beast. But now, with a higher level evolution path, it would bring hope to those less gifted children. Their fear wasn't the difficulty of the evolution path, but the lack of hope all along. After 10 years, if evolution hasn't succeeded, then wait another 20 years. If there's still no breakthrough after 20 years, then wait 30 years, or even 40. For most people, having a beast with diamond-like potential is an unimaginable blessing. It's foreseeable that as the materials needed for the evolution path increase, prices will definitely skyrocket. Meanwhile, the contract rate for stone monkeys will significantly rise when the next batch of students sign their first beast contracts. Some beast masters who could have chosen beasts with better innate conditions will also choose stone monkeys. Uncle Song, what do you think? Are you interested? Yi Tian asked again. Interested? Haha, Xiao Tian, you've really given me a surprise, Song Wei replied. Although Song Wei's business association is large, its influence is limited to the Mountain Mist City and can't reach other cities. The materials needed for evolution involved nationwide business, giving Song Wei hope for elevating his association to a higher level. I'll do this deal. Yi Tian then listed the materials related to the evolution of the stone monkey and sent it to Song Wei. Song Wei promised to deliver the spiritual medal to Tianlin City before the awards competition started the next day and hand it over to Yi Tian. Additionally, Song Wei agreed to give Yi Tian 10 of the Song Association shares, allowing him to enjoy perpetual dividends. After hanging up the phone, Yi Tian let out a long sigh of relief. The matter was resolved. Chu Ying's expression was a bit peculiar. You have quite the influence, even more than my minister. Regardless, you solved a problem that I couldn't, she said. Yi Tian modestly replied, everyone has their strengths. I'm not good at business. Besides, Uncle Song has been very kind to me before, so this is my way of repaying him. Chu Ying nodded, acknowledging Yi Tian's gratitude and keen insight. The two continued their journey to Tianlin City. Meanwhile, Song Wei immediately sprang into action after hanging up the phone. Old Ma, how much liquid capital does the association have? What assets can be liquidated within a day? Get me the numbers in half an hour. After assigning tasks to Ma Bang, Song Wei didn't idle. The material list provided by Yi Tian contained 83 items, with the most important ones clearly marked. With only a day to act, Song Wei's options were limited, but the opportunity was too great to pass up. If he could secure even one of the key materials, it would be a success. He quickly set his sights on grindstone, a hard yet brittle rock with limited applications and low production. Song Wei wasn't aiming to buy just any stone but an entire stone mine. Such opportunities are rare, and he decided to take a big gamble. By the time Yi Tian and Chu Ying arrived in Tianlin City, the Song Association had already announced a change in its shareholding. Yi Tian received the news that he was now a shareholder of the Song Association. Congratulations, from now on, I should call you Bossy, Chu Ying teased. Yi Tian was speechless. Minister, please don't joke around. He found it very comfortable to be around Chu Ying, who had no airs about her.
Chu Ying chút cờ sốt ti.
Song Wei indeed has guts, using shares to tightly bind you to the Song Association. In this bustling world, information is transmitted quickly and frequently. However, amidst this ocean of information, there is one message that stands out as exceptionally precious. It is not an ordinary piece of information but an expression of emotion, a deep and profound love. The protagonist is a gentle and kind-hearted person, always quietly caring for those around him. One day, he received a message that was simple and straightforward. I love you. These few words ignited a flame in his heart, filling him with an unprecedented warmth and happiness. At the moment he received this message, his heart surged with endless gratitude and joy. It was as if he were surrounded by a sea of fragrant flowers, his mood lifted and elated. The deep love conveyed in the message was like a clear spring, nourishing his parched soul and allowing him to feel the beauty and happiness of life. From that day forward, the protagonist cherished this message as if it were a priceless treasure. No matter where he was, he would often take out his phone to reread the brief yet sincere confession. Each time he read it, his heart would be touched, and he would feel a profound sense of happiness and fulfillment. In a world filled with all sorts of information, this simple, I love you message became the most precious treasure in the depths of the protagonist's heart. It was more than just a sentence. It was a transmission of emotion, a sincere affection. The protagonist knew that this love would accompany him, always precious and beautiful. The two of them first went to the venue where the competition would be held tomorrow to register and confirm their information. Only then did they return to the hotel where they had reservations. Of course, they booked 2 separate rooms. Chu Ying waved her hand gently and said, you go rest first and prepare for tomorrow's match. I'll message you before dinner to introduce you to some people. Yi Tian nodded obediently, indicating he understood. Okay. With a soft click, the hotel room door closed, and Chu Ying flopped onto the soft bed. She had been sleeping in a tent during their time in the secret realm and hadn't had a good rest. Now it was time to finally get some proper sleep. Yi Tian felt drowsy, and Mu Yin was also feeling sleepy. Shortly after Yi Tian left, Mu Yin suddenly collapsed. Concerned about Mu Yin's condition, the group decided to have Wu Hongyu escort him out of the secret realm. At this moment, Mu Yin was lying in a hospital bed while Wu Hongyu returned to the secret realm to continue the trials. Despite Mu Yin's collapse, he still needed to complete the 1,000 battles he had committed to. By the bedside, Wang Lin frowned as he inquired about Mu Yan's condition from the doctor. The doctor reassured him, he's fine, just exhausted. A couple of days rest, and he'll be back to normal. Wang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. There were only 2 top competitors from Wushan City, including Mu Yin. At such a critical moment, if something happened to Mu Yin, it would be a significant loss. Just as Wang Lin was beginning to relax, he heard a faint sound. Mu Yin had woken up. Wang Lin quickly walked over and sat down beside him, asking with concern, Xiao Yin, I heard from Wu Hongyu that you collapsed from staying up too late. Why don't you take better care of yourself? Hearing the words, staying up, a pained expression crossed Mu Yan's face, as if it brought back unpleasant memories. Wang Lin watched him with concern for a while, then asked the question he was most worried about. Xiao Yin, what do you think of Yi Tian? He hasn't deceived you, has he? I asked you to look out for him specifically. Haha, he must have had a tough time these past few days, right? Mu Yin was full of complaints but didn't know where to start. So, he truthfully recounted everything that had happened in the secret realm to Wang Lin. After hearing it, Wang Lin's mouth fell open, and he spoke for about 5 minutes. Then, he gently patted Mu Yan's shoulder with a peculiar expression on his face. Xiao Yin, you've really had it tough. Just then, a young man with yellow bangs and a slender build walked into the room. Hearing footsteps, Wang Lin turned around and saw that it was Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao was also a competitor but hadn't participated in the training camp. He walked to the bedside and couldn't help but laugh when he saw Mu Yin. Mu Yin, it's only been a few days, and now you're lying in a hospital bed? Are you okay? As soon as I heard, I dropped everything to come see you. That's pretty considerate, right? As he spoke, Cheng Xiao lifted the bag in his hand. I brought you some oranges. That's right. The last person to say Mu Yin wasn't capable was Cheng Xiao. As the two strongest competitors on the team, they were both rivals and friends. Mu Yin snorted coldly and turned his head away, not wanting to speak. Being laughed at by an old rival was not a pleasant experience. Cheng Xiao, however, only laughed harder. Wang Lin looked at them speechlessly and then stood up. Cheng Xiao, Mu Yin is already in this state. Don't tease him anymore. You stay here with him. I have to go to Tianlin City for something. Wang Lin left the hospital room, his face showing a look of anticipation. Yi Tian exceeded all expectations. He thought it would take at least until next year to become capable on his own. Unexpectedly, Mu Yin already acknowledged his abilities, admitting that Yi Tian was on par with him. This year's participants from Shanwu City Cheng Xiao, Mu Yin, and Yi Tian are the strongest in the past decade. Leaving the hospital, Wang Lin hurried towards Tianlin City. He was also heading to the award competition, but as a spectator. As the head of the professional family, one of his responsibilities was to stay informed about new beast evolution paths. Yi Tian slept from noon until evening. When he woke up, it was almost 6 o'clock. He habitually picked up his phone and saw a message from Chu Ying sent half an hour ago, asking him to meet at Tianlin Grand Hotel at 6. Oh no. A quick check showed it would take at least 15 minutes to get there. He was going to be late. Yi Tian quickly got up and prepared to leave. At Tianlin Grand Hotel, in private room number 1, several prominent figures from Shanwu City had gathered. Su Changlin and Zhang Sheng from the Research Institute were there, along with Zhang Qixing and his group. Normally, if Su Changlin attended, Zhang Sheng wouldn't need to, but he came to support his nephew. In addition to the Research Institute members, Wang Lin was also present. As dinner time approached, one seat remained empty.
Chu Yin Flawen.
Where was Yi Tian? Had he gone off the grid again? She quickly called him and was relieved to hear he was on his way. Hanging up, Wang Lin couldn't help but ask, Minister Chu, who's the one who hasn't arrived? Chu Ying replied, a new genius we've recruited at the Research Institute, named Yi Tian. Oh, and by the way, he was the one who found the best combination for the Great Dream Technique. Hearing about the Great Dream Technique, Zhang Sheng couldn't help but twitch, while Zhang Qixing's eyes lit up. What? Yi Tian is coming too. That's great. Although the award competition would be broadcast live, what if Yi Tian didn't watch it? He was eagerly looking forward to Yi Tian witnessing his moment of glory. Wang Lin nodded. So, it's him. Zhang Sheng snorted. We're all waiting for this kid. Talent doesn't guarantee good character. He was a bit annoyed by Yi Tian's repeated refusals. However, he only dared to say this because Yi Tian wasn't present. Wang Lin laughed, unbothered. Haha, geniuses are always a bit arrogant. Speaking of which, our professional family also has a beast trainer named Yi Tian. He'll be representing Shanwu City in this year's city exchange competition.
Su Changlin smiled.
That is quite the coincidence. Wang Lin added, it's a pity I didn't bring our Yi Tian along to broaden his horizons. Yi Tian meeting Yi Tian would make for a great story. Everyone laughed heartily. The atmosphere was very cheerful. None of them considered that the two Yi Tians could be the same person. It was impossible. Achieving success in one field already required most of one's energy. Few people in the world had the vitality to excel in multiple fields simultaneously. And if they did, they certainly wouldn't be young. Yi Tian was only 18 years old. After chatting for a few more minutes, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Then, a familiar voice rang out. Sorry, I'm late. When Yi Tian entered the private room, all eyes were on him. Chu Ying waved amiably, signaling him over. Xiao Tian, sit here. She guided him to the seat next to her. Yi Tian walked over with a hint of apology. Though he was only a few minutes late, he was the last to arrive. Suddenly, someone called out to him, Yi Tian, what are you doing here? It was Wang Lin, looking somewhat puzzled. Oh, the director is here too? Wang Lin remarked, his expression still confused.
Yi Tian responded nonchalantly.
Chewing glanced at the two, curious. Do you know each other? She asked. It was clear that Yi Tian not only knew Song Wei but was also familiar with Wang Lin. This raised questions about what secrets this 18-year-old high schooler might be hiding. Wang Lin had a wild thought, but wasn't sure. Forcing a smile, he said, Minister Chu, as I mentioned before, this is the genius from the professional house. Chewing pointed at Yi Tian, her mouth slightly agape. Yes, it's him. Both Wang Lin and Chu Ying stood up in shock, exchanging incredulous looks. How could an 18-year-old be both a researcher and a professional beast tamer? Did he have limitless energy? If Yi Tian had suddenly appeared with a twin brother, it might have seemed more plausible. The previously lively atmosphere became tense with Yi Tian's arrival. Zhang Qixing stared at Yi Tian as if seeing a ghost. He's truly my strongest competitor, he remarked. Chewing asked, Yi Tian, is it true that you're taking the professional assessment? Yi Tian replied helplessly, yes, I've always been honest about it. Wang Lin followed up, Yi Tian, when did you become a researcher? Why didn't you tell me? Yi Tian explained, even more helplessly, you never asked. Before the professional assessment, I joined the research institute to help Desheng evolve. His tone was casual, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The room fell silent. Su Changlin glared at Zhang Sheng, seemingly blaming him for going too far. Zhang Sheng looked innocent and sighed. Every time Yi Tian shows his extraordinary skills, I get dragged into it. One of the bigwigs commented, this guy is a monster. As Yi Tian took his seat, the atmosphere gradually eased, and the toast began. However, Yi Tian didn't fully enjoy the meal. He just wanted to eat quietly, but he kept becoming the center of attention. The room had two tables. Zhang Sheng and Zhang Qixing sat at one. Zhang Sheng patted his nephew's shoulder and whispered, Qixing, go toast everyone here. Besides the research institute members and Wang Lin, several big names from Wushan City were present. Zhang Qixing nodded, skillfully picking up the wine vessel and small cups, and began to toast each person. He stole a glance at Yi Tian, who was focused on his meal, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Zhang Qixing thought, this is a perfect chance to network, but he doesn't care at all. What a waste of an opportunity. If this were a contest of awareness, it seemed Yi Tian wasn't interested in participating. Yi Tian is a professional beast master, a young man with a natural talent for nurturing. In contrast, Zhang Qixing is a genius in the field of evolution. When it comes to social skills, Zhang Qixing surpasses Yi Tian. At present, they seem evenly matched. At the banquet, Yi Tian toasted everyone and then approached President Su. Su Yun, my name is Zhang Qixing, but you can call me Xiao Zhang. Zhang Qixing's first target was Su Yun, who was reputed to be one of the top 10 businessmen in Wuxi City. However, when he tried to deepen his conversation with Su Yun, he was interrupted. Xiao Zhang, hold on a moment, Su Yun said, pouring himself a glass of wine and walking towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian, you're a young prodigy. I'm a few years older than you, so just call me Brother Su. Su Yun clinked glasses with Yi Tian and then returned to his seat to toast with Zhang Qixing. Zhang Qixing could only smile wryly, pretending not to mind Su Yun's earlier disregard. Yi Tian understood the importance of connections. While he was capable of handling social relationships, he was keenly aware of the underlying trade-offs. He knew that if he became stronger, connections would naturally come to him. Otherwise, even if he humbled himself, others would still look down on him. Therefore, he focused more on making his beast stronger rather than networking. After Zhang Qixing toasted everyone, he walked over to Yi Tian. Yi Tian, let's have a drink. I'm really touched that you came specifically to watch my match. Yi Tian paused his eating. Actually, I'm here to participate in the competition too. Zhang Qixing was surprised. You've also found the evolutionary path for the stone monkey? Yi Tian nodded and explained, yes, I was quite lucky. Zhang Qixing was even more astonished. The stone monkey is considered to have no evolutionary potential. No one has found a path for hundreds, even thousands of years. And you discovered it within a month of joining the research institute? Yi Tian patiently explained, I joined the institute with the primary goal of advancing my beast. Zhang Qixing stared at Yi Tian in disbelief. Are you saying, the stone monkey's evolutionary path? Yi Tian nodded firmly, yes, and I never drink alcohol. Even when someone toasts me, I only drink tea. Their conversation piqued everyone's curiosity. They were amazed to learn that Yi Tian was also participating in the evaluation and that he had provided the evolutionary path for the stone monkey. Driven by curiosity, many people began to ask Yi Tian how he had done it. Ying Chu stood up first, waiting for the results to be announced tomorrow. She looked at everyone with deep emotion, maintaining a sense of anticipation. On the other hand, Qi Shengzhang returned to his seat, feeling uneasy. His mind was swirling with a mix of emotions that he couldn't calm. Could it be that Tianyi's talent in evolution really surpassed his own? Qi Shengzhang wondered, glancing at Ying Chu to confirm that Tianyi hadn't deceived them. The Stone Monkey King was at the silver level. while Tian Yi had already evolved to the gold level. Although Qi Shangzhang's team had discovered the evolution path from silver to gold, they felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of stone monkeys. Despite the fact that the projects wouldn't be revealed before the competition, Qi Shangzhang's team speculated that they might rank third. The top two teams had evolved from gold to diamond, making them difficult to compete with. Now, with Tian Yi's appearance, they worried that even the third place might be out of reach. Although Tian Yi wasn't as strong as the top two, his prowess was undeniable. The fourth place team was also formidable. Even though the honor was within their grasp, Qi Shangzhang couldn't feel a shred of joy. Sitting beside him, Shangzhang also looked worried. The words Tian Yi had spoken in the office now seemed so true. Tian Yi's talent in evolution was indeed astonishing. Shangzhang realized that bringing Tian Yi into the cultivation department might become his lifelong regret and could even invite scorn from others. As dinner drew to a close, a mix of joy and anxiety filled the air. Just as Tian Yi returned to the hotel, he received a call from the delivery guy, informing him that part of his spiritual medal had arrived and the rest was with Uncle Song. Tian Yi felt hopeful, wishing for everything to go smoothly. The next morning, they entered the venue at 8 o'clock sharp, with the competition officially starting at 9. At 7:30, Wei Song rushed to the scene. Carrying a briefcase, he got out of the car and immediately joined Tian Yi, just in time for the final moments. To ensure the medal was delivered to Tian Yi on time, Wei Song not only contacted partners in Wushan City but also in other cities, personally running errands to collect the goods. Wei Song hadn't slept all night, and his exhaustion and dedication were evident. Tian Yi thanked him gratefully, but Wei Song smiled and said it was no trouble, as helping Tian Yi was also helping himself. He reminded Tian Yi that he was now a shareholder of the Song Merchant Guild. Wei Song knew that Tian Yi needed the spiritual medal for Desheng's evolution, and that Tian Yi was about to participate in a competition that would be broadcast live nationwide. If Desheng successfully evolved and was showcased in front of a national audience, the impact would far exceed the cost of expensive advertisements. The faster the Stone Monkey King's evolution path was promoted, the more profit they could make. It was foreseeable that the price of MO iron stone mines would skyrocket. According to yesterday's survey, there were 23 MO iron stone mines distributed across the country. These 23 ores are expected to be monopolized by the Song Commerce Guild before the competition ends. Such a monopoly is truly astonishing. With the acquisition of the metal ores, all the conditions for Desheng's evolution are now fulfilled. It's time to evolve, to let the light of evolution shine. Yi Tian saw the words evolving displayed on Desheng's data interface, and his heart surged with excitement. In the beast space, 10 fire spirit stones soared into the air, transforming into a blazing red fire that shot straight into Desheng's eyes. Meanwhile, 1,000 grams of spiritual metal turned into golden light particles, converging into a massive golden staff before entering Desheng's body. The evolution had begun. Yi Tian was thrilled. He had invested so much effort into this evolution, and now the moment of reward had finally arrived. However, he couldn't help but worry about how long the evolution would take and whether it would finish in time for the exhibition match. Song Wei also started to feel anxious. "Xiao Tian, has your beast started evolving?" Yi Tian nodded, then asked Song Wei, "Uncle Song, do you know how long it typically takes to evolve from silver potential to diamond potential?" Song Wei pondered for a moment before replying, "It generally takes about 20 minutes to evolve from silver to gold, and roughly an hour from gold to diamond. But as for evolving directly from silver to diamond, I'm not quite sure. It could be the combined duration of both stages, or it might take more or less time." Yi Tian nodded, understanding the situation. In the worst-case scenario, it might take even longer than the combined time. He could only hope for a favorable draw to appear later in the sequence. Soon, Chuing joined them, and Song Wei had managed to secure audience tickets. The three of them headed towards the competition venue, which was a small gymnasium in Tianlin City. As they entered, they saw various camera setups around the central area of the gymnasium, ready for the live broadcast. The atmosphere was tense. Yi Tian suddenly remembered something and called Ying, asking her to watch the live stream. Ying was both shocked and surprised to learn that her brother had gone to Tianlin City for such an important event. If they had other family members or a significant background, Ying would have certainly brought everyone to cheer for Yi Tian. Chuing patted Yi Tian's shoulder and reassured him, "Don't be nervous. Just do your best and leave the rest to fate. If Desheng can't complete the evolution in time, there's nothing you can do about it."
Yi Tian nodded, silently praying.
On the other side, Feng Huan, Zhang Qixing, and other project team members were also gathering to enter the venue. Feng Huan noticed that Zhang Qixing looked a bit weary and asked, "Qixing, didn't you sleep well last night? You seem a bit out of it." Zhang Qixing had only been able to attend last night's dinner thanks to Zhang Sheng's connections, whereas Feng Huan hadn't been invited due to lacking such ties. Zhang Qixing shook his head and said, "It's nothing, brother Feng. The whole project team is full of fighting spirit right now. This burden is mine to bear alone. There's no need for others to worry before anything is finalized." Feng Huan didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he turned to encourage everyone. We've been quite lucky this year. Only 2 teams have managed to discover the evolution paths from gold to diamond. One is a local research team from Tianlin City, which found the evolution path for BB Beast. The other is from Shijing City, which discovered the path for the blue-eyed white butterfly. Although I've heard of other paths from silver to gold, none of them are as impressive as ours. If nothing unexpected happens, we should secure 3rd place. The rest of the team was equally excited. 3rd place was an incredible achievement. Coming from Wushan City, they hadn't had such an opportunity in over a decade. Joining Feng Huan's team felt like a stroke of luck for them. Zhang Qixing raised his hand, hesitated, and then gave up on speaking. One of the team members asked curiously, weren't the evolution paths for BB Beast and the blue-eyed white butterfly already known? Feng Huan smiled and replied, who says there can only be one evolution path? The team member nodded and continued to ask, Brother Feng, who do you think will take 1st place? Calmly, Feng Huan said, I estimate Shijing City will be 1st. Their team leader is a genius PhD graduate from the top Beast Academy in Long Country. At just 30 years old, he has been listed among the top 100 researchers in Long Country. Everyone gasped. As researchers, they knew the prestige of being among the top 100 researchers in Long Country. The top Beast Academy in Long Country was undoubtedly the best in the entire nation, and graduating from there was a lifelong honor. However, being among the top 100 researchers was an even greater accolade, reserved for the nation's treasures. In Wushan City, such figures had never appeared. At least 70 of those on the list were over 80 years old. Being listed was the highest recognition of a lifetime's effort. To be included at 30 was nothing short of extraordinary. We're competing against someone on the top 100 list? We may not be as good as him, but why does that make me so happy? Feng Huan continued, competing on the same stage with his team is an honor, even in defeat. As the clock approached 9, the judging panel was complete. Experts from various cities took their seats, and the competition was about to begin. Over 300 teams participated, and the stadium was packed. Feng Huan's team sat to the right of Yi Tian. When Feng Huan saw Yi Tian, he was startled. The audience seats outside the stadium were reserved for participants. Was Yi Tian also a contestant? This kid always did surprising things. Nevertheless, Feng Huan had no intention of talking to Yi Tian. Even if Yi Tian had found a path in a short time, it couldn't possibly be better than theirs. He posed no threat to them. Yi Tian might surpass him in the future, but today, Feng Huan was determined to win. Feng Huan didn't approach, but Zhang Qixing walked over to Yi Tian. He seemed to have understood something and no longer saw Yi Tian as a competitor. When a goal is unattainable, it's time to set a new one, Yi Tian, Zhang Qixing said with a forced smile. Yi Tian nodded and smiled back. Zhang Qixing is looking for a topic to discuss. As a newcomer participating in the evaluation for the first time, he has just joined the research institute and knows very little about the institutes in other cities. He feels hesitant and wonders if he should ask others for advice. Feng Huan is somewhat displeased with Zhang Qixing's actions, but due to Zhang Shang's influence, he has long been accustomed to such situations and chooses to remain silent about Zhang Qixing's behavior. Noticing this, Yi Tian proactively offers, would you like me to introduce you to some people? Zhang Qixing gladly accepts, hoping to establish a good relationship with Yi Tian. Yi Tian then introduces Zhang Qixing to several acquaintances, one by one. Soon, they arrive at the team from Shijing City. Yi Tian points to a person in a white shirt and says, that's Jiang Qi. You should pay special attention to him. Jiang Qi's team is expected to rank first this time. Yi Tian had already noticed Jiang Qi, as he was immediately surrounded by a group of people greeting him as soon as he entered the gymnasium. This scene reminded Yi Tian of how Zhang Qixing was treated during the Research Institute assessment, except Jiang Qi's presence was even more impressive, and the people around him were more distinguished. Many researchers who appear to be in their 40s or 50s showed humility and respect towards Jiang Qi. Yi Tian quickly surmised that Jiang Qi must either be exceptionally talented or have an extraordinarily strong background. Subsequently, Zhang Qixing provided a detailed introduction to Jiang Qi's background. Yi Tian commented that Jiang Qi had been a prodigy since childhood, a model child in every way. He had always been first in everything, excelling in academics, sports, arts, and more. The mention of the Qingyin white butterfly also caught Yi Tian's attention, as he knew it was among the top-tier rare beasts, with the potential to evolve into a diamond-level beast. Jiang Qi's ability to find a second path forward, which was even more challenging than the first, led Yi Tian to speculate that the judges might award him higher scores because of this. As Zhang Qixing continued talking, Yi Tian could only respond perfunctorily, that's really impressive. Zhang Qixing then eagerly asked, Yi Tian, has your beast completed its evolution? Can I see what the evolved stone monkey looks like? One of the reasons Yi Tian had trouble sleeping last night was his curiosity. As a researcher, he was naturally filled with a desire for the unknown and curiosity. He really wanted to know what the seemingly ordinary stone monkey would evolve into. Yi Tian shook his head, indicating that the stone monkey had not yet completed its evolution. At that moment, the great sage was enveloped in a golden light, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. But from Qiliying's feedback, it was clear that a formidable energy was brewing within the great sage. Zhang Qixing expressed some disappointment. I see. Suddenly, he realized a question and asked, are there other cases of successful stone monkey evolutions?
Yi Tian replied, no.
Zhang Qixing's eyes widened, realizing that his team might still have a chance. Generally speaking, teams that dare to participate in the awards competition usually have successful cases to show. Everyone knows that lacking such cases leads to low scores. He never expected that Yi Tian's team had no successful cases. It seemed he was the only one in this situation. As the lights flashed on the cameras, the award competition officially began. The atmosphere was electric, with everyone eagerly anticipating the start of the event. The host cleared his throat and walked confidently to the center of the stage to deliver the opening speech. The judges and audience members looked on with anticipation, hoping for an inspiring introduction. The event's chairman, an elderly gentleman, spoke with some difficulty, but his sincerity and effort were palpable. Soon after, the drawing ceremony commenced, and each participating team anxiously awaited their number to be called. Zhang Qixing was restless, his legs trembling involuntarily, as he nervously confided in Yi Tian, complaining about the host's lengthy speech and wishing the competition would start sooner. However, Yi Tian had a different perspective. He hoped the host would speak longer to add a sense of ceremony to the event, which would also give him more time to prepare for his performance. Yi Tian was determined to win, knowing that his work needed to be perfect to secure first place. Lacking a clear benchmark, he couldn't accurately gauge the time, so he tried to delay the start of the competition to gain more preparation time. After a long wait, the host finally concluded his speech, and the audience collectively breathed a sigh of relief, while Yi Tian sighed with a hint of regret, wishing for 2 more hours of speech. The drawing segment then began. To ensure fairness, each project team was assigned a number, which was placed into a glass box for the draw. A random audience member was chosen to draw the numbers, determining the order of presentations. The competition featured 34 cities and 60 projects. The first number drawn was 33, followed by 07. Each time a number was announced, the corresponding team members stood up and acknowledged it. When it was the 6th team's turn, Team 28 stood up, exuding confidence and composure. Zhang Qixing whispered, 6th is not bad. He turned to Yi Tian and asked, what's your number?
Yi Tian replied, 44.
At that moment, Yi Tian silently prayed for his number to be drawn later. Just then, another number was drawn, and the crowd erupted. It was Zhang Qi's team, scheduled to go 8th. Zhang Qixing felt relieved and smiled, glad his team wouldn't have to follow them. As one of the top contenders, Zhang Qi's team was highly anticipated. The order of appearance often influences the judges' scores, with later teams sometimes suffering from the impact of earlier performances, which made Zhang Qixing breathe easier. He knew that judges are human and can't always be entirely objective. The tension in the room escalated, especially among teams confident in their projects. Everyone silently hoped, please don't let it be us. The drawing continued, and the next number called was 44. Zhang Qixing couldn't help but laugh, but his laughter was abruptly cut short. He remembered that Yi Tian was number 44. Sure enough, Yi Tian stood up. Zhang Qixing stared at him, speechless. Despite lacking successful precedents, Yi Tian was still highly regarded due to his numerous stone monkeys, ranking 3rd in expectations. However, since he was scheduled to present after Zhang Qi, the odds seemed to favor Zhang Qixing more. In the stadium, people were looking around, searching for the lucky contestant about to take the stage. Finally, all eyes settled on Yi Tian. Murmurs spread through the crowd. This young man looked full of energy. Was he really competing alone? No team members? It seemed his luck wasn't great. Someone joked that with Yi Tian as the stepping stone, the pressure would be less for the competitors who followed. In the audience, Chu Ying frowned. She had predicted Yi Tian would place 3rd, but now she was uncertain. Yi Tian sat down, his face a bit gloomy. It wasn't about being in the spotlight. He felt his turn was too early. Out of 60 teams, he was the 9th to perform, which was quite daunting. He thought to himself, I even washed my face before leaving. Yi Tian's anxiety was interpreted by Zhang Qixing as respect and fear towards Zhang Qi. So, Yi Tian could feel inferior too. Seeing his discomfort, Zhang Qixing couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. The draw ceremony ended, and the competition was about to begin. Everyone unconsciously straightened up. According to the draw, each team would take turns presenting in the center of the stadium. The presentation had 3 parts: introduction, demonstration, and QA, all to be completed within 10 minutes. In the introduction, teams needed to explain the difficulty, scope, and estimated costs of their evolution paths. The demonstration was an extra credit opportunity, requiring a live test of the evolved beast. In the QA session, judges would ask questions, and teams had to respond on the spot. After all three parts, the judges would give scores, and the final score would be an average. The first team began their presentation, and after 10 minutes, the judges gave them a score of 58. Their evolution path was only from bronze to silver, seemingly just participating without aiming for the top 10. According to Zhang Qixing, out of the 60 teams, only 8 had found a path from silver to gold, with the Thunder Dumpling being the most outstanding. Of course, the outcome would depend on the upcoming presentations. Soon, it was time for Feng Huan's team to present. After their demonstration, the evolution of the Thunder Dumpling drew gasps from the audience. Among the many silver beasts, the Thunder Dumpling was top tier. It naturally wielded the power of lightning, known for being among the top 3 in destructive force. Their presentation ended with a score of 81, making them the first team to break 80 points and take the lead. Zhang Qixing returned proudly, full of confidence. The presentations continued, and next up was the azure-eyed white butterfly team. A white butterfly with lightning patterns fluttered around Zhang Qi, the legendary azure-eyed white butterfly. For most people, except Yi Tian, it was their first time seeing this beast. The azure-eyed white butterfly couldn't be bred artificially and only came from one secret realm. Each year, fewer than 1,000 beast masters could contract with this beast. Zhang Qi nodded to the judges and smiled as he showcased the evolution path. Through this path, the azure-eyed white butterfly successfully evolved into the azure-eyed light butterfly, changing from wind to light attribute. The moment the words left his mouth, the room was filled with looks of astonishment. Such a statement was hard for people to believe, as if it shattered some unspoken rule. A trace of unease appeared in the protagonist's eyes, as if he realized the impact of his words. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, like a storm was brewing, and the protagonist's mind was also in turmoil. When the astonishing news broke, the audience displayed expressions of surprise. Light attribute? How did they manage that? They completely changed the beast's original attribute to the rare light attribute. Although the power of the light attribute isn't as potent as the thunder attribute, its rarity is undeniable. The wide range of applications for the light attribute is impressive, especially within dark attribute secret realms, where it is virtually unstoppable. According to last year's national statistics, light attribute beasts ranked 5th in rarity, while thunder attribute beasts ranked 18th. Rarity equates to value. Zhang Qixing clenched his fists and remarked, "Amazing. Not only is the boost overwhelming, but the attribute is also incredibly powerful." Many in the audience nodded in agreement, acknowledging Zhang Qi's achievement. After a brief statement, it was time for the demonstration. The testing machine showed that the potential level of the azure-eyed light butterfly was diamond. Despite expecting it, seeing it in person was still shocking. Zhang Qixing exclaimed, "It's truly astonishing." Many others echoed similar sentiments. In addition to testing its potential, the azure-eyed light butterfly showcased a new racial skill light butterfly wave. This skill harnessed light attribute energy, releasing a powerful wave attack. When the attack hit the test dummy, the screen immediately displayed the number 3098. The audience was once again stunned by this figure, which represented the damage intensity. A diamond-level beast's standard attack must exceed 1,000 damage to be considered qualified according to international standards. This skill's performance was 3 times the qualifying standard. According to Zhang Qi, the azure-eyed light butterfly had only broken through 2 days ago, meaning it was in the early diamond stage. Typically, newly acquired racial skills are at an introductory level, and 2 days is not enough time to enhance proficiency. So, an entry-level skill could unleash 3 times the qualifying damage? What kind of quality skill is this? At least gold level, possibly even diamond level. After a brief defense and testing, Zhang Qi ultimately scored 97 points. Out of a possible 100, this score far exceeded everyone's expectations. The audience spontaneously applauded and marveled. Someone said, "It's a lock. Zhang Qi is definitely first." Another recalled, "Last year's top score was only 90, a difference of 7 points." That's right, the highest score in the past 20 years was 96, and Zhang Qi broke a 20-year record. Zhang Qixing glanced sympathetically at Yi Tian, who was about to step onto the central stage. Compared to Zhang Qi, no matter how well Yi Tian performed, he would likely appear mediocre to the judges. Zhang Qi faced the judges with a smile before turning to leave. As he passed Yi Tian, Zhang Qi remained indifferent, as if he hadn't noticed anyone beside him. Frankly, if not for the invitation from the director of the Shijing City Research Institute, he wouldn't have been interested in lowering himself to compete. Naturally, he didn't regard anyone else as worth his attention. As for the smile on his face, it was merely a courtesy. He paid no mind to the discomfort his presence might cause Yi Tian. After all, the weak are always pitiable. Yi Tian walked to the center, and the chief examiner's eyes lit up with astonishment upon seeing him. This young man looked so refreshing. The examiner's gaze lingered on Yi Tian's face, noticing his calm and composed demeanor. The examiner couldn't help but admire his poise. He had expected to see some nervousness and anxiety, but was surprised by Yi Tian's ease. Are you ready? The chief examiner asked. Yi Tian nodded and began his presentation with a smile. Esteemed judges, I am from the Wushan Research Institute, and today I am here to present the evolutionary path I discovered for the Stone Monkey King. Stone Monkey King? The audience, still immersed in Jiang Qi's presentation, was immediately drawn in by Yi Tian's words. What? The Stone Monkey King has an evolutionary path? Is this guy joking? Yi Tian continued his explanation. This evolutionary path can elevate the potential of the Stone Monkey King from silver to diamond level. Everyone present was stunned by this statement. Isn't the level after silver supposed to be gold? The fact that the Stone Monkey King had an evolutionary path was incredible enough, but how could it leap 2 levels at once? The judges exchanged glances, seeing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. The audience buzzed with similar discussions. Zhang Qixing stood up in surprise. How can it be diamond level? Next to him, Feng Huan also expressed her disbelief. Unbelievable. Yi Tian actually found a way to evolve the stone monkey to diamond level? This is absurd. Zhang Qi raised his eyebrows, showing his surprise. Diamond level? The room was filled with murmurs and discussions. Yi Tian had anticipated this reaction and continued his presentation, holding up a report generated from a simulator used in his research, proving he wasn't making things up. As he explained further, the expressions on the judges' faces began to change. At the Stone Monkey breeding base in Wushan, a young caretaker was watching the live broadcast. Although just an ordinary caretaker, he dreamed of becoming a researcher and had been closely following the awards competition. When he heard Yi Tian discovered the evolutionary path for the Stone Monkey King, he jumped up in excitement. Seeing Yi Tian present the certificate, he hurriedly put down his work and ran to the office door of his supervisor, knocking frantically. The supervisor, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, opened the door, ready to scold him, but was interrupted. Manager, you have to see this. Following the caretaker's pointing finger, the supervisor saw the live broadcast on the phone and was instantly furious. You slacker. Watching a live broadcast during work is bad enough, but now you're rubbing it in my face. I'll dock your pay for this. However, the caretaker's next words left the supervisor dumbfounded. The researcher presenting right now is from Wushan. He says he found the evolutionary path for the stone monkey. The supervisor was stunned by the news. He had a deep affection for the stone monkey species and hoped for their betterment, but reality had always shown that the stone monkeys had limited potential, primarily serving as simple tools for brewing. He actually says this evolutionary path can elevate the stone monkey's potential to diamond level. The supervisor's emotions surged dramatically. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.